Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Rush City High School. Today on YourLiveEvent.com, we are bringing you the full day of the Section 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. I'm Devin Kruger, and I'll be taking Mat 1 today. Here in Mat 2, our middle guy and our main wrestling announcer with our crew, Lance Bauman. Good morning, Lance.
Good morning, Devin. Another great day here in the wrestling community here again. We're down here, like you said, at Section 7AA here in Rush City. We get to play host down here with all three mats, and we're going to be enjoying time with you all day long here as we get to cover each mat individually all the way through the tournament here. We will have some breaks as the tournament goes on some of the mats as we get into the pigtails and consolation and moving on and so forth. We're going to just keep rocking and rolling here. But again, this is the second year of being able to throw video towards the Section 7AA tournament. Again, learning a little bit from last year and moving on to try to do something better this year. One camera for each mat and a couple more people calling here with me. And so I welcome Devin Kruger and Noah Caruso.
Yeah, we're doing this bigger and better this year. There's no doubt about that. 3 mats, 3 sets of eyes on each mat. We're ready for a full day of action here on YourLiveEvent.com. And we look at this section, Lance. You have known, you've been a part of this section for many years. And even though I might be kind of new on the video side, I mean, I know a little bit about wrestling. I know just enough to be dangerous is what I say. And I might not know all the moves, but one thing that I do love and respect about wrestling is how intense it is and how passionate the wrestlers and how passionate the fans are. We know this place is going to be loud. We know it's going to be rocking. We already have a great crowd on hand to watch these guys battle for a spot in next week's state tournament.
Exactly, and we do got a little bit of highlights from last year, but we'll have the national anthem coming up here earlier. But the awesome thing is, again, the Section 7AA, I grew up in Aiken. We did everything here through Section 7, whether it was A, AA, so on and so forth. But the section with our neighboring towns, Cloquet, Esco, Carleton, Grand Rapids, Hibbing, Malacca, Faith Christian, Mora, Piers, Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, Rush City, our host this year, Proctor, Hermantown, and Rockridge. I was just in the team coaches tournament meeting. And the respect that we all have for each other, all the coaches, and just the respect for the coaches, the teams, and the fans. It's just a family here at Section 7AA, and we're pretty excited to be here. And we're going to see some awesome wrestling here all day long and preparing for the state tournament next week.
Yeah, we'll have the national anthem in about 5 minutes here, set for a 10 o'clock start. And you mentioned family, and that's another thing. When I have all of my experience in radio, because my radio experience spans, I'm getting close to a quarter of a century, is that wrestling is a family, and I like how you mentioned it, where it's not just your team. You know, when you have the teams in the region and you battle them year in and year out, and you see it in other sports, but I do think wrestling, there is a little bit of an uptick in terms of that respect factor in what you have for how grueling of a sport it is.
Oh, it is. And there's so much outside wrestling that goes on and camaraderie between the different teams and individuals. You can look down at Coach Larson talking to Tucker Haas from Mora. You know the kids, and a lot of the coaches always support each other and opposing teams. And again, off the mat, out of the team, behind the scenes, other tournaments that go on that they do as an individual, you have a lot of good team members that wrestle each other. Last year, Marshall Larson, I'm sorry. Again, he got into the finals and stuff and wrestled, and it ended up being another good teammate of his through the track wrestling. They practice a lot, and you know it's pretty fun. You wrestle a fan. Sometimes you're competing. But at the end of the day, you shake hands and you move on.
This Section 7AA individual wrestling tournament, they're going to be, as you can see on your screen, we've got Mat 1 in the top left corner, Mat 2 in the top right corner, Mat 3 in the bottom right corner. We thank all the sponsors and the advertisers. Please give them a great thanks and a shout out for being a part of our coverage and making it possible. Noah Caruso joins our broadcast as well today. Noah, you went with Lance to the team tournament. You got a chance to cover a couple of matches over with Pequot Lakes Pine River Bacchus in their conference, and of course they're going to state as a team. So you're getting better versed in wrestling, and we're going to do this three-headed monster today.
Absolutely, and I'm ready for it. Like I said, I had the chance to go with Lance for the section tournament, and a lot of good talent in this section. Of course, we're going to have Mora, who's also heading the state, winning their section. Getting the chance to kind of get myself more involved in wrestling, and how, as you were mentioning, Devin, the crowd really gets into it. It's a fantastic day of wrestling, and we're excited to bring it to y'all.
When you look at this section, and try to do this before we get our national anthem break, looking at wrestlers that are ranked, and we have the top seeds, we have the full brackets. For Section 7, individuals ranked in the top 10, the final rankings just came out on Thursday from the Guillotine. At 106 pounds, Kyle Stengel appears, a sophomore. He was ranked number 9. Nobody in the top 10 at 113. At 120, Christian, is it Yelly?
Jelly.
Christian Jelly out of Hibbing, a freshman, is ranked 4th. Ranked 9th is Mason Nelson out of Mora. Jelly is a freshman. Nelson is a junior. Nobody in the top 10 at 126. At 132, 2 wrestlers in the top 10. At number 6, Nathan Nelson, a junior out of Mora, and ranked 10th. Justin Joby, a junior out of Grand Rapids. At 138, Landon Umbright from Rush City Bram, a senior. He's ranked number 9. At 145, nobody in the top 10. At 152, Avery Nelson of Mora. See, you're getting that family aspect, I think, here, Lance.
Well, the Nelsons are again. They're not all family, and some of them are not even related from Mora.
Well, there you go.
There's a large group of Nelsons there, and like I said before, the Nelson wrestling name is huge. That's why they named a couple of moves after him, whether it's a half Nelson or full Nelson. So on and so forth. But again, very tough. Move on there to the guillotine.
Yes. So Avery Nelson ranked 4th. He's a senior at 152. At 160, number 9, Connor Gamal, a senior out of Mora. At 170, Jack Grell of Aiken, a senior, ranked 8th, and Damian Tapio is out of Rock Ridge Mountain Iron Buhle, junior, ranked 10th, as we will have the national anthem here, and then we will get to continue with the top 10 and get ready for wrestling. And again, our national anthem as we get ready for wrestling today. Continuing on with the rankings. At 182, Zach McPhee of Proctor Hermantown, a junior, ranked 4th. And ranked 6th, Jacob Williams, a sophomore out of Aiken. At 195, ranked 9th, Jack Hansen, a junior out of Malacca Faith Christian. Ranked 220, ranked 6th, Ian Larrabee, a sophomore out of Hibbing. Ranked 10th, Colby Zenz, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian. And at 285, ranked 4th, Craig Ashton, a senior out of Aiken. And ranked 6th, Logan Ash, a senior of Malacca Faith Christian. Now, of course, we know, Lance, you're dialed into the Aiken group. Unfortunately, Craig Ashton suffered an injury, and his season, unfortunately, over.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, he, at practice on Monday, suffered a knee injury, so he is now done for his career. Just an unfortunate time, and, I talked to him earlier today. He's keeping his chin up. Yes, 12 years in wrestling, and losing it a week before the sections here is a little bit hard for him, but he's doing a good job moving on.
Oh, that's real good. Now, we were told that, coming in, it's going to be 3 mats most of the day. There are going to be some shades where there's 2 mats going. So let's get lined up. Here in mat number 1 at 106 pounds. The first match today is going to be Weston Killinen, a 7th grader from Aiken, 7-17 on the year. taking on Robert Garish, a freshman from Malacca Faith Christian who is 5-17. Lance, who you're going to have to start out the day on mat 2?
Mat 2, we're going to be starting out with Stratton Nelson, an 8th grader from Mora, facing Jack London, an 8th grader at Proctor Hermantown, and that's at 106 also.
And then over on mat 3 with Noah, and actually have not even seen a mat 3 here to start things off. So we'll see if we end up beginning with just 2 mats. So again, mat 1 I'll keep track of for the day. Lance will be on mat 2, and Noah will be on mat 3. As it does appear that Noah, you get to kind of just hang out for the first one.
Be a fan. I love it. I'm ready for it.
Well, Lance, we know you're the most well-versed, and I am looking forward to this day. They talked about these individual tournaments. It's going to keep moving, and so we're going to have this action just kind of flowing throughout the day, as it looks like they're getting ready to roll for you here on mat 2. They'll get the bands, and we're ready for wrestling section 7 AA individual tournament here on yourliveevent.com.
So on mat 2 there will be Stratton Nelson, an 8th grader, 20-18 from Mora, coming in. He is in the blue singlet, and in the black singlet from Proctor Hermantown, Jack London, an 8th grader, 7-23, number 1 seed against the bottom seed.
Right, and that's for Kyle Stengel got the number 1 seed at 106, and Lance, take it away as action underway on mat 2.
Nelson gets in on the low single right away, trying to get Landon down, lets him up for 1, no scores, no points. Nelson back in on a double leg, takes him down for 2.
And Killinan and Garish on mat 1 just underway. Garish will be at Malacca Faith Christian, and no, that is not that matchup.
No,
that's
mat 1 is Joe Connor from Mora and Anthony Thomas from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. They're just upgrading and refreshing the single.
Oh, okay, I got to update this. Okay, so at 113 on mat 1, 113, Joseph Connor, a freshman from Mora, and Anthony Thomas, a freshman from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. And right now, we've got Thomas already has Connor on his back, looking for getting the points and looking for the pin. And there's our first pin of the day, as Anthony Thomas of Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, a quick pin on Joseph Connor to start in our first pin of the day.
With about a minute left here in the first period on mat 2, Stratton Nelson leads 5-1.
That fall in just 35 seconds. So now I'll note myself to continue to update. Next up on mat 1, they're going to 126 pounds, where Brendan Malloy, an 8th grader from Cloquet, Esco Carlton, taking on James Ojala, a freshman from Hibbing. Lance, mat 2.
Nelson got another takedown there. He's up 7-1 now with 26 seconds left here in the first period. Gets Landon turned right at the edge of the mat. Throws in that half, gets on top. Trying to keep him inside the mat circle. 10 seconds left here in the first. Nelson's going to get some more near fall. Landon just trying to stay off his back, keeping that shoulder up. There's the fall with 3 seconds left there in the first period. Stratton Nelson gets the fall in 1:55 seconds. He'll be moving on. Coming up on mat 2, we will be seeing Jacob McGuire from Aiken. He is facing Rush City's Landon Luckoff, an 8th grader. Jacob comes in with a record of 10-12 on the season, suffered some knee injuries earlier in the year, but was able to get back off and staying strong here. Landon Luckoff, an 8th grader, comes in 20-21 from Rush City.
And a little delay here on mat 1. I have again, looking at the next matchup being Brandon Malloy and James Ojala. They're both wearing similar colored singlets, so this ought to be fun.
Yeah, good luck with that one. Yeah. Jacob McGuire is in the black singlet, and Luckoff is in the blue singlet from Rush City Bram. Snap down by Luckoff. Both these guys trying to dance around here in neutral, trying to get head control and position.
Mat 1, Malloy and Ojala just underway. Malloy wearing he's the red, and the green to Ojala is. You can continue on mat 2, Lance.
Yeah, McGuire is in on a single, outside single, trying to bring it in, but Luckoff doing a good job sprawling back there. Minute 13 left here in the first period, still no score. McGuire coming up with that single, trying to turn the corner. And he gets the 2 for the takedown. 2-0 McGuire over Luckoff.
Malloy gets the takedown. Malloy from CEC up 2-0 with a minute 15 to go in the first period over Ojala from Hibbing.
McGuire's got Luckoff on his back in a cradle. 45 to go here in the first period.
1 minute to go in on mat number 1. Top left of your screen. Malloy up 2-0 on Ojala from Hibbing. Trying to turn him over. He's got him on his back. A quick turn though. Ojala stayed off the back.
There's a fall for McGuire. He's going to be moving on. He got a fall in a minute, 36 seconds. Up next on mat 2 is going to be Eli Umbright from an 8th grader.
On mat number 1, Malloy still up 2-0, 30 seconds ago over Ojala from Hibbing. Malloy from Cloquet Esco Carleton. And there is a reversal for Ojala. And they are tied up at 2, 20 seconds ago in the first period. This is a 126-pound match. Malloy, an 8th grader from CEC. Ojala, a freshman from Hibbing. Malloy almost got Ojala on his back, but Ojala was quickly able to turn around and then got the reversal. And the first period will come to an end on mat 1, tied at 2.
Mat 2, it's Eli Umbright, 8th grader from Rush City, facing Nicholas Reese from Malacca Faith Christian. Reese in the black singlet, Umbright in the blue.
Malloy had the choice getting ready for period number 2 on mat number 1. Ojala just going to put the hands on the back. They are tied at 2 after the first period, and the official coming in with some instruction.
Umbright on mat 2 here is an 8th grader, 9-25 from Rush City. Nicholas Reese, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian. We are in 132-pound class.
And again on mat number 1, Brandon Malloy of Cloquet Esco Carleton, James Ojala of Hibbing tied at 2. Malloy down at the start of the second period, got all the way to the edge of the mat. And Ojala trying to turn him over, and they're real close to being, and now they're going to call him off the mat, and they'll bring him back both on their feet. They're going to award a point to Malloy. He has a 3-2 lead, 25 seconds into period number 2, 126-pound first-round match.
Senior Reese goes in on a double leg here on mat 2. And right towards the edge of the mat with 30 seconds left here in the first period. Still no score on mat 2.
On mat 1, 1:15 to go in the second period. Brendan Malloy up 3-2 on James Ojala at 126 pounds. Just a lot of jostling, and now there's an outside shot and control there. There's 2 points for a takedown again for Brendan Malloy. He now leads 5-2 with just under a minute to go in period number 2 for 126 pounds.
Still no score on mat 2. 10 seconds left here at 132 pounds. Between Reese and Umbright.
Malloy trying to get Ojala turned over. Ojala did a nice job, got himself flat 39 seconds ago as Malloy had the right ankle momentarily, but now Ojala able to turn, and now it's all about trying to get that control as down to 27 seconds to go on mat 1 in this 126-pound first-round match.
Reese from Malacca going into the second period takes a down position. He gave up a stalling point to Umbright. Umbright on the top position now, leading 1-0.
10 seconds ago on mat 1 in period 2, and they're going to call a stalemate, and they're going to give a point for stalling. They're going to give a point to Ojala, so that's going to make it 5-3 Brendan Malloy at 126 pounds with 8 seconds to go in the second period. And they'll a couple of crash attempts, and that'll be the end of period 2. So it's 5-3 Malloy on top of Ojala heading into the third.
Umbre gives up a reversal right at the edge of the mat, now trailing 2-1. He'll be in the down position now with Reese riding from the right side.
On mat 1, Ojala from Hibbing will be in the down position as they go to period number 3. 5-3, Brendan Malloy of CEC leading. Trying to get that turn and get those back points. Just a 2-point match here, period 3, 1:40 to go. Now a half Nelson from Malloy. Ojala trying to lock on that wrist to get a turn. Now Ojala almost got free, and nice job by Malloy to keep him wrapped up.
Over here on the second mat, Reese has got a power half in, getting some near fall on Umbright. Reese throws in a leg as Umbright comes up trying to get an escape. There's a clasping for Reese. Umbright trying to do a sit out right at the edge of the mat, turns. That will be the stop. Technical for Reese. Umbright's going to have kept up a point, ties it up here.
And that was because of the clasp?
Was because of the clasp, yep.
Period 3 on mat 1, 50 seconds to go. Brendan Malloy leading James Ojala 5-3. They're on the edge of the mat. Let's take care for this one, a 2-point match, and Ojala trying to get a reversal. And Malloy has just done a very nice job of maintaining control, as now Ojala just trying to, I think, get off the mat and get a reset. 30 seconds to go in period 3. Ojala tries the escape. They're both saying he'll get the point for the escape. 21 seconds to go in this first round match. Brendan Malloy 5, James Ojala 4 at 126 pounds, and they're both standing. This one's going to come right down to these final seconds. 5-4 Malloy. There's a shot attempt, and now a near takedown, and now can somebody get control? 10 seconds to go. No control awarded. Clock down to 5. Malloy trying to make sure he does not award Ojala the late takedown. No points yet, and the buzzer will sound, and Malloy will get the win 5-4, and the first round match at 126.
Going into the third period, Umbright takes a down position, tied up at 2. Reese throws in an armbar on the right-hand side, looking for that far wrist.
Next up on mat 1, we will go to 145 pounds. First round match will be Aaron Rolfe, a sophomore from Hibbing, and Colton Gallus, a junior from Rock Ridge. We'll get more details when they get ready. You got a great one here on mat 2.
Still tied at 2, minute 30 left here in the match here at 132. Reese kind of keeping control, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian. Minute 15 left here in the last period. Off the mat, they're going to restart. Umbright, Rush City, down position.
And at 145, it's Rolfe, a sophomore from Hibbing, 9-17. He's in the dark blue and white, and there's an early takedown for Colton Gallus. He's in the black singlet, 16-16 on the year. He's a junior from Rock Ridge. And a quick 2-0 lead for Gallus. Back to mat 2.
Reese still in control here, riding on the right-hand side. Umbright trying to get back up to his base. Minute left here in the final period, all tied up at 2. Reese working on looks like he's trying to do a power half. Right towards the edge of the mat here, right in the front. 45 seconds left here in the third period, still tied at 2.
And after we had a reversal from Rolfe, an escape and a takedown at 3-1, Rolfe leading Gallus at 145 pounds on mat 1, 1:19 to go, first period.
Basically wrestling right now are all the pigtail matches there. And as we get through these pigtails, then we'll be rolling into all 3 mats as we're going. Reese is going to get called for another technical foul on a clasp. That puts Umbright up now 3-2 with 25 seconds left here in the match. Reese comes in on the body lock, trying to get that takedown. Umbright throws him with a chin whip, but Reese won't have it. He's gonna come up, he's get Umbright on his back. He gets the takedown. He's got Umbright right towards the other mat. Reese from Malacca Faith Christian picks up the fall and moves on.
With 9 seconds to go in the third. 5-3 on mat 1, 145 pounds. Aaron Rolfe, a sophomore, 9-17. He's got the lead, 5-3 over Colton Gallus, a junior from Rock Ridge.
Up next on mat 2 is going to be Brandon Feld, from a junior from Cloquet. He's going to be wrestling Nick Gleiser from Pine City, Hinckley.
On mat 1, Rolfe on top of Gallus with a 5-3 lead, 20 seconds to go here in the first period. Now he's got the cradle, trying to get him. There's the count. There's some back points coming for Rolfe against Gallus. He's got him turned. 9 seconds to go. Don't know if he's going to be able to get him flat. Now able to turn it is Gallus. Final seconds of the period. And it's going to be 3 back points for Aaron Rolfe. So they will go to the next period at 8-3, Rolfe on top. They have not updated the period. I think they're going into period 3.
Mat number 2, Feld gets a quick takedown, 2-0 over Gleiser from Pine City. Feld working on the left-hand side there, trying to keep Feld down on his belly. Gleiser trying to get up to his base.
And again on mat 1, Aaron Rolfe of Hibbing taking on Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge. Rolfe with a 8-3 lead.
Bodenfeld in control right now, throwing on an armbar on the left-hand side, a junior from Cloquet. Gets him turned, no near fall here at the center mat 2. Feld in control here, 2-0 so far.
Minute and a half to go on mat 1. Rolfe from Hibbing leading Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge at 145 pounds. It's a lot of shape-shifting, I should say, trying to get position with the start of the period. Rolfe took the down position. Next up on mat 1 will be at 152, Kellen Gorman Jr. of Rush City Brand versus Hayden Workman from Aiken.
Feld in here leading 4-0, just picked up 2 more near fall here on mat 2. 30 seconds left here in the first period.
1 minute to go in the period here at 1:45.
Feld working on a bar and wrist here. Gleiser, 8-24 sophomore on the season. Feld, 11-12 junior for Cloquet, in control, leading 4-0 here on mat 2.
And we're down to 35 seconds to go on mat number 1. Rolfe with the 8-3 lead, had an ankle, nearly was able to get out and get the reversal, but Gallus has been able to keep control. He has not been able to turn Rolfe, and Rolfe with the advantage. 8-3 as we are down to 15 seconds in the period. Rolfe, as the final 10 seconds are winding down, it does not look like Gallus is going to be able to get him rolled over as the final few seconds tick down on the period. And now Gallus just about got him on the back, but the period will end.
Mat 2, Feld gets a reversal, 6-0, minute 45 to go here in the second period. Thrown in a bar on the right-hand side on Blazer.
And that was period number 2. So they are going to period 3 on mat 1, 145 pounds. Aaron Rolfe of Hibbing with an 8-3 lead over Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge. They'll start the third period both on their feet.
Gleiser on the bottom, mat 2 getting warned for stalling. Feld's trying to set up a wrist tilt here. Gleiser fights it off. Minute 15 left here in the second period. Feld leads 6-0 here at 1:45. Just throwing it out there too, you look at some of these refs, they were talking about it in the coaches meeting, they're all getting gray hair and getting old, so they are continuously always looking for referees to make sure you get out, do your time, get out and help the sport of wrestling or any sport in high school, collegiate. And they need more refs.
Absolutely. No, great plug. And of course, when you look at the region activities, wrestling is one of the early ones. You got boys hockey, girls basketball, boys basketball. It's all coming up. You can always check out brackets at mshsl.org. As over on mat 1, Colton Gallus picking up some points. He's right now Aaron Rolfe leading 9-5, 1:10 to go in the third period. Gallus got a takedown, and now he's got back points. Rolfe has the 9-5 lead, but Gallus has Rolfe on his back. 1 minute to go in the third, right on the edge of the mat here at 1:45, and this could be a heck of a turnaround as Gallus cranks up, and he got him turned again. And Rolf trying to get off the mat, trying to keep himself from the shoulders being flat. 45 seconds to go in the third period. Gallus working extremely hard, got himself nice and flat, and there is a pin for Gallus, trailing in the match, and he gets the pin at 5 minutes and 22 seconds and trailing almost the entire match. Colton Gallus gets a big pin to move on.
Feld going into the third period leads 6-0 here at 1:45. Goes in on a low single pick. Trying to come down and gets his 2 for the takedown. Leads now 8-0 with 1:50 left here in the third period. Now he's working in over on the left side. Throws in a bar on the right.
So Colton Gallus with the win. He'll go to 17-16 on the year. And, you know, Lance, again, you know wrestling more. That was a heck of a turnaround to be trailing and get a pin to move on.
Yep. You're never done until you're done, until the mat gets slapped, and you just keep going.
Coming up next on Mat 1 real quick, we're going to go to 152 pounds. Kellen Gorman Jr. from Rush City Bram versus Hayden Workman of Aiken. Lance taken away here, period 3 on Mat 2.
About a minute left here in the third period. Feld leads 8-0. Gets another takedown, now he's leading 10-0. Minute left.
And as they get a whistle there, Kellen Gorman, we go to Mat 1. Kellen Gorman, a junior from Rush City Bram, 16-25 on the year. He's got the leg of Hayden Workman. Workman, a senior for the Aiken Gobblers, 13-12. Workman in the black singlet, Gorman in the blue singlet, as they are just underway on Mat 1, period number 1 at 152 pounds for this opening round.
Blazers set here on mat number 2. Feld leads 10-1 here in mat number 2 with 50 seconds left here to go in the third period. On deck, mat 2, it's going to be Connor Morcom, a sophomore. He will be facing Trevor Von Bethorst from Hibbing.
And we're going to get a stalemate on Mat 1 with a minute to go in the first period. And Lance, let's take you through the final 30 seconds here of Mat 2.
Feld's pretty much controlled this whole match here on mat number 2, leading at 10-1 with 25 seconds here to go. Keeping everything tight and pressure and flat on the mat, working on both sides of Blazer. Blazer back up to his base. Feld throws a hook in on the right side. Keeps pressure in. Trying to look for that near side cradle, and there he does. He's got Blazer and a cradle. 5 seconds left. He's not gonna get any near fall as there was no control. And that will be the match. Feld 10-1 over Blazer, and he moves on.
On Mat 1, just as that one was ending on Mat 2, Hayden Workman with a great hip toss, and he got Kellen Gorman down on his back, and then moments later the pin as Hayden Workman, we went from scoreless to a pin in a minute 41 as Hayden Workman, a lot of jostling. He got the hip toss, and it was a big crash to the net by Gorman, and Workman got him right to his back, went to work and had the pin. Workman advances with a 14-12 record for the Aiken Gobblers, sending Gorman on to the other one. Next up on Mat 1, we're going to go to 160 pounds. And it'll be Ethan Golden, a junior from Proctor Hermantown. He'll be in the black singlet, taking on Damian Torgerson, a senior from Pine City, Hinkley Finlayson. Torgerson 24-19 on the year, Golden 2-19 as they're underway on Mat 1. Lance, what do we have on Mat 2 again?
Mat 2, we got Markham from Rockridge facing Von Bethorst from Hibbing, a senior. Sorry for the delay. The names are not coming up fast enough on my screen here, so I apologize again. On mat number 2 at 152 pounds, Connor Morcom, a sophomore, 9-6 from Rockridge in the black singlet, facing Trevor Von Bethorst, a senior, 4-2 from Hibbing.
Over on Mat 1, Damian Torgerson got a quick takedown. He's up 2-0, and he's got Ethan Golden on his back for Proctor Hermantown. As we near a minute gone in the first period, it's 2-0 and Torgerson in control, and there's the pin in 59 seconds. Damian Torgerson, the senior for Pine City Hinkley Finlayson, will advance at 160. Up next, At 170 will be Jace Preston from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson taking on Evan Hansen, a freshman from Hibbing.
Markham on mat 2 here, leading 4-1 over Von Breathorst with 30 seconds left here in the first period. Von Breathorst went up for a stand-up and tried to get an escape, and got to the edge of the mat there, but got pushed out. So now he's going to get set here at the center of the mat, again trailing 1-4.
On mat number 1, Evan Hansen, a freshman, 3-9 for Hibbing in the blue singlet. In the green, Jace Preston, Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. He's a junior, coming in at 22-19.
15 seconds left here on mat 2. Markham from Rockridge leads 4-1.
Early takedown in mat 1 for Jace Preston for the Dragons.
Here in mat 2, that's after the first period.
On mat 1, first period, they are 30 seconds in. It's 2-0 in favor of Preston from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. First round matches here, Section 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament on yourliveevent.com. Thanks for joining us, folks.
Von Breathorst here on mat 2, up for a stand-up. Markham takes him back down, still in control, leads 4-1. Thank you, Ann, for the commentation. We would try to zoom in those mats a little bit, but that's about the best view that we got as far as all wrestling action here. We're going to try to keep the whole mats up. But again, thank you to everybody listening and watching out there, all high school sports through yourliveevent.com.
3 match full of action, and we have a fall on mat 1 as Jace Preston gets the fall in a minute 18 the fall as Jace Preston, the junior from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson, advances with the win over Evan Hansen from Hibbing. Coming up next on mat 1, we'll go to 182 pounds, Jared Yates, a sophomore from Mora, versus Kalen Kimball, a freshman from Rock Ridge. As we've got Yates 20-19, a sophomore from Mora, and Kalen Kimball from Rock Ridge 12-18 as a freshman. They both wear black singlets. The score on the red will be Mora's Yates, and the green will be Kimball from Rock Ridge.
Markham from Rock Ridge leads 4-1 still over Von Breathorst, and Von Breathorst in for a sit-out switch, trying to get up, but Markham stays in control there and takes him back down. 45 seconds left here in the second period. Working on that near side. Markham still in control over Von Breathorst. 30 seconds left here in the second period. Again, leads 4-1 here on mat 2. We are wrestling at 152 here. And these are all the pigtail matches here so far between mat 1 and mat 2. So they're going to be bouncing a little bit. And again, just be patient with us as far as names and mats, as we are juggling through track wrestling here and just trying to keep up to date with names. We will give you full wrestling coverage all day long here at Section 7 AA Individual Wrestling Tournament here.
On mat 1, 55 seconds into the first period, and Jared Yates gets the takedown over Kalen Kimball, so it's 2-0. And now getting some back points on mat 1. Yates has Kimball turned around, and Kimball able to get himself back to his base. 3 near fall points for Jared Yates, the sophomore from Mora, up 5-0, now 8-0. Got near fall points twice, 8-0, Yates in front, 33 seconds ago in period number 1. Back to mat 2.
Markham took the down position going into the third, leading 4-1, but Von Breathorst tries to throw the cradle in, but Markham gets a reversal. There's a potentially dangerous. I'm going to stop. Minute 42 left here in the third period. Markham did not get the full control for the reversal, so it is still 4-1. Markham's in the down position. Von Breathorst rides from the right-hand side.
And we have a fall on mat 1 as Mora's Jared Yates gets the pin in a minute 58. First period pin right at the end. A minute 58, Jared Yates gets the pin to advance over Kalen Kimball.
Von Breathorst puts a crossface in, working into a butcher or a crucifix, jumps over to the other side, hooks up a cradle. He's got a cradle on Markham, minute 16 left here in the third period. Trying to get some near fall and try to hook it up. Markham just fighting that cradle off. Doing a good job. Now he hooks the leg on the inside. Von Breathorst getting a little bit high and getting a little sloppy. He throws in a power half. Trying to get some near fall, trailing 4-1.
We are nearing the end of the pigtail matches and the quarterfinals, so then Noah will actually be able to get in on the action over on mat 3 as the next scheduled match on mat 1, we will get into the quarterfinals. So Lance, go ahead and take this here for mat 2.
Markham gets a reversal here, leads 6-1 here with 40 seconds left here in the third period at 1:52. Markham from Rockridge, again a sophomore, 9-6, wrestling Trevor Von Breathorst here on mat 2, a senior from Hibbing, record 4-10. Markham throws in that crossface, trying to get into a cradle there, but just throws on the crossface and he's going to hold off. He's got about 20 seconds left here in the third period, leading and in control.
Sometimes, Lance, when you're in control like that, you want to play it a little careful just so you don't get caught and turned?
Correct. You don't want to give up 2 for sure, but you just kind of you don't want to get caught for stalling either. That'll be it. After the third period, Markham from Rockridge is going to move on. Connor Markham.
So now as we shift to the quarterfinals and the 3-man, again for the folks watching mat 1, top left corner, mat 2, top right corner, mat 3, bottom right corner, and Noah Caruso will be getting in on the action there on mat 3, so we'll bounce back and forth between the 3 mats. Make sure you know who's wrestling on which match, and Lance, being our wrestling guru, can point out which ones we should be highlighting throughout the day. We're at the Section 7 AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. Thanks to Rush City and Activities Director Lee Rude. He was just outstanding in helping us get set up and squared away to bring you, our action today all day long.
Here on mat 2, Quinn Schnebel, a senior from Proctor Hermantown, 15-24. Facing Trevor Snitzinger from Grand Rapids, a senior, 14-17. Snetzinger getting in on the underhook on the right-hand side. Again, a little bit of pummeling going down. Snetzinger in on a fireman's, trying to come around, gets his 2.
Looks like we'll have 2 matches, this match and 1 more on mat 2 before we get to our quarterfinals.
Snetzinger in control, working on a 2-on-1 on the left-hand side, keeping the pressure down on Schnabel. Minute 15 left here in the first period. Snetzinger throws in a crossface, trying to roll a wrist. Jumps to the other side. Now he's going to work it into a little bit of a cradle. He's going to try to post an arm. Does not, curling him up. Schnabel gets out for a sit-out. Snetzinger follows nicely, hooks that leg. Keeps it tight to the near side. Schnabel up to his feet, trying to get an escape. Nice mat return by Snetzinger. Again, Snetzinger there in the black singlet from Grand Rapids leads 2-0 here with 45 seconds left here in the first period. Another sit-out attempt for Schnabel, and as he comes around, he is out, scrambling around, gets the reversal for 2. Tied up at 2 with 30 seconds left here in the first period. Snetzinger goes for a roll. There he gets his reversal, so Snetzinger leads now 4-2 with 15 seconds left here in the first period. Again, Snetzinger, a senior from Grand Rapids, wrestling Schnabel, a senior from Proctor Hermantown. Snetzinger rolling a wrist, trying to roll them both. And that's it. After the first period, Snetzinger from Grand Rapids leads 4-2. We are in the 170-pound class, pigtail matches.
And it looks like you've got 1 more after this. Bradley Tanner from Piers and Ethan Perotti from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson.
Snetzinger underhooks on the left-hand side. Comes back, hooks on the right, drops down to a kneecap single. Nice single. Leads now 6-2. Throws in a half on Schnabel. Try to get him on his back. And he does. Schnabel does a good job bridging and rolling through, but leaves that one arm behind. That could be it. Minute 30 left here in the second. Snetzinger just kind of sitting back. There's the fall. Snetzinger picks up a fall in the second period. Total time is 2 minutes, 33 seconds. Fall for Snetzinger.
One more first round match, and then we'll get to 3 mats and the quarterfinals. Final preliminary match here, 182 pounds. Bradley Tanner, a freshman from Piers. Ethan Perotti, a sophomore from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. Tanner 5-12 on the year. Perotti 15-24.
And they're going to get ready to shake hands. And again, this is the 182-pound match. Not much going on here. This could be a little bit slower tempered as they're trying to find the inside position here. Minute 35 left here in the first period. Still no score here at 182.
Like the Tanner's teammates are all laying down on the mat 3, checking it out and rooting on their teammate here in the preliminary rounds.
And trying to go with a Russian arm drag. Gets back in behind for a body lock. And 2 for the takedown.
That's Perotti from, yep, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Ethan Perotti gets the takedown in control. Tanner trying to set up a Granby with 45 seconds left here in the first. Trying to come around. Perotti doing a good job keeping stretched out over the shoulders of Tanner. Get Perotti leads right now 2-0. 30 seconds left here in the first period. Tanner trying to pop his head and get out for 1. And there he does. He gets it to escape. So it's 2-1 Perotti over Tanner. Headlock. Roll through. Perotti trying to stay in control, but Tanner's jumping over the head again. No points yet awarded. Still kind of neutral, and they are. They're going to be a neutral, no score. So it is 2-1 going into the second period. Perotti leads. Perotti's choice, he's going to take down position.
So Tanner won that toss and deferred. Lance, talk about the strategy for that real quick.
A lot of it is just who's in the lead, and a lot of times if he's a well-conditioned wrestler, you want to take the control at the end. So you want to basically gas out or wear out your opponent in the second period.
So if you defer, then you automatically have the choice for the third, I would believe.
Yep, correct. Right now, 2-on-1 by Tanner as he's right on the left-hand side of Perotti. Keeping his hips tight.
And Perotti's got the 2-1 lead here in period 2. Quarterfinals, all 3 mats in action next.
Nice mat return by Tanner. Perotti back up to his feet, trying to get an escape right at the edge of the mat. And then Tanner's going to get warned for stalling as he was pushing Perotti out of the mat and not keeping him in the circle. So there's a warning against Tanner. Perotti gets set. Tanner rides on the left-hand side. Perotti right up to his feet right away. Perotti trying to clear his hips, getting hand control. Tanner trying to get him back down, but Perotti gets an escape. So it's tied up at 2 here with a minute. Perotti leads now 3-1. 3-1 with a minute left here in the second period. Perotti in the black and green singlet. Tanner in the black and white singlet from Pierce. Tanner tried to do a headlock, but a body lock takedown attempt by Perotti. Still no control yet, but Perotti drops down to a single, takes Tanner to his back. Tanner still has the head of Perotti and going to give up that 2. Perotti throws in a half Nelson on the right-hand side, trying to pressure his hips in, get Tanner turned, but Perotti leads now 5-1 with 30 seconds left here in the second period. 2-on-1 by Tanner, trying to clear his hips. Trying to get in front position, drops to that single. Perotti still in control. Short amount of time left here in the second period. That's it. In the second period is now over. Going to the third period here. Parati leads 5-1.
Final preliminary match here, 182 pounds, and then we'll get into the 106-pound quarterfinals.
So Tanner took the down position. Parati chin drop on Tanner. Comes back around, still stays in control. Tanner trying to get a knee slide. Trying to go for a sit out, does not happen. Parati doing a good job keeping everything tight, keeping pressure and hips on Tanner. Minute 30 left here in the third period. Parati leads 5-1 over Tanner from Piers. Tanner now working into a Granby roll, trying to get it set up, but Parati does a good job blocking the hips. There it is, a Granby by Tanner. There's the 2 reversal. Gonna pick up some near fall. Minute 5 left here in the third period. Tried to keep it locked, but now he's gonna have to break and try to get over. Parati has a good chance of getting over the top and getting in control, but Tanner stays in control. Gets his reversal, got his 3 near fall. Now leads 6-5 with 50 seconds left here in the third period. Tanner hooks that leg on the left-hand side. Parati getting up to his feet. 45 seconds left here in the third period. Tanner from Piers leads now over Parati from Pine City.
Another match we see in these preliminaries, Lance, where what a turnaround after trailing most of the match.
For sure, you can pin him anytime, even if you're winning or losing. Tanner's gonna give up a clasping. So that's going to tie it up here with a short amount of time left here in the third period. And there they are, going to stop the match. She'll be 6-6 now. Tanner gives up a clasp to Parati.
Tanner doesn't look like he agrees with that call. Is it a timing thing? Like can you clasp at all, or do you have to release it immediately?
You can barely touch your hands, but depending on the ref, if you touch, even overlap your hands, you're going to get called for it. Parati on that stand-up, trying to get over and trying to get the reversal here, and he does. Tanner comes back up over the top. So they're going to tie it up again. So there's a reversal and reversal. So it should be 8-8 with no time left. They should go into overtime.
And just like that, the final preliminary match, and they get the crowd all fired up with 8-8 tie score.
So in overtime, first one to score here in the fourth period.
They put a minute on.
Yep. Tanner goes in immediately on that double leg. No control, they're gonna have to get after it here. Parati gets heavy on the head, ear to ear, tied up, works into a Russian on the right-hand side. Tanner facing. Parati trying to get position. There goes a leg trip by Tanner. Now he's gonna try to telegraph this headlock. Parati's gonna take him down. That should be it. Parati wins the overtime match here. Again, Parati from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, he's going to be moving on.
What a great match there, and Parati 15-24, Tanner 5-12. The record's going in, and it'll be a tremendous match for the final preliminary match. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will start the quarter-final matches. All 3 mats will be rolling. This is the Section 7 AA Individual Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com.
Gravel products, site development, demolition, and septic systems. Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating, owned and operated by Larry and Kelly Liljenquist. When you need gravel products, site development work, demolition, or septic systems, contact Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating.
Let's get real. Get ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree. where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Here in beautiful central Minnesota, we get to enjoy nature every day. At Mille Lacs Energy Cooperative, we understand because we live, work, and play here too. However, just because you're not in the big city doesn't mean you can't have access to great internet service. Let MLEC Fiber give you the fast and reliable internet you deserve. Check to see if MLEC Fiber is available where you live.
And welcome back, everybody. YourLiveEvent.com with your Section 7AA individual wrestling tournament down here in Rush City.
And there's action on mat 2 and mat 3. Noah Caruso is with us. Noah, take us who you got on mat 3.
Yes, excited to be a part of the action finally. On mat number 3 at 106 pounds, we have Roman McKinney, a sophomore from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, taking on Amia Figueroa, a freshman from Hibbing. And right now, it looks like McKinney going for that single leg takedown and wrapping him up. Tied at 0 right now here in the first period. And it's going to be 2 points for the takedown for McKinney.
Mat 2, Lance?
On mat 2, Gage Benz from Rock Ridge facing Kevin Feld from the Lumberjacks of Cloquet. Feld leads 2-0.
And on mat 1, top seed Kyle Stengel, sophomore, appears 31-8, taking on Weston Killinan, 7th grader at 8-17 now for the Aiken Gobblers. And Stengel already has Killinan on his back with a 2-point takedown. And Stengel in good position as the top seed here on mat number 1. We'll see if he finishes this one off, and then we'll get back to these other mats as Stengel continues to try to get the fall. Noah, give us up on mat 3.
With 30 seconds left in period number 1, it is still 2-0 in favor of McKinney. And McKinney rapid tournament him around as right on the edge there, still maintaining a leverage. He's on top of his back. McKinney with 15 seconds left to go in period number 1. 2-0, and now a whistle.
Mat 2, Lance.
Mat 2 at 106 pounds. This is Gage Benz from Rock Ridge. He is being controlled by Kevin Feld, an 8th grader from Cloquet.
And on mat 1, Kyle Stengel picked up some back points. He is leading Weston Killinan of Aiken 5-0, 42 seconds to go in the first period. Lance, let's go back to mat 2.
Mat 2, near side cradle by Feld. Attempt, 30 seconds left here in the first period. Feld does lead 2-0.
Mat 3.
And on mat number 3, period number 1 just wrapped up. It is 2-0 in favor of McKinney for Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. And heading into period number 2, Figueroa in the toss, McKinney winning the toss, and it's going to be a down position for Figueroa.
All of these 106-pound quarterfinal matches here in Section 7AA. Lance, wrap up period 1 on mat 2.
Benz tried to do a sit-out attempt there as they did a restart with 10 seconds left here in the first. Feld stayed in control, leading 2-0.
And the final few seconds in period number 1 on mat 1 as Stengel once again has Killinan on his back, and the period will end, and he will not get the fall. 3 more back points. So at the end of 1, top seed Kyle Stengel leading Weston Killinan 8-0. Stengel from Piers, Killinan from Aiken. Noah, mat 3.
And over on mat number 3 is a stoppage here. We got Roman McKinney of Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson taking on Amia Figueroa of Hibbing at the 106 pounds. As we reset, it is now 2-1 in favor of McKinney in the green and black singlet for Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. Now going for the double leg takedown, wrapping him around, and he's able to get the 2 points for the takedown. Now 4-1, McKinney leads.
Feld in the second position here, or second period, took the down position. Nice sit-out attempt. Connor in control on the top there. Minute 40 left here in the second period. Still 2-0 Feld.
Feld from CEC, and then Benz from Rock Ridge. Over on mat 1, a little delay as they get set for period number 2. So let's go back to mat 3, Noah.
At 106, 4-1 now McKinney leading over Figueroa of Hibbing. As McKinney still on top of Figueroa here, as it's been a lot of the match here. He's been able to maintain his leverage and apply pressure, is now looking to wrap on that around that left arm. As it's still now getting a hold of that left arm. See if McKinney make something happen here, but still 4-1 with 30 seconds left. McKinney of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson on top.
Feld on mat 2 here gets a reversal, now leads 4-0 with a minute left here in the second period.
Just starting period 2 over on mat 1. Kyle Stengel of Piers leading 8-0 over Weston Killinan of Aiken, and Stengel was in the down position to start period number 2. Let's go back to mat 3. Noah?
Now with 4-1, McKinney leads and wrapping him around, looking for the takedown, and still now on top of Figueroa here with 10 seconds left to go in period number 2. McKinney sitting at 24-8 on the season for Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. This is the 106 pounds here in the quarterfinals, and that is the end of period number 2. McKinney heads into the final period of 4-1 over Figueroa of Hibbing.
On mat 1, Kyle Stengel has Killinan on his back, leading 10-0 in the second period. Let's go to mat 2.
25 seconds left here. Feld leads 4-0 over Benz from Rock Ridge. Off the mat they go. They're going to restart here in the second period. Benz in the down position. Feld again leading 4-0.
We've got some blood time on mat 1, so Lance, take us to mat 2 here, end of the second period.
Sit out attempt by Benz, but 2-on-1 by Feld, staying in control, keeping the hips tight, hooked in on the right-hand side of Benz. Benz flattens out. Feld throws in a crossface. Tries to hook up a cradle right at the end here of the second period. Feld again from Cloquet leading 4-0 over Benz from Rock Ridge.
And on mat number 3 and period number 3 with 30 seconds in, as McKinney was just able to get reversal points. So it's 6-1. McKinney of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson leading over Figueroa of Hibbing. And again, just maintaining his leverage on top there as he can looking to just see this one through with 1:15 to go in period number 3. As McKinney putting his arm around, looking for that right arm. Now going, trying to wrap around the wrist of the left arm and keeping him down with a minute to go here in period number 3.
A little bit of blood time here on mat number 2.
They're still working on the blood time on mat number 1. There's one more quarterfinal that we were looking at with Nelson for Mora, Stratton Nelson, and then Tucker Gould, the number 2 seed from Rush City Bram. I don't see that up on the mat assignment, so I would assume they'd do that before they go up a class. Maybe not?
No, they just kind of roll with it.
Gotcha.
It's a lottery system here at Section 7 AA.
See, then, as long as I know that, because I was getting confused, like, hey, how come I'm not seeing this one match? But see, Lance, that's why you're our wrestling guy. You know all this. Let's go to you at mat 2.
Oh, for sure. Going in neutral position here in the third period. Feld leads 4-0 here, but he drops back to a sprawl, working into near side, trying to come around with a takedown. Right now, Benz trying to keep control of that, looking into either a Kelly or a Fireman's. Ooh, nice shuck. Nice shuck by Feld. Leads now 6-0 with a minute 30 left here in the third period.
And just wrapping up here on mat number 3, it is going to be Roman McKinney moving on with a 6-2 victory over Figueroa.
Over on mat 1, a tech fall. 16-1, Kyle Stengel advances, defeating Weston Killinan. 16-1, a tech fall in 3:15.
Minute left here in the third period. Again, Feld still leads 6-0 over here at 106 pounds over Benz, Gage Benz from Rock Ridge.
And just a quick preview for mat number 3. It's going to be 113 pounds next up. Ben Mashheimer, an 8th grader from Hibbing, taking on Joey Seeley, a sophomore from Grand Rapids, in quarterfinal action at 113 pounds.
On deck, mat 2, it will be Aiden Thiessen from Cloquet facing Emerson Umbright from Rush City Bram. That's on deck, mat 2.
And on mat 1 at 113 pounds, Grayson Bennett, an 8th grader, 21-17 from Rock Ridge. And he is taking on Lincoln Starr, a freshman, 20-12 from Malacca Faith Christian. And they're both wearing black singlets. The green for my take, so I can lock that in, is Starr, and the red is Bennett. Just underway at 113 as Bennett will get an early takedown for a 2-0 lead. Lance, let's wrap up this 106-pound match at mat 2.
Ben's in the down position right now, trailing 6-0 to Kevin Feld from Cloquet. Feld just keeping everything down and just trying to get the last 10 seconds under his belt here. Again, Feld hooks on the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, I'm sorry. Working on a 2-on-1. Sit-out attempt again by Gage Benz. Gage Benz falls to Kevin Feld here on mat 2 from Cloquet.
And over on mat number 3, we are 1 minute into period number 1. Seeley leads 2-0 over Mashheimer with the takedown, and now just putting all of his weight on top of him, trying to go for the right arm there, now trying to flip him over.
Wrestling here on mat 2, it's going to be Aiden Thiessen from Cloquet facing Emerson Umbright and Rush City Bram. That is mat 2. Rush City Bram in the blue singlet, Cloquet in the dark purple.
Over on mat 1, Grayson Bennett, 8th grader of Rock Ridge, leading Lincoln Star, Malacca Faith Christian. 20 seconds to go, first period, 2-0. Right now, Bennett, he's got the control, got the 2 points with the takedown. Just sitting nice and tight is Lincoln Star as we reach the final 10 seconds of the opening period. Now trying to get a quick slide escape was Star. And the final 3 seconds, the first period will come to an end on mat 1 with Grayson Bennett of Rockridge leading Lincoln Star 2-0 at 113 pounds. To mat 3, Noah.
And on mat 3, a near fall for Seeley, but just saved by the bell is Mashheimer. 5-0 in favor of Seeley of Grand Rapids.
Here on mat 2, Umbright trailing 2-0 from Rush City. The cradle attempt by Thiessen. Here on mat 2, working right at the edge. He's got about a minute left here in the first period to get something done. Off the mat they go. Restart.
It's a couple of 8th graders, and boy, Thiessen 24-4 I see on the year.
Yep, and he's wrestling. This is 113 pounds here at mat 2.
Over on mat 1 at 113 pounds as they get ready to start period number 2. Looked like the who won the toss deferred. Right now, Lincoln Star. And it looks like they've switched the scoring. It showed 2-0 in favor of Bennett all through the first period. And now as they get ready to start the second period, they need to update the score. So it is actually 4-1 Lincoln Star, freshman 20-12, leading Grayson Bennett, 8th grader 21-17 coming in. As it is 4-1 Lincoln Star after the first period at 113.
Just a quick update on mat number 3. It was Joey Seeley getting the fall here in the second period, so he is able to move on. Next up on mat 3, it's going to be Cash Fussy, the freshman of Pierce, taking on Nolan Campbell, a senior of Rock Ridge at 120 pounds.
On mat 2 with a half Nelson, Umbright leads 2-0 over Aiden Thiessen from Rush City.
Stay with that one, Lance.
Umbright trying to get that fall, and there he does here at 113 on mat number 2.
We are underway on mat number 3. It's Fussy going for the double leg takedown there right away. Or excuse me, Campbell for Rock Ridge, and now trying to flip him around. 2-0 for the takedown as Campbell for Rock Ridge on top. This is 120 pounds here in the quarterfinal.
And over on mat 1 at 113, we're 40 seconds into period number 2. Right now, Lincoln Star for Malacca Faith Christian leading Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge 4-1, and now on the back with the cradle as Star looking for the fall. He got a quick move around, so he got those hips around, and now with a minute to go in the second period, he has Bennett on his back. Bennett 21-17. There's going to be near fall points as Bennett was able to get turned, but 3 near fall points as Lincoln Star now leads 7-1 in the second period. 45 seconds to go on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, just starting off here, Asher Brennan from Grand Rapids, a 27-9 sophomore, facing Braxton Peets, a sophomore of 24-11 from Pine City. Pine City in the black and green, and Asher Brennan in the black and orange.
Quick update from over on mat number 3. It is going to be a fall victory for Nolan Campbell of Rock Ridge, getting the win over Cash Fussy. As looking ahead to the next matchup at 126 pounds, Anthony Graves of Rush City Bram and Dutch Hedblum of Rock Ridge in just a moment.
Wrapping up mat number 1, final seconds of the second period. Lincoln Star is leading as Bennett gets an escape. Grayson Bennett for Rock Ridge gets a point right at the end of the second period. So they are going to the third 113-pound quarterfinal. Lincoln Star, Malacca Faith Christian leading Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge 7-2 as they will start standing for period number 3. Lance, on to mat 2.
On mat number 2 with a minute left, still no score here at 120. Brennan trying to get in on a double leg. Brought right up by Peets. Peets looking for a whizzer throw. Body lock by Asher Brendan. Short amount of time here on mat 2, 40 seconds. And they're both scrambling around. Looks like Brendan's going to get the takedown here. 30 seconds left here in the first period.
Just quick update from mat number 3 at 126 pounds. Anthony Graves, a freshman from Rush City Bram, taking on Dutch Hedblum, a sophomore from Rock Ridge. 2-1 now the score in favor of Hedblum from Rock Ridge, as both wrestlers are out of bounds, so we reset.
Over on mat 1, 2 points awarded. Got a takedown for Lincoln Star. 1:08 to go, third period. Star leading Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge, 113-pound quarterfinal. It's 9-2 in favor of Star with 1 minute to go. He's got the headlock, trying to keep the weight on the head. And now there's going to be an escape. Grayson Bennett able to escape. It's 9-3 with 48 seconds to go in the third period.
In the second period here, mat number 2, Asher Brennan gets the toss, and he's going to stay down in the down position, leading 2-0 over Braxton Peets.
And over on mat number 3, 50 seconds to go, 4-1, Hedblum leads, as was able to get a couple of takedowns here as he's able to maintain this lead. Now looking for the flip over here, and now as he's got leverage there, 4-1 with 30 seconds to go on mat number 3.
Final 17 seconds here in mat 1. It's period 3. Lincoln Star leading Grayson Bennett 9-3 as they're off the mat. They're going to both be standing. We'll keep it here for these final 11 seconds in this 113-pound quarterfinal. And Star being the aggressor with the 6-3 lead, trying to make sure that Bennett doesn't get a quick takedown, and there is going to be a takedown for Lincoln Star. Star leading 11-3. That'll be it for that 113-pound quarterfinal. Lincoln Star advances with an 11-3 win and make it 11-4 is the final. 11-4 the final. Lincoln Star over Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge at 113 pounds.
And over on mat number 3, period 1, just wrapping up 7-1. Dutch Hedblum of Rock Ridge leading over Anthony Graves at 126 pounds as we get set here for period number 2.
In the center match here, Asher Brennan leads 2-0 over Braxton Peets. Braxton Peets in the top position. Brennan trying to get a sit out.
Real quick over getting ready for mat number 1 at 120 pounds, quarterfinal. Austin Linder, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Landon Laxo, a junior from Proctor Hermantown. Lance, wrap up this second period here. Good one in mat 2.
Yeah, 30 seconds left here, a close one right now. So far, Braxton Peets is in the top position, trailing 2-0 to Asher Brennan, a sophomore from Grand Rapids. Brennan goes for a shoulder roll and gets a reversal for 2 with 20 seconds left here in the second period. Now leads 4-0 over Braxton Peets.
And over on mat number 3, 1:17 to go in period number 2. Hedblum still leads 9-1 as he is on top looking for that right leg, trying to flip him over. And we'll see if he can get him down for potential near fall here. But 9-1, Hedblum leads here in period number 2.
Lance, give us a quick update on mat 2 and we'll look to mat 1 here.
Going into the third period, Asher Brennan's going to get the choice. He's going to take the top position, leading 4-0 over Braxton Peets.
Quarterfinal again, 120 on mat number 1. Austin Linder, senior, 22-11 from Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Landon Laxo, a junior, 23-20 from Proctor Hermantown. No score, 115, and now we just got the takedown for Linder from Malacca Faith Christian. He has a 2-0 lead on Laxo, and that is with 1:05 to go in period number 2.
And just a quick update on mat number 3. Dutch Hedblum was able to get the fall over Anthony Graves of Rush City Bram. Next up is going to be Caden Sweeney, 8th grader from Hibbing, and Justin Job, a junior from Grand Rapids.
Justin Job there on mat 3, a returning state entrant from last year.
On mat 1, we're 45 seconds left in period number 1, and Austin Linder still leading 2-0 with the top position over Landon Laxo from Proctor Hermantown over near the edge. So get called off 30 seconds to go in that one to mat number 2 with 1 minute to go in the third period, Lance.
Asher Brennan still leads 4-0. Staying in control, throws into crossface. Braxton Peets trying to get back up to his base. Again, 50 seconds left here. Asher Brennan from Grand Rapids leads 4-0.
Over on mat number 3, we are underway here. 2-0 already in favor of Job of Grand Rapids. As, again, maintaining leverage on top, looking to flip him over here. And Job sitting at 34-5 on the season, the junior Grand Rapids. Good display here early on here in period number 1.
Over on mat 1, an escape for Landon Loxo of Proctor Hermantown, and right here at the end of period number 1, it'll be 2-1, Austin Linder leading Landon Loxo. And it's going to be the choice of Linder. He is going to defer to mat 2.
Short amount of time left here. Again, Asher Brennan from Grand Rapids is leading and will win here at 120. Going to move on 4-0 victory over Braxton Peets, a sophomore from Pine City.
And over on mat number 1, it was Job able to get a pin in 1 minute and 17 seconds over Sweeney of Hibbing. So Job moving on as we will get set here. Looking ahead to what's next, it's going to be Raleigh Steinbrecher, a sophomore from Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Landon Umbright, a senior from Rush City Bram.
And now up on mat number 2, it's going to be Liam Hennessy, a freshman from Piers of 21-10 record. He's going to be facing Cooper Shadeen from Mora, 20-16 sophomore.
Over on, sorry, go ahead.
Mora in the blue singlet. And in Piers, their infamous white and black singlet here on mat number 2.
Over on mat 1, a good one here at 120 pounds as Austin Linder leading 2-1 over Landon Loxo. Linder from Malacca Faith Christian, Loxo from Proctor Hermantown, both black singlets. Linder has the one with some of the red on it as they're out on the outside edge of the mat. Still neutral, now they have 2 points for Loxo, or another point for Loxo, so now it's tied up 2-2 with 1 minute 15 to go in period 2.
Hennessy and Shadeen, a good one here at mat number 2. Hennessy working on top, trying to get a heavy front headlock in. Shadeen goes in for a shot. Sprawling back is Hennessy. Minute 5 left here in the first period. Still no score. Front headlock by Hennessy.
And over on mat number 3, 1 minute in, 7-0 Umbright of Rush City Bram on top of Rolly Steinbrecher. As now both wrestlers just locking up here, and 7-1 now as he was able to get back up the escape for Steinbrecher. But 7-1, Umbright leads a 41-4 record on the season.
Hennessy on mat 2 here gets a takedown over Cooper Shadeen. 2-0.
And a delay. The Malacca Faith Christian coach brought up something with the official, and looks like they were wrestling without the clock running on mat number 1. So they've got to correct that as we're getting that set, and it's 2-2. They're going to stop the clock. There's 54 seconds to go in the second period. Austin Linder, Malacca Faith Christian, Landon Loxo of Proctor Hermantown tied up at 2. A good one there here on mat number 1 for the final 47 seconds. Lance, take us through end of first period in mat 2.
With short amount of time left here in the first, Liam Hennessy has Shadeen on his back, picking up some near fall. Has a deep half in. Shadeen doing a good job keeping the shoulder up.
And just wrapping up in period number 1 at 138 pounds, Landon Umbright of Rush City Bram up 9-1 over Ollie Steinbrecher, Malacca Faith Christian.
Hennessy leads now going into the second period, 5-0 here on mat number 2. Shadeen defers the call. Hennessy's going to take the down position.
Final 15 seconds of period number 2. They are off the mat. 120 pounds and a real good one here. Austin Linder, senior from Malacca Faith Christian. Landon Loxo, a junior from Proctor Hermantown, tied at 2 here at the end, towards the end of the second period, and trying to get, and there's going to be 2 points for Loxo. Loxo gets a takedown right at the end of the second period. They will go to the third. Loxo leading Linder 4-2 at 120 pounds on mat number 1, and Linder gets up a little bit. He gets up grimacing as they get ready for period 3.
Hennessy on mat 2 here, struggling to get anything going from the down position. Shadeen doing a good job keeping all the pressure on Hennessy, but Hennessy leads 5-0 here in the second period.
And 2 minutes and 34 seconds is all needed for Umbright to get the pin fall over Steinbrecher, Malacca Faith Christian. So he'll be moving on to the semifinals. The senior from Rush City Bram, London Umbright.
Looks like we have an injury timeout. As I said that Austin Linder from Malacca Faith Christian, he got up grimacing. He is out off the mat talking to the coach. An injury timeout, so we go to mat 2.
And Shadeen gave up a loss of control here to Hennessy as he comes around and tries to get a reversal. Now it's 7-0 here, Hennessy over Shadeen from Mora. Minute left here in the second period. Working on an arm bar, does not get any near fall, is Hennessy from Piers. This is a 126-pound match.
And these are all quarterfinal matches happening right now. All three mats in action here. Section 7AA individual wrestling tournament. More of the section champs on the team side heading to state next week. That's back-to-back years, correct, Lance?
You are correct. Coach Tom did a good job again with the Mustangs, and they are heading back down to represent as a team Section 7AA.
Again, you can always go to the MSHSL website and check out all the brackets for this region and these sections for the upcoming tournaments.
And again here, coming down to the last 10 seconds of period 2, Hennessy leads 7-0 over Cooper Shadeen.
They are still working on mat 1. Austin Linder took the injury timeout. Again, Landon Loxo of Proctor Hermantown. Loxo, as the injury time is winding out, it's winding down. 4-2, Loxo in the lead, and Linder a little bit hobbled coming back, but he's going to give it a go here as they are getting set with the injury timeout. They are getting ready for period number 3, and now they have to get the clock figured out as they started wrestling, and the official didn't realize that the clock had not been set up, and the guys at the table were trying to get the official's attention before he blew the whistle to start, so they have another little delay there. Give us what's just underway, another match on mat 3, Noah.
Yeah, at mat number 3, 160 pounds, Caleb Sahlstrom, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Gavin Flanagan, a sophomore from Rock Ridge, as Flanagan will be in the black with a green tint singlet, and in the red and the black it's going to be Sahlstrom of Malacca Faith Christian. And early on here in period number 1, these two wrestlers just with the collar lock, just feeling each other out. A minute 20 left in period number 1.
To mat 2.
And mat number 2, going into the third period, it was Shadeen's choice, but he gave up a takedown to Hennessy, and Hennessy's been in control now here, just picking up some more near fall, but brings the score now 11-0 with a minute left here in the third period.
And
Piers
we go
from
to
Hennessy in the lead.
Sorry, Lance. Go to mat 1 where they are underway now, third period, and a potentially dangerous call made as Landon Loxo from Proctor Hermantown, a 4-2 lead over Austin Linder from Malacca Faith Christian. Real good match here, quarterfinals at 120. Loxo in top position with a 4-2 lead here as they are just underway in period number 3 on mat number 1, and now trying to get the turn, and Linder trying to get him on the back. The count barely started, but no near fall points as Linder was able to turn himself back. Minute 35 left in the third period, and it's 4-2 in favor of Landon Loxo. Noah on mat 3.
With 35 seconds to go in period number 1, still tied at 0, but it is going to be 2 points for the reversal for Sahlstrom of Malacca Faith Christian. So he's on top 2-0, and now looking to flip him over here as 2-0, and now potentially going for the near fall here. He's got him back down, but just see if he can get that left shoulder down. But 2-0 for right now for Sahlstrom.
At the end of mat 2 here, Liam Hennessy picks up the victory and moves on here from Piers over Cooper Shadeen. On deck at mat 2 here, up next will be Derek Stengel, a senior from Piers, 28-8. And he'll be facing Frank Betters, a sophomore from Pine City Hinckleston, and that is up here on mat 2.
And on mat 1, 45 seconds to go. We'll keep it here for the rest of this one. Landon Loxo still leading 4-2 over Austin Linder. Loxo has top position, 35 seconds to go in the third period, 4-2. Trying to get that escape or reversal as Linder, but Loxo's done a very nice job keeping control. Now he's going to grab the ankle. He's trying to get him turned around, and they go off the mat just as Linder was going to try to roll him over. They'll bring him back to the middle. Linder battling and hobbled. Took an injury timeout between periods 2 and 3, and Loxo has been in the top position, trying to potentially ride this out in this 120-pound quarterfinal. 24 seconds to go. Loxo on the top, leading 4-2, and again we see Linder looking to get a roll. We'll get the update from mat 3 right after this ends. 10 seconds to go. Period 3, Loxo with the 4-2 lead. He's trying to turn him, and now Linder rolls through it, and he's going to get, is he going to get awarded the reversal? 2 seconds to go, 1, and no points. They'll give him 1 for the escape, but he does not get the reversal, and that means Loxo gets the quarterfinal win, 4-3 at 120 pounds. Noah?
Just a quick update from mat number 3 as that was wrapping up at 160 pounds. Sahlstrom getting a 2-minute, 30-second fall victory over Flanagan of Rock Ridge. So Sahlstrom of Malacca Faith Christian moving on. And then looking ahead here to 170 pounds, Clay Anderson, a senior of Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Jesse Eklund of Rush City Bram.
On mat
wrap up
2,
two.
Derek Stengel from Piers leads at 4-2 here. 25 seconds left here in the first period over Frank Betters.
On mat 1, real quick, we're going to have John Pilarski, 126 pounds. John Pilarski, sophomore from Aiken, versus Cooper Lucarelli, an 8th grader from Proctor Hermantown. Lance, finish up mat 2 here.
Hennessy is still in control here, 4-2 over Betters. Tied up year to year. End of the first period comes to an end.
And just an update on mat number 3, we are underway with Clay Anderson of Malacca Faith Christian and Jesse Eklund of Rush City Bram. These two wrestlers just locking up right now, just feeling each other out here in the early goings of period number 1.
On mat 1 underway, sophomore John Pilarski of Aiken, 21-15, taking on Cooper Lucarelli, an 8th grader, 27-17 from Proctor Hermantown at 126 pounds. Pilarski gets the early takedown for the 2-0 lead, both in black singlets. Of course, Pilarski for Aiken with the A in the middle of the back. And now some back points here as Pilarski gets Lucarelli, the young 8th grader. He gets him turned, got the headlock. He's driving the legs, trying to get those shoulders locked down. Minute to go in the first period. Lucarelli able to avoid the pin, but not before he gives up 3 back points. And John Pilarski for the Gobblers up 5-0 with 50 seconds to go in the first period to mat 2.
Still, Stengel leads 6-2 over Frank Betters here from Pine City. Over under on each other, coming back right to the center of the mat. They're going to restart here in neutral. Minute 10 left here in the second period.
Sorry, Lance. Update on mat number 3 as Anderson getting takedown points up 2-0, and now looking for the potential fall here. Referee starting the count and able to get out of it is Eklund of Rush City Bram, but that's going to be a near fall of points for Anderson, the senior from Malacca Faith Christian, as period number 1 comes to an end. 5-0 in favor of Anderson at the 170 pounds.
On
mat number 2, again, Stengel, from Piers, still leads 6-2 over Betters.
And on mat 1, John Pilarski just got another near fall. He got Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown on his back again. First period ends, and John Pilarski, the sophomore, up big, 8-0 on Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown as they get set for period number 2. They'll start standing to mat 2, Lance.
And Derek Stengel from Pierce still leads 6-2 here in neutral position over Frank Betters from Pine City.
Final 20 seconds of that period. It looks like Lance take us through the end of this one.
Just a little bit of working on the inside position, a little bit of a snap again from Stengel, trying to get a chin drop, try to go behind with 10 seconds left here in the second. Not much pressure. Good thing is Betters did a good job controlling that arm of Stengel, so he was not able to get his takedown. So going into the third period, it is 6-2 Stengel.
Mat 3.
1:37 to go in period number 2. Anderson still on top, 5-0 over Eklund of Rush City Bram. And now, after the restart, right on top of him is Eklund of Rush City Bram as he's now on top of Anderson. 5-0 though, Anderson from Malacca Faith Christian on top, and he's looking to maybe get back up and get some escape points here potentially, but flipping him back around close to the out of bounds marker, and they are going to reset out of bounds, but 5-0, Anderson leads for Malacca Faith Christian.
On mat 1, a reversal from Lucarelli. It is 8-2, 1 minute to go, second period. John Pilarski of Aiken leading Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown 8-2. That is at 126 pounds to mat 2.
Derek Stengel still leads 8-2 now over Frank Betters. On deck on mat 2 will be Nathan Trotter from Aiken facing Connor Keith from Grand Rapids. That's on deck, mat 2.
Looks like they're going to have some blood time on mat 2. We'll come back to mat 1 as Pilarski, he got a reversal, so now he's back up by 8. It's 10-2. John Pilarski of Aiken leading Cooper Lucarelli of Proctor Hermantown 10-2 at 126 pounds. 28 seconds to go. Pilarski got some near fall points in the first period. He is trying to get Lucarelli turned around here in period 2. I know you're coming to an end on period 2 over on mat 3, Noah.
After a beautiful reversal by Anderson, he now is up 10-0, and after getting a near fall 10-0, Anderson leads, and now flipping him over This is Eklund of Rush City Bram, 170 pounds with 20 ticks to go here in period number 2. And in this match, it was a couple early takedowns for Anderson that got him the lead and has not let it go since. And now putting all his weight on the back, looking for that right arm. With 10 seconds to go, now trying to get over. And here could be a fall opportunity here for Anderson. See if he starts the count. And he is going to start the count. We'll see. But with 2 seconds to go and 1. Oh, and just stayed there. But 10-0. It's going to be 3 for the near fall, or excuse me, 2 points. So 12-0. Anderson leads heading into period number 3.
On mat number 1, just starting period number 3, John Pilarski of Aiken leading Cooper Lucarelli of Proctor Hermantown 10-2. Lucarelli took the down position. Pilarski has control. He's got the headlock, trying to turn him over. I know on mat 2 we're looking at blood time. They're continuing to work on that. So here on mat 1, 10-2, Pilarski leading Lucarelli at 126 pounds in the quarterfinals. And trying to rake that arm, trying to get those back points. Nothing awarded yet as the official watching closely. 10-2, Pilarski in front, and now they're going to get a reversal. Lucarelli got a reversal. It's now 10-4. Going to the half Nelson, trying to get Pilarski, get his chin down to the mat. And Lucarelli trying to look around. Looked like, I thought for a moment I saw a clasp, but they didn't call it. It is 10-4. Pilarski with the lead, under a minute to go in period number 3. On to mat 2 real quick.
On mat number 2 with about a minute left here in the third period, Derek Stengel still leads 10-2 over Frank Betters.
And on mat number 3 at 170 pounds, Anderson still on top, 12-0. A minute to go here in period number 3 at 170 pounds.
And we're at 126 pounds, and now getting the turnover. Looks like Lucarelli, he's got Pilarski in a bad spot with only 30 seconds to go. He got him turned around, he's got the cradle. Pilarski needs to avoid the pin. He leads 10-4. Pilarski able to sit up. 3 near fall points for Lucarelli. So with 17 seconds to go on mat 1, it's 10-7. Pilarski from Aiken leading Lucarelli. Lucarelli trying to get some back points again, but he might run out of time. Pilarski flattening his body out. Final 3 seconds, and time will come out, and it is going to be John Pilarski of Aiken moving on with a hard-fought 10-7 win over Cooper Lucarelli of Proctor Hermantown. Great match there at 126 pounds.
And now up on mat 2, Nathan Trotter from Aiken with a head-on here with Connor Keith from Grand Rapids. These both wrestlers wrestled each other a few times throughout the season here. Should be a good match here on mat number 2.
Just wrapping up here in period number 3, it is going to be Clay Anderson, the senior, who's going to walk away with the victory here over Jesse Eklund of Rush City Bram, 12-0.
And getting underway on mat number 1, we're at 132 pounds. Jake Neary, a sophomore from Rock Ridge, 13-5, taking on Jackson Klein of Aiken, a junior, at 17-10. Klein with Aiken in the black with a little gray and red on the singlet, and Neary from Rock Ridge with the all black singlet. That is on mat number 1. You're getting underway on mat number 2, Lance.
Here, Trotter and Keith going head to head. Trying to stay in the other position, but it is minute 14 left here in the first period. Still no score here on mat 2.
And mat number 3, new matchup here, this time at 195 pounds. Jack Hansen, a junior, Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Kane Byrne, a senior from Aiken, as this one is about to ready to get underway here at 195 pounds.
So the Gobblers got all 3 mats going right now.
Yeah, they are busy. That's what I tell. It's hard time. They're only got 1 set of eyes, not 6. So it's good luck to the Gobblers here.
Yeah, no kidding. On mat number 1, 40 seconds into the first period, 132-pound match. Jackson Klein of Aiken taking on Jake Neary of Rock Ridge. Couple of crash attempts, but nobody able to lock anything in yet here on mat number 1. Let's get an update on mat 2.
Mat 2, Keith comes in and gets another takedown here. A takedown, the first takedown of the match. 25 seconds left here in the first period over Trotter.
And on mat number 3, Hansen just getting the takedown over Byrne, 2-0. Hansen leads for Malacca Faith Christian at 195 pounds. Kane Byrne. And Lance, I remember you saying that he was a senior this year and just decided to join this year.
First, he's a rookie wrestler this year on mat number 3.
First points just awarded on mat 1 at 132 pounds. Jackson Klein of Aiken gets the takedown over Jake Neary of Rock Ridge. Again, Klein a junior, Neary a sophomore. and it is 2-0 Klein. 30 seconds to go in the first period.
After the first period, Mat 2, Trotter picks up a quick takedown, nice little duck under. Now leads 3-2 over Keith from Grand Rapids. Keith takes a down position. Trotter's going to be riding going into the second.
On mat 3, looks like there might be a little bit of a delay there. No, we'll go to mat 1. 10 seconds to go, first period. Jackson Klein in top position, just trying to get some type of leverage and try to turn Neary, but Neary's just nice and flat, and that's how the first period will end. 132-pound quarterfinal. Jackson Klein of Aiken leading Jake Neary of Rockridge 2-0.
Here on the second mat here, mat number 2, Trotter thrown into half on Keith. Leads 3-2. He throws in the hooks, but Keith is really good with his hips and everything else and able to get out of that half.
No, on mat 3.
And on mat 3, it's now 2-1 after Byrne was able to get escape points. Hansen still on top, 2-1 with 30 seconds to go here, as looks like Hansen and Byrne just locking up here. Collar lock here, just feeling each other out here at 195 pounds. Now going for that takedown, but great awareness by Byrne to avoid the takedown there. So still 2-1 here as period 1 is about ready to come to an end.
And on mat number 1, Jackson Klein and Jake Neary, as Klein got Neary lifted up and put him down hard, and Neary has stayed down, so hopefully he's all right for Rock Ridge, as nothing, not one of those of ill intent, but just the way they were going on the edge of the mat. Jackson Klein got both legs hooked, brought him up, and then Neary went straight down on his back, and Jake Neary for Rock Ridge is hurt. They have the recovery timer right now, the 132-pound quarterfinal. Jackson Klein leading Neary 2-1.
Mat number 2, Trotter throws in a bar and a half. He's got Keith in the center of the mat with 25 seconds left here in the second period. There's the fall for Nathan Trotter, moves on. Fall for Nathan Trotter over Connor Keith from Grand Rapids at 138.
And over on mat number 3, period number 2 underway, 4-2. Hansen leads, but Byrne was just able to get escape point, so it's 4-2. And now going for the hips here is Hansen, looking for that takedown, looking to throw him over, but Byrne maintaining his way. Now here looking for the throwdown, and that is going to be takedown points for Hansen, 6-2. Hansen leads from a lack of faith Christian.
What's coming up here on mat 2, Lance?
Mat number 2, this will be Tanner Moreland, a sophomore, 28-10 from Grand Rapids, facing Derek Prisbilla, a 5'9" senior. Prisbilla was out through half the season here, but now able to come on here towards the end of the season.
Up next on mat 1 will be Cole Grams at 138 pounds. Cole Grams from Aurora versus Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge. They are still attending to Jake Neary, the sophomore from Rock Ridge, after he was taken down flat on his back by Jackson Klein of Aiken. Right now, 2-1. Klein in front as the recovery time clock still going on. Noah, mat 3.
With 49 ticks to go, 6-3. Hansen still leads over Kane Byrne of Aiken, 195 pounds here, quarterfinal matchup. Both wrestlers locking up here early on. Now we're getting out to his back. This is Hansen looking for leverage, looking to throw him down. He does get to takedown points. Hansen now up 8-3 over Kane Byrne, and with 30 ticks to go, expect that Hansen just going to let things play out here as he's got his weight on the back of Byrne.
Mat number 2, Prisbilla got the first takedown, but just a reversal by Moreland. Now Prisbilla gets out for 1, so it's 3-2 Prisbilla with a minute left here in the first period on mat number 2.
And Jackson Klein coming over to check on Jake Neary after the hard takedown, and it looks like Jake Neary will have to bow out due to the injury, and it was one of those where the wind might have gotten knocked out of him, so a lot of different things. He landed flat on his back. We hope the best for Jake Neary as they are continuing to check him out. So we have a little bit of a delay. Jackson Klein for Aiken will move on at 132 pounds to mat 2.
Mat 2, Marlin now leads 4-3. He's got Priscilla in an armbar here right in the center of the mat with 25 seconds left here in the first period.
And over on mat number 3, period number 3 is underway. It is Hansen, former Lack of Faith Christian, up 8-3 over Kane Byrne of Aiken, 195 pounds.
Final seconds, go to mat 2.
All tied up here at mat 2 again, short time here. 4-4, Prisbilla facing on Moreland from Grand Rapids. Moving into the second period here on mat 2. On deck, mat 2, it's going to be Caden Gorman from Rush City facing Jaden Zajac. That is on deck, mat 2. Wrestling now, Tanner Moreland from Grand Rapids facing Tarek Priscilla on mat 2 here. All tied up at 4.
And a nice applause for Jake Neary as they will bring him slowly off the mat, and he's holding his chest from that strong takedown from Jackson Klein as he got a nice hand, and they'll attend to him as we get set on mat number 1 at 138 pounds. It'll be Cole Grams, a sophomore, 5-2 from Mora, taking on Jackson Kendall, a sophomore from Rock Ridge, 32-12. Great match on mat 2. Lance, take it here.
Marlin just got a nice escape, and now another takedown. Now leads 7-4 over Derek Prisvilla from Piers.
Noah, quick update on your match.
Under a minute to go, 12-3. Hansen from Lack of Faith Christian on top of Byrne of Aiken. 50 seconds to go, and seeing it in this one, we are able to see a beautiful reversal into the takedown for Hansen. He has just really been able to maintain control, but escape points there for Byrne. So it's now going to be 12-4, but Hansen well on his way to moving on here in the semifinals.
Let's go to mat 2.
On mat 2 here, Marlin still leads 7-5 over Derek Prisvilla. A minute left here in the second period. This is a 145 pounds.
At mat 1, 138. We are 35 seconds into the first. They are off the mat. Cole Grams from Mora taking on Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge. Grams in the blue singlet, Kendall in the black singlet here on mat number 1. And a great one here, Lance. Let's see you finish this out second period and this great one on mat 2.
Prisvilla coming back up from underneath there, trying to get a reversal, but Marlin takes him back down with a mat return. Now leads. Actually, he got an escape there, I'm sorry. So he now leads 9-5 here in the second period with 25 seconds left to go. Marlin in control, hooks the leg on the right-hand side, keeping everything nice and tight. Prisvilla trying to do a knee slide, trying to clear that right leg. Marlin jumps over the top and gets into that cradle, but Prisvilla with 10 seconds left trying to shake him down. Marlin keeps everything tight. Again, Marlin leads 9-5 here at the end of the second period.
Noah, quick final over there on mat 3.
Yes, it was Jack Hansen, the junior, improving to 24-6 from Lack of Faith Christian, getting the 12-4 victory over Kane Byrne, a senior from Aiken. Looking ahead to the next 195-pound matchup, Keegan Comer, a sophomore from Rock Ridge, taking on Brock Peterson, junior from Mora.
Over on mat 1 at 138 pounds, Jackson Kendall got a takedown, and now he's got Cole Grams on his back, 138 pounds. First period, 20 seconds to go. It's 2-0 Kendall, but now he got the roll. He got Grams on his back. He's got him cradled. Looks like Grams will be able to turn here right at the end of the first period. It's going to be 3 near fall points for Jackson Kendall. Final 5 seconds here of the first period as Kendall will take the lead into the second period, and it looks like they will award a point for Kendall. I think that point should have been awarded to Grams, as it was 1 point for Grams. They will go to period 2, Kendall leading 5-1 on to mat 2.
On mat 2 here, Marlin from Grand Rapids leads 11-6 over Derek Prisvilla. Minute 8 left here in the third period, and this is the 145-pound class. On deck, it's going to be Caden Gorman from Rush City facing Jaden Zajac from Piers. That is on deck, mat 2.
And over on mat number 3, we are underway with another 195-pound matchup. Keegan Comer, a 26-15 sophomore from Rock Ridge, taking on Brock Peterson Jr., who's 24-9 of the season for Mora. Still tied at 0, but looking for takedown points is Peterson for Mora, but maintaining his leverage well is Comer. Expecting a good one here. Now looking for a potential fall opportunity. We've seen Peterson do this before, and he does just that. Brock Peterson taking care of business as he moves on with the fall. And now he's moving on to the semifinals here at 195 pounds.
Minute 16 on that fall. Lance here on period 3 winding down on mat 2.
And Marlin picks up another 3 near fall, now leads 14-7 over Prisvilla. He lets Prisvilla up 1, again 14-7. Tanner Marlin from Grand Rapids gonna go ahead and move on here at the end of the third period. On deck again here on mat 2, it's going to be Caden Gorman. He will be facing Jaden Zajac. As they shake hands, again, congratulations, Tanner Moreland, the sophomore from Grand Rapids, moves on.
On mat number 1, we are a minute in, halfway through period number 2. Jackson Kendall, the sophomore from Rock Ridge, has the lead over Cole Graham, sophomore from Mora. It's 7-1 after another takedown for Jackson Kendall, and now the count had just started right on the edge of the mat. Looking for those back points. Graham able to turn it back around. 138-pound quarterfinal. These are quarterfinal matchups. They will award 2 for Kendall with the back points. 9-1. Kendall on top. 35 seconds left of period 2. Noah on mat 3.
Now on mat number 3, 220 pounds, Patrick Lucier, an 8th grader from Cloquet, Esco Carlton, taking on Kobe Zenz, a senior, 25-5 on the season for Mille Lacs Faith Christian, and Zenz up early here, 2-0. A minute 25 left to go in period number 1.
On mat number 2 at 160, this is Caden Gorman from Rush City in the blue singlet facing Jaden Sajak from Piers, a 7th grader with a record of 25-10.
And on mat 1, they just got the fall. Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge gets the fall in 3 minutes 56 seconds. Kendall defeating Grams from Mora. Up next, we'll go to 145 pounds quarterfinal match on mat 1. Isaac Coolidge, a junior from Rush City Bram, 34-11, versus Brock Folkema of Mora, a junior at 23-13. No on mat 3.
And it's still 2-0. Zenz leads over Lucier. And looking for the arm bar there, Zenz of Mille Lacs Faith Christian. Now they're looking to flip more for potential fall opportunity. Gonna get back points here, but now the fall opportunity here for Zenz. Ref making the count here. At the very least, this will be fall points, but we'll see if he's able to get it done, and does just that. The fall with 38 ticks to go in period number 1. A minute and 22 seconds for the fall for Zenz as he moves on over Lucier of CEC and 220 pounds.
On mat number 2, Garmin trying to get a body lock takedown here, but Sajak trying to face, now he drops down, trying to get the takedown here, still no control yet. And now Sajak gets the takedown from Piers as a 7th grader. 13 seconds left here in the first period. It's going to be 2-0 Sajak from Piers.
On mat number 1, Brock Folkema from Mora got the first 2 points with a takedown. Isaac Coolidge from Rush City Bram got an escape. Now Folkema just recorded another takedown, and we've got blood time here, blood for Isaac Coolidge. Right now it is 4-1, first period 4-1 at 145 pounds. Brock Folkema leading Isaac Coolidge on mat number 1, but they've got blood time. We go back to mat number 3.
And mat number 3, it's the heavyweights underway, 285 pounds. Leonardo Latorno, a junior from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, taking on Clayton Danielson, a sophomore from Grand Rapids. It is 2-0 Clayton Danielson early on here with a minute 20 to go in period number 1 as he is still putting his weight on top of Latorno here. And here with a minute 12 to go, 2-0. Danielson leads for Grand Rapids at 285.
Mat number 2 going into the second period. Jaden Zajac, 7th grader for Piers, leads 2-0 over Caden Gorman, a senior in the down position.
And again, for the folks, mat 1, top left corner, mat 2, top right corner, mat 3, bottom right corner. And thanks to all of those helping us bring you today's coverage of the 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. They're working on the blood time on mat 1. Lance, take us at mat 2 again.
Gorman came up for a stand-up, but Zajac brought him down for a mat return, still staying in tight, keeping the hips tight. Minute 30 left here in the second period. Gorman comes up to again for another stand-up and gets an escape. 2-1 Zajac from Piers leads with a minute 25 left here in the second period.
And over on mat number 3, still 2-0 Danielson over Latorno. Danielson for Grand Rapids, now looking to flip over Latorno here, looking for potential fall opportunity. And the count starts here. We'll see if Danielson can finish with the pin here. With 30 seconds to go, and now just keeping that left shoulder up, and there's going to be the pin. As Danielson for Grand Rapids moving on over Leonardo Latorno from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. Danielson on to the semifinals for Grand Rapids.
Back on mat 1, returning to action as Brock Folkema in the blue singlet Isaac Coolidge in the blue singlet for Rush City Bram. Folkema in the black singlet from Mora. 1 minute to go, first period. It is 4-2, Folkema in front to mat 2.
Zajac gets another reversal, now leads 6-1 over Gorman from Rush City. Zajac got the body lock in, trying to throw in a half and whatnot, but Gorman gets back to his belly. 22 seconds left here in the second period. Zajac still leading 6-1.
What do you got on mat 3, Noah?
And on mat number 3, back to 106 pounds, Stratton Nelson, an 8th grader from Mora, taking on Tucker Gould, a sophomore from Rush City Bram, as that one is well underway here at 106 pounds.
Over on mat 1, we are down to 30 seconds to go in the first period. Brock Folkema from Mora leading Isaac Coolidge 4-2. Real good one here. Folkema 23-13 on the year. Coolidge 34-11. A pair of juniors battling. A couple of crashes here as they're both standing. 15 seconds to go in the first period. Now the headlock and the turn from Folkema, and he's going to get the 2 points for the takedown, and that's going to make it 6-2. Brock Folkema leading Isaac Coolidge. Final few seconds, and that is how the first period will end at 145 pounds. Folkema of Mora leading Coolidge from Rush City Bram 6-2 to mat 2.
Zajac going into the third period picks up 3 near falls, so it was 9-1 at the beginning here. Picks up another reversal. Now it is 11-1. 11-1 Jaden Zajac from Piers over Caden Gorman with a minute 30 left here in the third.
Mat 3.
And with 47 ticks to go, it is Stratton Nelson up 4-0 for Mora. This is 106 pounds, but Tucker Gould on top of Nelson here, and this is the quarterfinal matchup. Nelson defeating Jack London in the last round to get to this point. Winner faces McKinney from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson, and now going for the hip here, looking to flip over here is Gould for Rush City Bram. And now he's on top 4-0 with 20 ticks to go in period number 1.
Why don't you stick with that one here for the final 20 seconds of the first period, Noah?
With 15 ticks to go, and now both wrestlers, and now getting back up is, oh, and there's going to be the takedown points. Or it seems that no points there, but 4-0 still as now Gould looking to close things out here as he has got the exposed back, but that is going to end period number 1 4-0 as Stratton Nelson for Mora leading in this one over Stratton Nelson, that is Tucker Gould. My thing did not refresh, probably. Tucker Gould of Rush City Bram on top of Stratton Nelson here at the end of period number 1.
Over on mat 1, 1:37 to go, and again, they're wrestling, and the clock is not running on mat number 1. It's 6-3. Brock Folkema leading Isaac Coolidge. Period 2 at 145 pounds in the quarterfinals. Folkema 23-13, Coolidge 34-11. 2 real good wrestlers, real good seasons. There's a inside shot taken by Coolidge, but then wrapping around, it's going to be 2 points instead for Folkema as Coolidge missed on the shot, and Folkema was able to run around him. 8-3, Folkema leading period 2 with a minute 10 to go. Lance, update on mat 2.
Mat number 2, victory goes to Jaden Zajac as he had a 11-1 victory over Caden Gorman. On mat number 2, wrestling at 170, Caleb Cook, sophomore from Piers, a 23-8 record. He is facing a 32-8 senior, Tucker Haas from Mora. That's Tucker Haas. Caleb Cook, mat number 2.
And over on mat number 3 with the 1:03 to go in period number 2, Tucker Gould of Rush City Bram on top 8-0 of Stratton Nelson of Mora. And now as he's looking to flip him over, potentially a near fall here, but now just going to maintain his leverage on top and trying to get back up is Nelson, but Gould allowing none of that. And now trying to flip him over here and able to get that right leg with 41 seconds to go in period number 2. Gould looking to close things out here potentially in period number 2.
And on mat number 2, Haas in on a takedown. Nice little scramble here with the first 30 seconds of this first period. Still no score here at 170 between Caleb Cook from Piers and Tucker Haas from Mora.
And on mat 1, just the final 5 seconds of period number 2, Brock Folkema picked up another takedown over Isaac Coolidge, and Brock Folkema with the lead at 10-4 as they will head into the third period at 145 pounds. Folkema Mora leading Coolidge of Rush City Bram at 10-4. Back to mat 2 here, Lance.
Mat 2, Haas gets a takedown and is now leading 2-0. Gives up an escape to Cook, so it's 2-1.
No, on mat 3, they're going into the third.
Heading into period number 3, Tucker Gould on top 8-0 over Stratton Nelson at 106 pounds. Tucker Gould, a 31-11 record for Rush City Bram, taking on Stratton Nelson with 21-18 on the season. Was able to defeat Jack London to get to this point. And now early on here, going for that double leg takedown is Gould, but now getting now for the potential fall opportunity here, but able to keep his back up this time is Stratton Nelson. 1:45 to go in period number 3.
On to mat 1 where there was a reversal for Isaac Coolidge. It's a minute 20 to go, third period, 10-4. Brock Folkema Mora leading Isaac Coolidge of Rush City Bram at 145 pounds. as Coolidge trying to get the armbar and turn it over, and now Folkema with the reversal himself. That's going to make it 12-4. Folkema with a minute to go in the third. Mat 2.
Mat number 2, sophomore Caleb Cook now leads 3-2 over the senior Tucker Haas from Mora. Short amount of time left here in the first period. Tied up now 3-3. 10 to go here in the first period between Cook and Haas here on mat number 2.
Let you finish that one up here, Lance, and then we'll go to mat 1.
Like I said, it's all tied
up. A couple
up.
of crashes and that was it.
A little bit slow again. Both pretty evenly matched kids here.
On to mat 1. We're in the third period. Brock Folkema leading Isaac Coolidge 12-4. We are just 43 seconds left in this third period. Noah, over on mat 3, you're in the third period as well.
Yes, with 50 seconds to go, Gould all over Stratton Nelson right now, 10-0. And with 45 seconds to go, so he's got a hold of both arms here, looking for leverage and able to flip, or trying to flip over Nelson here. And Nelson trying to stay alive here, holding on to that left leg of Gould, but it's been all Gould in this one with 30 seconds to go as he looks to move on to the semifinals to take on Rowan McKinney of Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson.
We'll wrap up mat 1 here, 15 seconds to go in the third period after Coolidge got another escape, another takedown for Brock Folkema. Final 10 seconds of the third period, 145 pounds, 14-5. Folkema will advance at 145. Lance?
Nice little hip throw here by Cook. Haas was getting in on a double leg, did not happen, but Cook is going to get the near fall here also. Now takes a demanding lead over Haas from Mora.
And Noah, yours just ended over at mat 3.
Just got a final 10-0. Tucker Gould, a sophomore from Rush City Bram, moving on in the 106-pound weight class as he defeats Stratton Nelson, an 8th grader from Mora, 10-0. And
coming up next on mat 1 at 152 pounds, we're going to have John Mead, a senior from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson. He is 29-6. He's going to take on Seth Nowak, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian, at 10-9. They are just underway, and that 152-pound match on mat 1. Lance, mat 2.
30 seconds left here in the second period. Cook from Piers leads Tucker Haas 9-3.
And Noah just underway on mat 3.
And now this is the number 1 seed, Carter Young, the freshman, 29-2 on the season for Piers, as he is taking on Anthony Thomas, a freshman from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson at 113 pounds. And right away, it's 2-0 for Carter Young, the number 1 seed at 113 pounds in Section 7AA. As Young just feeling him out here as he's up 2-0. He's able to get a takedown. Now looking for a double leg takedown and see if he's able to bring him down, and does just that. A double leg takedown for Young of Piers. 4-1 now in favor of Carter Young.
Going into the third period, Tucker Haas trailing 9-4. Going to take the town position. Caleb Cook leads again 9-4 over Tucker Haas here, mat number 2, beginning of the third.
On mat 1, John Mead, Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson got the takedown over Seth Nowak, Malacca Faith Christian, both seniors. Mead got the takedown, got 2 back points as well. 50 seconds to go in the first period on mat 1. It's 4-0 Mead, and now he just got him turned over, and he gets the pin. John Mead, Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, the senior, with the pin over on mat 1. He will advance at 152 pounds. Coming up next on mat 1 at 160 will be Oliver Spahn, a freshman from Grand Rapids, versus Bryson Larrabee, a senior from Hibbing. We go to mat 3.
And with 47 seconds to go in period number 1 at 113 pounds. And Anthony Thomas for Pine City Hinckley Finlayson fighting well here as Carter Young leads 6-3 as now we reset. Both players out of bounds, and with 37 seconds to go as we reset. But it is Young appears the number 1 seed in 113 pounds of 6-3.
Lance, quick update from mat 2 here.
Mat number 2, Haas got his left shoulder tweaked there a little bit, so they have an injury timeout here as Haas trying to get his wits about him.
Just underway on mat 1. Sorry, do you have more?
No, I was just going to say Haas is going to get set here again in the down position. 40 seconds, sorry. Minute 53 left here in the third period. 9-4, Cook over Haas here, mat number 2.
Again, on mat 1, Oliver Spahn, freshman, 25-16 for Grand Rapids, taking on the number 2 seed, Bryson Larrabee of Hibbing. Larrabee in the blue singlet, Spahn in the black singlet. Larrabee, a senior, 31-5 on the season. Still shifting around, now a headlock from Larrabee as they are 40 seconds in to the first period at 160 pounds. As they still have not awarded, still neutral, no points awarded as of right yet. Let's go to mat 2.
Mat number 2, Cook just gives up a clasp to Haas. So Haas now gets another point there, so it's 9-5. Then Haas gonna go with a throw over under here. Again, minute 15 left here in the third period. Caleb Cook from Piers leads 9-6 over Tucker Haas from Mora.
Real quick on mat 1, a takedown and a turn for Bryson Larrabee. He's got a 5-1 lead as he let Spahn escape. 5-1 Larrabee, 45 seconds to go in the first period. To mat 3.
With 1:30 to go, period number 2, it is Carter Young of Piers all over Anthony Thomas of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson, 113 pounds, 10-3 the score. As Young not letting Thomas escape here, as we're gonna flip over here. Now looking for the back points potentially, but 10-3, Young still leads. Again, the number 1 seed at 113 pounds.
Mat 2.
On mat number 2 at 170, Caleb Cook has Tucker Haas on his back here, leading demandingly with 25 seconds left here in the third.
Final 10 seconds of period number 1. Then we'll go right back to mat 2 for the final of that one, Lance. Final couple seconds. 2 more points for Bryson Larrabee on a takedown, and it's 7-1 Larrabee over Spahn at 160 pounds on mat 1.
Mat 2, Caleb Cook picks up a fall over Tucker Haas here from Mora. Wrestling next, will at 182 pounds, Cooper Hendrickson from Hibbing. He will be facing John Casarpillo from Rush City.
On to mat 3.
With 30 seconds to go, just getting the call for a potentially dangerous move here is Young, but he still leads as Carter Young up 10-3 over Anthony Thomas of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. As in the down position is going to be Anthony Thomas. And now here comes Young, looking to wrap him around here and preventing Thomas from trying to escape here with 23 seconds to go here in period number 2. Looking for the fireman's carry for his Thomas. As Young able to regain his leverage now with 11 seconds to go here in period number 2.
On mat number 2, Cooper Hendrickson from Hibbing, a junior, 28-10 here, wrestling at 182, facing John Casipio from Rush City, a sophomore at 22-12.
On mat number 1, we are 30 seconds into period 2, and Bryson Larrabee, the number 2 seed, and at 160 pounds, he's leading Oliver Spahn of Grand Rapids. Larrabee a senior, Spahn just a freshman. It's 8-1, Larrabee in front, 1:10 to go as Larrabee fairly in control here at this 160-pound quarterfinal match, as he's just got a couple of more points for on the back. It's now 10-1, Larrabee over Spahn on mat number 1. Let's go back to mat 2, Lance, and the start of this one for you.
Mat number 2, still no score here. They went out of bounds there. Minute 18 left here in the first period. This is Cooper Hendrickson from Hibbing facing John Casipio from Rush City.
Mat 3, you're just underway, Noah.
Yeah, Carter Young was able to get the fall victory over Thomas. Now moving on, 120 pounds. It's going to be Mason Nelson, a junior from Mora, taking on Jacob McGuire, a sophomore from Aiken, 120 pounds. That is underway here on mat number 3.
On mat 1, we've got 44 seconds to go in period 2 with Bryson Larrabee pretty much in control. He's got a 10-1 advantage over Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids. Larrabee in the top position, trying to reach through and get the turn, and doing a nice job just with the squat and sit. Spahn to not allow Larrabee to get the control. Larrabee's got the ankle, now trying to reach and grab that inside angle to get the turn. 20 seconds to go in period 2. Larrabee in control, 10-1, as they're getting ready to wrap up period number 2. And real quick over there, Noah, on mat 3.
And it's again Mason Nelson and Jacob McGuire. Mason Nelson from Mora up 2-0 over McGuire of Aiken. This is 120 pounds, and Mason Nelson enters this tournament as the number 1 seed, as he is laying on top of McGuire here as Nelson, 32-8 on the season, and now got his arms wrapped around the head here, looking for a fall-up opportunity here, as Nelson looking to get the fall, and he does just that. With 39 seconds to go here in period number 1, it is a fall victory for Mason Nelson, moving on to the semifinals over Jacob McGuire.
Yeah, it was first period here at 182. Cooper Hendrickson now leads 2-0 over John Capico of Rush City.
On mat 1, still 10-1, Bryson Larrabee over Oliver Spahn, and now Larrabee's got Spahn on his back. 1:35 to go, lots of time left in the third period as he's trying to get flattened out, and there's the fall. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, a fall at 160 for Bryson Larrabee of Hibbing, advancing over Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids.
And just a quick update from mat number 3. Moving on to 126 pounds, Alex Lehman, a junior from Grand Rapids, taking on Brandon Malloy, an 8th grader from Cloquet Esco Carleton. As that one is underway here on mat number 3.
On mat number 2, they're going to have some blood time here. Again, Hendrickson from Hibbing leads 2-0 over John Cachapo from Rush City. It's Cachapo, I'm sorry.
Coming up on mat number 1, it'll be 182 pounds, and it'll be Jackson Thompson, a freshman from Grand Rapids, and he's going to be taking on Jack Nord, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian, both black singlets, Grand Rapids in the black and orange. Thompson, a freshman, 27-14 on the year. Nord, a senior, 22-6, just underway at 182 pounds over on mat number 1. As we go to mat 3, Noah, you have an update?
Yeah, 41-second fall victory for Alex Lehman, the 1 seed over Malloy, Brandon Malloy of CEC. So moving on to the semifinals, looking ahead to our next match at 132 pounds. Nathan Nelson, a junior from Mora, taking on Nicholas Reese, senior from Malacca Faith Christian.
On mat number 2 in the down position, Cachapo comes up for a stand-up and out for 1. Now Hendrickson leads 2-1 here at 182.
And on mat 1, we're also at 182 pounds as Nord from Malacca Faith Christian, the senior, Jack Nord, he has a 2-0 lead with the takedown over Jackson Thompson, a freshman for Grand Rapids, trying to get the turn. And it's going to be 2-0, 50 seconds to go in the first period. And Nord, as Jackson Thompson just trying to stay flat and get himself some type of position to move, as Nord's doing a good job staying in control. Quick update from mat number 2.
Cooper Hendrickson now leads 4-1 over John Cachapo from Rush City.
And on mat 3, Noah?
Nicholas Reese of Malacca Faith Christian on top, 2-0 over Nathan Nelson early on here, as Nathan Nelson, the 1 seed at 132 pounds. And now, looks like could be a potential fall opportunity here. Keeping that right shoulder up, though, for Malacca is Nicholas Reese. But still 2-0 as Reese leads.
Final 10 seconds of the first period here on mat number 1. Jack Nord with the lead, 2-0 over Jackson Thompson. And now he's got the back points, but the time is in. He got the pin. As the clock was hitting 0, the pin awarded for Jack Nord. A fall in 2 minutes exactly, right at the very end of the first period. And now on to mat 2.
Hendrickson gets a toss here, now leads 6-2 over Cachapo on mat number 2 with 38 seconds left here in the second.
Keep that one rolling here, Lance.
Cachapo working on coming up to his feet here. Hendrickson staying on the right-hand side with 30 seconds left here in the second. Again, Hendrickson leads now 8-2 at 182 pounds here. Mat number 2. Cachapo comes back to the center, gets set. 28 to go here in the second period.
195 over on mat 1. We're going to go to 195 pounds as we have Weston Danielson, a sophomore of Grand Rapids, 16-23, taking on Dalton Bankston, a sophomore from Rush City Bram, 20-10, just underway on mat 1. Noah, mat 3, final 30 seconds of that one.
Final 30 seconds, so just refresh here. So Nathan Nelson up 9-2 over Nicholas Reese. Nathan Nelson, the number 1 seed at 132 pounds, as they're with 15 ticks to go here in period number 1. Now out of bounds, they reset. But 9-3, Nathan Nelson leads over Nicholas Reese.
Going into the third period on mat number 2, Cooper Hendrickson takes a down position, leading 8-3 over John Cachapo from Rush City.
And on mat 1, still scoreless, 40 seconds into the first period. A couple of sophomores at 195 as they go off the mat. Dalton Bankston from Rush City Bram in the blue, Weston Danielson, Grand Rapids in the black and orange, as they'll go standing and just underway, or back underway, 45 seconds into the first period, and they are scoreless. As we let's go back to mat 2 here, Lance.
Mat number 2, minute 40 left here in the third period. Hendrickson leads 8-3. He is in the down position as Cachapo trying to control him right at the edge of the mat.
And on mat 3, they're just starting period 2, Noah.
Period number 2 is underway. Nathan Nelson on top, 11-3 over Nicholas Reese. And right away, trying to get back points here as Nelson in control here early on as period number 2 is underway, but trying to maybe get escape points is Reese, but now a flip over here and not allowing that to happen. Nelson doing a good job at keeping Reese down. 11-3, he leads over Nicholas Reese.
On mat number 1, Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids gets the takedown first points. He leads 2-0 over Dalton Bankston of Rush City Bram. Final 25 seconds here of the first period as Danielson trying to grab that ankle, stretching it out, and trying to stay tight is Bankston. And now Bankston going to get the reversal. 14 seconds left in the first period, and Dalton Bankston gets the reversal. 2-2. And now on mat number 3, I think we have a fall, Noah.
We do have a fall. Nathan Nelson moving on as he gets the win over Nicholas Reese. Nathan Nelson of Mora getting the pin here in period number 2. There's a dominant performance by the 1 seed at 132 pounds as he will move on to the semifinals.
Real quick, end of the first period, 2-2 at 195. Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids and Dalton Bankston of Rush City Bram. Let's get the last of this one here from Lance.
Cachapo, 10 seconds left here in the third, unable to turn Hendrickson. Hendrickson's going to go ahead and pick up the victory here at 182 and move on with an 8-3 decision over Cachapo from Rush City.
Noah, who you have over there on mat 3?
Over on mat number 3, we are going to have at 145 pounds, Kenny Erickson, the junior of Aiken, taking on Colton Gallus Jr. from Rock Ridge as that one is underway. As Gallus will be in the black singlet, in the red singlet is going to be Kenny Erickson coming into 145 pounds with a 30-6 record.
And he is the number 1 seed in the section from Aiken. Up now next on deck, or wrestling next, will be Thomas Hagan from Hibbing facing Nathan Nash from Piers.
Now they have blood time running on mat 2. Was there just a couple of seconds left, so is that one not technically over yet, Lance?
Technically correct.
We go to mat 1, although 3 seconds is not enough time to get on the back in a pin. So like we do, it looks like that one's pretty much set. Lance, let's you finish this final couple of seconds out here.
And it will be 9-3 victory as the third period finally comes to an end here. Cooper Hendrickson from Hibbing will be moving on. John Cachapo will be going down to the Wrestlebacks. On deck and wrestling up next will be Thomas Hagan from Hibbing facing Nathan Nash from Piers.
On mat 1 at 195 pounds, we're all knotted up. 2-2 Weston Danielson, a minute left in the second period, and now Danielson going to get another take. No, excuse me, let's see, I thought I saw 2 for, never mind, it's going to be Dalton Bankston. I thought I had my colors right. Yep, they did change it. All right, it was a takedown for Weston Danielson, now an escape for Dalton Bankston. So I believe it should be 4-3, 30 seconds in. 30 seconds left, I should say, of the period. Second period, 195 pounds. Dalton Bankston, Rush City Bram in the blue, leading Weston Danielson in the black from Grand Rapids. 4-3. It's a couple of crashes, but not much doing. Noah, what's going on over there in mat 3?
Kenny Erickson looking for some back points here. He's up 2-0 over Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge. Kenny Erickson, as Lance mentioned, the number 1 seed at 145 pounds as period 1 comes to an end, and it is 5-0 for the near fall points as Kenny Erickson on top of Colton Gallus.
On mat number 2 from Hibbing, Thomas Hagan gets a first takedown here at 195. Hagan leading in Nash from Piers at 195, 2-0. Minute 10 left here in the first period, mat number 2.
We are just wrapped up period number 2 on mat number 1, and Weston Danielson, now they're checking the score. I thought I saw Weston Danielson get credited for a reversal or takedown. It was 2 points, and then an escape for Dalton Bankston. It went from 2-2 to 4-2 in favor of Bankston. Then it went to 4-2 in favor of Danielson and 4-3. So they need to straighten up the scoreboard as they head into the third period, the official over, and they're recapping things. So we'll get that once they have that straightened up as they are heading to period number 3. Lance, towards the end of period number 1, take us through yours on mat 2.
Hendrickson from Hibbing on mat 2 here, still in control with 25 seconds left here in the first period. It has a cradle locked up here. 15 seconds left here in the first, right in the center of the mat.
Stick with that one there, Lance.
He's going to just pick up the 3 near fall. It's going to be 5-0 here with a minute, or in the first period with just seconds left.
And it is going to be both guys standing, and they do have the score. It is Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids, 4, and now they awarded a point for Bankston, so it's 4-4. Good one here. Period number 3 195-pound quarterfinal, Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids, Dalton Bankston of Rush City Bram, all knotted up. Noah, give us a quick update, and then we'll come back to this one on mat 1.
Quick update at 145 pounds on mat number 3. Kenny Erickson leads 7-0. Kenny Erickson of Aiken leading over Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge.
And back on mat 1, we're 20 seconds into the third period. All tied up between Dalton Bankston from Rush City Bram in the blue, Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids in the black. Double underarm for Danielson, trying to see if he can get position and get him turned, and trying for that big takedown. 4-4, and now here's Bankston. Bankston, just as they come off the mat, gets the takedown. It's 6-4, Bankston leading as we go back to the middle. A quick update for mat 2.
Mat number 2, Thomas Hagan from Hibbing picks up a fall over Nathan Nash from Piers. This short amount of time, Hagan moves on.
And back to mat 1, 1:16 to go. Is this one a real good one here at 195? Dalton Bankston, Rush City Bram with a 6-4 lead over Weston Danielson from Grand Rapids. Bankston in the blue, in top position. Plenty of time left in this one, 60 seconds to go.
On mat number 2, getting ready to wrestle here at 220, and Dylan Adams, a senior, 30-12 from Mora, facing Jace Allerton, a sophomore from Rush City Bram. Mat number 2, Adams, Allerton.
Real quick, mat 3.
Here, number 2 just coming to an end here. Kenny Erickson of Aiken on top, 8-0 over Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge as we get set for period number 3 here on mat number 3 at 145 pounds.
Dalton Bankston trying to get turned. It looks like the count was started. He got a shoulder turned in. Now a half Nelson with 30 seconds to go, 6-4, and they do award 2 back points. Now 8-4. Dalton Bankston gets a little cushion here in the final 20 seconds over Weston Danielson for Grand Rapids. Out on the edge, they're going to call them off the mat and come back to center. We'll keep this here for the final 17 seconds. Well, let's get an update because that was a quick fall there on mat number 2, Lance.
Dylan Adams from Mora gets a body lock fall over Jace Allerton from Rush City and moves on there at 220.
And now
Adams was the number 4th seed in the section. Up next in wrestling now on mat number 2, it is going to be Patrick Lucier, an 8th grader from Cloquet, facing Colby Zenz from Malacca Faith Christian, a senior.
So 17 seconds, another point awarded for Dalton Bankston from Rush City Bram. 20-10 coming in. Weston Danielson from Grand Rapids, 16-23. Bankston will have top position, leading 9-4 on mat 1, top left of the screen. 17 seconds to go in this 195-pound quarterfinal. As right now it's just going to be Bankston looking to, well, he's going to try to get the roll. Even with the third period coming to a close, he's got Danielson on his back again. 5 seconds to go in the third period. Doesn't look like he'll get the pin, but he will get the victory. They'll award 3 back points to Dalton Bankston. He will move on with the final 12-4 over Danielson at 195. On to mat 3, Noah.
With 22 seconds to go here in this match, 13-2, Kenny Erickson of Aiken leads over Colton Gallus of Rock Ridge. And 15 ticks to go here as Kenny Erickson, the 1 seed.
I stand corrected here on mat number 2, heavyweights. Ben Everson from Mora is facing Jack Biker from Piers, a sophomore. Again, mat number 2, heavyweight, Everson, Biker.
And we are going on mat 1. We're going to be at 220 pounds. It'll be Wyatt Dingman, a junior from Piers, 13-18. He'll take on Joe Berg, junior from Grand Rapids, 24-20. And update on mat 2.
Mat number 2, Ben Everson picks up a fall over Jack Biker from Piers and moves on.
Back over to mat number 1, just underway. And now the official just checking in on something. Now we're ready to go. 220 pounds. Wyatt Dingman of Piers in the white and black. Joe Berg, Grand Rapids, in the black and orange. Couple of crashes there. Noah, quick update there. What do you have going on mat 3?
Moving on mat number 3, 145 pounds. Bodenfeld, a junior from CEC, taking on Jack Schoenborn, sitting at 27-4, the senior from Malacca Faith Christian. This one underway on mat number 3.
Dingman from Piers trying the Russian now for the outside shot. He's got the leg of Berg. Berg had the ankle of Dingman. Now Berg looking to get cut loose and make the turn, and he does. Joe Berg of Grand Rapids will take the first takedown, 2-0 over Wyatt Dingman with 40 seconds into the first period. Quarterfinal matchup at 220 pounds. Dingman gets the escape. It's 2-1. Lance just underway on mat 2.
Number 2 seed Jack Grell from Aiken gets a quick takedown here over Jace Preston from Pine City. He's going to keep wrestling here. Number 2 seed again, Jack Grell. 4-170 here. Again, gets a quick takedown, keeping pressure on right at the center of the mat here. Throws in a bar on the left-hand side.
Grell, the 8th ranked wrestler, according to the guillotine, at 170.
Yep, and Jack Grell and Damian Tapio have tied. They've gone back and forth. The number 1 seed earlier this year, back and forth. Again, Grell taking it to Jace Preston here from Pine City. Throws in that bar on the left-hand side, slowly walking it around, keeping the pressure tight. Got a minute 18 left here in the first, and he has him on his back.
Mat 3.
And 50 ticks to go. This is a near fall opportunity. Back points for Schoenborn and Black and Faith Christian, looking to get the fall here in period number 1 over Bodenfeld of Cloquet, but just keeping that left shoulder up, and now back to his back is Feld, but it is 5-0 in favor of Schoenfeld of Black and Faith Christian. Now again, looking for the potential fall. 29 seconds to go, but arching back up is Feld.
Jace Preston, mat number 2 here from Pine City as a junior, 23-19. Again, facing senior Jack Grell of a 26-6 record here. 4-1. Jack Grell leads here on mat number 2.
And a good first period on mat 1, 220 pounds. Wyatt Dingman appears in the white and black. Joe Berg, Grand Rapids, in the black and orange. It's going to be 2-1 Berg. 2-1 Berg heading into the second period. And it's going to be Berg. He's going to get the choice for period number 2. He's going to take down. Back to mat 2.
Mat number 2 with 15 seconds left here in the first period. Over under on each other, 4-1. Jack Grell leads over Jace Preston from Pine City. Grell goes in on a fireman's, drops down, gets a 2 takedown. Got Preston on his back, also going to pick up some near fall as the first period comes to an end. It will be 8-1. 8-1 going into the second period. Jack Grell leads.
Mat 3.
8-0 Jack Schoenborn, Malacca Faith Christian on top of Bodenfeld of CEC at 145 pounds as a period 2 underway here, but 8-0 Schoenborn on top early.
Good one here on mat 1. 30 seconds into the second period. It's still 2-1. Joe Berg of Grand Rapids leading Wyatt Dingman of Piers, a pair of juniors here. And now the cradle. Dingman's got a cradle, trailing 2-1, but he had the cradle, tried to turn over Berg on his back. Berg able to get back, trying to get his base underneath him as Dingman putting a lot of pressure on, leaning on those hips here in 1 minute to go here in period 2. And now Berg able to get up on his feet. Dingman trying to bring him back down, and he does. Good mat return there by Wyatt Dingman, and now we're going to have a clasp call as with 52 seconds to go, a clasp call, so they're going to award a point. They're going to award a point to Berg. He will lead 3-1. Let's go to mat 2.
Grell gets up and out for an escape right away, coming back in on a double leg takedown. Now will be 11-1. 11-1 Grell over Jace Preston from Pine City. Grell keeping everything nice and tight, working down on the top side. He's going to let Preston up for 1. 13-2, minute 30 left here in the second period.
Over on mat 3.
And we do have blood time here, and it looks like they might be able to get back ready. It is Jack Schoenborn they are attending to, but he is up 13-0 over Bodenfeld of Cloquet Esco Carlton here at 145 pounds. As we await to get things restarted, but back to you guys.
After an escape, final 13 seconds here of the second period. Joe Berg of Grand Rapids leading Wyatt Dingman of Piers 4-1 after Berg was able to get an escape and there was a clasp call. So it was 2-1 after 1. It's going to be 4-1 after 2. Joe Berg leading Wyatt Dingman of Piers at 2:20 on mat 1, 4-1 heading into the third.
Mat number 2, Jack Grell leads 15-2 over Jace Preston from Pine City. On deck will be Jacob Williams from Aiken facing Ethan Parati from Pine City. Jacob Williams, number 1 seed at 182.
Back on mat 1, up next will be John Becker from Proctor Hermantown and Alex Henderson from Hibbing at 285. Following this one, and a good one here, 4-2 as Dingman gets to the escape to start the third period. 15 seconds in, 4-2, Joe Berg of Grand Rapids leading Wyatt Dingman of Piers. Real quick, Noah, give us up on mat 3 as a couple of, got one close one here on mat 1.
And 13-0 as Schoenborn and Malacca Faith Christian all over Bodenfeld as maintaining his leverage on top. Now looking to flip him over, but yeah, with 30 seconds to go, Schoenfeld, the number 2 seed, it seems, here at 145 pounds, really showing right now as these two wrestlers just locking up, but able to get escape points is Bodenfeld with 13-1 here with 23 to go in period number 2.
And Joe Berg was able to flip over Wyatt Dingman. He gets a fall at 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Joe Berg of Grand Rapids advancing over Dingman at 2:20, and that one over as well on mat 2.
Jack Grell picks up a quick tech fall over Jace Preston and moves on there for Aiken. Wrestling now on mat 2 at 182 pounds. This will be Jacob Williams, a 31-5 sophomore, facing Ethan Parati from Pine City, a sophomore with a record of 16-25. On deck, wrestling now, mat number 2, Williams, Aiken, Parati from Pine City.
Mat 3 just ended, Noah.
Jack Schoenberg getting a technical fall victory over Bodenfeld of CEC, so he's moving on to the semifinals as that second period just wrapped up. And now looking at 152 pounds, Avery Nelson, a senior of Mora, taking on Hayden Workman, senior of Aiken, at 152 pounds.
On mat 1, they are just underway. Period number 1, and a quick takedown for Alec Henderson. Henderson, a quick takedown and a quick fall. 15 seconds. Alex Henderson of Hibbing, 8-16 on the year, but the junior pins John Becker of Proctor Hermantown, a senior, 13-19 in only 15 seconds on mat number 1. I'll get that update. Let's go to mat 2.
Mat number 2, Jacob Williams working on a leg cradle over Ethan Parati here and picks up the fall. Oh, I take it back. They are off the mat. They're off the mat. Now mat number 2. I heard a whistle, so I figured it was a fall, but I was wrong. Minute 25 left here in the first period. Williams is going to go with the optional start here.
Now coming up on mat 1, we're going to go to 170 pounds, and the number 2 seed, Damian Tapio, junior from Rock Ridge, 41-5 on the season. Actually, correction, he's the number 1 seed, and he is going to be taking on Trevor Snetzinger, a senior, 15-17 now from Grand Rapids. Noah, mat 3.
At 152 pounds, number 1 seed in Section 7AA, Avery Nelson, on top of Hayden Workman, 5-0, and just like that, a pin victory here for Avery Nelson as he moves on over Hayden Workman. Right on cue, guys.
Nelson, the number 4 ranked wrestler, and now a pin on mat 2.
Pin number 2, or mat number 2, a pin. Minute 14 seconds for Jacob Williams. He moves on.
Jacob Williams ranked 6th in the state at 182. Over on mat 1 at 170. Damian Tapio, he's ranked number 10 in the guillotine rankings, and right now no score, 25 seconds in, as Tapio from Rock Ridge, the junior, taking on senior Trevor Snetzinger from Grand Rapids. And there's Tapio with the takedown. He gets the first 2, 32 seconds in to the opening period. Damian Tapio, number 1 seed at 170, 41-5 coming in. Let's go to mat 3. Give us what you got, Noah.
And now on mat number 3, 152 pounds, Connor Morcom, a sophomore from Rock Ridge, taking on Jacob LeBlanc, senior from Piers, here in the early goings of 152 pounds, tied at 0 here in the early goings.
I know with a lot of, they've been doing some shifting. I had a little bit of a wait. Now it looks like they're going to find out they're going to send to mat 2. Over on mat 1, 2-0. Damian Tapio trying to get the turn, trying to get Snetzinger squared up on the shoulders, but Snetzinger did a nice job. He's got the arm down tight, trying to stretch out. Now Tapio just on top position. He's got the leg, trying to shift those hips 35 seconds ago in the first period, and getting the escape for a point is Snetzinger. 2-1 in favor of Tapio. Tapio tried for the headlock. Now looking, just locking those arms. Now a shot taken by Snetzinger. Tapio able to keep his head down. 2-1 Tapio, 15 seconds ago here in the first period. We'll wrap this period up and then head. Now we're going to get the 2 points awarded to Tapio. It is 4-1. Top seed Damian Tapio at 170. Leading Sexton Snetzinger, and now just tied up here as the final few seconds will be ticked off the clock here in period number 1. 4-1, Tapio in front to mat 3.
Jacob LeBlanc appears up 2-0 here in the early goings over Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge, as both wrestlers reset, but with 12 seconds left in period number 1, the number 2 seed, Jacob LeBlanc on top here. 12 seconds to go in period number 1.
Starting period number 2, Snetzinger is going to be on top position as they get ready to roll, and quickly to his feet is Tapio, and Tapio is going to get the escape. He now leads 5-1. This is a quarterfinal at 170 pounds. Tapio up 5-1 on Snetzinger. Tapio the top seed with the overarm, and he gets the turn. Great takedown by Tapio, and he has got Snetzinger on his back. Snetzinger trying to shift and dig those feet in to get towards the edge, but Tapio's got great position, putting a lot of pressure down on that near side shoulder, looking for the fall. He's up 7-1, near fall points. There's the roll, and Snetzinger able to avoid the pin. They'll award 3 back points for Tapio. He now leads 10-1 as he takes control here in the second period at 170. Quick update there on Mat 3.
Well, we did have blood time here, but it looks like we're going to reset things here, but it is Jacob LeBlanc on top 2-0 over Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge. As period 2 gets underway here, it is going to be LeBlanc choosing the down position as period number 2 is underway.
10-1 on Mat 1. Tapio up next on Mat 1 at 182 pounds will be Jared Yates from Mora and Zach Maffey of Proctor Hermantown as they're called off the mat. 45 seconds to go in period number 2, and they'll get the escape for Snetzinger. It's 10-2. Tapio in control as you're back underway over there on Mat 3.
2-0 still as LeBlanc looking for that takedown now as we reset things. 2 wrestlers locking up here, collar lock, and this is 152 pounds. Jacob LeBlanc, the 2 seed for Piers, and he is on top 3-0 now after getting escape points over Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge.
26 seconds to go, and Tapio with another takedown, 12-3 over Trevor Snetzinger. Tapio Jr. from Rock Ridge, Snetzinger Sr. from Grand Rapids. Final 15 seconds and another 2-point takedown for Tapio. It's going to be 14-3 as Tapio on top, and again Snetzinger in a position to potentially just ride out the second period, but top seed Damian Tapio in control, 14-3 as the second period comes to end as we'll shift her back to Mat 3.
Back on mat number 3, 152 pounds. It is 3-0. Jacob LeBlanc on top over Connor Morcom. LeBlanc, the 2 seed, 23-12 on the season, the senior. As with 43 seconds to go, and looking for a toss here is LeBlanc, but now out of bounds. So we reset things as it seems that we're going to have a match here on mat number 2, it seems.
Getting into the Wrestlebacks, it looks like, Lance.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you're listening to YourLiveEvent.com, brought to you by RJBroadcasting.com. This is your coverage for Section 7 AA individual tournament down here in Rush City.
I want to give Lee Root a big thanks. Not only did he help make sure we could get a great setup here for your live event, but he's been actually taking time and coming up to make sure we need anything. So if you guys need a drink or something, Lee's our guy. He's been doing a great job checking in on us and giving us a great spot here to bring the coverage. On mat number 1, Tapio in control with a 16-3 lead. He's again looking for those back points and looking at Snetzinger on his back. There's going to be the 3 points, and that will be a tech fall for, and there's the one. I thought it was a tech fall. They have it 16-3, and I thought 3 points were awarded for Tapio, and it is. It is a tech fall, 19-3 tech fall. Tapio will advance as the top seed at 170. Up next, 182 quarterfinal, Jared Yates from Mora, Zach Maffey of Proctor Hermantown. Lance, give us what you got going on mat 2.
Consolation, 106 pounds, round number 2, just Jack Linden, 8th grader from Proctor Hermantown. And on the right-hand side there, it's going to be Weston Killinan, a 7th grader from Aiken, both in the black singlets. Killinan just going around with a duck under takedown for 2.
On mat 3, Noah.
Period number 3 underway at 152 pounds. Jacob LeBlanc of Piers on top 7-0 over Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge.
On mat 1, again, just underway at 182. Number 2 seed, Zach Maffey, Proctor Hermantown, 39-1 for the junior, taking on Jared Yates, the sophomore from Mora, with the win to start out the first round preliminaries. Yates 21-19 on the season. Mat 2.
Killinan leads at 123 left here in the first period, 2-0, staying in control, throwing legs in. but Landon doing a good job trying to get Killinan out of position. Killinan throws in a chin, trying to go for a tilt, blocking the shoulders, not getting any counting. Minute left here in the first period, 2-0 Killinan over Landon.
Back on mat 1, 40 seconds in. This is a quarterfinal matchup. McPhee from Proctor Hermantown, both in black singlets. And there's the 2 points for Zach McPhee, the number 2 seed. At 182 pounds, McPhee, the 4th ranked wrestler according to the Guillotine. He is a junior, again 39-1. He got the first takedown. He's got the 2 points and riding out the first period. Let's go to mat number 2 here, Lance, as we got backs.
Throws in a Saturday night special here with 30 seconds left here in the first period. He picks up a fall. Weston Killinan pins Jack Glendon here on mat number 2 at 106 pounds.
Mat 3 wrapping up that one.
With 12 seconds to go, it appears that Jacob LeBlanc is going to be moving on here to the semifinals, getting a win over Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge as time ticks away. And that is going to do things here as the buzzer sounds. And yes, that is going to be a 9-0 victory for Jacob LeBlanc over Connor Morcom. Jacob LeBlanc, the senior, moving on.
Zach McPhee now up 4-0 as we're in the final 10 seconds, final 12 seconds, I should say, of the opening period. 182-pound quarterfinal. Number 2 seed Zach McPhee leading Jared Yates from Mora. And it's going to be a 4-0 lead for McPhee heading into the next round. As looking at what's up next here on mat 1, it'll be a 126-pound wrestleback with Anthony Graves from Rush City Bram and James Ojala from Hibbing. Let's get the update what's coming up here on mat 2, Lance.
Mat number 2 just coming to the mat now, loading it. Ben Masheimer from Hibbing facing Joe Connor from Mora. Masheimer, an 8th grader, 13-22, and Connor, 2-8 from Mora. Masheimer, Connor, mat number 2.
Takedown for Zach McPhee as he's going to be up 7-0 on Jared Yates. And what do you have underway there on mat 3, Noah?
Mat number 3 at 160 pounds. Connor Gamal, a senior from Mora, sitting at 36-4 on the season over Pine City Hinckley Finleyson's Damian Torgerson, a senior as well. But it is 6-1 early on here for Connor Gamal. Had a chance to watch a lot of these Mora wrestlers, and Connor Gamal really impressed me, and especially in that section championship. And for a Mora squad that, moving on to state as well. And it looks like great fireman's carry that time for Gamal as he looks for a potential fall here, but back up to his back is Torgerson, but 8-2, Gamal leads.
We got a final.
Mat number 2, 113 pounds, Masheimer from Hibbing pins Joe Connor from Mora.
And on mat 1, it's Zach McPhee. 1 minute to go in the second period. He is leading Jared Yates of Mora. Right now, top position is McPhee. He's been fairly in control, not blowing it away by any means, but 7-0 McPhee in control over there on mat number 1 in the quarterfinal round as we start getting into some of the constellations. And Connor Gamal of Mora, he's another top 10 wrestler, ranked number 9 at 160 pounds, and he's in control over there on mat 3.
On mat number 2, wrestling now, Cash Fusi from Piers facing off Landon Luckoff from Rush City Bram. This is constellation round number 2 at 120. Fussy, Luckoff, mat number 2.
And on mat number 3, 11-2, Connor Gamal, the number 1 seed at 160 pounds, all over Damian Torgerson of Pine City Hinckley Finleyson, And now on the back here, this is Gamal on top, and with 11 seconds to go here in period number 1, Connor Gamal, a very strong showing here in period number 1.
And period number 2 just ended on mat number 1. Zach McPhee 8-0 over Jared Yates at 182 pounds for the quarterfinal. McPhee in control as they start the third period standing for McPhee. Let's go to mat number 2 here, and a good start here, Lance.
Mat number 2, still no score, but Fussy from Piers is trying to get in on a takedown. But Luckoff sprawls back. Fussy now going in on the headlock. Fussy doing a good job trying to break it. Luckoff feeding his hips over, and he gets the takedown for 2 in the headlock. 50 seconds left here in the first period here. Mat number 2. Fussy from Piers trying to pick up a fall.
And now we have over on mat number 1, they're going to get a whistle as they awarded a point to Yates as things getting a little too intense for the officials' liking. 10-1 McPhee as they both engage in. Oh, so go ahead.
Go ahead. Fusi picks up a fall here in a minute and 23 seconds here over Luckoff coming up, wrestling up next here on mat number 2.
Quick update on, a quick
Go-
update
no,
on mat number 3.
go
It's 18-3 now here, and that should be technical fall, I believe, at 18-3, but still going here as Connor Gamal on top, 18-3
I've
over
noticed
Damian Torgerson.
I've noticed they don't recognize that all the time as quickly as I thought they would.
I was gonna say I thought I knew the rule right, but nonetheless, 18-3, Connor Gamal is gonna walk away with the victory, but instead he gets the fall. So nonetheless, Connor Gamal moving on to the semifinals here, getting a win over Damian Torgerson at 160 pounds, the 1 seed moving on.
At 182. Well, let's get an update from Matt 2. Looks like another quick one there, Lance.
So quick, I don't even have a name, but the Hibbing wrestler picked up a fall over the Rush City wrestler. I am sorry.
They didn't have it up already yet.
No, it went quick and it didn't refresh on my screen, so I apologize, everybody.
Sometimes we have to rely on others. That's just how this goes. On to mat number 1, or the final 20 seconds ticking down for the Zach McPhee, Jared Yates matchup. McPhee from Proctor Hermantown leading big 12-1 over Jared Yates from Mora. McPhee 39-1 coming in, and he will pick up the win. He will advance to the semifinals with the 12-1 victory over Yates. Coming up next will be consolation round, 126 pounds. Anthony Graves, freshman from Rush City Bram, taking on James Ojala from Hibbing.
On number 2, the
On mat 1.
names, Caden Sweeney picked up a fall over Eli Umbright there, that last match on mat number 2.
So again, for mat number 1, we'll go to 126 pounds. And Ojala
And after
versus Graves. Graves, freshman from Rush City Bram, 8-28 now on the year, and Ojala 1-14 as they just get underway on mat 1. And there's a quick takedown for Ojala and a quick escape for Graves. 2-1 in favor of Ojala, 15 seconds in, and they're off the mat where the Hibbing cheerleaders have to scramble. That's why they sit on those pillows. They slide easier,
yeah,
right?
they do.
2-1 in favor of Ojala. Back in action again, Ojala from Hibbing. He's in the dark blue, and you have Anthony Graves from Rush City Bram in more of the royal blue, and there's going to be a takedown now again for Ojala. Makes it 4-1, and another escape for Graves. 4-2 in favor of Hibbing's James Ojala. Ojala with a quick shot in the middle, missed. Now a shot now taken by Graves. Graves, both of these guys are freshmen at 126 pounds. Consolation round here on mat number 1. 55 seconds in. And back to neutral, and both standing. And they will engage again. There's another shot attempt by Ojala. And able to break out of it, Graves. 50 seconds to go, period number 1, 4-2. Ojala in front. Ojala had a shot, looked like he had the leg, but couldn't get the torque he needed to turn. Now he's going to pick up. He's going to put down Graves. That'll be 2 points for Ojala. He will now lead 6-2, 30 seconds in, and a quick whistle there, and going to award the escape point for Graves. 6-3 Ojala here in the first period, as they get things squared away for the other mats moving forward in these Wrestleback rounds. 6-3 Ojala. With the leg is Graves. Thought he was going to go for the backside trip, but now shifts the hips forward. Now he's going to go for the trip. They both go down, but still neutral. Neither one with the advantage, and now Ojala able to turn the hips. He's going to get 2, and there's the escape for 1 as the first period comes to an end. 126-pound Wrestleback Anthony Graves of Rush City Bram and James Ojala of Hibbing. Ojala on top, 8-3 after the first period. Great crowd here, and again, plenty more coming up for tournament action with all sorts of sports and extracurriculars heading into the final month here of the winter sports season.
Probably take a quick break here after this next match here as we move on to the next round.
We can do that. Ojala started on the up position, and now there will be an escape again for Graves. Again, 2 freshmen here. And now Graves with kind of a shove, just trying to get Ojala off balance. 8-4, Ojala has the lead as they go off the mat. 1:41 to go here in period number 2. This is the 7AA section tournament. Mora won the team tournament last week. Now Graves gets the leg, and they're going to roll off the mat. And again, neither one able to get the advantage as they go off the mat. Still 8-4 in favor of Ojala. 126-pound consolation round here. And another shot at the hips for Ojala, but now he's going to end up on his back, and there's going to be 2 points for Graves, and Ojala got out of position, and Graves able to get a couple of back points here. They'll give him 2 back points, 2 for the takedown, 2 for the back points. 8-8, just like that. Anthony Graves able to tie this one up as James Ojala went for the shot and got himself into a tough spot, Lance.
Yeah, that's wrestling. Minute left there in the second period, and they're still going at it.
8-8, good one here at 126 pounds. Now it's Graves trying to get Ojala turned over. Grabs the arm, crosses over, looking to drive, and went for the cross face, and Ojala scrambling to get to the edge of the mat. Down to 32 seconds to go here, and they're going to whistle him off the mat here. 8-8 the score, period number 2, 126-pound wrestleback. It'll be Graves on top. Ojala all set. And we'll take a little break after this to get set for the next rounds. Up to his feet was Ojala, but then a quick trip and back down to the mat for Graves. 20 seconds ago, Graves trying to get Ojala on his back. Unable to do so, down to 15 seconds, and boy, now he's really got Ojala twisted. Got the cradle, got the leg cradle. And here comes the little bit of a count. Oh, I saw one, but no points awarded. Ojala somehow squirmed out of that final 2 seconds of the period, and there is the whistle. And James Ojala somehow escaped without giving up any points here in those final 15 seconds.
Yeah, very, very nice little scramble there. I'm not the ref. and quite frankly, you want to say hats off to that ref there. He's been reffing for over 30 years now, and this is his last event.
Is it really?
Yep, that's Richard's last event. So congratulations to him, and thank you to all his patronage that he's done for us.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you. 8-8 as we start the third period. 126-pound wrestleback here. In the dark blue, James Ojala from Hibbing. In the lighter royal blue, Anthony Graves, Rush City Bram. First points in this third period. I mean, we've seen guys win that were behind the whole match, but the way these two have gone at it, Lance, I mean, how crucial is the first guy that can maybe get this takedown?
Yeah, it's going to be very, very crucial. And again, if you get into that, there's a nice little psych.
Oh, that was a great shot there.
There it is. There's probably a winning takedown right there. Minute 18 left here in the third period.
2 points for Graves, and now trying to get Ojala on the back, and again, Ojala able to turn himself out of it. But Ojala, who led for a better part of the first period and a half, now trailing 10-8. Graves with the lead, 1 minute to go here in the third period. Graves trying to maintain top position. This is one of those two, I'm sure, Lance, where if you're Graves, you got to make sure you're making moves. And no, he makes one. He gets Ojala on his back. Got the hips turned around. Got him right on his shoulders, and he will pick up the fall. 5 minutes, 21 seconds. Anthony Graves of Rush City Bram with a big-time fall to wrap up this first round of Wrestlebacks.
And you are listening to your live event powered by RJBroadcasting.com. This is your coverage of Section 7AA Wrestling Individual Tournament down here in Rush City. We'll be taking a break here shortly, and we'll be back with some more wrestling action here in Rush City.
At 218-429-0433. When you need heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing work, Call McGuire Mechanical. They provide quality and timely service for repairs and new construction with residential homes and commercial businesses. When you need the service of heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing, call McGuire Mechanical, 218-927-5400, serving Aitkin and Crow Wing counties and the surrounding areas. Rely on McGuire Mechanical.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
My favorite teacher is Mr. Dustin Richters. Favorite teacher is Mr. Miller.
Mr. Googe is my favorite teacher.
Definitely Miss Grader.
Definitely Miss Grader in class biology.
Mr. May.
Right now is psychology. Mr. Smith's my favorite teacher.
Mr. May's science class.
Any art class.
Mr. May in my ornithology class.
We always practice good sportsmanship and respect.
Go Gobblers.
Go All-Stars.
As a local business, Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating is proud to be serving the Aitkin community and a surrounding area. Services from Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating include gravel products, site development, demolition, and septic systems. Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating, owned and operated by Larry and Kelly Liljenquist. When you need gravel products, site development work, demolition, or septic systems, contact Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating.
Let's get real. Get ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Here in beautiful central Minnesota, we get to enjoy nature every day. At Mille Lacs Energy Cooperative, we understand because we live, work, and play here too. However, just because you're not in the big city doesn't mean you can't have access to great internet service. Let MLEC Fiber give you the fast and reliable internet you deserve. Check to see if MLEC Fiber is available where you live. Visit us online or call our office at 218-429-0433.
We welcome you back to Rush City High School. Devin Kruger, Lance Bauman, Noah Caruso, the three-headed monster here today for the Section 7 AA individual wrestling tournament. Again, Mora won the team tournament last week, and Noah, you were part of that so far. And of course, they're getting everything set for this next go-around, cleaning the mats. A lot of fun action, kind of as expected. You get some of the preliminary rounds, you get some of those top seeds. They've been able to move on. We've seen a couple of quick falls, and now we're the Wrestlebacks. I mean, that last one, was a good. The farther you go on, of course, it's just going to get better and better today.
Oh, and absolutely. And me and Lance have talked about this kind of when I've been learning about this sport of wrestling, and you see it on display. As you mentioned, we're going to get some fantastic matchups here as we're reaching to the semifinals and the finals, and it doesn't get any easier, as you mentioned, especially when you get with these guys. Obviously, you're wrestling for a spot in the state tournament, and you're going to meet some of the best competition the state has to offer in events like that. I mean, just looking at some key matchups here, looking ahead. I mean, I'm super excited for, with Mora, a lot of the guys that they have been able to produce, especially going to state, showing out here in individuals.
And as we take a look, let's take a look at these semifinal matchups, because, we're going to have the semis. We're going to have more of the Wrestlebacks at 106 pounds. The semifinals will be Kyle Stengel of Piers taking on Kevin Feld of Cloquet Esco Carlton. It's going to be Roman McKinney for Pine City Hinckley Finlayson taking on Tucker Gould of Rush City Bram. The semifinals of 113, as for some reason I keep getting this ad that pops up on my screen. And
you're getting them too.
and it's cutting off the bottom of the bracket. It's pretty kind of annoying. Carter Young of Piers will take on Lincoln Starr of Malacca Faith Christian. And then it'll be Aiden Thiessen from Cloquet Esco Carlton taking on Joey Seeley from Grand Rapids. As we take a look at 120 pounds, semifinal matchups will be Mason Nelson of Mora taking on Landon Loxo of Proctor Hermantown. In the bottom half of the bracket, it's going to be Asher Brendan of Grand Rapids and Nolan Campbell of Rock Ridge. Semifinals at 126 will be Alex Lehman of Grand Rapids versus John Pilarski of Aiken, Liam Hennessy of Piers versus Dutch Hedblum of Rock Ridge. At 132 pounds, the semifinal matchups will be Nathan Nelson of Mora taking on Jake Neary of Rock Ridge. I thought Jackson Klein. Neary won that with injury. I thought it was Neary that got injured. I think they have to update that one. Jackson Klein had that hard takedown. Neary was injured, so that should be Jackson Klein, I believe, at 132 pounds. And then in the bottom half of that bracket, looking at Derek Stengel from Piers. And again, I got to refresh this to try to get the
Cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing work, call McGuire Mechanical. They provide quality and timely service for repairs and new construction with residential homes and commercial businesses. When you need the service of heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing, call McGuire Mechanical, 218-927-5400, serving Aitkin and Crow Wing counties and the surrounding areas. Rely on McGuire Mechanical.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
My favorite teacher is Mr. Dustin Richters. Favorite teacher is Mr. Miller.
Mr. Googe is my favorite teacher.
Definitely Miss Grader.
Definitely Miss Grader in class biology.
Mr. May.
Right now is psychology. Mr. Smith's my favorite teacher.
Mr. May's science class.
Any art class.
Mr. May in my ornithology class.
We always practice good sportsmanship and respect.
Go Gobblers.
Go All-Stars.
As a local business, Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating is proud to be serving the Aitkin community and a surrounding area. Services from Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating include gravel products, site development, demolition, and septic systems. Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating, owned and operated by Larry and Kelly Liljenquist. When you need gravel products, site development work, demolition, or septic systems, contact Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating.
Let's get real. Get ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Here in beautiful central Minnesota, we get to enjoy nature every day. At Mille Lacs Energy Cooperative, we understand because we live, work, and play here too. However, just because you're not in the big city doesn't mean you can't have access to great internet service. Let MLEC Fiber give you the fast and reliable internet you deserve. Check to see if MLEC Fiber is available where you live. Visit us online or call our office at 218-429-0433.
And we are back live at Rush City High School. Again, we were going through the semifinal brackets for the next round as we've got a little break in the action here. Semifinals at 182 pounds. It's going to be Jacob Williams of Aiken versus Jack Nord of Malacca Faith Christian. Cooper Hendrickson of Hibbing taking on Zach McPhee of Proctor Hermantown. At 195, the semifinals will be Jack Hansen, Malacca Faith Christian, going up against Dalton Bankston of Rush City Bram. Thomas Hagan of Hibbing taking on Brock Peterson of Mora. Semifinals at 2:20. Ian Larrabee of Hibbing against Joe Berg from Grand Rapids. It'll be Dylan Adams from Mora taking on Colby Zenz of Malacca Faith Christian. And at 2:85, your semifinals, Logan Ash of Malacca Faith Christian will go up against Alex Henderson from Hibbing. Ben Everson from Mora will take on Clayton Danielson of Grand Rapids. Again, this is the Section 7 AA individual wrestling tournament on yourliveevent.com. Thanks to those sponsors for helping us bring it to action. And again, no real surprises, I don't think, from the first, the preliminary rounds and especially the quarterfinals. I don't think there was a whole lot for surprises, Noah. So I think, when we get back into action here, it's going to really pick up the intensity.
Oh, I think so too. I'm looking through some of these matchups, and there's a lot of fun ones that I'm excited for. I'm excited for Lehman and Pilarski. I think that's going to be a good matchup. There was another one at 145, Clay Erickson and Brock Volkema. That we had, me and Lance had a chance to watch those two wrestle 145 in the sections for teams, and that's a matchup I'm going to be really excited to watch, and they're just going to get better and better as the matches come along.
Next week, of course, the first and second place finishers will be heading down to the state tournament next week. Team tournament will be Thursday, so the team tournament on Thursday, Mora will be a part of that. The individual wrestling on Friday and Saturday. For individuals on Friday and Saturday, we'll have coverage. It'll be audio only, but we will have action for you here on yourliveevent.com. For general wrestling fans, we will also have Lance along with Dennis Haskamp will be on for the team tournament covering the champions of Section 8 AA, the road crew of Pequot Lakes Pine River Bacchus. But again, wrestling next week for the state tournament from the XL Energy Center. The individuals, they will start Friday, 9 o'clock. They'll have, of course, all three classes wrestling at the same time throughout Friday. On Saturday, they'll have not only the all the wrestling that remains for individual, but the girls state tournament that will be on Saturday. They'll have the one-day tournament for the girls state meet as well. We'll take another quick break, and when we come back, wrestling action will continue as we'll get you set for the next rounds here.
Refrigeration or plumbing work, call McGuire Mechanical. They provide quality and timely service for repairs and new construction with residential homes and commercial businesses. When you need the service of heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing, call McGuire Mechanical, 218-927-5400, serving Aitkin and Crow Wing counties and the surrounding areas. Rely on McGuire Mechanical.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
My favorite teacher is Mr. Dustin Richters. Favorite teacher is Mr. Miller.
Mr. Googe is my favorite teacher.
Definitely Miss Grader.
Definitely Miss Grader in class biology.
Mr. May.
Right now is psychology. Mr. Smith's my favorite teacher.
Mr. May's science class.
Any art class.
Mr. May in my ornithology class.
We always practice good sportsmanship and respect. Go Gobblers. Go All-Stars.
As a local business, Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating is proud to be serving the Aitkin community and a surrounding area. Services from Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating include gravel products, site development, demolition, and septic systems. Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating, owned and operated by Larry and Kelly Liljenquist. When you need gravel products, site development work, demolition, or septic systems, contact Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating.
Let's get real. Get ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends, and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Here in beautiful central Minnesota, we get to enjoy nature every day. At Mille Lacs Energy Cooperative, we understand because we live, work, and play here too. However, just because you're not in the big city doesn't mean you can't have access to great internet service. Let MLEC Fiber give you the fast and reliable internet you deserve. Check to see if MLEC Fiber is available where you live. Visit us online or call our office at 218-429-0433. When you need heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing work, call McGuire Mechanical. They provide quality and timely service for repairs and new construction with residential homes and commercial businesses. When you need the service of heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing, call McGuire Mechanical, 218-927-5400, serving Aitkin and Crow Wing counties and the surrounding areas. Rely on McGuire Mechanical.
My name is Jared.
We're back with you here on YourLiveEvent.com, the Section 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. Little break in the action. We went through the semifinal matchups. They still do not have the mat assignments up yet. But again, coming up, this starting this week into next week, they got boys hockey that's happening, girls basketball, their playoffs starting this next week, and we'll have plenty of action with local radio with the Section 7AA tournament, a number of area teams that compete in that. Of course, when you look at wrestling and the other sports, they're all split up in different sections, so to go through all of that will take a ton of time. But Lance, again, you've been through this, so as you're taking this break in between the preliminaries, that first round of Wrestlebacks, and now getting into some of the semifinals, some of those extra Wrestleback rounds, we know the level's going to kick up a notch. What is the conversation like with the coaches and the wrestlers?
A lot of it is just wrestle smart and don't. It's not so much being aggressive. It's don't make any mistakes. Don't give up two for the reversal. If you're gonna let them escape, just do one. It gets to be a lot more. Again, just the technicality of moving along here. Again, still at the section level here, you can see the diverse wrestling capabilities from one side to the other. And but as we go into the semifinals and then get into the finals here, you will see the top of each weight class definitely seated right here in the section, and pretty fun to watch as they get through here and they get real technical.
So we're getting set for the semifinals. Will they do the consolation rounds? Like, will we see the Wrestlebacks happen first here and then go into the semifinal matchups, or will they be mixing it up like we kind of saw towards the end of that last session?
It'll still be a little bit mixed up here as we get going through here. Then as we get into the championship round, what they'll do is they'll run and wrestle the first and second place and third and fourth place matches on mat 1 and 2. And they'll finish all that out, and then that will give time for the 5th and 6th place matches to wrestle. But it also, if there ends up being a true second, which talking to a lot of the coaches, there is going to be quite a few true second matches here. And a true second match is if you lost the first round but came back and wrestled everybody, and then you won at 3rd and 4th, but the person who is the champion, you did not get that you lost to and is the champion, you get a chance to wrestle the second place match there. But if you lose to the champion and he comes all the way around and you take 3rd but you already lost to the champion is the champion.
Gotcha. So again, we'll be seeing how this all plays out here for this second session, and we figured about 10 minutes or so between getting things set, but I don't see the mat schedule just as of yet. Lance, we said that when Noah and I were on, and you were kind of sitting nearby, getting ready to join us once again, is we kind of said didn't seem to be too many surprises in those first rounds. We saw a couple of guys, and one thing that we had to clear up that I had the mistake on is I didn't realize that Jackson Klein for Aiken, he was sent back to the Wrestlebacks when he had his matchup against Neary from Rock Ridge. It was a hard takedown, and Neary was injured with that takedown, but it sounds like after some consultation, or the official eventually made a decision where Klein was not awarded the win.
Correct. He was not awarded the win and will be going back to the Wrestlebacks.
So can you take us through, again, you being more wrestling, what exactly is that call? And I know you didn't maybe see it exactly happen. You were watching Matt too, but from my viewpoint, I didn't think it was anything that was, intent with how hard of a takedown it was.
Correct. The rule states that if you elevate a wrestler or you take them off the mat, you are required to bring them back to the mat safely.
Okay.
Most of the time, I would say 75 to 80% of the time, both wrestlers come down together. Rather it's hard or light, most of the time everybody either slams down together or nicely returned per se. But it is wrestling. It's an aggressive physical sport. It's always at the discretion of the referee. Now, usually if you go down together and you get injured, but you are returned to the mat politely, you don't wrestle again, you end up forfeiting the match. When I looked over there, I thought he forfeited the match and Jackson Klein ended up winning. But according to the ref, they went to the table and overturned that. They said it was an aggressive mat return, and Jackson Klein ends up giving up the match as an unnecessary technical, basically, unnecessary roughness per se.
So Jack Neary is going to be in that 132-pound semifinal against Nathan Nelson from Mora, and Klein will be heading into. He'll be heading into the Wrestlebacks. Did anything else in particular stand out to you for that first session?
No, I think all the wrestling was phenomenal. Everybody did a good job. Sportsmanship was very nice. The refs all did a good job, and I was pretty happy.
And we have an update. It looks like my screen is now refreshed. Right now I'm only seeing mat 1 and 2 here for consolation for Wrestlebacks. On mat 1, when we get action here started again, we're going to have Bowden Feld, a junior from CEC, he's in the Wrestlebacks against Aaron Rolfe of Hibbing. So Feld, a junior who entered today at 12 and 13 for Cloquet-Esco Carlton, taking on Aaron Rolfe, sophomore, 9 and 18 from Hibbing. Following that one on mat 1, at 152-pound Wrestleback, Connor Morcom, sophomore from Rock Ridge, versus Kellen Gorman, a junior from Rush City Bram. Lance, take us through what's lined up here for mat 2.
On mat number 2, first up at 145 pounds is going to be Nicholas Blazer from Pine City, a sophomore of 8-25 record, facing Colton Gallus from Rock Ridge, a junior of 17 and 17. On deck on mat number 2 will be at 152 pounds Trevor Von Brethorst from Hibbing, facing Hayden Workman from Aiken, and in the hole will be Jace Preston from Pine City Hinckley, facing Quinn Schnabel.
Well, it looks like Noah's got a little bit of break time again.
So wrestling now on mat number 2 will at 145 pounds will be Nick Blazer from Pine City, facing Colton Gallus from Rock Ridge. Pine City in the black and green singlet, Rock Ridge in the all black singlet.
So here we go. We are back in the next round of action, and Lance, take it away as you get started on mat 2.
Again, this is a consolation round here at 145. Nick Blazer gives up a takedown to Gallus. Gallus got a quick 2 within 10 seconds of the first period here. Minute 45 to go.
I noticed they're going to 2 officials. Will we see 2 officials the rest of the way here?
For the most part, in any of the competing rounds, not the Wrestleback rounds, but they basically run an official and they call the second one a rover, just to keep track of everybody. But on the near side cradle is Colton Gallus from Rock Ridge, trying to get Nicholas Blazer turned here on mat number 2.
Again, on mat number 1, they're getting ready. Bowden Field, mat 1, top left screen. Mat 2, top right of your screen. Mat 3 on the bottom right. And Lance, here, take this away as we had got some near fall action here.
Gallus throws in that half and has Blazer on his back with a minute left here in the first period, trying to elevate the head of Blazer. Blazer doing everything he can to stay belly down and rotate his hips around the mat there, but Gallus sinks in that half Nelson, makes it tighter and tighter as he goes around with 50 seconds left here in the first period.
On mat 1 underway, Bowden Feld in the dark purple for Cloquet-Esco Carlton. Aaron Rolfe from Hibbing in a Wrestleback round, and there's a early 2 as Feld is going to get the first points for that one in the another fairly early takedown. 25 seconds in. trying to get Rolf turned on his shoulders. Good shift, and we have a fall on mat 2, Lance.
Gallus had to jump to the other side and do a bar and half and get that fall over Blazer as he moves on. Gallus fall in the first period here. They changed the clock, I'm sorry, but
they did that quick.
They do it quick. Again, Colton Gallus moves on from Rockridge. Up next here at 152 pounds on mat number 2, Trevor Von Brethorst from Hibbing facing senior Hayden Workman from Aiken.
On mat 1, we're just over a minute into the first period as Brandon Feld for Cloquet Esco Carlton has top position and a 6-2 lead after a reversal against Aaron Wolf of Hibbing. This is 145 pounds. Oh, and now they've changed that score on the scoreboard. 30 seconds to go in the first period. They have it listed as 4-0. 4-0 in favor of Feld over Rolf. Feld has been in top position for most of this first period. 20 seconds ago as Rolf just about got him turned around, and Feld able to put the block on. Final 10 seconds of the first period on mat number 1, and the final 5 seconds. Looks like they'll ride this out. Bowden Feld will be leading 4-0 after the first to mat 2.
Workman got in on that body lock earlier in this match here, but Von Brethorst did a good job defending it off, locking his leg down. They're faced in. There comes Von Brethorst again with a leg lock and trying to get on that inside position with a minute left here in the first period. Still no score here at 152.
2-mat action right now here in some wrestleback rounds. Brandon Feld, 4-0 lead over Aaron Rolf. Rolf from Hibbing has top position to start period number 2, trailing 4-0 at 145 pounds. Next up on mat 1, Connor Morcom from Rock Ridge versus Kellen Gorman from Rush City Bram. And now here's Rolf, and he has got Feld turned over, and here comes the count. 4-0 lead for Feld, but Rolf, as Feld was trying to escape, got him turned on his back. Looks like 3 back points, and Rolf trying to hold on here. 1:30 to go, tons of time here in period 2. Tough spot for Bowden Feld as Aaron Rolf got him turned around. It looks like Feld is going to get himself turned to get off of his back. Just barely. It's going to be a near fall, 3 points, which keeps Feld in the lead 4-3 with a minute 10 to go here in the second period. Let's go back to mat 2.
Mat number 2, no score going into the first period. Workman's choice. He's going to take the down position. Workman from Aiken, Von Brethorst from Hibbing. Workman gets set.
Back on mat 1, Rolf again, as they're going to have a potentially dangerous move. No near fall points there for Rolf. 4-3, Brandon Feld leading 43 seconds to go in period 2 over Aaron Wolf of Hibbing at 145 pounds in the Wrestlebacks. Let's go back to this one here on mat 2.
Von Brethorst got his legs in there really tight on Workman. Workman trying to get back up to his base with a minute 35 left here in the second period. Still no score. Von Brethorst riding on the right-hand side of Aiken's Workman. Working into a cradle. Von Brethorst has it locked up. Workman defending it off.
On mat 1, 30 seconds to go in period 2. Bowden Feld for Cloquet Esco Carlton leading Aaron Rolf from Hibbing 4-3. Rolf has continued to try to get Feld on his back. They are going to give 2 points for Rolf for some more back points. Rolf takes the lead 5-4 in period 2 with the final 10 seconds, and now a potentially dangerous move called with just 4 seconds to go in the second period. Rolf will go on the top position, and now we're going to have a little bit of a break, so give us a quick update there on mat 2, Lance.
Workman right at the edge of the mat there was able to get a quick takedown, leading 3-1 now as he lets Von Brethorst up for 1. 44 seconds left here in the second period.
And only 4 seconds to go here as they whistle back into play period 2. Aaron Rolf, and they're going to have the end of the second period. 5-4 Rolf from Hibbing leading Feld from Cloquet Esco Carlton at 145 pounds. Back to mat 2.
25 seconds left here in the second period. Again, Workman leads 3-1 here in the neutral position over Von Breathorst from Hibbing. Both these guys pretty close. They're both seniors. Staying on the inside position. Nice crash by Workman. Trying to get over the overhook, underhook. They break free, short amount of time. After 2 periods, again here at 152, Trevor Van Breathorst trailing Aikens, Hayden Workman, 3-1. Van Breathorst is going to go ahead and take the down position. Workman rides from the left-hand side.
Now, not once, but twice, as on mat 1, they've been trying to get position for the start of the 3rd period. The official has to come in and get them repositioned, something not in the right spot. So 3rd period underway, 145 pounds. Aaron Rolfe of Hibbing against Bodenfeld of Cloquet Esco Carlton. Feld has top position, but Rolfe has the lead, 5-4. 2 really good matches going on here. Lance says you go to mat 2.
Mat 2, Workman's got that whizzer in, trying to crowd the hips there. This is a little bit more of the technical wrestling, like I said earlier. He let Van Breathorst up for 1 instead of getting a reversal, so he let him up for 1. Still leads 3-2 with 1:35 left here in the 3rd.
Minute 22 to go in the 3rd period on mat number 1 with Aaron Rolfe of Hibbing. He's in the down position with the lead, 5-4. And now it looks like Brandon Fjeld has the hands locked underneath, trying to turn Rolfe over. He's got the cradle. The count started, but then quickly turned off. Now here's the count as Feld has him cradled. 1 minute to go in the 3rd period. It's going to be at least a near fall. Rolfe in a tough spot, and he gets pinned as Bowden Feld, Cloquet Esco Carlton, gets the win via fall. 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
50 seconds left here on mat number 2 in period 3. Workman still leads 3-2 here. Trying to get inside position is Trevor Van Breathorst as he comes around the outside. Overhook by Hayden on the right-hand side. Keeping pressure in. 38 seconds now here left in the 3rd as they kind of trot back to the center of the mat. Crashing is Van Breathorst. Underhook on the left. They break free, start again. Less than 30 seconds left here in the 3rd period. Workman up 3-2 here at 152.
Coming up on mat 1, 152 pounds, Connor Morcom from Rock Ridge, Kellen Gorman of Rush City Bram. Let's let Lance finish this one out.
10 seconds left here in the 3rd. Again, another close one here at 152. Hayden Workman leads 3-2. It's the consolation 2nd round. Hayden Workman's going to pick up the victory here, 3-2 over Trevor Van Breathorst from Hibbing. Hayden Workman Aiken moves on. Next up here on mat number 2 is going to be Jace Preston from Pine City, a junior with a 23-20 record. Moving on, he will be wrestling Quinn Schnabel, a senior from Proctor Hermantown. Mat number 2, Preston Pine City facing Schnabel from Hermantown.
On mat 1, Connor Morcom, sophomore, 10-7 coming into tape, black singlet for Rock Ridge. Got the takedown. He leads 2-0 over Kellen Gorman, a junior from Rush City Bram. Gorman 16-26 entering today, and now Morcom has him on his back right on the edge of the mat. As looks getting back turned over is Gorman. They'll make the whistle on a potentially dangerous, and it's going to be 3 near fall points for Connor Morcom, the sophomore from Rock Ridge, with a 5-0 lead 1 minute into the opening period at 152 pounds for the Wrestleback. And looks like we're going to have a quick timeout on that one, so we'll go right back to mat 2.
Mat number 2, Jace Preston, a junior, 23-20 from Pine City, Hinkland, wrestling here at 170. Facing Quinn Schnabel from Proctor Hermantown, a senior. No score with 1:25 left here in the 1st. Preston trying to come around behind for 2, and he does. He picks up the 2 takedown. Preston now leads 2-0 over Schnabel.
Back to action. 1 minute to go in the 1st period on mat number 1. As Connor Morcom from Rock Ridge leading Kellen Gorman from Rush City Bram. Rush City Bram in the blue, and there's a reversal for Gorman. Morcom with the lead, 5-2, 40 seconds to go in the 1st period, but a reversal for Kellen Gorman. The junior in the blue for Rush City Bram. With 30 seconds to go in the 1st period, now trying to get to his feet is Morcom, and they're returned to the mat as they both go crashing down. Let's get a quick update here from Mat 2, Lance.
Preston, 30 seconds left here, throws in that cradle, but Schnabel's able to break it off here. Still trailing 2-0. Preston going ahead and throwing an armbar on the right-hand side, works on the wrist on the left, trying to pressure around and get some near fall.
Connor Morcom got an escape for Rock Ridge. Final couple seconds, and seconds tick off, no takedown awarded. They will go to the second period. Actually, I think that's going to the third period. It'll be Connor Morcom for Rock Ridge leading Kellen Gorman from Rush City Bram 6-2 on Mat 1.
Saved by the buzzer here after the first period, Schnabel. Preston from Pine City picks up another 3 near fall. So it is now 5-0 going into the second period. It is Schnabel's choice, and he's going to take neutral.
Some blood time for Mat 1, so Lance will take you here as they're underway at period number 2.
Yeah, 170 here. Jace Preston from Pine City, again, leads over Quinn Schnabel from Proctor Hermantown. Preston in the green and black singlet. Here on mat number 2, the all-black singlet is Schnabel from Proctor Hermantown. Headlock by Schnabel, roll through by Preston. Throws in a half on the far side. He's going to try to get Schnabel on his back, and he does. There's a fall. Jace Preston from Pine City picks up a fall over Quinn Schnabel here at 170 to move on. Next up here on mat number 2 is going to be 182 pounds Jared Yates from Mora facing Bradley Tanner from Piers. Yates, Mora, Tanner, Piers. Mat number 2 up next.
We're ready to return to action here. Period number 2. 6-2, Connor Morcom leading Kellen Gorman. Morcom from Rock Ridge, Gorman from Rush City Bram. Now 7-2 in favor of Morcom in the second period. Up next on mat 1 will be 160 pounds Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids and Ethan Golden from Proctor Hermantown. What do you have up next here for mat number 2?
Mat number 2 is Tanner from Piers.
Looks
and
like
Jared Yates from Mora. My screen just went black here. There we go. Now we're back here. Mat number 2 again.
Nothing to freak you out like the black screen.
I tell you what. Jared Yates, sophomore from Mora with a record of 21-20, comes in. He has a takedown and lead now over Bradley Tanner from Piers. 2-0 here on mat number 2. Minute 20 left here in the first period.
7-2, Connor Morcom leading Kellen Gorman, and there's going to be 2 points. 2 more points for Morcom on the takedown. He now leads 9-2 with 1:05 to go in the period. Morcom a sophomore, Gorman a junior. And right now Morcom on top trying to put that leg in with the whizzer and trying to get a turn. Putting a lot of pressure on the back of the head of Kellen Gorman. 9-2, 45 seconds left in the period for Morcom from Rock Ridge. Trying to get that arm bar. Now trying to get back sitting up, and as Gorman got back to his base, grabbing that ankle, trying to work him over, is Morcom on the near edge of the match. 25 seconds ago. As they continue to scramble, let's go to mat 2.
Wrestling mat number 2, 182 pounds. Jared Yates taking it to Bradley Tanner here. Still 2-0 with 15 seconds left here in the first period.
Both of these periods are going to end at about the same time over at 152. Trying to get the reversal was Gorman, but unable to. He gets to the base, and that's going to be the end of period number 2. 9-2. Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge leading Kellen Gorman of Rush City Bram as they'll head to period 3.
Yates at the end of the first period picks up 2 near fall. Now leads 4-0. 4-0 over Bradley Tanner from Piers. Yates going to go ahead and take the neutral position going into the second.
9-2 on mat number 1. Connor Morcom, and there's going to be an escape for Morcom starting at the down position. He leads 10-4 over Kellen Gorman from Rush City Bram out on the edge of the mat. And now
Yates got another takedown and another one. It should be 8-2 or 8-3 now with a minute 30 left here in the second period.
Morecambe gets another takedown on mat 1. He now leads 12-4 over Kellen Gorman, 152-pound wrestleback. Morecambe from Rock Ridge, Gorman from Rush City Bram, as a couple of wrestlers starting to take control here. Period number 3 on mat 1. 1 minute to go for Morecambe versus Gorman, leading 12-4.
Mat number 2, Yates over Tanner, 10-2 with a minute left here in the second period.
Here we were talking about wrestling smart and not giving up those points. I think we're kind of seeing that. There's doesn't seem to be as much for those big aggressive moves, trying to get big points, especially for these guys that are in the lead.
Right, for sure. They're just kind of wrestling smart. Again, in the second period here, mat number 2, Yates from Mora ends up letting Tanner up for 1, so it is now 10-3 with 35 seconds left here in the second period. Yates in control from Mora.
Down to 22 seconds to go here at period number 3. It's Connor Morecambe for Rock Ridge leading Kellen Gorman from Rush City Bram 12-4. And Morecambe simply trying to not just ride it out. I mean, he's been moving. There hasn't been any warnings, no stalling. Continuing to try to scramble is Gorman, and Morecambe just doing a nice job of maintaining control in that top position, and that'll do it. Morecambe will move on with a 12-4 win over Kellen Gorman. Next up on mat 1, in the Wrestlebacks 160 pounds, Oliver Spahn, freshman from Grand Rapids, versus Ethan Golden of Proctor Hermantown.
Going into the third period, Jared Yates from Mora leads 14-4 over Bradley Tanner from Piers. Tanner's choice, he takes a down position going into the third period. Mat number 2, Yates, Mora leads 14-4 over Bradley Tanner from Piers. Going to take a little bit of break here for some injury time.
So we'll get set for this matchup on mat number 1. Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids in the black and orange. Freshman entered today 25-17. Ethan Golden, a junior from Proctor Hermantown, entered today just 2-20. Just in the black with the silver stripes, and there's a quick shot going for the left leg for Oliver Spahn, and the freshman gets a quick 2 on the takedown. That's a 160-pound match, 2-0. Oliver Spahn pushing down on the head, trying to get the turn on Golden. And he's going to get 2 points for getting him on his back, and it's going to be, I thought it was 2 points. They have 5, yep, they're 2 points, 4-0 in favor of Spahn. 35 seconds into the first period to mat 2.
14-5 still in favor of Jared Yates from Mora. Minute 19 left here in the third period. Yates goes in on another high crotch single coming around the backside for 2 over Tanner. Lets him up for 1.
Yates in control on that one as we go back to mat 1. Oliver Spahn. There was an escape from Golden, and now there's another takedown as Oliver Spahn trying to take control of this one. 1 minute into the first period, he's already up 6-1 as we'll let Lance finish out this one on mat 2.
With 55 seconds left here in the third period, Yates leads 16-6 over Tanner from Piers. Tied up ear to ear, trying to keep pressure in. Yates, a freshman from Piers. Yates, a sophomore from Mora. Tanner, a freshman from Piers. Again, this is 182 pounds. Yates gets in on another single, comes back around, trying to get up the backside, but Tanner is trying to keep that leg locked with 25 seconds left here in the third period. Yates gets his 2 for takedown, 18-6 with 19 left here in the third.
6-1 as we're 15 seconds ago in period 1. 6-1 Spahn for Grand Rapids over Golden from Proctor Hermantown.
Yates lets Tanner up for 1, 18-7 with a short amount of time left here in the third. And at 182 pounds, Jared Yates, from sophomore from Mora, picks up a victory over freshman Bradley Tanner from Piers. Next up here on mat number 2.
I got that if you need it.
Go ahead.
180. It'll be another 182-pound match for the consolation rounds. Kalen Kimball, freshman from Rock Ridge, versus Ethan Perotti, sophomore from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. So we go back to mat 1, just underway in period number 3, 6-1, or period number 2. Oliver Spahn leading Ethan Golden. Spahn for Grand Rapids in the black and orange. Golden for Proctor Hermantown. in the black, 6'1", Spahn in front. Spahn, a freshman, Golden, a junior at 160 pounds to mat 2.
At 182 pounds, this is Kaylin Kimball, a freshman from Rock Ridge, facing Ethan Parati, again, sophomore from Pine City. Pine City in the black and green singlet on the right-hand side there. That is Parati. And Kimball.
On mat 1, another near fall for Oliver Spahn. He's now up 11-1. There's an escape for Ethan Golden, so it's 11-2. Spahn on top. Spahn on top of Golden, 11-2. After the escape, Spahn looking for that takedown. He's got the headlock. He's also got the leg. There's the 2. Now he's trying to drive and turn, unable to lock it in. It's 13-2. Spahn in front, 44 seconds to go in period number 2.
In the first period, mat number 1, or I'm sorry, period number 1, mat number 2.
It's going to be a long day,
It will be a long day. 50 seconds to go here. Still no score between Kimball from Rock Ridge and Parati from Pine City.
Another escape for Ethan Golden on mat 1. Still Oliver Spahn for Grand Rapids with a big lead, 13-3. As they're nearing the end of the second period. 10-point lead for Spahn at 160-pound Wrestleback. Spahn again has the headlock, has the leg, but time now winding down. There's 2 points for the takedown. It's 15-3. Not going to get the back points. It'll be 15-3. Spahn over Golden as they head to the third period.
15 seconds left here in the first period. Kimball gets a takedown for 2. He now leads. Ethan Parati 2-0 here going into the second period.
And we'll go right back to mat 1. Third period just underway. Oliver Spahn with the big lead. 15-3. Trying for the headlock was Golden. Able to disengage was Spahn. Now trying for the underhook. There was a good crash and right into the headlock for Spahn. Spahn again trying to get the roll. He's going to get the hips turned around. He's going to pick up the 2 points for the takedown. It's now 17-3. He's going to let Golden up at 17-4. Another takedown here would end it on the tech fall, and Spahn able to roll in, and he's got the takedown, and that should be the tech fall here in the third period. Again, they have not recognized it yet. It's 19-4, and now here's the back. He's got Golden on the back. They still haven't noticed the tech fall, and now the whistle, and it is going to be the tech fall in the third period. 4:52 if you go by the time they finally stop the clock.
So what they'll do is if they are in a pinning combination, they have the ability to pin their opponent before awarding the points, so that it's they can get the tech fall after the move is broken. So again, that's congratulations to Oliver Spahn here. Over here on the
thank you for the teaching moment.
There we
See,
go.
now I know that.
Now you know. Consolation round number 2 still wrestling here at 182 pounds with a minute left here in the second period. Kaylin Kimball from Rock Ridge up over Pine City's Ethan Parati. On deck, mat number 2, as we go into the semifinals. On deck will be Roman McKinney from Pine City facing Tucker Gould from Rush City Bram.
Just started on mat number 1. This is a 170-pound Wrestleback. Evan Hansen, freshman from Hibbing, taking on Trevor Snetzinger, senior from Grand Rapids. Snetzinger going to get the 2 points on the takedown, and now they'll get the whistle. And it's going to be early blood time in this one, just 21 seconds in. So on mat 1, 170 pounds, Evan Hansen, freshman, 3-10 coming into today from Hibbing. Trevor Snetzinger, senior, 15-18 from Grand Rapids as we get the action on mat 2.
Mat number 2, Ethan Parati coming from behind as a sophomore, has Kaylin Kimball on his back with 7 seconds left here in the second period.
These are the final 2 rounds for Wrestlebacks, and then we're going to get into the semifinals as there's a fall.
There's a fall. Ethan Parati from Pine City upsets Kaylin Kimball from Rock Ridge. Next up here, now this is the semifinals, everybody at 106 pounds. Roman McKinney from Pine City, a sophomore with a record of 25-8, facing Tucker Gould from Rush City Bram, sophomore with 32-11. Again, semifinal match here on mat number 2. McKinney, Pine City, Gould from Rush City Bram.
On mat 1, first period. Final Wrestleback for that round, Trevor Snetzinger of Grand Rapids leading Evan Hansen 2-0 on mat 1. Since that's a semifinal match, Lance, let's focus on mat 2.
Here we go again at 106 pounds here. This is Roman McKinney from Pine City facing Tucker Gould. Tucker Gould got in on a shot right there, right off the edge of the mat. Minute 45 left here in the first. Back to the center in neutral.
No, it's like as soon as they said the word semifinal, the energy in this place just went up about 6 notches.
Tucker Gould is just an animal from Graham right now. Again, McKinney, a technical, awesome wrestler, the 25-8 record from Pine City. Doing really good here again, 30 seconds into this first match, no score. Couple shot attempts. Gould trying to get in again, but McKinney does a good job sprawling back, getting that underhook. Gould gets into that high crotch, working into a fireman's, trying to keep working. Nice little scramble and roll here at 106 pounds here on mat number 2. Gould gets it. And he gets rolling on the left-hand side, keeping everything tight. Gets the first 2 points here.
Real quick, Snetzinger for Grand Rapids got the pin, the fall over Evan Hansen for Hibbing in that Wrestleback round. Now we'll go to a semifinal round on mat 1. Top seed Kyle Stengel appears, taking on Kevin Feld, the 8th grader from CEC. Stengel 32-8 coming in. Feld 23-11.
Minute left here in the first period. Gould from Rush City is leading 2-0.
Just underway with the top seed, Kyle Stengel, working against Feld. Still 2-mat action right now here as we get into the semifinals. As both guys down to the mat, but still neutral. With Stengel and Feld. Feld, 8th grader. Stengel, a sophomore at 106, and now they're off the mat and still at neutral.
Roman McKinney in the down position here, mat number 2, as Tucker Gould throws in an armbar and trying to pressure in and get some back points here, but McKinney doing a good job coming up to his feet with 28 seconds left here in the first. Gould drops down to the legs. Mat return, still in control, 2-0. Gould from Rush City on the left-hand side, coming back up. Pine City, McKinney does a good job. Pow, man, almost was a clasp there, but Gould getting a little bit high and out of position here. McKinney trying to get a loss of control point right at the edge of the mat. Gould stays in control, still leading 2-0 here going into the second period. McKinney's choice in Pine City, he defers. Gould is going to take the down position here, mat number 2.
On to mat 1, 44 seconds ago in the first period. Kyle Stengel for Piers and Kevin Feld from Cloquet Esco Carlton. No score with 40 seconds to go. Been a lot of that jostling back and forth as Stengel did a fake of a shot. Feld engages. Stengel able to break it loose. Final 25 seconds of the opening. Stengel tries for a shot. He ends up misfiring. These two guys both looking for those quick shots, but they're being defended very well. A little bit of that hand wrestling, just trying to grab on. 10 seconds ago in the first period with Stengel and Feld. A lot of juking and jiving. Now Stengel gets the double leg shot, but it's going to be too late. They go off the mat, and the period comes to an end. No score, Kyle Stengel and Kevin Feld at 106-pound semifinal on mat 1.
Mat number 2, Gould now leads 3-0, still in the down position. McKinney from the Pine City keeping a lot of pressure on the upper shoulders there as Gould keeps scrambling, working on his sit-outs and switches. Now Gould finally turns and faces McKinney. Coming in, trying to get out, and he does. He gets out for the 1. McKinney goes for an over and under throw. Off the mat to go, 1:03 left here now, 4-0 Gould here on mat number 2.
On mat 1, 15 seconds in to period number 2. No score still between top seed Kyle Stengel and Kevin Feld. Both kind of wrapped up each other, and now all of a sudden here's some back points. It's going to be 3 points for Kevin Feld. So the top seed, Stengel, trailing Kevin Feld, the 8th grader. The count is on, as now still counting as now there's 2 points for Kyle Stengel. So both guys able to get some back points. Let's go to mat 2.
Gould gets a reversal here, now leads 6-0. Has McKinney on his back there in the headlock.
Back to mat 1 where these two guys at 106 pounds, they're both of them have their backs facing the mat, and they just keep turning over each other, scoring points. 3 points were scored by Feld, and then Stengel got 2 points. Right now, Stengel has 3 points awarded for the near fall, and now he's going to get the 3 points to take a 5-3 lead. 40 seconds to go in period number 2. Kyle Stengel with a 5-3 lead over Kevin Fjeld.
And just squeaked by the bell. McKinney now trails 9-0 to Gould. Winner of these two matches will be in the finals here at 106. Again, mat 1 and 2, the winners of this match will be in the finals. Finals should be starting between 4 and 5 this afternoon. Now going into the third period on mat number 2, Gould takes a down position, leading 9-1 from McKinney, over McKinney from Pine City.
Final 10 seconds of the second period on mat 1, 106-pound semifinal. Kyle Stengel, the top seed, has a 5-3 lead over Kevin Fjeld from Cloquet Carleton. They're going to say neutral, and they're going to say no points awarded. They will go to the third period. 5-3, Stengel in front, and a good one heading to the third period as the officials are discussing whether there may have been a point to be awarded. Let's go to mat 2.
Mat number 2, Gould picks up a reversal right away here in the third period. Minute 30 left here. Gould leads 11-0 here at 106 pounds over McKinney from Pine City. McKinney drops down trying to get a reversal here. Followed nicely by Gould. Gould's keeping his hips tight and coming around the backside. Gould again leads 11-0 here with a minute 10 left here in the third period.
And a conversation between the coaches and the official about the score on mat 1. They are headed to go to the third period with Kyle Stengel leading Kevin Fjeld on the scoreboard 5-3. Let's see if they adjust anything, as that's a final there on mat 2.
Tucker Gould goes on to the championship here, winning with a fall over Roman McKinney from Pine City in the third period. 5 minutes, 39-second fall.
And while we get ready, it's going to be both standing, and it is going to be going to period number 3. 106-pound semifinal. Kyle Stengel leaving Kevin Fjeld 5-3 as they are just underway in the third period. Let's get what's coming up next on mat 2.
Now on mat number 2 at 113 pounds from Cloquet, the Lumberjacks, Aiden Thiessen, an 8th grader, 25-4, facing sophomore, 30-14 from Grand Rapids, Joey Seeley.
We're in the third period on mat number 1, 106-pound semifinal. Top seed Kyle Stengel leading 4th seed Kevin Fjeld 5-3. Both standing. Fjeld with a shot. He's got the double leg, trying to drive. Stengel flattens himself out, and they're going to go off the mat. They'll go back to center.
Thiessen working on a Russian armbar, going in for another shot here. Seeley doing a good job sprawling back. Minute 30 left here in the first period here. Mat number 2, no score.
Looks like, as according to this, a lot of these semifinals are going to stick with 2 mats. Noah, you having fun over there?
I am. I love being a spectator. You know that, Devin.
1 minute to go in the third period with Kyle Stengel of Piers leading Kevin Fjeld of Cloquet Carleton. This has been a great one. And Stengel, even as a top seed, 31-8 coming in. Fjeld giving him everything he can handle at 22-11. The 8th grader from CEC, the sophomore from Piers. And now here's Stengel trying to get control. They're still neutral. 40 seconds to go in the third period. 5-3 Stengel. We'll keep it here for this one as Stengel trying to get his head loose to pick up the 2 points, as Fjeld was doing everything he could to maintain the headlock. He cannot hold it. 2 points, and a big 2 points to give a cushion for Kyle Stengel. 7-3 Stengel with 20 seconds to go in the third period, as Stengel will look to perhaps just ride this one out and move on to the championship match. Kyle Stengel at 106 pounds advancing over Kevin Fjeld. Final few seconds will tick off the clock, and that one's going to go final. Stengel with the win, 7-3.
On mat number 2, Thiessen comes back in on a shot on Seeley. Thiessen leads 2-1 here going into the second period now. Right at the end here, again, going into the second period. 2-1 Thiessen over Seeley.
Coming up next, it's going to be a 113-pound semifinal. Carter Young, the freshman for Piers, in the white and black. He'll take on Lincoln Starr, the freshman from Malacca Faith Christian, in the black singlet. Young entering as the number 1 seed, 29-2. Now 30-2. Lincoln Star now 21-12. And there's Young with a quick shot, got the double legs. Holding on for a body lock. They'll award the 2 to Carter Young. It's 2-0 early on in that one.
Thiessen on mat number 2, leading 2-1 over Seeley from Grand Rapids, right at the edge of the mat. Minute 37 left here in the second period.
Go to one there, keep with that one here for a little bit, Lance.
Thiessen letting Seeley up. They're going to go back and restart here. Seeley in the down position. Thiessen from Cloquet in control. Thiessen gets set on the right-hand side, leading 2-1. Quick stand-up attempt by Seeley. Stays on his base, now back up to his feet. Nice mat return by Thiessen. Minute 15 left here in the second period. Seeley gets reset.
On mat 1, a minute into period number 1. Carter Young of Piers leading Lincoln Star from Lack of Faith Christian 2-0. 113-pound semifinals happening here on both mats.
Thiessen try to get up to his feet again. Mat return with a minute left here on mat number 2. Thiessen leading 2-1 over John Seeley.
Carter Young grabbing the ankle on mat number 1, top left of your screen. Young trying to flip it over and rolling right through Lincoln Star from Lack of Faith Christian as they'll come off the mat. 28 seconds to go in the first period, and a 2-0 lead for top seed Carter Young for Piers.
Thiessen still leads here on mat number 2. 2-1, 40 seconds left here in the second period.
On to mat 1, we're in the first period. 20 seconds, now Young got that cross face, he's across the shoulders trying to get the turn on Star. Clock winding down here in period number 1. 6 seconds to go, 2-0 Carter Young trying to pick him up. He's got the cradle, he's got the leg, but only a couple of seconds are left, and that'll be it for period number 1. Didn't get him turned around enough for points. It's going to be Carter Young's choice for period number 2 as Young leads Star 2-0, and he'll take the down position in that 113 semifinal.
And on mat number 2, as we come to the end of the second period here, still Thiessen leads 2-1.
This is what you expect from the semis, right? 2-1, 2-0 after the periods, and let's make it happen. 15 seconds into period 2, mat number 1. There's an escape as Carter Young started in the down position. He got the escape point. 3-0 Carter Young, top seed on top of Lincoln Star. 113 pounds. And with the headlock, they're going to get a stalemate here as they were locked up, and they'll start up again with both standing. Carter Young with a shot on that outside leg, now looking to drive, and now has to get his head loose to try to get the 2 points. Trying to hold on tight with the head is Lincoln Star. He's going to grab the left leg of Carter Young. And now Young will get disengaged. He'll be awarded the 2 points for the takedown. 5-0 Carter Young a minute into the second period.
And in the third period here, the minute 20 left here to go in the third period again. Thiessen from Cloquet still leads John Seeley 2-1. Seeley trying to work in on a cradle over on the top side here. Almost had it locked up. Thiessen did a good job fighting it off, working on some nice hand control from underneath.
On mat number 1, Carter Young with that top position, leading 5-0 over Lincoln Star for Malacca Faith Christian. Down to 40 seconds to go in the period. Reaching across the back, trying to get hooked in on the arm bar and trying to pull, trying to get that arm yanked down as Lincoln Star trying to spread out. Not a whole lot of action. Again, just trying not to get caught here for in the second period. And now Young, quick shift. He's got the leg. Holding on to the right leg of Young is Lincoln Star. 15 seconds to go in the second period. So let's finish out this exciting one on mat 2.
In the third period, they're going to call a stalemate and restart here with 17 seconds left here. John Seeley trailing 2-1. Now 3-1. Seeley's going to go ahead and go for a quick shot. He needs to do a 5-point move to get the win. If not, at least a takedown with 10 seconds left here in the third period. Thiessen sprawling back, trying to stay on the mat and just burn up the clock. 3 seconds left. They're going to restart here. Thiessen gets warned for stalling. 1 point for Seeley. 3-2. 3-2. Thiessen. Seeley goes in on a quick shot. Thiessen gets a takedown, so it is a 5-2 victory for Thiessen from Cloquet.
Over on mat 1, it's still 5-0. Carter Young, the top seed. He's on top of Lincoln Starr from Malacca Faith Christian. 1:30 to go in the third period. Top seeded Young. No stalemates, no stalling, just the fact that Carter Young has been able to maintain most of the control. Starr continues to try to grab at the legs, trying to find some way to reverse the position in the third period. Carter Young started in that down position. Starr doing anything he can do to try to turn him, but Young doing a good job just when he needs to, just straightening out those legs, sliding out. Now he's half saying that looked like a downward facing dog.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 120 pounds from Grand Rapids, Asher Brendan facing Nolan Campbell from Rockridge. Campbell, Rockridge.
Now we're going to have a stalling warning on mat 1 given to Carter Young. 40 seconds to go in the third period. I don't think giving up a single stall point is really going to matter too much, as now Young able to turn things around. No awarded points yet. 30 seconds remaining here in this 113-pound semifinal. Carter Young appears. Lincoln Starr of Malacca Faith Christian. They're going to call the stalemate. With just 20 seconds to go, Young with the 5-0 lead. Young drops down as kind of just blocked Lincoln Starr as he was looking for a shot attempt. And now here's Starr. He got the takedown. He got Young on his back for a moment. And Lincoln Starr trying to pull off a stunner. Only 4 seconds to go. He's going to get the takedown. There's the count. There's the period. And what are we going to have? We're going to have 2, I think, for the takedown. And then I think it's only going to be 2. It's going to be 3 for the back points. I think it's going to be 2 and 2. And Carter Young will advance with a 5-4 win as Lincoln Starr scores 4 points in the final 10 seconds. But Carter Young moves on.
On mat number 2. 14 seconds left here in the first period, and he's going to get the fall.
Coming up next on mat 1 at 120 pounds will be Mason Nelson in the semifinals for Mora, taking on Landon Loxo from Proctor Hermantown.
Mat number 2, Campbell picks up the fall over Brendan from Grand Rapids here.
And Grand Rapids wrestler hurt a little bit, so hopefully he's all right. They're going to check him out. Over on mat number 1. Top left of your screen, 120-pound semifinal. Mason Nelson from Mora, Landon Loxo from Proctor Hermantown. Up next on mat 1, 126-pound semi, Alex Lehman from Grand Rapids and John Pilarski of Aiken. 2-point takedown for Mason Nelson. Nelson, the top seed at 120 pounds coming in. Ranked number 9 in the guillotine rankings. And Nelson, he's got Loxo on his back. 2 points, 40 seconds in to the first period, and he's looking for the fall and looking to quickly advance to the championship. Nelson continuing to work that shoulder. Loxo just trying to twist around. Doing a nice job of trying to keep close, but Mason Nelson putting a ton of pressure on that left shoulder for Loxo. Already got the near fall for 3, just trying to finish the job here in the first period. He's up 2-0, 5-0 with the near fall if he can complete it. Now he's going to shift, he's going to roll back over. Loxo rolls with him, looking to get that shoulder and keep that shoulder up. That's an awful lot of time for Loxo to try, and he does get out of it. It's going to be 3 for the near fall, 5-0 Mason Nelson in front. 33 seconds to go in the first half. Now they'll get a loss of control point. Loxo gets 1, and then he's taken right back down by Nelson. 2-point takedown for Nelson. He's up 7-1 with 20 seconds to go in the first period. And on mat 2, they still attend to a wrestler there, Lance.
Yeah, Brendan gets hurt with had a double arm bar there by Campbell, and Campbell picks up the fall. moves on. Next up on mat number 2 is going to be Liam Hennessy, a freshman from Piers, facing Dutch Hedblum from Rockridge. Dutch, a sophomore with a 40-6 record. Hennessy, a 22-10 record as a freshman from Piers. Again, that's on deck, mat number 2.
And Mason Nelson picks up another near fall right at the end of the first period. He is in control in this 120-pound semifinal. Mason Nelson, 33-8 for Mora. He is a junior. Landon Loxo, junior for Proctor Hermantown, 24-20. Starting period number 2, Nelson is going to let him up for a point. So we're going to start period number 2, 10-2. Mason Nelson in front. They'll start the second period, and a shot attempt from Nelson blocked by Loxo. Now just an overcross, now the undercross, and the underarm looking for the toss. 10-2, Loxo just trying to disengage, and Nelson did a nice job locking in the arm. Now they're locked up, and now here comes Mason Nelson right into the headlock. Gets the 2 for the takedown, and here comes the count again as he's got Loxo on his back. 12-2, and there's the pin. 2 minutes and 32 seconds, a fall for Mason Nelson as he advances to the 120-pound championship. Now we'll go on mat 1 to 126 pounds. Alex Lehman, 34-7, a junior from Grand Rapids, taking on John Pilarski, the sophomore from Aiken, who is 22-15.
These two have split a couple matches here earlier this year. Both of them gone head-to-head. And this will be a match to watch here on mat number 1.
Mat number 2 still delayed as they check the injury to the Grand Rapids wrestler, certainly making, wanting and needing to make sure that he is all right before they move him off the mat. So here we go, Pilarski and Lehman. Lehman a junior, Pilarski a sophomore. Here on mat number 1 for the 126-pound semifinals. 2-mat action here for the semifinals here at Rush City High School. Headlock from Lehman, trying to get control of the leg. Going to get those hips shifted around. It's going to be 2 points for Lehman. Gets the scoring 25 seconds into the first period. Pilarski, and there's a potentially dangerous, as Pilarski's leg was in an odd shape. Pilarski knocked off Cooper Lucarelli in the quarterfinal round to get himself a spot here in the semis against Lehman. Lehman starts in that top position after the potentially dangerous move. 1:17 to go here in the first period at 126 pounds. Trying to move across and grab that leg. He's got the arm bar and the arm wrapped around Pilarski. Trying to keep the hold and trying to get him turned. Gets him on his back. The count starts with a 2-0 lead for Alex Lehman.
Lehman did that nice 2-on-1 tilt there to get that near fall, so it brings it 5-0. 5-0 Lehman.
Looks like they only awarded him 2 points for that. Lance, explain that one to me, how the back points and the near fall, what's the major difference?
Between 2 and 3, you got to get a 5 count in order to get all 3. If you get 4, it's just 2.
So 2 points for Lehman. He's got the lead 4-0 over Pilarski from Aiken. 15 seconds ago in the first period, and here Lehman going to work again with the armbar. He's going to scoot over. He's got the shoulder, the left shoulder pinned down, trying to bring him down. 5 seconds to go into the period as Pilarski just trying to live to see the second period, and he will. There will be 3 more points awarded. I'll make that 2 more points. 2 more points again awarded to Alex Lehman, and he has a commanding 6-0 lead as they head into the second period.
Pilarski's going to take the neutral position going in the second period here. Again, 6-0 Lehman on mat number 1.
Lehman the top seed, but not into the top 10 on the guillotine rankings. Nobody in this section ranked in the top 10 at this weight class at 126. Lehman with the 6-0 advantage. Working against John Pilarski, the sophomore. 22-15 after his quarterfinal win. and Lehman 34-7. Up next on this mat at 132 pounds will be Nathan Nelson of Mora and Jake Neary of Rock Ridge as they go off the mat. Still 6-0 in favor of Alex Lehman here in period number 2. Dropping down to the knees for a moment, Pilarski, as he was trying to set up a shot.
Lehman doing a good job with hand control there, controlling the right hand. Drops down to an ankle pick attempt. Minute left here in the second period, drops back to another kneecap single. Another snap down by Lehman, trying to go around. Pilarski does a good job staying on his feet and backing out, keeping pressure in with a 3-point. Coming back on the front headlock, snap, go around behind for 2 is Lehman. Lehman gets that takedown. Now 8-0 with 50 seconds left here in the second period. Pilarski trying to get his legs moving, staying underneath. Lehman got everything tight, working in on a college ride. Comes back into a deep waist. Pilarski trying to clear his feet. 25 seconds left here in the second period. Lehman in the commanding lead over John Pilarski from Aiken.
They continue to work on mat 2 to an injured Grand Rapids wrestler. 126-pound semifinal due up next on that mat when they take care of the injured wrestler there. Final seconds here of period number 2 on mat 1.
John Pilarski not able to do much here in the second period from the bottom position. Lehman controls him. Going into the third period again, Lehman from Grand Rapids leads 8-0 over John Pilarski from Aiken at 126. This is a semifinal match. The winner of this will move on to the finals here today. Lehman takes the top position. Pilarski is in the down. 2 minutes to go in the third period.
From the first couple of periods, Lehman seemed to be able to he really seemed to do a nice job of just maintaining control. So is that part of choosing top when you're up 8-0 into the third period, is just so you can try to maintain that control?
Correct. He is in control and is able to work on his tilts and try to get some near fall. Pilarski just has to get his legs moving from underneath there. He's trying to clear his hips, but Lehman does a good job blocking his hips right there, so Pilarski can't get out and get too far away. Pilarski working back in, was going to try a shoulder roll, but now again, Lehman does a good job always hooking the legs and staying behind and keeping the hips tight. Riding nice. Pilarski got to clear that right arm away. Lehman's going to work into a bar tilt. And Pilarski does not go. With a minute 14 left here in the third, again, Lehman leads 8-0 here at a 126-pound semifinal match here between John Pilarski and Lehman from Grand Rapids.
Well, Lehman coming in as the top seed, looking to advance, defeated Brendan Malloy in the quarterfinal matchup. And Pilarski defeated Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown in the quarters. But Lehman's been pretty much in control of this one, final 40 seconds.
Again, still keeping his hips tight. Pilarski just not able to get anything moving from the down position here. Working on hand control, trying to block the hips. There goes another 2-on-1 tilt by Lehman. Pilarski stays on his belly. 25 seconds left here in the match. Again, Lehman leads 8-0 over John Pilarski.
See if they decide to switch some things around with the delay happening again on mat number 2. An unfortunate injury, and it looks like perhaps a neck injury to a Grand Rapids wrestler, as now looks like Lehman just simply watching the clock and lets time run out as Alex Lehman of Grand Rapids into the finals with the win 8-0 over John Pilarski for the Aiken Gobblers. As coming up next at mat number 1, they'll stay with the schedule that they have on mat 1. 132 pounds. Nathan Nelson, the junior from Mora, the top seed, 36-5. He'll take on Jake Neary, the sophomore from Rock Ridge. Neary now 14-5 on the season. That'll be the next match on mat 1, and again going for 2 mats here as we're in the semifinal round. Section 7AA individual wrestling tournament, and now They're chatting it through. Now again, Jake Neary was hurt with that takedown from Jackson Klein. Did not, we had heard that they did not forfeit. Neary was awarded the win, and if this is Neary walking over, he's not looking like he's ready to wrestle.
No, he's going to have to at least shake the hand and show a forfeit if he's going to forfeit. So which means he is not going to wrestle, so he's going to give the forfeit up.
So that will put Nathan Nelson from Mora, the top seed, into the semifinals, as Nelson gets the win via forfeit. So then we will go to 138 pounds in the semifinals on mat number 1. Chase Becker, the top seed, has not been on the mat yet. Received 2 byes all the way into the semifinals. And Becker, the number 1 seed, he is 31-3 on the season, and he's going to be taking on Jackson Kendall. Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge, the sophomore, beat Cole Grams of Mora in the quarterfinals. That'll be the next match here on mat number 1. They continue to attend to a Grand Rapids wrestler on mat number 2, and it looks like they are going to, Lance, going to get a neck brace on him, and we hope, obviously hope the best for that young man.
Oh, for sure. It's never fun to see anything like that again, but the good thing is everybody takes good super precautions here. We're going to wait for medical staff to get here and transport him out of here. Again, best of luck to Mr. Brendan.
Yes, absolutely. On to mat 1, and again, Lance, you're the most well-versed. If you're okay with it, I'll let you take it.
Sounds good. Both these guys go head-to-head and are very competitive, both of them. I can't tell you if they wrestled each other earlier this year, but technicality and just looking at scores, very, very good match here on mat number 1.
When mat 2 does resume, 126-pound semifinal is due up next. Liam Hennessy, freshman from Piers, versus Dutch Hedblum, a sophomore from Rock Ridge. Right now on mat 1, 138 pounds. Chase Becker appears in the white and black, just got the takedown. Jackson Kendall in the all black from Rock Ridge.
Exactly. Now Becker doing a good job trying to keep his hips tight on the left side, drops down to a single. Kendall still in the down position, going to get set. Becker rides on the left-hand side. Slow inside stand-up. Becker tries to throw a sandy cradle in. Not going to happen. Kendall's trying to clear his hips and get out. Becker drops down to that double, still in control. Off the mat they go. They're not going to award nothing, so Kendall still in the down position. Becker still in control, riding on the right, leading 2-0. Becker leads from Piers with a minute left here in the first period, 2-0.
You know, that's an interesting spot to be in, too, for Chase Becker, and I think there's a couple others that are in that spot, too, that got buys all the way to the semifinals. That's a long time to wait.
Oh, it is, but you know what? Your record and all your hard wrestling throughout the year, that it pays off as you get to the sections.
He's more rested.
He is, for sure. Becker doing a good job working on that college ride, keeping pressure in, but Kendall's trying to find his stand-up, trying to get out there. And, you know, Becker throws in a nice crossface there. Make sure Kendall knows that he's up there. Again, this is the semifinals. Everything gets more technical and closer matches happen here with 22 seconds left here in the first period. Becker leads 2-0 over Kendall from Rock Ridge.
138 pounds. The other semifinal for 138, Nathan Trotter of Aiken and Landon Umbright from Rush City Bram, as they'll have to, I don't know if they'll catch up, but they'll get going again on mat 2 once they take care of the injured Grand Rapids wrestler.
Kendall still in the down position, 5 seconds left here in the first period. Becker from Piers on the left-hand side, mat number 1. The false start. Caution on Becker. Kendall sit out and roll. Becker follows nicely.
And that'll wrap up period number 1, 138-pound semifinal. Top seed Chase Becker up 2-0.
Kendall, his choice going into the second period, he defers and lets Becker choose. Becker takes a down position, leading 2-0 here. Becker gets set. Kendall rides from the left. Up and out with a stand-up is Becker. 3-0, I'm sorry, 3-0. Becker over Kendall from Rockridge. A little bit of a snap down for Kendall.
Up next on mat 1 will be 145 pounds with Kenny Erickson of Aiken and Brock Folkema of Mora.
Mat check by Kendall. Come in, tying up. Minute 30 left here in the second period. Becker from Piers leads 3-0 over Kendall from Rockridge. The front headlock and going around for 2 is Becker, now leading 5-0.
Choosing that down position, that's exactly what he had in mind, I suppose.
For the most part.
Looks like they might clear mat 3 and start wrestling matches on mat 3 to get us caught up, so we'll take a look at that when that happens.
Kendall out for 1, 5-1 Becker. 55 seconds left here in the second period.
.46 seconds to go here in period number 2. 138-pound semifinal. Becker from Piers, Kendall from Rock Ridge. It appears that they'll continue on to the mat 2 schedule on mat 3 here, Lance. So we'll get that caught up as soon as they clear it. As we go back to mat 1, 30 seconds to go. Chase Young continuing to maintain control on top of Jackson Kendall.
So on mat number 3, it's going to be Liam Hennessy facing Dutch Headbloom.
Yep.
From Rockridge.
They come off the mat here. Just 7 seconds to go in the second period. Mat number 1, Chase Becker of Piers, Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge. Becker a junior, Kendall a sophomore. Young will have the top position for the final 7 seconds. And now another false start. This time the caution called on Kendall. Can that caution be not only starting something early, but where the positioning of the hands are as well?
Correct. You need to have the hand on the arm needs to be behind or below the elbow, and you have to be sitting behind the knees of the lower opponent.
7-1 is a point for Chase Becker. Starting the third period, 138-pound semifinal, 7-1 as Lance, go to mat 3 if you would, or at least give us the heads up on what's happening, and we'll get Noah in on that as well.
Update on, oh, there we go. Update on mat number 3. So yes, it is going to be Liam Hennessy, a freshman of Piers, and Dutch Headblum, a sophomore from Rock Ridge at 126 pounds. That one is underway here on mat number 3.
1:30 to go, third period on mat number 1 at 138 pounds. Chase Becker of Piers leading Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge 7-1. Still at neutral. They wave off the points.
Headbloom goes with a throw on 3. Got Hennessy on his back. Minute 30 left here in the first period. Mat number 3.
On mat. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hennessy comes back up to his base and gets out of that pinning combination.
The takedown finally awarded for Chase Becker. 1 minute to go in the third period. He leads 9-1 over Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge. Young, the top-seeded junior for the Piers Pioneers with a 9-1 lead, 40 seconds to go. Let's go to mat 3.
Headbloom, this is a good one between Hennessy and Headbloom. Hennessy fought off his back a couple times now. Headbloom's going to go ahead and pick up 2 more near fall, leading 6-0 here in the first period. 50 seconds left to go here on mat number 3.
We have a stalling warning on mat 1 with Jackson Kendall. Chase Becker, 20 seconds to go in the third period. Becker looking in at control, and now a stalling warning given to Becker. 9-1 Becker in front with 18. Now there's a point awarded to Becker. It's 9-1 Becker with just a few seconds left in the third as Becker looks to advance.
Headbloom gets another takedown here over Hennessy. 8-1 on mat number 3.
And on mat 1, final 10 seconds, they'll go off the mat and come back to the center. Young will be on top, looking to finish this one off against Jackson Kendall for Rock Ridge. Chase Becker, the top seed, as the final few seconds take off. He will advance to the finals, 9-1 the final.
Mat number 3 going into the second period. It is 8-2 Hennessy from Rockridge over, Headbloom over Hennessy.
Coming up on mat 1, 145-pound semifinal. Kenny Erickson, the top seed from Aiken, 31-6. He's a junior, taking on Brock Folkema, junior from Mora, 24-13. Folkema will be in the blue singlet, and Erickson will be in the black singlet for a 145-pound semifinal on mat number 1. Let's go back to mat 3.
Headbloom in control over Hennessy right now, working on a tilt here in the third period. Hennessy working on the Granby, and he does. Gets a reversal over Headbloom. 9-4, 9-4. Make that 11-4 with the near fall. So 11-4 Headbloom over Hennessy right now on mat number 3. Minute 35 left here in the second period.
Kenny Erickson getting down to his knees, looking for that inside shot. First 25 seconds into the first period, 145-pound semifinal on mat 1. Kenny Erickson of Aiken, Brock Folkema of Mora. Erickson tries a shot as both guys getting engaged and trying to get the head down. Now Erickson's got the ankle, and Erickson gonna get behind. He's got the 2 for the takedown. Kenny Erickson up 2-0 on Brock Folkema. 1:10 to go in the first period. Mat number 1, top left of your screen. Erickson in the black, Folkema in the blue. 1 minute gone in the first period. 2-0 Erickson, 145-pound semifinal.
Mat number 3, Headbloom picks up another takedown with 45 seconds left here in the second period, leading 14-4 over Hennessy. Hennessy out for 1. 14-5. Headbloom in the lead on mat number 3.
Back to 1, period 1. 145-pound semi. Erickson up 2-0. He's in top position. 50 seconds ago in the opening frame. Working on that arm bar against Folkema. Trying to get the turn. Folkema trying to get to his feet. He does. Gets to his feet. Erickson trying to maintain control. Gets the trip and gets him back return to the mat. Erickson maintains control. 30 seconds ago in the first. 2-0 Kenny Erickson of Aiken.
Mat number 3, it is 14-7 right now. Headbloom over Hennessy. Headbloom clears his hips and gets out for 1. Actually, yep, gets out for 1. 2 seconds left here. Period number 2. Headbloom leads going into the third period, 15-7. 15-7. Headbloom takes a down position. Mat number 3, Hennessy from Piers.
On to mat 1, first period just came to an end. Kenny Erickson, the top seed for Aiken, leading Brock Folkema, the 4 seed from Mora, 2-0. Folkema will have the choice, and he's going to choose neutral. 2-0 Erickson as we get started on period number 2. Mat number 1 at 145 pounds.
Mat number 3, Hennessy in the top position over Headbloom right now with a minute 33 left here in the third period. Headbloom leads 15-7, trying to clear his hips and getting out for 1. Hennessy throws in a front. Now he's going to work into a double armbar.
On mat 1, Kenny Erickson, 2-point takedown. He now expands the lead, 4-0. Kenny Erickson, 30 seconds into period 2, 145-pound semifinal match.
Over on mat number 3, Headbloom in the down position here with a minute 17 left here in the third, leading 15-7 over Hennessy. Hennessy from Piers riding on the right-hand side.
126-pound match over there on mat 3. On mat 1, Erickson has the hand, has the wrist, trying to work around, shifting the head back in was Folkema. Folkema looking to move things around. And Erickson trying to get, He's got the whizzer in, got the leg in between, now trying to get him turned. 40 seconds to go in the second period. It's 4-0 Erickson in that semifinal match.
Over on mat number 3, Hennessy still in control in the top position, but Hedlund's trying to get out from underneath, but Hennessy's got a figure 4 around the leg of Hedlund. Hedlund leads 15-7. 25 seconds left here in the third period.
Real quick, stalemate called, 30 seconds left in the second. 4-0 Erickson on mat 1 at 145. Let's finish this one out.
Hedlund trying to go for the reversal on Hennessy. 10 seconds left here in the third period. And they roll through after 3 periods there at 126 pounds. Hedlund from Rockridge is going to move on into the finals there over Liam Hennessy from Piers. 15-7, Hedlund.
Another stalemate call, or actually the end of the second period. Kenny Erickson top seed at 145, leading Brock Folkema of Mora. Folkema in the blue, Erickson in the black. Erickson will be down to start the third period with a 4-0 lead.
And looking ahead to what's next on mat number 3, it's going to be 132 pounds. Derek Stangl, senior from Pierce, taking on Justin Job, junior from Grand Rapids, in semifinals of 132 pounds on mat number 3.
On mat 1, Erickson gets an escape. He now leads Folkema 5-0. 25 seconds in to period number 3. 145-pound semifinal match on mat 1. Coming up next, 152-pound semi with Avery Nelson from Mora versus Warren Haitala from Cloquet Esco Carleton. Erickson and Folkema engaged. Folkema trying to drag down and trying to quickly shift the hips, but Erickson instead gets out of it, gets the 2 points for the takedown. Now it's 7-0. Erickson in front with 1:05 to go in period number 3 on mat 1 here, Section 7 AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. Erickson on top looking for control. He's got a hold of that left arm, trying to get a leg hooked and trying to roll Folkemer towards him to get the back points. 7-0 Erickson with an escape and a takedown. It was 4-0 coming into this third period. Folkema doing a nice job laying flat, and now they'll call the stalemate as Folkema not really able to do much. Just 24 seconds remain now.
Kenny doing a good job controlling the whole match here at 145. Worked on that tilt again. Usually he's really good with his hips and keeping everything tight, and he likes all that tilt stuff. But Folkema moves a little bit on the bottom. There were 20 seconds left here in the third.
Erickson in control with the 7-0 lead, just trying to finish this off. Goes into the crossface, 10 seconds. Kenny Erickson came in as the top seed at 145 pounds, not ranked in the top 10 in the state. I think he flirted with it a little bit this year, and Erickson will get the victory, 7-0 to advance to the 145-pound final. Up next on mat 1, 152 pounds, Avery Nelson, the senior from Mora, taking on Warren Heidela, the junior from Cloquet Esco Carleton. And now as they take the Grand Rapids wrestler off the mat, again, many thoughts of good positive thoughts for him as he gets a standing ovation heading out of the gymnasium. Give us what's coming up again here on mat 3, Noah.
Mat number 3 coming up. Derek Stangl, a senior from Piers, and Justin Job, junior from Grand Rapids. This is the semifinal of 132 pounds that is now underway on mat number 3.
On to mat number 1, 152 pounds. Avery Nelson, senior from Mora, 31-5, taking on Warren Heidela, junior from Cloquet Esco Carleton, 24-8. Heidela in the dark purple with the black headgear, and Nelson 31-5 from Moro with the black singlet and the white headgear. 30 seconds in, no score in that one.
Over on mat number 3, still tied at 0 between Stangl and Job. Stangl appears in the black and the white and red singlet. The black and orange is to Job. Both these wrestlers just feeling each other out, matching each other's motions. Now they start to lock up here. It's still tied at 0, 1 minute in here in period number 1. Now still locking up as they're just feeling each other out. This is one of the matchups I was excited to keep an eye on, with Stangl, of course, being one of the higher seeds, Job the number 2 seed for Grand Rapids, and now being down at the mat, 50 seconds to go, still tied at 0 here in period number 1.
First minute gone on mat number 1, 152-pound match. Avery Nelson of Mora and Warren Heidela of Cloquet Esco Carlton. And again, just a lot of mirroring each other and trying to get that first big takedown, and they're going to go off the mat.
Still tied at 0 here, and Devin, like you were saying, it seems that, well, there's a single leg takedown, or the attempt for the single leg takedown for Stangl, excuse me. And now it's starting to pick up a little bit here. No, slamming him down to the ground as Stangl gets arching up. Job on the back of Stangl. Still tied at 0. It's going to be 2 points for the takedown for Job. And right here towards the end of the first period, 2-0. Job for Grand Rapids on top of Derek Stangl appears.
And still no score. And there's finally 2 points awarded. Boy, Avery Nelson and Warren Heidela back and forth. And finally, Nelson was able to get the hips across. And with only 15 seconds to go in the first period, he gets awarded the takedown, 2-0 in favor of Avery Nelson. And that's how the first period will come to an end. 152-pound semifinal, Avery Nelson Mora leading Warren Heidela of Cloquet Esco Carlton 2-0.
And Devin, as that one ends, we get a new period started here on mat number 3. Derek Stangl, 4 peers versus Justin Job of Grand Rapids. Job on top 3-0 after the escape point. So Job on top 3-0 over Stangl as these wrestlers locking up here. Collar lock. Now trying to go for the takedown, Job, double leg, but now going for that right leg. Now right back up. Stangl looking more aggressive here as in the early stages of period number 2. 3-0, Job leads. 1:25 to go in period number 2.
On mat 1, they're just underway on period number 2. Avery Nelson, the top position, starting period number 2. 2-0, Avery Nelson, the top seed, at 152, leading Warren Heidela for Cloquet Esco Carlton on mat number 1.
Back to mat number 3, 5-0, Job now on top of Stangl. So now he's laying on the back of Stangl, and now a whistle. Now potentially dangerous move. And now it seems that Stangl is in pain on the mat. So while they tend to him, Devin, back to you in mat 1.
We'll go back to mat 1, minute 20 to go. And still 2-0, Avery Nelson trying to get the turn on Warren Heidela for Cloquet Esco Carlton. And here's the twist, and all he's got to do is looking to get his head up and just hanging on tight as Heidela. That's the other thing, Lance, I'm kind of picking up on with wrestling. Sometimes your best move is just hang on tight.
Yeah, hang on and just stay in position and just hopefully you don't get called for stalling. You still got to be working and moving. But as you start getting in that high position, you really have to work back and just make sure you don't get a reversal given up on you. But Avery Nelson doing a good job on that bar and on the left-hand side there, and he's going to go ahead and try to walk it over.
30 seconds to go in the second period. Avery Nelson with the 2-0 lead over Warren Heidela for Cloquet Esco Carlton. Nelson 31-5, Heidela 24-8. Of course, great semifinal matches here in the 7AA tournament. 15 seconds to go in the second period, 152-pound match. We'll finish that one out as Nelson again just working extremely hard to try to get Heidela on his back, and is equally impressive. Heidela not allowing it to happen. Second period comes to an end as Avery Nelson leads just 2-0.
And coming back to 132 pounds on mat number 3 as Justin Job on top 5-0 over Derek Stangl of Piers. This is semifinals of 132 pounds. Winner goes on to face Nathan Nelson of Mora as round 3 is underway.
We go back to the third period, and it's going to be 3-0 now as Nelson awarded the escape point. 3-0 Avery Nelson over Warren Heidela from Cloquet Esco Carlton. Third period in the 152-pound semifinal. Wrestlers engage, and looking for the crash was Avery Nelson, but Oh, a little bit just dancing around, trying to figure out who can take their shot and when.
And back to mat number 3 again. Same thing over here, and well, with Job on top 5-0, he's just playing defensive right now. And now they lock up. Stengel looking to get some big-time points here. Now a takedown attempt by Job. Aggressive hand fighting here and slamming down Stengel. Still 5-0 Job on top. 1 minute to go in period. Well, 1:05 to go in period number 3.
Yeah, final period here as well as we've got Avery Nelson still up 3-0, and neither guy able to really take the shot. There's again another attempt at just grabbing that head, trying to drag it down. Locking up 45 seconds to go here in the third period. And Avery Nelson now trying to take the shot with Heidela. Nelson able to block it as they go back to the center. 33 seconds to go in that one.
Stengel on mat number 3 went for a throw, a 5-point move to try to get Job down, but gives up that takedown to Job, so now it's 8-2 on mat number 3. 20 seconds left in the match.
Looks like Job might have that one in hand. 18 seconds for Warren Heidela to try to find a way to get at least 3 points against Avery Nelson, and they're going to go off the mat. They continue to move. They continue to try, make enough attempts that no stalling warnings were given. Final 8 seconds, 152-pound semifinal. And there's another shot by Heidela, just trying desperately, but he will not be successful. And Avery Nelson of Morrow will advance with a 3-0 victory in the 152-pound semifinal.
Now mat number 3, Nathan Trotter from Macon, wrestling Landon Umbright from Rush City Brand.
Coming up next on mat 1, we'll go to 160 pounds. A little bit farther ahead on mat number 1, we're going to have Caleb Sahlstrom, the senior from Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Bryson Larrabee, a senior from Hibbing. Sahlstrom 21-9, Larrabee the number 2 seed at 32-5. So Caleb Sahlstrom in the black singlet and Larrabee in the dark blue. 160-pound semifinal on mat number 1 on the top left of your screen.
On mat number 3, as Lance mentioned, it's going to be at 138 pounds. Nathan Trotter, junior out of Aiken, against Landon Umbright, senior from Rush City Bram.
Semifinal rounds here.
Getting intense. I can feel it, Devin. I can feel it from all the way up here.
Senior Umbright is 42-2 from Rush City, and Trotter has struggled with him twice earlier this year.
On mat number 1, we're 40 seconds into the first period, with Sahlstrom from Malacca Faith Christian and Bryson Larrabee. Larrabee had his hands full a little bit from the freshman Oliver Spahn of Grand Rapids in the quarterfinals. Sahlstrom defeated Gavin Flanagan of Rock Ridge to get to this matchup in the semifinals.
Umbright dropped down to a low single on Trotter. Lucky he was outside the ring. Outside the circle, they're back to the center. Minute 29 left here in the first period. And restart. Russian by Trotter, working in on the left-hand side.
42 seconds to go here on mat number 1. Larrabee and Sahlstrom still scoreless. Just a lot of jostling, locked in on the heads. The officials probably telling them, hey, somebody's got to try to make a move. Now a Russian attempt for Sahlstrom. He's got the arm of Larrabee locked up. He's got that right arm locked up, trying for the back leg trip. Unsuccessful, down to 13 seconds in the first period. We'll wrap up this period and then head back to mat number 3 as these two just continue to stay locked up, and now they're going to disengage and trying quickly to get locked up again and engaged with Larrabee, but the first period will come to an end. No score in this 160-pound semifinal. Larrabee will have the choice heading to period 2. Bryson Larrabee for Hibbing, Caleb Sahlstrom of Malacca Faith Christian.
Back on mat number 3, 36 seconds left here in the first period. No score between Nathan Trotter and Landon Umbright from Rush City.
Sahlstrom will have the top position. Starting period number 2 on mat 1, 160 pounds. And Sahlstrom trying to drive with the headlock. Now he's got the leg, he's got the cradle, trying to turn it over, but now stepping out of it is Larrabee, and now Larrabee able to get the reversal. They're going to get 2 points for the takedown for Sahlstrom and then 2 for a reversal, I believe, on Larrabee. I think it's 2-2. Now they got 4 points on the scoreboard, and they're going to whistle timeout. It was 1 point for Sahlstrom, and then 2 points for Larrabee, and then 2 back points as well. 4-0 Bryson Larrabee of Hibbing leading Caleb Sahlstrom of Malacca Faith Christian. 1:10 to go in the second period.
And now mat number 3, Nathan Trotter lost the choice. Umbright takes a down position going into the second period. Still tied at 0, no score.
1 minute to go on mat number 1. Larrabee leading 4-1 over Sahlstrom. Larrabee on top position. And a lot of engaging there. Let's go back to mat 3.
Mat number 3, Umbright gets up and out for an escape right away. 1-0. 1-0 with 1:45 left here in the second period between Umbright and Trotter. Umbright is in the lead. Umbright working in. Trotter works on that Russian on the right-hand side. Goes for an arm drag, throws it in. Got a bulldog set up, but Umbright straightens up and gets out.
Over on mat 1, 33 seconds to go in period number 2. Bryson Larrabee, the number 2 seed from Hibbing. He's on top 4-1 over Caleb Sahlstrom from Malacca Faith Christian. 30 seconds to go in the second period.
Back to the center, minute 22 left here in the second period on mat number 3. Umbright leads 1-0 in the blue singlet over Nathan Trotter from Bacon in the black singlet.
Semifinal rounds. Looks like we might go to 3 mats here fairly soon. We'll see if they do that or if they stay with 2. Of course, mat 2 was one of our highlighted mats, and then due to an injury, they shifted to mat 3. We'll keep track of that. Final seconds of period number 2. And we will head to the third period in this 160-pound semifinal as Bryson Larrabee has a 4-1 lead over Caleb Sahlstrom.
Mat number 3, 58 seconds left here in the second period. Umbright gets a takedown. Leads now 3-0 over Nathan Trotter.
And back on mat 1 as they have a false start on mat 3. 4-1, just underway third period. 4-1, Bryson Larrabee for Hibbing. He's got top position, taking on Caleb Sahlstrom from Malacca Faith Christian. Larrabee with the 4-1 lead. Sahlstrom trying to get loose, trying to get the escape, and he'll get the reversal. 2 points for Caleb Sahlstrom. 4-3 Larrabee. Sahlstrom and Larrabee both seniors. And now 1:22 to go in the third period, and now it's Sahlstrom on top. Sahlstrom has the leg. He's got the head. He's unable, and now here's another reversal as Larrabee able to turn the tide, and he goes up 6-3 and has back points. He's got the left shoulder, trying to put the weight down. Sahlstrom not able to move a whole lot, very stiff and wrenching on, and now Sahlstrom able to twist out of it. But there is a big turn there. Bryson Larrabee gets the reversal and is going to get 3 points on the near fall. They haven't officially awarded it yet as he's still driving and locked in. Let's wrap up period 2 over there.
Short amount of time left here in the period. Umbright from Rush City leads Nathan Trotter 3-0.
And back on mat number 1 is now 9-3 Larrabee. Sahlstrom trying desperately to turn things around. Only 20 seconds to go. Sahlstrom has the arm around the back of Larrabee. Larrabee's able to get loose. Doesn't allow Sahlstrom to get control, and they're going to be off the mat with just 11 seconds to go, with Larrabee leading 9-3.
On mat number 3, and false start on Trotter. Trotter comes right back up to his feet. Umbright doing a good job keeping pressure in, throws a hook in. Potentially dangerous. They're going to restart here. Trotter still in the down position.
Final 10 seconds here, period number 3. Here's a reversal. Caleb Sahlstrom gets a reversal, but time is running out. And it's going to be Bryson Larrabee advancing to the final with a 9-5 victory at 160 pounds. Up next on mat number 1.
Minute 43 left here in the third period. Mat number 3, Trotter in the down position. They're going to restart here. 3-0 Umbright. Umbright rides on the left-hand side.
Damian Tapio versus Caleb Cook, 170 pounds. Damian Tapio 42-5, Caleb Cook 24-8. Tapio Jr., Cook a sophomore, Cook from Piers, so he'll be in the black and white. Tapio in the all black. Let's get back to mat 3 for this third period.
Mat number 3 trying to come out the back door is Nathan Trotter, but Umbright's keeping everything tight on the near side here. Trotter's trying to get a roll through, but Umbright, there you go, he gets a reversal. 3-2. 3-2 Umbright wrestling now with a minute left here in the third period. Trotter's going to try to get in the near side. He's got to tilt him. He's going to let him up for one. He's going to go back in for the takedown. 50 seconds left here in the third period. It should be 2-4 Umbright. Umbright leads. Trotter's going to go ahead and wrestle. He's got to get a takedown right away.
On mat
Try
1,
to tie it up.
A quick takedown, 2-0 Tapio on top of Cook from Piers, 22 seconds into the first period. Let's wrap up that one over on mat 3.
As they restart here in the third period, 45 seconds left here in the match. Trotter dropped down for a low single on Umbright, trying to come out the back door. Trying to turn his hips, trying to tie it up here. Umbright's working in on that ankle. Trotter tries to get the takedown. Everybody's saying that should be the takedown. The crowd is wrong. The refs still say 4-2.
2-0 Tapio on top of Cook at 170 pounds on mat 1. 1 minute gone in the first.
Short amount of time. Umbright coming in out of the back door, trying to pop his head on Trotter. And he gets the takedown with short amount of time. Landon Umbright from Rush City Bram is going to move on to the finals here as he defeats Nathan Trotter 6-2.
On mat 1, it's 2-1 now as Caleb Cook got the reversal or got the escape, but then Tapio with the quick takedown again right on the far left corner. 4-1 Tapio from Rock Ridge leading Cook from Piers. 170-pound semifinal, final 16 seconds of the first period. Tapio with the top control, trying to get that arm hooked under. Now it's a quick spin by Cook, and they're going to go off the mat with just a couple of seconds left here on mat number 1. What's next on mat 3?
Coming up on mat number 3, 145-pound semifinal, Tanner Moreland, a sophomore from Grand Rapids, and Jack Schoenborn, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian.
We're on mat number 1 with 170 pounds. Damian Tapio from Rock Ridge as just a quick whistle, and then a quick whistle with only a couple of seconds left. Tapio, the top seed, a junior, taking on Cook, a sophomore from Piers. They'll go to period number 2, and it's going to be Cook taking the down position. Over on mat 3.
Not much happening here in the first period. 30 seconds underway here at 145. Schoenborn from Malacca wrestling Marlin from Grand Rapids.
On mat 1, they're in the second period. Caleb Cook in the down position for Piers. Damian Tapio, top seed for Rock Ridge. He's got the arm hooked underneath again trying to get the spin and rock him over. Now able to get up and escape is Cook. 4-2, Tapio in front, 30 seconds into the second period. Tapio leading 4-2 over Caleb Cook.
Mat number 3, still no score, a minute in between Marlin and Schoenborn on mat number 3.
Cook takes a shot, not able to get the leg wrapped up. Tapio, he's got the left leg of Cook. Cook trying to answer and trying to bring him all over the top, and now here's Tapio. He's going to spin around. He's got the leg engaged. No points awarded yet, still 4-2. Now Tapio will get behind, and he'll get awarded the takedown. It's 6-2 in favor of Tapio.
Still no score, mat number 3, 30 seconds left here in the first period. Between Marlin from Grand Rapids and Schoenborn from Malacca Faith Christian.
45 seconds to go in period number 2. Damian Tapio, Rock Ridge versus Caleb Cook of Piers. They're off the mat. They'll go back to center. Semifinal rounds happening here right now. Section 7AA individual tournament here from Rush City.
Going into the second period here on mat number 3, Marlon's Choice. He's going to take the down position.
33 seconds to go on mat number 1. Top left corner, Caleb Cook of Piers taking on top seed Damian Tapio from Rock Ridge. Tapio with a 6-2 advantage. Final 20 seconds of the second period, 170-pound semifinal. As Tapio trying to push Cook out towards the edge. Continuing to look for that leverage. Cook, a quick spin, trying to escape. Tapio keeps control. And that'll be it for period number 2. 6-2 Tapio heading into the final period.
Mat number 3, not much happening here on the down position from Marlin, but Schoenbarn from Malacca is working on that head lever on the left-hand side. Still no score here, mat number 3, minute 20 left here in the second period.
Starting period number 3, Cook will be in top position. Tapio quickly to his feet. Cook able to bring him back down. Same thing. Tapio quickly to his feet, and Cook drags him back down to the mat. No points awarded. First 10 seconds of the third period. Now Tapio will get the escape. He now leads 7-2 over Cook over on mat number 1. More of the same over there on mat 3, Lance?
Still pretty quiet here. Still no score here with 50 seconds left here in the second period, mat number 3.
7-2 Tapio. Now he's going to pick him up, and there's a slam. And it's going to be 2 points for the takedown for Tapio. 2 points for the takedown as Cook came down a little bit hard. And this is another one where Tapio had elevated him. It wasn't a hard slam down. They're just making sure that Caleb Cook is okay. He is. Coach is all right with it. Takedown awarded for Tapio. 1:23 to go in the third period. 9-2 top seeded Damian Tapio from Rock Ridge, leading Caleb Cook from Piers.
Mat number 3, still no score here at 145 pounds between Grand Rapids, Tanner Moreland. He is facing Jack Schoenbarn from Malacca Faith Christians on mat number 3. 15 seconds left here in the second period. No score.
And on mat number 1, there is an escape for Caleb Cook. 1 minute to go in the third period. 9-3. Tapio is in front of Cook in this 170-pound semifinal matchup. A lot of engaging, and you're heading to the third scoreless over there on mat 3.
Yeah, it is. It's tight. Jack Schoenbarn is going to take the down position going into the third period here. Marlin rides from the right.
35 seconds to go in mat 1. Damian Tapio and had Caleb Cook, had him all elevated again, and again brought him down, did a nice job of making sure it was safe, gets the takedown. 11-3 Tapio, 20 seconds in to the third period. Looks like Tapio's going to advance.
Mat number 3, Schoenbarn finally gets an escape. Now leads 1-0 over Tanner Moreland from Grand Rapids here on mat number 3.
Tapio tried to get the headlock in the throw. It's going to be another escape for Caleb Cook. Final 5 seconds. And Tapio was looking for maybe a throw and a fall. Instead, they're going to let the couple of the final seconds wrap up. It's going to be an 11-4 win for Damian Tapio, top seed at 170 for Rock Ridge.
Over here on mat number 3, Schoenbarn picks up a reversal now, a takedown. Got a takedown here. Now 3-0 with a minute 5 left here in the third period. Jack Schoenbarn takes the lead over Grand Rapids' Tanner Moreland.
Up next on mat number 1 in that top left corner at 182 pounds, top seed Jacob Williams, sophomore out of Aiken, 32-5. He'll be taking on Jack Nord, senior from Malacca Faith Christian at 23-6. Both have the black and the red. Malacca Faith Christian with the red stripes on the bottom of the singlet. Of course, Jacob Williams with Aiken with the red A on the back. Just underway on mat 1, 182-pound semifinal.
Mat number 3, 30 seconds left here. 3-0 Schoenbarn. Schoenbarn not in the top position. They're working on rolling some wrists there over Tanner Moreland. 25 seconds left here in the third.
Go ahead and keep that for the last 20 seconds of that one. Good match there,
again
Lance.
Staying in control, but Schornborn's going to get warned for stalling for not moving from side to side in the top position. You're going to restart, 18 seconds left here in the third period. Tanner Moreland's going to he's in the down position. Jack Schornborn from Malacca Faith Christian on the left-hand side. Hooks a leg. He's going to try to keep pressure in on the side of Moreland. Gets him flattened out. Moreland attempts a sit out. And moving on will be Jack Schornborn from Malacca Faith Christian as he defeats Tanner Moreland 3-0 here in the semifinals. Over to mat number 1.
On mat 1, no score yet. Jacob Williams from Aiken taking on Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian. Williams 32-5, Nord 23-6. 1 minute gone by in period number 1. With the Russian arm lock was Nord, and Williams able to get out of it. Just trying to see who can lock up the hand first.
Williams comes in today with over 365 takedowns in his career.
What do we have starting over there on mat 3, Noah?
Over on mat number 3, 152-pound semifinal, John Mead, a senior out of Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, taking on Jacob LeBlanc, senior from Pierce.
Mat 1, no score, 20 seconds to go. 182-pound match between Jacob Williams of Aiken and Jack Nord of Malacca Faith Christian. Now Williams with a shot, look for the body lock. Now he's got the legs. Trying to pull him out. And now they're going to be off the mat, and they're going to give 1 point.
Yep, that'll be 1 point because Nord was stalling as he was trying to jump out of bounds. He did not try to stay in, and Williams did not get the takedown, but he gets the point.
I thought that might have been the case. Thank you for clarifying that. 1-0 Williams. After 1, Williams 1, and Jack Nord nothing at 182 pounds. What's happening over on mat 3?
Over on mat number 3, John Mead of Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson on top 2-1 over Jacob LeBlanc. And early on, it has been Mead establishing the aggression early on. As you can see, he's wrapped around the hips. See if he can get a quick takedown here, but 40 seconds left in period number 1. It is now 4-1 as John Mead is ahead of Jacob LeBlanc.
Williams out quick with an escape, now leads 2-0. Mat number 1.
They'll go off the mat. 182-pound semifinal. Jacob Williams and Jack Nord. Other semifinal will be Cooper Hendrickson of Hibbing and Zach Maffee of Proctor Hermantown. 2-0, Jacob Williams of Aiken in the lead.
And a quick update here on mat number 3, with 20 seconds to go here, and with John Mead of Pine City up 4-1, looking for a roll here, and now able to get to the hips. 15 seconds to go. As for Jacob LeBlanc, trying to stay upright, and now they reset in the middle with 8 seconds to go, but an escape point for LeBlanc, making it 4-2.
Finish
now,
up that period.
Yes, absolutely. Well, with 2 seconds to go, that is going to end the period. 4-2. John Mead of Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson on top of Pierce's Jacob LeBlanc in the semifinal of 152 pounds. Back to you guys.
Yep, 182-pound semi. Jacob Williams leading 2-0 over Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian, and Nord gets a shot, gets Williams, and now they're going to have to whistle that one. And there's a takedown. I thought I heard a whistle.
I did too, but it ties it up with 40 seconds left here in the second period.
Nord gets the takedown, and there's a nice quick reversal for Jacob Williams. He takes the lead back 4-2, 33 seconds to go in period number 2.
Looks at the clock, cuts Nord out for 1.
Well, you talked about all those takedowns, and I imagine if you are kind of a takedown specialist, that's where you can play that game.
He is. He's usually phenomenal, but he struggles a little bit with Nord here. He always goes a full 3 with these two, but Williams definitely not a slouch. Nord, a senior, still very technical and a fun wrestler to watch. So again, keep on eyes on mat number 1.
Williams, the sophomore, Nord, the senior, and that's going to be 2 points for Williams right at the end of the second period. Jacob Williams gets the takedown. It'll be 6-3 Williams heading into period 3 at 182.
Nord's choice here going into the third period. He takes a down position on mat number 1.
On mat number 3, again, continuing on with the 152-pound semifinal, it is John Mead of Pine City on top 4-3 over Jacob LeBlanc of Pierce. And going around now, this is trailing around the hips. This is Mead. Towards the middle. 48 seconds to go here in period number 2.
And on mat number 1, Nord gets out for 1. Williams lets him up for 1. 6-4 with a minute 40 left here in the third period.
5-4 now as right away Jacob LeBlanc was able to retake the lead. 5-4 with 30 seconds to go in period number 2, and this is shaping up to be a good one down the stretch. 27 ticks to go. Now it's LeBlanc with the leverage. On top of Mead, putting all his weight on there, and now we see if he can get him to roll here. It seems to be favoring that left arm, going for that arm, and with 14 seconds to go, wrapping up here the period number 2. Devin, keep it with me for the end of this period.
Yeah, you got 10 seconds, take it.
Absolutely, and it seems that from the early get-go, Mead was the aggressor early on, but in this period, it was a great run here by Jacob LeBlanc in the period number 2, and he goes into period 3 up 5-4 over Pine City's John Mead.
And on mat number 1 with 55 seconds left here in the third period, Jacob Williams leads 6-4 over Jack Nord. Both these guys working in just on inside binds and trying to get technical, but there's a throw-by attempt by Nord. Same thing for Williams as he almost tried to get a bulldog in, but now they're going to go for the whizzer throw here with 30 seconds left here in the third period. They're going to go back to the center of the mat, mat number 1.
On mat number 3, LeBlanc of Piers is up 5-4 and trying to break out of this hold here as he's grabbing the right leg of Mead. And now
Let's go to mat 1, final 20 seconds here.
Williams got the control of Nord on the head. Nord working, breaks free, 15 seconds left here in the third, goes in for a shot, go behind for 2. Jacob Williams leads 8-4, but there was a sit-out reversal attempt, but Williams follows right through, stays in control, and he's going to pick up the victory and move on into the finals here. 8-4, Jacob Williams.
Nord had to take his shot, and Williams did a great job countering that, it looked like.
Yep, for sure. Jacob Williams, 182 pounds, moves on as a sophomore into the finals here at Section 7AA.
Let's finish up period 3, another good one as we expect. It's the semifinal rounds, 152, Noah.
And with 47 seconds to go, it is still on top. Jacob LeBlanc appears on top and now putting the leverage, pin position here, arching up his Mead. Down the stretch here, 37 seconds to go. Mead just trying to stay alive as he's got that, seems to be the left shoulder up here. Applying more pressure down, and LeBlanc, 25 ticks to go, and now they're just laying there as now with Mead trying to put down his weight on there, and 20 seconds to go. Now both wrestlers just stalemate, it seems right now, is with 10 seconds to go. LeBlanc expected to keep it there as he's going to do it for him as Jacob LeBlanc appears. We'll be moving on to the finals. 9-4 victor over Pine City's John Mead. Jacob LeBlanc moving on to the finals of 152 pounds.
And over on mat number 1, 195 pounds underway in the semifinals. Jack Hansen, a junior from Malacca Faith Christian, 24-6 in the black singlet, taking on Dalton Bankston, the sophomore from Rush City Bram, at 21-10. Quick takedown for Jack Hansen from Malacca Faith Christian for the early 2-0 lead.
And looking ahead to mat number 3 here as we move to 160 pounds. Connor Gamal, senior from Mora, taking on Jaden Zajac, a 7th grader from Piers.
Over on mat 1, Hansen just about got some back points on Bankston. Bankston, the sophomore, and Hansen, a junior. Hansen, top seed coming in, ranked number 9 at the Guillotine rankings, and he's got locked in. He's got the back points. Hansen looking, here comes the count. Trying to twist that left elbow up is Bankston as Hansen has him on his back. 195-pound semifinal, 38 seconds. There's the pin. A fall in 1:23 for Jack Hansen, Malacca Faith Christian.
On to mat number 3. Connor Gamal up 2-1 over Zajac appears. Connor Gamal applying pressure on the back of Zajac in the middle with a minute to go in period number 1. Applying pressure on the shoulders there, looking to flip him around, and it's 4-1 now. Connor Gamal enters this match with a 37-4 record, the senior. And Lance, I know we were talking about Connor Gamal and just the kind of wrestler that he is, but he was a state participant last year, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
He was made it down there last year.
Over on mat number 1, the 220-pound semifinal match. Top seed Ian Larrabee of Hibbing in the dark blue singlet has not wrestled yet, had the bye to the semifinal round. He is 32-5 as a sophomore. He's taking on Joe Berg of Grand Rapids, a junior who's at 25-20. 20 seconds in to the first period. And there's Larrabee picked up Berg, got him down, 2 points for the takedown for Ian Larrabee for Hibbing.
Mat number 3, it is 4-1 Gamal. Again, senior, we had him up, down, where were we last week?
Cloquet.
Can't remember. Anyway, him and a couple other seniors from Mora came up and talked to us on yourliveevent.com and the radio, and it was a nice young man and definitely fun to watch these guys wrestling for sure.
Over in mat number 1, Ian Larrabee, ranked number 6 from the guillotine at 220 pounds in the state as a sophomore. He's got Joe Berg on his back. He's up 2-0 in the first period. He's looking for a first period fall. This is Larrabee's first match today, and he's got Berg in all sorts of trouble right just to the right of the center of the mat, and there is the pin, the fall in 1:20 for Ian Larrabee of Hibbing. He will advance to the final at 220 pounds. Semi-final action here, Section 7 AA individual tournament. Back over to mat 3 as let's review on mat 1. They're going to go to the other 220-pound final here. Dylan Adams, senior from Mora, 31-12 versus Colby Zenz, senior from Malacca Faith Christian, 26-5. Adams will be in the blue singlet, and Zenz will be in the black singlet on mat 1. Let's head back to mat 3.
Connor Gamal throws in an arm bar. He's got LeBlanc on the back. Minute left here in the second period.
That's at 160 pounds. Gamal, the top seed, and he just got the fall. So it'll be Gamal and Bryson Larrabee for the 160-pound final. Back over to mat number 1, as there's a trip for Colby Zenz trying to get around and before position, and now the officials are going to discuss whether the takedown was complete. They will say no, they're going to stay at neutral and they'll stay standing. Now what's up next over on mat number 3?
Mat number 3 from Aiken, the 175 pounds, number 1 seed Jack Grell is facing off Clay Anderson from Malacca Faith Christian.
Over on mat 1, 220-pound semifinal winner of this one will take on top seed Ian Larrabee. No score between Colby Zenz, Malacca Faith Christian, and Dylan Adams of Mora, a pair of seniors. Let's head for the start of mat number 3.
Mat number 3, again, it is Grell. Grell is actually the number 2 seed coming in here. Goes for a snap down. Jack Grell checking here as they dance around in circles here a little bit. Now works in on the Russian on the right-hand side.
And our first score over on mat number 1, as Colby Zenz, the number 2 seed, Malacca Faith Christian, he gets the takedown 45 seconds to go in the first period. Had the engage, got the trip on Adams, worked his way around, 2-0 Colby Zenz. 285-pound semifinals will be next on mat number 1. They'll do both of those 285 semis on mat number 1 as they catch up a little bit on mat 3. Right now, 22 seconds to go in the first period. Zenz for Malacca Faith Christian on top, 2-0 over Adams from Mora.
And on mat number 3, Jack Grell leads 2-0. Comes in tonight's match with well over 110 victories in his career, so he is in the 100-plus club. Lets up Anderson for 2-1 here in the first period. 45 seconds to go here on mat number 3.
Final 10 seconds of period number 1 on mat 1 at 220 pounds. Colby Zenz, Malacca Faith Christian, with that arm bar trying to turn. Nothing going to happen here. That's the end of the first period. Colby Zenz 2, Dylan Adams nothing, with Zenz on top in a 220-pound semifinal. Zenz will get the choice. He is going to defer, and so Adams had the choice. He deferred. Zenz is going to choose neutral for period number 2. Let's go back to wrap up the first period on mat 3.
Grell gets another quick takedown as he throws a bulldog in there. Should be 4-1. 4-1 with a short amount of time left here in the first.
And that first period ends as we go back to mat number 1. Still 2-0 Colby Zenz. They started in neutral position, standing for period number 2. Zenz was able to get the first takedown. He leads Dylan Adams-Zamora 2-0. And now they'll be off the mat and they'll go back to center.
Mat number 3 going into the second period. Grell's choice, he takes a down position leading 4-1. Anderson gets on the right-hand side from Malacca Faith Christian.
Back on mat number 1. Now we're going to get still neutral, no points awarded. First 40 seconds in, still 2-0 Colby Zenz. Let's go to mat 3.
With a quick sit-out switch, Grell gets a 2 reversal. Now he has Anderson on his back as he's working into a butcher. Leads 6-1 now with 1:38 left here in the second period.
Colby Zenz awarded the takedown on mat number 1. Zenz from Malacca Faith Christian leading Dylan Adams-Zamora 4-0 now, 1 minute gone in period number 2.
Mat number 3, Jack Grell working into a cradle. He does pick up his near fall, now 9-1. 9-1 Jack Grell with 1:17 left here in the second period.
And they'll go off the mat on mat number 1, so they'll reset. As it's still 4-0 Colby Zenz in front of Dylan Adams. Adams in the blue singlet, Zenz in the black. 220 pounds.
Mat number 3, Anderson gets out with an escape with a minute left here in the second period. Goes in on a shot on Grell. Grell leads 9-2. Anderson trying to come out with that outside single. Grell just dropping down, pushing it off.
Colby Zenz maintaining control. Final 25 seconds in period number 2 at a 220-pound semifinal. Ian Larrabee of Hibbing awaits the winner. Colby Zenz, the number 2 seed. Dylan Adams, the 3. Final 15 seconds as Zenz pushing down on the head, trying to just put the face into the mat, make it very difficult for Adams to get any movement. Adams tries to spin around, and now he's got the reversal. Final 3 seconds of the second period, and Adams gets the reversal. They'll head to the third. Colby Zenz leading Dylan Adams 4-2 as they head to the third.
As we end the second period here on mat number 3, Jack Grell leads still 9-2. It will be Anderson's choice going into the third period. He's going to take the down position on mat number 3.
Just a little bit of a timeout over on mat number 1 before the third period. They haven't started any injury timeout or something as the as hunched over is Colby Zenz from Malacca Faith Christian. Dylan Adams was able to do a quick reversal right at the end of the second period to get a couple of points, and then Colby Zenz being attended to by the coach. A little bit of the injury timeout. 4-2, Colby Zenz leads as they get ready for period 3.
Over on mat number 3, 1:30 left here in the third period. Jack Grell trying to work into a crossface cradle on Anderson here, leading 9-2. Anderson comes back up to his base. Now Jack Grell working back into his crucifix a little bit here. He lets Anderson back down. Keeps pressure on that front arm and shoulders of Anderson. 9-2 Grell with a minute left here in the third period.
At 220 pounds, a 4-2 lead for Colby Zenz. And starting the third period, Dylan Adams-Zamora gets an escape, and now it's 4-3. Great one here at 220 for a chance at Ian Larrabee, and now they're going to go off the mat. Colby Zenz in the black singlet, Dylan Adams in the blue singlet. 4-3 Zenz, 1:30 to go in the third period.
In the third period on mat number 3, Jack Grell gives up a reversal and near fall to Anderson. 30 seconds left here in the match.
The officials are talking as Colby Zenz and Dylan Adams. Again, Colby Zenz picked up. He picked up Dylan Adams. They both went crashing to the mat. Adams shaken up on it. Again, another one where they're jostling and looking for position, and all of a sudden just kind of in a very quick all-in-one motion, he picked him up and They both went crashing down, and Dylan Adams being attended to. 6-3. Colby Zenz on top. Is that Mat 3 one as a final?
Mat number 3 final, Jack Grell 14-4 with a major decision over Malacca's Anderson.
So it'll be Jack Grell versus Damian Tapio for that 170-pound final. Kind of what you expected, right, Lance?
Exactly. They've gone 1-1 with each other here throughout the season, so it'll be a fun match to watch here at 170.
Over on Mat 1, a delay. The officials are discussing. They're talking with the Mora coach. I think the Mora coach might be asking for the Mora coach. They might be asking for, one of those disqualifications, as Colby Zenz picked up Adams and they both went crashing down. It looks like that the wrestling will continue, and the Mora coach not happy. They're looking at the scoreboard right now. It still reads 6-3 Colby Zenz with 1:18 to go, period 3 of the 220-pound final, or semifinal, excuse me.
Over on mat number 3, Proctor Hermantown's Zach McPhee leads 2-0 over Hendrickson from Hibbing.
Still discussion going on over at mat number 1. So again, Zach McPhee, Proctor Hermantown, a junior, and Cooper Hendrickson, a junior from Hibbing. Dylan Adams and Colby Zenz both just kind of walking around the mat as they continue to discuss, so let's just keep it over on mat 3.
McPhee still in control, leading 2-0 here with 40 seconds left here in the first period over Hibbing's Cooper Hendrickson here on mat 3. Hendrickson comes up to his base. McPhee keeping everything tight, throws in a half on the right-hand side, trying to go for that wrist. Drops back to the waist. 20 seconds left here in the first period. 2-0, McPhee from Proctor Hermantown.
The officials still adjusting something. Looks like they might be adjusting the injury time clock, because injury time is through the entire match, correct? It's like a running time, like if you are injured once and then you're injured twice, you have whatever was left over. Is that correct, Lance?
Correct. And they'll also have a blood time also, so there's a couple different types there.
So it looks like that's what they were adjusting at the scores table, and some folks from Mora still kind of questioning maybe the non-call of the aggressive takedown, as it still reads 6-3 Colby Zenz on top of Dylan Adams in the 220-pound semifinal. 6-3 Zenz on front. Let's go back to mat 3.
Back at mat number 3, just the start of the second period here with an escape right away. 3-0 is McPhee from Proctor Hermantown, leading Hendrickson from Hibbing. And getting the takedown is McPhee from Hermantown. 5-0.
There's still a discussion going on mat 1. We'll keep it on mat 3 till we resume here.
Hendrickson in the down position now. Minute 32 left here in the second period. McPhee gets on top on the right side, leading 5-0. Shoulder roll attempt by Hendrickson. McPhee gets around on the right-hand side, keeps pressure in on mat number 3 here with minute 19 left here in the second period. McPhee leads 5-0.
We're back in action on mat number 1 as they get set. Again, 220-pound semifinal. Colby Zenz of Malacca Faith Christian in the black singlet, taking on Dylan Adams in the blue from Mora. 6-3 Zenz. 1:10 left, third period. Adams trying to sit himself up, and Zenz doing a nice job just raking that arm back down and putting that front shoulder back on the mat. Now he's going to let him loose. It's going to be a point for Dylan Adams. It's 6-4 Colby Zenz as they're now both standing. Final 50 seconds of the third period, 220-pound semifinal. Adams working at Zenz. Adams takes a shot, and Zenz backs out, and they're going to get a stall. They're going to call the stall on Colby Zenz, and now it's 6-5 with 43 seconds to go in this 220-pound semifinal. They engage. Taking the shot, Colby Zenz, he's got the leg. 40 seconds to go. Intensity picking up as they engage again. Zenz and Adams. Stretching out that arm with the Russian and now pushing, and right now again, Mora fans want the stall. Zenz is going to jump out of bounds, and that's going to be 2 points. It's going to be 2 points for Dylan Adams. They award him the takedown, or is that a double stall? That's a takedown?
No, that's a takedown. It's
a takedown, and Dylan Adams has taken the lead 7-6 with 19 seconds to go in the third period of this 220-pound semifinal on mat 1. In the down position is Zen, so he wants to at least get an escape, and he's going to try. He tries to slide out. Now he's looking for a reversal. Adams hanging on tight. Zenz looking to break the arms. 8 seconds to go. Adams rolls around it. Zenz trying to break the arms. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. There's the 2. The 2 points for Zenz, and he will win it 8-7 in the final seconds. Colby Zenz of Malacca Faith Christian wins a sensational 220-pound semifinal. Let's go to mat 3. Noah.
Looking ahead to mat number 3, and boy, I tell you what a way to end it on that one. But over on mat number 3, of course, Cooper Hendrickson for 182 pounds for Hibbing. Zach McPhee of Proctor Hermantown, and it is Zach McPhee up 7-0 over Hendrickson. 1:15 to go in period number 3. I'm just applying leverage this time. This is going to be McPhee.
Up next, they're going to go to the 285-pound semifinals. They'll go back-to-back on mat number 1. The first semifinal will be the number 1 seed, Logan Ash of Malacca Faith Christian. Has not wrestled yet today. He'll take on Alex Henderson of Hibbing. And that'll be followed by the number 2 seed, Clayton Danielson from Grand Rapids, and Ben Everson from Mora. So 285 pounds underway. Logan Ash, ranked number 6 by the guillotine at 285, has not wrestled yet today. He is 26-3. He's a senior, taking on Alex Henderson of Hibbing in the blue, Ash in the black. Henderson out of Hibbing, he is a junior. He is 9-16 coming into this match. Quick update over on mat 3.
We do have a blood stoppage right now on mat number 3, but the score does stand. Zach McPhee is on top 8-0 over Cooper Hendrickson in the 182-pound semifinal. Zach McPhee, the junior from Proctor Hermantown, and I believe there was around 30 seconds left before they went to the blood time, so not a whole lot of time left in that match. Now, looking ahead to mat number 1. Devin, what do you got over there at the start of that one?
Yeah, a minute into this first 285-pound semifinal, and Logan Ash has the takedown. He leads Alex Henderson 2-0. And Ash 26-3 coming into this one. Henderson 9-16. Ash trying to roll those shoulders over. 47 seconds to go here in the first period, and now he's getting the back points. He's got the shoulders rolled. The count has started. Trying to turn out of it is Hendrickson, and now Ash trying to hold him down. Henderson able to spin out, but it's still going to be 3 on the near fall. 3 points for Logan Ash. He leads 5-0, 20 seconds to go in the first period. And over there, it looks like that one's about to wrap up, Noah.
20 seconds to go in period number 3 in this one, and it seems that Zach McPhee of Proctor Hermantown is going to advance to the final in the 182-pound tournament here, and looks like a roll up here, but right back to the back. And with 3 seconds to go, that is, well, now a quick whistle. And now they're just going to call it the 11-0 victory for Zach McPhee of Proctor Hermantown. He is moving on to the final of the 182-pound tournament.
Over to 285 on mat 1. After the first period, it's 5-1 Logan Ash on top of Alex Henderson. Henderson getting the escape. They start period 2, both standing. They did make an announcement for the consolation round wrestlers to be ready, so we might not have much of a break here in between these matches. We'll see how they play that out. Section 7 AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. Devin Kruger, Lance Bauman, Noah Caruso all with you as there's another takedown for Logan Ash, and he's got Henderson on his back again. Period 2, it's 7-1 in favor of Ash, trying to get that fall to advance to the finals. Henderson in a very tough spot, and there's the pin, the fall coming in 2:34 for Logan Ash of Malacca Faith Christian. And up next, the other 285 semifinal, Ben Everson of Mora and Clayton Danielson of Grand Rapids.
On mat number 3, 195-pound semifinal, Thomas Hagen, a senior from Hibbing, taking on Brock Peterson, a junior from Mora. Right now, and off the takedown there, it is 2-0 Thomas Hagen of Hibbing on top in this one early with 1:30 to go in period number 1, as he still has leverage on top there, cross face, now going trying to get back up. See if he can maybe get some escape points. Brock Peterson, and now they're back to square one. 1:18 to go, and it's 2-1 now with the escape points for Brock Peterson.
We head to mat number 1, 285 pounds. Ben Everson, a junior from Mora, 21-8, taking on number 2 seed Clayton Danielson from Grand Rapids. Everson, a junior, Danielson, a sophomore. Danielson, 29-13, coming into this match. No score in the first 20 seconds. Back to no on mat 3.
2-1 still the score as Thomas Hagen of Hibbing remains on top of Brock Peterson of Mora, 43 ticks to go as they're on the fringe on the far side of the mat, almost out of bounds. Now they're still working out there, trying to go for the double leg takedown. That time is Hagen. Now a whistle, and we reset. Out of bounds with 36 seconds to go in period number 1. 2-1, Thomas Hagen leads over Brock Peterson. Thomas Hagen went 26-10 this year as a senior for Hibbing. Now they meet up again.
Back on mat 1, first minute gone now here in the first period on the top left corner of the screen as Clayton Danielson and Ben Everson 0-0. Danielson in the black and orange, Everson in the blue. No score, 285-pound semifinal. Winner gets top seed Logan Ash in the finals.
And just a quick wrap up here as with 7 seconds to go in period number 1. And it is going to be Thomas Hagen who is going to take the 2-1 lead over Brock Peterson of Mora heading into period number 2. At the 195-pound weight, Thomas Hagen, a senior from Hibbing, Brock Peterson, a junior from Mora. Winner heading on to the final here. And then back on mat number 1 with a little time in period number 1.
On mat 1, 15 seconds to go. Not a whole lot of action. A lot of little engaging and then disengaging. There's the overarm and nothing doing as Danielson trying to hook on to Everson. And the first period, not a whole lot in that 285-pound match. No score after the first period between Danielson and Everson.
Period number 2 on mat number 3, still 2-1. Thomas Hagen of Hibbing on top of Brock Peterson of Mora. And on the bottom is going to be Hagen as trying to get back up for some points here to break away. 2-1 with 1:37 to go in period number 2. Now back on the back, that's going to be a reversal. Points for Hagen, he's up 4-1.
Over on mat number 1, no score yet. Starting in the up top position is Ben Everson for Mora. And Danielson gets the escape. First point, Clayton Danielson for Grand Rapids gets the escape. He'll take a 1-0 lead 20 seconds into the second period.
1:07 to go in period number 2 on mat number 3. 4-1 the score. Thomas Hagen of Hibbing still on top over Brock Peterson of Mora. Here at the 195-pound semifinal, and now trying to get back up is Peterson, looking to get some escape points, and still holding on to the waist is Hagen. Hagen now bringing him down. We'll see if that's going to be points for a takedown, but it is out of bounds. Or excuse me, out of bounds, excuse me. So
over on mat 1, Danielson gets a reversal. He now leads 3-0, and now back points because he had Ben Everson on his back for a couple of seconds. That's 2 more points, so Danielson quickly going from scoreless in the first period to up 5-0 here, just over a minute gone in the second period. Now he's going to cut Everson loose. It's going to be 5-1, 285-pound semifinal on mat number 1.
Over on mat number 3, 45 seconds to go, still 4-1. On bottom is Brock Peterson for Mora, trying to get some escape points, but doing a great job is Thomas Hagen, putting all his leverage on there, hooking that left arm, and he's cinching it in there. Looking to close out this period in strong fashion. With 30 seconds to go in period number 2. This is 195 pounds semifinal here in Rush City. It looks like a little time over in mat number 1, Devin.
Yeah, down to 15 seconds, still 5-1. Wrapping up period number 2, Clayton Danielson of Grand Rapids leading Ben Everson of Mora. 5-1 in the 285-pound semifinal. They'll go right into more of the wrestleback rounds following this. Second period will come to an end. 5-1, Danielson in the lead after 2.
Little time here on mat number 3. 10 seconds ago, 4-1. Hagen on top of Peterson. And now, oh great, there could be a fireman's carry here, looking to take him down, and does just that. Fantastic move. And now as the whistle goes, he was slammed down to the mat. That's going to be 2 fantastic takedown points for Brock Peterson. An emphatic way to close out period number 2. 4-3, Thomas Hagen of Hibbing on top of Brock Peterson of Mora.
We'll shift it back to mat number 1, just starting period number 3. Clayton Danielson again starting in the down position. Quick scramble trying to get out of the grasp of Ben Everson. 5-1, Danielson leads final period of this 285-pound semifinal with Logan Ash awaiting the winner.
And it seems that one of the coaches is having a conversation with the referee as we are about ready to get period number 3 underway. The 195-pound semifinal. Thomas Hagen, a senior from Hibbing, as he is in the kind of navyish with the gray singlet, and then in the blue singlet is going to be Brock Peterson, the junior from Mora. 4-3, Hagen on top as period number 3 is underway with Peterson on the bottom.
Over on mat 1, we're at 1:10 to go in the third period. Clayton Danielson in the black and orange in the bottom position for Grand Rapids. He has a 5-1 lead over Ben Everson in the blue singlet from Mora. 5-1 the lead, under a minute to go. And now looks like there might be some warnings of stalling as guys trying to find a way to get some movement. 5-1, Danielson still in front. And there's going to be 2 points. 2 points on the reversal for Danielson. He leads 7-1 for the final 35 seconds. In this 285-pound match, Danielson came in as the number 2 seed for Grand Rapids. Again, 285, no Craig Ashton for Aiken, hurt this week. So Danielson got the number 2 seed. Final 20 seconds to go. Noah, what's happening over there?
We got a great one over on mat number 3. Reversal point for Brock Peterson of Mora, and he is now leading in this one with 1:11 to go. Quick wrap up on mat number 1.
Yeah, just the final 10 seconds. They're going to go off the mat. Clayton Danielson has a 7-2 lead over Ben Everson for Mora. Just 6 seconds to go as they'll start standing. Everson going to have to try something to go quick. His first move blocked, his second move blocked, and that's going to do it. Danielson to the final.
And back on mat number 3, it is 6-5 now. Hagen on top. Great one here with 42 seconds to go. Hagen with a takedown to reclaim the lead, and now out of bounds as we reset things here. And Thomas Hagen, a senior from Hibbing. Brock Peterson, a junior from Mora, as Peterson will take the down position. This is the 195-pound semifinal. Fantastic match so far. A lot of good matches so far in these semifinal games. And looking for the takedown is Hagen, but not just quite able to wrap him up, but he's going to maintain the back position here. 30 seconds to go in the third period. We're going to get some kind of points, and now he's going to have the back exposed here. Potential back points, and getting back up is Peterson. Now with 20 seconds to go. 6-5 still. Thomas Hagen leads. Looking to close it out here. Holding on to that left wrist. Peterson trying to make something happen here, looking to get back up for some escape points potentially. 5 seconds to go, and now going to be out of bounds with 3 seconds to go. And I tell you what, Rob Peterson, it seems he was going to be close to potentially getting out of that, but now he's going to take bottom and going to have to get back up quick as Hagen looking to close it out here. 6-5, and with 1 second to go, that is going to be it. Thomas Hagen, the senior from Hibbing, will move on to the 195 pounds final as he defeats Brock Peterson of Mora 6-5.
We'll go to the consolation, back to the Wrestleback rounds, and in on mat 1. It was Hagen with the win, right over there?
Yes, Thomas Hagen with a 6-5 victory.
To 113 pounds in the Wrestlebacks, this is consolation round 3. Ben Maschheimer, an 8th grader from Hibbing, in the darker blue singlet, taking on Emerson Umbright, the 8th grader from Russity Bram, in the lighter blue singlet. Maschheimer for Hibbing, 14-22 on the season. Emerson Umbright, 21-22 on the season. And Lance, we're going to get Matt 2 going back again here with some of these consolation rounds. What have you got?
And the Wrestlebacks here on mat number 2 at 106 pounds from Mora, Stratton Nelson, an 8th grader, and from Hibbing, Nahima Figueroa from Hibbing.
And our 113-pounders off the mat. They'll go back to neutral. Again, Mashheimer from Hibbing, Umbright from Rush City Bram, 113-pound Wrestleback here on mat number 1. They're going to go back-to-back with the 113-pounders here on mat 1, back-to-back with your 106-pounders there on mat 2, Lance.
Yeah, Nelson and Figueroa here going at it here on mat number 2. Nelson from Mora, Figueroa from Hibbing. Solid blue, light blue.
Mat 2, oops, sorry, go ahead.
His Nelson on mat 2.
Mat 2 on the top right. Mat 1 on the top left. Emerson Umbright gets credit for a takedown. He leads 2-0 in the 113-pound Wrestleback.
Nelson on mat 2 comes in on an outside single, trying to turn that corner on Figueroa. Figueroa doing a good job stuffing the head and sprawling. Minute 17 left here in the first period.
2-0, first minute gone. 113-pound Wrestleback on mat 1. Emerson Umbright with the lead over Ben Mashheimer.
Nelson, mat number 2, trying to elevate and get that single leg takedown on Figueroa. 50 seconds left here in the first period. Mat number 2.
On mat 1, down to 37 seconds to go in the opening period, as it looks like they got the first points there on mat 2, Lance.
Yep, Nelson gets his takedown with 38 seconds left here in the first period and leads now 2-0 over Figueroa.
106 pounds on mat 2, 113 here on mat 1 in the top left corner is Emerson Umbright for Rush City Bram, maintaining control in top position over Ben Mashheimer from Hibbing. 113-pound Wrestleback here, final 10 seconds of the opening period. As Umbright trying to get the turn, trying to get him on his back in the final seconds, won't be able to do it. First period ends 2-0 Emerson Umbright for Rush City Bram, leading Ben Mashheimer from Hibbing.
Figueroa on mat number 2 gets an escape and gets back in on the shot. But going into the second period, Nelson from Mora leads 2-1 over Figueroa. Nelson's choice in the second period, he defers to Figueroa. Figueroa takes a down position, trailing 1-2.
On mat 1 at 113, they're going to start both up as Mashheimer and Umbright going forward. And there's Umbright with another takedown. Emerson Umbright for Rush City Bram. These are both 8th graders, and Umbright will take a 4-0 advantage here early in the second period.
Nelson working 2-on-1 rolling wrists here on Figueroa on mat number 2.
Off the mat on mat 1, they'll come back to the middle of the mat with Mashheimer on that bottom position. 4-0. Emerson Umbright with the lead, 113-pound Wrestleback.
Mat number 2, round 2, minute 23 to go here. 2-1 favor of Nelson. That was a nice little sit-out switch attempt by Figueroa, but followed nicely by Nelson.
Over on mat 1, Mashheimer just spreading himself out, trying to stay tight, trying to stay stiff to get himself a chance to roll over as Emerson Umbright continues to try to wrench on the arm and try to turn those shoulders. Mashheimer doesn't seem to be doing much for movement in terms of escaping. It's 4-0 Umbright, and now Umbright gets him turned over. He's got Mashheimer on the shoulders. Umbright trying to cross body, now putting all of his weight on that left shoulder, trying to get him down. He'll get some back points for sure. 30 seconds to go in the second period.
Mat number 2, Stratton Nelson still in control here, 2-1, with 25 seconds left to go in the second period.
Good matches here in the Wrestlebacks. 106 pounds there on mat number 2, and now once again Emerson Umbright trying to get that shoulder turned and get on the back. He's got 3 near fall points already awarded, and now he'll get the fall with 5 seconds left in the second period. A fall in 3:55 for Emerson Umbright of Rush City Bram and the 113-pound Wrestleback.
On mat number 2, Stratton Nelson still leads 2-1, riding Figueroa all the way through the second period. Going into the third period, Stratton Nelson's going to take the down position.
Next up, another 113-pound Wrestleback, Constellation round 3. Grayson Bennett, 8th grader of Rock Ridge, taking on Anthony Thomas of Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson. Bennett, an 8th grader for Rock Ridge, 21-18. Thomas, a freshman for the Dragons at 9-30. Starting just right now on mat number 1, back to 2.
Starting into the third period here, Stratton Nelson took the down position, still leads 2-1. Figueroa works into a cradle. Nelson working on the hand control with a 2-on-1 and trying to clear his hips, but Figueroa is doing a good job staying behind. Minute 30 left here in the third period. 2-1, Stratton Nelson in the lead here on mat number 2.
After this 113-pound Wrestleback with Bennett and Thomas, then on mat 1, they'll jump up to 126 with both of the Wrestlebacks scheduled. Anthony Graves of Rush City Bram and Cooper Shadeen of Mora will be next. 2-0 as Anthony Thomas, the freshman from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, gets the first takedown. He's got 2 points over Grayson Bennett, 1:15 to go here in the first period. You're in period 3 over there on mat 2, so go ahead and take that one, Lance. Good matchup.
Minute left, still very close here, 2-1. 55 seconds left here in the third period. Stratton Nelson in the down position. Figueroa doing everything from both sides, throwing across faces, working on cradles. Stratton Nelson goes out for a sit-out, followed nicely by Figueroa. Figueroa again trying to work in onto that cradle, hooks the leg on the left-hand side.
Over on mat 1 real quick, 40 seconds to go. First period, still 2-0. Anthony Thomas in the black and green on top position and leading Grayson Bennett in the black singlet from Rock Ridge. Now dragging him back in to the circle.
15 seconds left here in the match. Here again, 2-1 Nelson over Figueroa. Equally matched here at 106 pounds. That is the match here. Moving on will be Stratton Nelson here in the consolations as he defeats Nahima Figueroa of Hibbing 2-1.
On mat 1, after an escape from Grayson Bennett, another takedown awarded to Anthony Thomas right at the end of the first period. Anthony Thomas, Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, leading Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge 4-1 as they go to the second period in the 113-pound Wrestleback. And you have your other 106-pound Wrestleback here coming.
Here on mat number 2, it will be at 106 pounds. Gage Benz, an 8th grader from Rock Ridge, facing Aikens Weston Killinan, a 7th grader.
Mat 1, period number 2 is underway with Bennett and Thomas. Again, 126 is on deck for mat number 1.
In mat number 2, Ben's in on a shot on Killinan. Killinan reaching over the top, trying to do a butt lock, trying to hold on so he does not give up the takedown, and he's trying to get around the outside. But off the mat they go. Now we're working into a neutral back here. 1:33 left here in the first period, no score.
Over on mat number 1, Anthony Thomas for Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson continues to keep control over Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge. They're in the second period, 1:10 to go, and it's 4-1, Thomas in front. A couple of takedowns in the first period, including his second takedown with just a couple of seconds left. There's a near escape. Thomas was disengaged, but quickly was able to get control back over Bennett before the point was awarded. It is 4-1, 51 seconds left to go. And they're going to award a point to Grayson Bennett for Rock Ridge on a clasping. It's 4-2.
Mat number 2, Weston Killinan picked up a takedown here right at the edge of the mat. Now a minute left here in the first period. Weston Killinan riding Benj from Rock Ridge, leading 2-0.
We're in period number 2. I'm pretty sure the official awarded, there it is on the scoreboard. 4-2 is the score. Anthony Thomas leading Grayson Bennett. Thomas from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson. Grayson Bennett trying to escape, got on his feet, and then Thomas able to bring him back down as they go off the mat on the far side. 43 seconds to go in the second period. And now Thomas again on top, riding as Grayson Bennett doing his best to try to get on his feet and get an escape. 33 seconds to go in the second period. You're winding down the first period over on mat 2.
Mat number 2, Killen tried to do a tilt on him, and Ben's just fought it off nicely. Again, short amount of time. Killen from Aiken in the lead here, 2-0 going into the second period.
Grayson Bennett gets an escape late in the second period. It's now 4-3. Anthony Thomas of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson leading Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge. Final 6 seconds. Bennett takes a shot on the right leg. He's got it, trying to get him turned over, but time will run out. No position, no points. They will head to the third period. 113-pound wrestleback, and it is going to be Anthony Thomas of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson up 4-3 on Grayson Bennett as they start the third period. And it's going to be a neutral, as it was the choice of Thomas, and they're going to start standing.
Benz comes in getting heavy on the head on mat number 2 here. Minute 40 left here in the second period. Killen leads 2-0. Ben's working in on the right-hand side, got an underhook. Killen trying to back out a little bit, dropping down, tries to go for a kneecap single. There's a throw off the mat to go. They're going to trot back into the center of the mat. In the second period, minute 30 left to go here. Weston Killen from Aiken leads Benz from Rock Ridge.
Thomas and Bennett grappling and off the mat, spinning 4-3. Thomas in front, 113-pound wrestleback here on mat number 1. 126-pound wrestlebacks coming up next, as Thomas has the 4-3 lead. Minute 25 to go in period number 3.
And on mat number 2 here, Killen trying to do a snap down go behind on Benz from Rock Ridge, but he works in on that single, changes to a double.
Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge just got a reversal and has Anthony Thomas on his back now. Thomas had led through the first 2 periods, and now here's Grayson Bennett for Rock Ridge. Got the reversal right in the center of the mat. He's got him, he's got the shoulders down, looking. The count is on, the official checking it out. The reversal gives Grayson Bennett a 5-4 lead, 45 seconds to go. Thomas trying to turn, trying to twist, but there's not a whole lot of movement. It looks like Bennett's got him down, and he does. There's the fall. Grayson Bennett for Rock Ridge turns the tables and pins Anthony Thomas in 5 minutes and 24 seconds as Grayson Bennett moves on.
Killing it with a nice lateral drop there on Benz. But off the mat they go with 20 seconds left here in the second period. And we got 20 to go here. 2-0 Killen here. That was a lot of good pressure there just shortly ago.
126-pound wrestleback. Let's finish out that second period, Lance.
And they tie up ear to ear. Short amount of time left here. Not much going to happen here in the last seconds of the second period. Killen is going to go into the third period, leading 2-0, and it will be Ben's choice, and Ben's going to take the top position going into the third period, mat number 2.
To 126 pounds on mat 1, the first wrestleback they have, Anthony Graves, freshman from Rush City Bram. Cooper Shadeen, sophomore from Mora. Mora with the slightly darker blue singlet. Shadeen 20-7, a sophomore. Graves, a freshman, 9-28. And a 2-0 lead.
Mat number 2, Ben's keeping a lot of pressure on Killen here. Killen is trying to get his hips moving to get some work going with a minute 30 left here in the third period. Killen on the down position leads 2-0 over Benz. Benz throws in that power half on Killen. Killen trying to fight it off.
We're in the first period on mat 1, 2-1 Shadeen on top. Now we're going to get 2 for a takedown. It's 4-1 Shadeen over Graves. Let's finish out this great one on mat 2.
Mat number 2, bar and half by Benz on Killen. Killen fighting and trying to muscle it off here. A minute left here in the third period. Gets Killen turned. He's going to pick up some near fall. Killen trying to come around the top side. Benz settles back. Killen's fighting off his back. 50 seconds left here in the third. Killen doing everything he can to keep that right shoulder up here on mat number 2.
Over on mat 1, Cooper Shadeen now up 7-1 on Anthony Graves. Shadeen from Mora and Graves from Rush City Bram.
Killinan gets moving, gets going out the back door here, but Benz stays in control. Gets in behind there, 25 seconds left here in the third period. It is now 3-2 Benz over Killinan. Killinan back to his belly, cross-faced by Benz. 10 seconds left here in the third period. Head lever attempt by Benz. Killinan not able to get moving underneath. That's it. Gage Benz from Rockridge is going to go ahead and top Weston Killinan here in the Wrestlebacks.
Over on the other side, we have blood time as Cooper Shadeen from Mora leading Anthony Graves from Rush City Bram. It's 7-1 in the second period.
Up next on mat number 2 here, it's going to be Cash Frucy, a freshman from Piers, facing Braxton Peets, a sophomore from Pine City Hinckley. Finlayson.
After the first 126 Wrestleback on mat 1, the second one, Cooper Lucarelli and Brendan Malloy will be up next on mat number 1 as they have a timeout for blood right now. So we get you the start on the mat number 2.
Mat number 2, Fusi in the black and white singlet and Peets in the green and black singlet. Fusi, a freshman, 14-2 for Piers, comes in today. Peets, a 24-12 sophomore from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. Peets in a duck under, goal behind for 2.
They head to the second period after the blood time. Cooper Shadeen leading Anthony Graves 7-1. Shadeen from Mora. Graves from Rush City Bram, 126-pound Wrestleback. It was Shadeen's choice, and he chose neutral and standing, so he's trying to get those takedown points. He leads 7-1 early in the second period on mat number 1.
And on mat number 2 in period number 1 with about a minute left here in the first, Peets leads 2-0 over Fusi. Fusi gets reset here in the center of the mat.
Shadeen collects another takedown from Mora on mat number 1. He leads 9-1, 126-pound Wrestleback. Cooper Shadeen with a commanding lead, 9-1 over Anthony Graves from Rush City Bram. Trying to roll him over, resets himself back behind. Reaches across for the armbar and it looks like trying to scoot out to the edge of the mat is Anthony Graves as he's down big 1 minute into the second period.
Mat number 2, Fusi tried to fought off a nice 3/4 Nelson from Peets. 35 seconds left here in the first period. Peets leads 2-0.
Back over on mat number 1, not a whole lot of action, just trying to basically Shadeen keeping control. They're right on that outer edge of the mat. Anthony Graves again in that position where he's just held down, not able to really do much to get movement to try to make a reversal, and now they're going to get off the mat far enough that they'll bring him back to the center. 126-pound Wrestleback over there on mat number 1.
And on mat number 2 at 120 pounds, this is Cash Fusi from Piers, trailing 2-0 to Braxton Peets from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. Fusi's choice going into the second period, he defers. Peets is going to take neutral.
Cooper Shadeen gets Anthony Graves on his back. Graves able to avoid the pin, turns around, going to be 2 back points, making it 11-1. Cooper Shadeen from Mora in front, now looking to turn him again. Got the shoulders squared up 5 seconds ago in the period. Shadeen using the head and chin, trying to pin down that right shoulder. Period will come to an end. He'll get 3 near fall points at the end of the second period, and Cooper Shadeen leading big as they head to the third. 126-pound Wrestleback, 14-1. Cooper Shadeen of Mora over Anthony Graves of Rush City Bram.
Mat number 2, the scoreboard shows 4-2 in favor of Peets. Fusi's going to get 3 near fall, so it's going to be 5-4 Fusi now. 5-4 Fusi from Piers. Minute 10 left here in the second period.
We start period number 3. Cooper Shadeen is going to start down, and he's going to get a very quick reversal, and that is 16-1, and that should do it. They're not in a pinning formation, so that's going to do it. It'll be a tech fall. Cooper Shadeen will advance with the tech fall 16-1 at 126 pounds. Up next on mat 1, the top left corner of your screen, number 126, Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown taking on Brendan Malloy of Cloquet Esco Carlton.
And on mat number 2 here, Fusi now leads 5-4 over Peets from Pine City. Pine City in the down position here on mat number 2, trying to get up and clear his hips. Goes for a knee slide, stand up, and out, down for a nice little standing switch for a reversal. Now to 6-5 Peets, 6-5 Peets.
Heck of a match going on there.
20 seconds left to go in the second period.
On mat 1, again, 126 pounds, Cooper Lucarelli, 8th grader, 27-18 for Proctor Hermantown. He's in the black singlet. He'll take on Brendan Malloy, 8th grader, 6-14 from Cloquet Esco Carlton in the dark purple. They'll just get underway. Period number 1 on mat number 1. As you're heading to the third, and a great one there on mat 2.
Yep, mat number 2 going into the third period. Fusi from Piers takes a down position. Braxton Peets rides from the left, leading 6-5.
Just underway there on mat number 1, and still neutral as with the bylock now turning loose. It's going to be 2 points for Lucarelli. Lucarelli will get the first points on the takedown over Malloy.
Fusi picks up a reversal here, now leads 7-6 with 1:30 left here in the third period on mat number 2.
On mat 1, Malloy is going to get an escape, making it 2-1. Now with the single, now trying to hook both legs, trying to gain that advantage is Lucarelli. A couple of 8th graders out there at 126 pounds, still neutral. First minute gone in the first period. There's the 2 points. 2 points for Lucarelli. He leads 4-1 over Malloy at 126 pounds. Let's finish up this one. A great one you got, Lance, on mat 2.
Mat number 2, minute left here in the third period. Fusi from Piers leads 7-6. Pete's trying to do a knee slide stand up, trying to clear his hips. And gets taken back down by Fusi. Shoulder roll attempt there on mat number 2 by Peets. Hips capped. There's a clasp for Fusi. That's going to tie it up. Fusi had a clasp. Peets gets 1, ties up 7-7 with 37 seconds left here in the third period.
Towards the end of the first period on mat 1, Cooper Lucarelli has Brendan Malloy on his back. With neutral, no takedowns, he was in that top position. It's going to be 3 near fall points at the end of the first period. Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown leading Brendan Malloy of Cloquet Esco Carlton 7-1 after the first.
Peets gets an escape here with 20 seconds left here in the third period. Takes the lead 8-7 over Fusi from Piers. Peets gets in on an outside single, trying to keep pressure in. Fusi's got to spin around, 5 seconds left in the match. Peets holds on with a 8-7 victory here at 120. Braxton Peets, 8-7 victory over Cash Fusi from Piers.
Over back on mat 1, 7-1, Cooper Lucarelli. He is leading big at the 126-pound wrestleback over Brendan Malloy of Cloquet Esco Carlton. Lucarelli with ride time as they're going to be whistled off. What have you got next there on mat 2?
On mat 2, wrestlebacks here at 120 pounds. Austin Linder from Lack of Faith Christian with a record of 22-12 as a senior. And coming in as a sophomore, 11-13, Jacob McGuire from Aiken. McGuire's on the left-hand side here on mat number 2. Got the big A. And Lack of Faith Christian, solid black with the wolf on the back.
Over on mat 1, a minute 10 to go, period number 2. Cooper Lucarelli has been basically in control over Brendan Malloy of Cloquet Esco Carlton. He leads 7-1, and just a lot of control. Now he's got him turned, trying to spin him and get his hips in front as Lucarelli looking for the back points. Looks like the count. Nope, they're going to wave it off. Did not get him set. Now with the half Nelson and pushing the face down to the mat. Lucarelli looking to gain that control back as he leads 38 seconds to go in period 2. It's 7-1. That is a 126-pound wrestleback.
Inside position for both these wrestlers. They tie up every now and then. Not much happening here on mat number 2 in the first minute.
120 pounds on mat 2 right now, 126 on mat 1. They'll go to 138 following this one. Final 10 seconds of the second period, and now they'll award a point to Malloy on the escape, trying to get the 2 points. Final couple points left, does not get control, and it's going to stay 7-2. 7-2, Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown leading Brendan Malloy of Cloquet-Esco Carlton as they'll head to the third period in this 126 wrestleback.
Mat number 2, still no score. 40 seconds left to go here between McGuire from Aiken and Linder from Malacca Faith Christian.
Into the final period with Lucarelli leading 7-2. Good action here at the end of your first period, Lance. Let you take it there.
Linder gets 2 takedown there over McGuire with 20 seconds left here in the first period. McGuire comes right back up to his feet and gets out for 1. 2-1 Linder.
On mat number 1, they're 25 seconds into the third period. 126-pound wrestleback Cooper Lucarelli of Proctor Hermantown leading Brendan Malloy of CEC 7-2. Malloy had top position to start. Lucarelli trying to get the spin and the reversal, but Malloy able to keep control. He's down 5. He's got a minute and 10 to make something happen, trying to spin Lucarelli to his back.
Going into the second period, it was Linder's choice. He defers to McGuire. McGuire takes a down position, trailing 2-1 to Linder here on mat number 2.
Final minute, and there's Lucarelli getting the reversal. 2 points for Lucarelli. He goes up 9-2 on Brendan Malloy now. Malloy's chance now comes down to trying to stick and pin Lucarelli. Final 42 seconds on mat number 1. Top left corner, 126-pound wrestleback. 9-2 Lucarelli for Proctor Hermantown. Looking to keep his tournament rolling. And he's not allowing Malloy to do a whole lot here in the final 30 seconds.
Mat number 2, Linder was warned for stalling there as McGuire is trying to get an escape. Minute 30 left here in the second period. 2-1 Linder.
Final 15 seconds of mat number 1 for 126. So we'll go to 138. We'll let Noah back into the action here on mat 1 with only 2 mats rolling after this one. Final seconds will tick off as Cooper Lucarelli, he looks to advance. There is a cradle, but the time will run out. Cooper Lucarelli, Proctor Hermantown, advances and stays alive. He defeats Brendan Malloy of CEC 9-2 at 126 pounds. And Noah, if you'll take mat 1 for a little bit here as they go to 138, and let's go back to Lance here on mat 2.
Minute 22 left here in the second period. All tied up at 2 here at 120 pounds between Austin Linder from Malacca Faith Christian and Jacob McGuire from Aiken.
And looking ahead to mat 1, 138 pounds, the consolation round 3, Rolly Steinbrecker, a sophomore from Malacca Faith Christian, taking on Connor Keith, freshman from Grand Rapids.
Linder gives up a stall point to McGuire here. McGuire takes the lead with a minute left here in the second period, 3-2 on mat number 2.
Early on here in mat number 1, right away, this is Keith with back points, looking for the potential fall here, but just keeping that right shoulder up is Steinbrecker, and that is going to be a pin here with that right away. 15 seconds in, and that is a pin for Connor Keith. Lance, back to you already.
Yeah, number 2, 45 seconds left here in the second period. Jacob McGuire leads 3-2 here in the wrestlebacks. Linder favoring his ankle here. McGuire goes in on a shot. Duck under go behind for 2 is Linder. Linder takes the lead now, 4-3. 29 seconds left here in the second period. McGuire down position. Linder's going to let him up for 1, ties it back up at 4.
Quick update for mat number 1. It's going to be Bodenfeld of CEC and then Derek Prisbilla of Piers going on mat number 1, but quick rounding it out here on mat number 2, Lance.
15 to go here, tied up at 4 here in the second period. Both these guys trying to get over-under on each other. Short amount of time left to go. There it is. After the second period now, it is McGuire's choice. Actually, I take that back. It is Linder's choice from Malacca Faith Christian. He takes a down position. McGuire rides on the right-hand side. Again, 4-4 going into the third period here. Linder tries to go out for a sit-out, followed by McGuire. McGuire hooks the leg, stays in tight.
Quick over on mat number 1, Prisbilla was able to get a 27-second pin as he continues on in the consolation bracket. Now looking ahead, we have Warren Ritter at 152 pounds, the freshman from Grand Rapids, taking on Hayden Workman, senior from Aiken, next up on mat number 1.
Trying to come out the back door and get out for one, at least, if not two, is Linder from Malacca Faith Christian. Minute 22 left to go here in the third period. Linder's going to pick up the one for loss of control, and he gets the escape. So now it is 5-4. 5-4 Linder from Malacca Faith Christian here on mat number 2 over Jacob McGuire from Aiken. Take an injury timeout here. Again, the Gobblers and everybody else here in Section 7AA, thank you all for watching through yourliveevent.com, powered by rjbroadcasting.com, and thank all those awesome sponsors that help get this free event on the air for you.
Now mat number 1 getting underway, 152 pounds, the consolation third round, Warren Ritter of Grand Rapids and Hayden Workman of Aiken. And underway here as they're locking up, matching move for move. So this one is underway. It is going to be Ritter in the black and orange singlet, and the all black it is going to be, or excuse me, I had to refresh you here, but you go ahead, Lance.
Mat number 1, that is Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids.
Yes, sometimes it doesn't refresh right away, but excuse me, Oliver Spahn of Grand Rapids and Gavin Flanagan of Rock Ridge.
Here on mat number 2, Jacob McGuire working on a double overhook, trailing 5-4, 50 seconds left here to go in the third period, and they're going to restart in neutral.
1:20 left to go in round number 1 on mat number 1, as Spahn and Flanagan still feeling each other out, now locking up as they await. Just feeling each other out here in the early process, 0-0 with 1:08 to go in period number 1. Now Lance, back to you on mat number 2, seeing we got a good finish here.
Linder picks up a chin toss takedown over McGuire. (7-4) now, 7-4, 20 seconds to go here in the third period. 7-4 Linder. McGuire gets a reversal now, 7-5. 10 seconds to go. McGuire tries to get a three-quarter in. Linder just flattens out, gets on his belly. He's going to pick up the victory. Ends up being a 10-6 final. Austin Linder over Jacob McGuire from Aiken on mat number 2. Next up on mat number 2 is a guess. I do not know who's up.
While on mat number 2, it appears to be Caden Sweeney and Frank Vetters up next, but on mat number 1 with Oliver Spahn of Grand Rapids and Gavin Flanagan of Rock Ridge still tied at 0, and not a lot of action so far as period number 1 is going to come to an end here as both these wrestlers aggressive at locking up here as period 1 comes to an end, tied at 0.
Mat number 2, it's going to be Caden Sweeney, like Noah said, from Hibbing, facing Frank Bretters from Pine City, Hingley Finson. Pine City in the black and green singlet, Hibbing in the light blue.
Over on mat number 1, getting positioning right now is Flanagan for Rock Ridge, trying to flip over Spahn. We're still tied at 0, 1:52 to go. In period number 2, it is going to be reversal points for Spahn, so 2-0 in favor of Oliver Spahn of Grand Rapids.
Better's in on a shot. He's got Sweeney down on his back here on mat number 2. Throws in a half on the right-hand side. Trying to elevate that head of Sweeney from Hibbing. Better's trying to get the fall here in the first period.
Quickly over on mat number 1, 2-1 our score after escape points, but it seems a close fall here on mat number 2, Lance. See if he can cinch it in.
That should be it. Sweeney doing a good job trying to keep that left shoulder up, but Better's doing everything he can to lift that head, but nice. There he's going to go in for the reverse half. 50 seconds left here in the first period. Mat number 2, Better's trying to pin Sweeney here.
Over on mat number 1, it is 4-1. Oliver Spann on top of Gavin Flanagan now, as Spann on the back of Flanagan. He's gaining control early on with 40 seconds to go in period number 2. Now at the waist, Spann now wrapping around, across the face, and
mat number 2, there's a fall in a minute, 31 seconds for Frank Petters from Pine City, Hinckley, Fenton. Up next will be Jackson Klein, Jackson Klein from Aiken, Nicholas Reese from Lack of Faith Christian here coming up on mat number 2.
Mat number 1 with 15 seconds to go in period number 2, 4-1 still. Oliver Spann of Grand Rapids on top of Gavin Flanagan of of Rock Ridge. 160-pound bout in the consolation round 3. And period 2 comes to an end as Spann takes the lead heading into the final period.
Jackson Klein from Aiken will be green. He is in the all black with an A on the back. And Nicholas Reese, a senior from Lack of Faith Christian, with the white leg band on the right-hand side.
And period 3 underway on mat number 1, 4-1 as Oliver Spann of Grand Rapids leads, as playing down is going to be Flanagan for Rock Ridge. Looking around, looking for reversal is Flanagan. Going on the right side, being aggressive, and now great effort by Spann that time for the reversal. Still 4-1 with 1:37 to go in round number 3.
Mat number 2, 30 seconds in here, still no score here between Klein and Reese at 1:32.
1:25 to go on mat number 1, 4-1 still as Spann looking to hold on to this lead, and he's doing a good job at putting his weight on Flanagan's back, just not letting him do much, but Flanagan looking to get up and maybe gets an escape point here. Spann not letting that happen quite that easily though, but looking for the reversal is Flanagan. Spann keeping him down.
Jackson Klein trying to get on the inside. Not happening here. Reese just kind of dancing and backing out here from Malacca Faith Christian.
With 50 seconds to go on mat number 1, 4-2. Spann is holding on to a slim lead. And now looking for the double head takedown is Flanagan, but just not able to get to him. Spann's going to get the reversal points. Great job by Oliver Spann. 6-2. And with 35 seconds to go, he's looking to round things out here. 160-pound bout. Oliver Spann of Grand Rapids, the freshman, taking on Gavin Flanagan, the sophomore from Rock Ridge. With little time here in the match.
Mat number 2 still at 132 pounds. No score here between Klein and Reese. Klein from Aiken, Reese from Malacca.
With 10 ticks to go here, Oliver Spann of Grand Rapids looks to close it out here with 4 seconds to go as he leads 6-2, and that is how the score is going to end. Oliver Spann of Grand Rapids getting the win over Gavin Flanagan in the 160-pound bout. Next up on mat number 1 at 170 pounds, Tucker Haas, a senior of Mora, taking on Trevor Snetzinger, a senior from Grand Rapids.
Here on mat number 2, going to the second period, Jackson Klein from Aiken takes the neutral position.
We'll head to mat number 1. Just again, we have 170-pound wrestleback Tucker Haas, senior, 32-9 for Mora in the blue singlet. Take on Trevor Snetzinger, senior, 16-18 from Grand Rapids. Let's get an update here as you're into period number 2, Lance, on mat 2.
Jackson Klein gets a double leg takedown here, 2-1 with a minute 30 to go here in the second period. Jackson working in on the left-hand side, keeping the waist tight. Working on a 2-on-1. Minute 25 left here in the second period. Mat 2, Jackson Klein leads Reese from Malacca 2-1.
Over on mat 1, 170-pound Wrestleback. No score yet, 40 seconds in, as there's a shot by Trevor Haas for Mora. Kind of missed it, and now still at neutral and off the mat. They'll bring him back to center.
Mat number 2, still a minute left here in the second period. Klein in control, leading 2-1.
On mat 1, wrestlers engaged with this 170-pound Wrestleback. And now looking for the takedown and getting the takedown and straight to the back. Trevor Haas of Mora got Snetzinger turned and brought him all the way back down, all the way down to his back. And now here's Spahn with a roll. There's going to be 2 points for the takedown, 2 points for the back points for Haas, and then 2 points for the reversal for Snetzinger. It's 4-2, Haas from Mora leading, and now Haas gets an escape point. 30 seconds to go in the first period, 5-2 in favor of Tucker Haas, and now he gets the back. Now he's got a takedown again, 7-2 in favor of Haas, plus back points. Final 15 seconds here in period number 1. Lance?
Mat number 2, 30 seconds to go here, tied up at 2. Another kneecap single for Jackson Klein. He takes him down for 2.
And Tucker Haas, or Haas I should say, with the back points, end of the first period. And Tucker Haas with a 9-2 lead over Trevor Snetzinger from Grand Rapids.
17 to go here in the second period. Jackson Klein just picked up the takedown, leads 4-2. Reese gets set. Klein keeps the pressure in, follows behind. Reese trying to get up to his feet. Near fall attempt for Klein, but that is it after the second period again. Klein leads 4-2 here at 132 pounds, consolation Wrestlebacks. Jackson Klein's choice, he takes the neutral position going into the third period, leading 4-2.
They're at 170 on mat 1, and Tucker Haas for Mora getting more back points. Trevor Snetzinger of Grand Rapids in some trouble on the left side, trying to, and there's the pin. A pin in 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Tucker Haas, the senior from Mora, advances. Next up on mat 1, Wrestleback at 182 pounds. Jared Yates from Mora and John Catsopio from Rush City Bram.
Klein gets another single leg takedown here, 6-2 with a minute 20 left here to go in the third period, mat number 2. Reese trying to get around the face with a sit out here right at the edge of the mat. Klein capping the hips and staying in control. Back to the center of the mat here. Reese in the down position here on mat number 2, a 6-2. Klein is in lead. Klein's going to let him up for 1, so it'll be 6-3 with a minute 14 to go in the third. Klein likes to wrestle close. Gets in, crash underhook on the left-hand side.
On mat 1, just underway, Jared Yates, sophomore for Mora, 182 pounds, 22-20, versus John Cachopo, sophomore at 22-13 from Rush City Bram.
Klein gets another takedown, 8-3 with 45 seconds to go in the third period.
It's Cachopo for Rush City Bram in the lighter blue singlet. Jared Yates from Mora in the black singlet. 182-pound Wrestleback. You're in period 3. Finish that one up, Lance, please.
25 to go here in the third. Jackson Klein in control here, 8-3 over Reese from Malacca Faith Christian. Just keeping hips tight and just following behind. Reese trying to get his hips going here from the bottom position. 10 seconds to go here, though, in the match. Jackson Klein leads 8-3. And that is it. At 132 pounds, Jackson Klein defeats Reese from Malacca Faith Christian 8-3 and moves on. Next up, mat number 2, it's going to be Isaac Coolidge at 145 pounds for Rush City Bram, facing Colton Gallus from Rockridge, a junior.
On mat number 1, they're still scoreless. 40 seconds in, 182-pound wrestleback Jared Yates from Mora versus John Cachopo from Rush City Bram. Both sophomores, both with 22 wins coming into this wrestleback match. Cachopo with the overhook, trying to get to now with the leg hook, and now we're going to have a whistle. That's the end of the first period. End of the first period, scoreless. And Cachopo is going to have, he's going to have the choice. He's going to choose down. So Cachopo will be down. Yates will be on top as they get the second period started on mat number 1 in the top left, and a quick escape by Cachopo to take the 1-0 lead for Rush City Bram.
Mat number 2 at 145 pounds. This is Isaac Coolidge, a junior from Rush City. He is wrestling Colton Gallus, a junior from Rock Ridge. Still no score, a minute 35 left to go here in the first period.
1-0 Cachopo on mat number 1 in the top left. Mat 2 on the top right as you see it on yourliveevent.com. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to Rush City for hosting this here. And of course, all the advertisers and sponsors in the Wrestleback rounds here at Rush City. John Cachopo leading Jared Yates 1-0 in this 182-pound Wrestleback. There is a shot and a single grab for Jared Yates that they're going to end up off the mat, and they'll go back to center. To mat 2.
Mat number 2. Isaac Coolidge picks up a takedown. Got the score wrong there on the scoreboard there, but we got the colors backwards. Anyway, Isaac Coolidge from Rush City got the takedown over Colton Gallus. They got the colors backwards.
1-0 on mat number 1. 40 seconds to go in the second period. John Cachopo from Rush City Bram leading Jared Yates from Mora. Not a whole lot of action here in period 2. A lot of that back and forth and just jostling up in the neutral position after Cachopo started the period with a very quick escape to give us our current score, 1-0. A lot of engaging, a lot of the locks and the crashes trying to get the head snaps down. 14 seconds ago, there's a snap from Cachopo. Yates able to counter and hold still. Final 7 seconds, period number 2 as they disengage. Now they look to lock up again. Final seconds will take off, and going into period number 3, John Cachopo for Rush City Bram leading 1-0 over Jared Yates at 182 in the Wrestlebacks.
Mat number 2, Coolidge defers going into the second period. Gallus takes a down position. Gallus trying to find his feet there. Coolidge leads 2-0 over Colton Gallus here from Rock Ridge. Coolidge throws in an armbar, trying to walk around that head, trying to get the fall. Coolidge fights it off. Gallus fights it off, I'm sorry. Coolidge is trying to turn him there. Again, on our screen, the colors are opposite, so the wrestlers are opposite of what I see. Again, Rush City Bram's wrestler Isaac Coolidge is in the lead right now, 2-0, minute 25 to go here in the second period, mat number 2. Colton Gallus from Rock Ridge takes a down position on mat number 2.
On mat 1, still 1-0. They're in the third. John Cachopo leading Jared Yates. Cachopo from Rush City Bram, Yates from Mora. Cachopo in the blue singlet. He has a 1-0 lead thanks to an escape in the second period. Here in the third period, Yates was down, but Cachopo has been able to maintain control and hold a 1-0 lead as they have 1 minute exactly left in the third, and it looks like we have blood time here for mat number 1.
Mat number 2, it is now 2-1 with 50 seconds to go here in the second period. Leading is Isaac Coolidge from Rush City Bram. Rush City Bram in the blue, light blue singlet, and Gallus from Rock Ridge in the black singlet here on mat number 2. Coolidge goes in on another shot with 30 seconds here to go in the second period. On deck, mat number 2, it's going to be Connor Markham from Rock Ridge and Seth Nowak from Malacca Faith Christian. That is on deck, mat number 2 here.
On mat 1, they're ready to resume action here in this third period. Cachopo for Rush City Bram in the blue, leading Jared Yates of Mora in the black. 1 minute to go in the third period. Yates quickly up to his feet, looking to get the escape. And right back to the mat, Cachopo. Now Yates able to turn around, and he's got the body lock. They're going to call him out, and they're going to say no change of position, so Cachopo still will lead 1-0, 44 seconds to go.
Going into the third period, Rush City's Isaac Coolidge leads 4-1, but gives up a takedown there to Colton Gallus. Now it is 3-4. 3-4 on mat number 2 in favor of Isaac Coolidge from Rush City.
Let's get these final 30 seconds here on mat 1. A 1-0 lead for John Cachopo over Jared Yates. Cachopo, as Yates got to his feet, Cachopo was able to bring him down. Now Yates kind of turned, has his back to the mat. Cachopo trying to put the pressure on that right shoulder. Yates does a good job to fight it off. Final 17 seconds. Cachopo with a 1-0 lead off an escape in the second period. 10 seconds to go. Yates tried desperately to unlock the hands of Cachopo wrapped around him. Yates, and he's off the mat. 3 seconds to go. Let's see how this one finishes. A 1-point lead, and then we'll head right back to mat 2 as that's a 1-point match in the third. Cachopo takes the top. Yates quickly to his feet, 2 seconds. There's going to be a clasping call. There's a clasping call, and that is going to be a point. Well, they awarded the point to Cachopo. Sorry, they got to switch around. It's a point for Yates. They will head to overtime tied at 1.
On mat number 2, minute 20 left here to end the goal in the third period. It is 5-3 in favor of Coolidge from Rush City.
And now it's overtime. It's overtime for mat number 1. 1-1, John Cachopo from Rush City Bram and Jared Yates from Mora. An escape for Cachopo in the second period, and a clasping call awarded Yates the point right at the end of the third period. So they are in overtime 1-1.
45 seconds to go here in the third period. Mat number 2, Coolidge leads 7-3 over Gallus from Rockridge.
145 pounds there on mat 2. We're at 182 in the Wrestlebacks. Cachopo trying to just push and get a quick wraparound. Now there's a shot taken by Yates, unable to lock it in. Cachopo trying to use body force, just trying to get Yates off balance. Cachopo gonna take Yates down. If he can get his hips around, that'll be it. It's 1-1 in overtime, still at neutral as Yates has the leg of Cachopo, and now Yates picks up Cachopo. He's got the body lock. He's gonna take him down. Cachopo sits, and there's the 2 points, and it's over. Jared Yates of Mora gets the win in overtime, 3-1 over John Cachopo of Rush City Bram in another sensational match.
Mat number 2 as the third period comes to an end here. And they're going to restart with 8 seconds to go, but it is Isaac Coolidge 7-4 leading Colton Gallus. Off the mat they go again. Back to the center, reset, restart. 4 seconds to go here in the third period. 7-3, Coolidge over Gallus.
195 due up next as you can wrap that one up, Lance.
That is it at 145 pounds there. Coolidge from Rush City defeats Gallus from Rock Ridge. On deck, I don't know.
Well, let's go to mat number 1. 195 in the Wrestlebacks, Kane Burns, senior for Aiken, in the black with the, of course, the red A, and he's taking on Weston Danielson, sophomore of Grand Rapids. Danielson gets the takedown. There's an escape from Byrne. 2-1, Danielson just underway on mat number 1 for the 195-pound Wrestlebacks. Danielson 16-24 on the year. Byrne 13-15.
And on mat number 2 at 152 pounds, this is Connor Markham, a sophomore, 11-7 from Rock Ridge. He is facing Seth Noack from Malacca Faith Christian, a senior with a 10-10 record. Markham, Noack, mat 2.
2-1, Danielson after the escape. Now they both go down, and Danielson slow to get up as both went crashing outside the circle. They'll bring him back to center at neutral. 2-1, Danielson leading Byrne, mat number 1 on the top left.
Minute 16 to go here in the first period here at mat number 2. No score.
Mat 1. Byrne looking for the Russian, and both locking heads, looking for that position at 43 seconds to go in the first period. Danielson up 2-1. We're at 195 in the Wrestlebacks on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, Markham trying to get a shot in there on Nowak from a lack of faith Christian. Still no score, 45 seconds to go here in the first period. Connor Markham from Rockridge facing Seth Nowak here on mat number 2 at 152 pounds.
195, 220 is up next over on mat 1. Final 15 seconds here of the first period as Danielson looking for the headlock, trying to reach back and grab that leg. He's got the headlock tight on Byrne. Final 3 seconds of the first period. Byrne escapes the headlock, and then just as he's sat down, the period ends. 2-1, Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids on top of Kane Byrne from Aiken in the 195-pound Wrestleback.
Seth Nowak with the body lock throw here gets a 5-point move as he takes down Markham, from Rockridge. So it is 5-0. Seth Nowak over Connor Markham here on mat number 2.
Over on mat 1, just started period number 2, and Weston Danielson starting in that down position, and Byrne has him wrapped up. He's got him on his shoulders. Kane Byrne has Danielson on his back. Danielson able to roll through. Looks like it'll be points. I think 2 points. It'll be 2 points for Kane Byrne. He will take the lead, 3-2, 20 seconds into the second period. 195-pound Wrestleback. Now Weston Danielson, he's trying to get his head through and get the reversal. Byrne had him on his shoulders, and now he's still got the headlock engaged. There's the head pulled out. That's going to be a reversal. That'll be 2 points for Danielson. Danielson back in front, 4-2.
On mat number 2, it is 5-2 in favor of Connor Markham from Rockridge. I take that back. It's 5-2 in favor of Seth Nowak from Lack of Faith Christian. Again, they got the bands mixed up here on these wrestlers here on mat number 2.
On mat 1, it's now 6-3 as Weston Danielson has a lead over Kane Byrne, trying to turn, trying to get those shoulders down for Byrne. Byrne in a tough spot, and a lot of time left here in the second period. 40 seconds to go. There's the count from the official. Danielson shifting his hips around to get more weight on that left shoulder of Kane Byrne. Byrne, now a quick twist, and Byrne puts Weston in a headlock. It'll be 3 points for Danielson and then 2 points on the reversal for Byrne. That makes it 9-5 Danielson, 20 seconds to go in the second period.
Over here on mat number 2, Markham has Nowak flattened out here in the second period with 30 seconds to go.
Final seconds of period number 2. Byrne just ride time as they close it out. They'll head to the third period. Weston Danielson for Grand Rapids leading Kane Byrne for Aiken 9-5. I believe they got the score all good on that. They're going to double check. See who has the choice here for period number 3, as it's going to be the choice of Byrne. He's going to choose neutral as you're wrapping up period 2, Lance.
Yes, I am. Leading 5-2 is Seth Nowak from Lack of Faith Christian over Connor Markham from Rockridge.
We'll start the third period over on mat number 1, 195-pound Wrestleback. Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids, Kane Byrne of Aiken, and Byrne had the headlock but lost it, and now the body lock from Weston Danielson trying to drag Byrne down. Now Byrne trying to twist and take control. He'll get the takedown. It's 9-7, and Byrne trying to turn that shoulder in. 9-7 Byrne, and now he's got him locked. He's got it locked. He's looking, and it looks like there's the counter. The official pointing out the mat as Byrne trying to twist those shoulders. They are going to award 2 back points for Kane Byrne, and with a minute 20 to go, they're tied at 9.
Tied up at 5 here on mat number 2, third period, minute 30 to go here between Markham and Nowak.
Byrne will have top position with a minute 20 to go. Both of these Match is going right down to the wire here, period number 3. And now Burns he's going to let Danielson up, and they'll go back to neutral. So 10-9 Danielson. Byrne feeling he can get the takedown here.
Mat number 2 with a minute left here in the third period. It is tied up at 5 here at 152 pounds between Connor Markham from Rockridge and Seth Noack from Malacca Faith Christian.
And now Byrne trying to control. Instead, it's Weston Danielson that gets the takedown. Danielson with a big takedown on mat 1. 12-9, he leads Kane Byrne with 55 seconds to go. And boy, a quick turn of the tide over there on mat 2.
Connor Markham comes and gets an armbar fall over Seth Noack from Malacca Faith Christian.
44 seconds to go in period number 3. Kane Byrne looking over at the coaches, and we're going to get a stalling warning on Weston Danielson for Grand Rapids. Kane Byrne will be in the down position. 38 seconds to go here in period number 3.
At 160 pounds of mat number 2, this is Caden Gorman from Rush City Bram facing Damian Torgeson from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson.
38 seconds to go on mat number 1. We'll finish this one out. This has been a great one. Kane Byrne was down 9-5, got a quick takedown or a reversal and back points, tied it at 9. Now Weston Danielson up by 3 here in the third. Byrne trying to make the move, and instead Danielson catches him and puts his back on the mat. Byrne trying for the reversal. 12-9 in favor of Weston Danielson, and Byrne on his back. Danielson trying to get the shoulder, and there is a fall for Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids. He pins Kane Byrne 5 minutes and 41 seconds into the Wrestlebacks at 195.
And in the first period here at 160, mat number 2, it is tied up 2-2 between Caden Gorman and Damian Torgeson here on mat number 2.
Coming up next on mat 1, 220-pound Wrestleback Patrick Lussier from Cloquet Esco Carlton taking on Jace Allerton from Rush City Bram. So 220. Patrick Lussier, 8th grader, 2-7 from Cloquet Esco Carlton. He'll be in the dark purple. Jace Allerton, sophomore, 15-29 from Rush City Bram at 220 pounds. Constellation semis will be following on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, Caden Gorman from Rush City takes the lead here now 3-2 with 30 seconds to go in the first period.
Just underway on mat number 1. In the top left. Final one on mat 1 for Constellation round 3. As there's a good rush play by Jace Allerton, and Allerton going to get the takedown over Lussier. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of Allerton. 30 seconds in to this 220-pound Wrestleback. Lance wrapping up match, at least a period here on mat 2.
Yep, short amount of time left here in the first period. It is 3-2 in favor of Caden Gorman from Rush City, senior with a 24-19 record.
Constellation semifinals due up next on mat 1, starting with 106, Kevin Feld of Cloquet Esco Carlton versus Stratton Nelson from Mora. With the escape was Patrick Lussier from CEC. It's 2-1, 1 minute gone here in the first period. 2-1, Jace Allerton leading for Rush City Bram.
Second period, mat number 2, Caden Gorman takes a down position. Damon Torgeson gets on the right-hand side. Gorman right up to his feet right away, trying to get out to clear his hips. And he does. That's 1, so it'll be 4-2 now, 4-2 Gorman.
Final 25 seconds of the first period. Allerton gonna get the takedown, another takedown for Jace Allerton for Rush City Bram. He now leads Patrick Lussier 4-1. Final 15 seconds of the first period in this 220-pound Wrestleback. And now another escape by Lussier. Final 10 seconds, it's 4-2 in favor of Allerton.
Gorman gets a takedown here, leads now 6-2. He has Damian Torgeson on his back there in a deep half.
First period done, 4-2, Allerton over Lussier on mat 1 at 220.
There's a fall there on mat number 2. Caden Gorman from Rush City picks up a fall over Damian Torgeson from Pine City. Next up here on mat number 2 at 170 pounds, it's going to be Jace Preston, a junior from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson. He will be facing Jesse Eklund from Rush City Bram. That is mat 2, 170.
4-2, Allerton leading Lucier, just underway in period number 2, 4-2 at 220 pounds.
On the mat now, it'll be Noah Caruso on the call. Mat number 2.
On mat number 2, Jace Preston and Jesse Eklund going at it here.
Over on mat 1, we take it as Joey Allerton had Lucier down on the mat, and then a quick 2 reversal, and Patrick Lucier ties it up at 4. Going for the half Nelson. Looked like Allerton was going to get Lucier down on the mat, maybe on his back, and instead Lucier turned the tables, and now it's going to be another reversal as Allerton will take a 6-4 lead 1 minute into period number 2 in the 220-pound Wrestleback. Noah?
In Wrestleback, 170 pounds on mat number 2, Jace Preston of Pine City taking on Jesse Eklund of Rush City, and now out of bounds here. So we reset here. It's 2-0 in favor of Jesse Eklund, the junior from Rush City Brand, with 1:28 to go in round number 1. In the down position is going to be Preston.
On period number 1, it is Joey Allerton of Rush City Bram in the light blue and the blue singlet. He's leading Patrick Lucier from CEC, Cloquet-Esco Carlton in the dark purple, but it's a good one, 6-5. Allerton in front after an escape. Final 22 seconds. We'll keep it here for the end of the second period. As a lot of hand jostling back and forth, trying to get locked in. Final 14 seconds. And let's get a quick fall call there. A fall on mat 2.
Yes, a fall victory for Jesse Eklund in round number 1. Only took 59 seconds to get the job done, as it's going to be a fall win for Jesse Eklund over Jace Preston of Pine City in 170 pounds.
Back over, they just wrapped up period 2. Joey Allerton of Rush City Bram, he's leading according to the scoreboard 6-5. Now there appears to be a question on the scoreboard again, as they have it listed 6-5. Allerton over Patrick Lucier of Cloquet-Esco Carlton heading into the third period. One of the Rush City Bram folks asking about clarification. Now, of course, that's going to bring over the CEC representative to discuss what the correct score is. They have it as 6-5. Jace Allerton. Final consolation round 3 match on mat 1. Then they'll go into the consolation semis after 106 is due up next. Noah, over on mat 2.
On mat number 2, 182 pounds in the Wrestleback. It's going to be Jackson Thompson, a freshman from Grand Rapids, taking on Ethan Parati, the sophomore from Pine City. And it is 2-0 in favor of Jackson Thompson right now, as he's got the leverage on the back of Parati. And now looking to flip him over. This could be a fall situation, could be back points. Refs with the count. This could be a fall right away for Thompson, and it is. And just like that, Jackson Thompson with a fall victory in round number 1. This time it only took 40 seconds. Or 50 seconds, excuse me.
After the conversation, it appears that the score will remain as it shows, and now one of the score guys still going to call over the officials. So getting set for the third period, Patrick Lucier from Cloquet-Esco Carlton, he will be in the bottom position. Jace Allerton from Rush City Bram. Lucier an 8th grader, Allerton a sophomore, 220-pound Wrestleback. Allerton with a 6-5 lead as they head to the third, and a quick just kind of sitting down and then stretching out. Almost dangerous for Lucier, who's almost stretched all the way on his back. And it is going to be 2 back points. So he got himself caught for a couple of points. Allerton gets 2 back points. As they start period number 3, 20 seconds in. What have you got over there on mat 2?
On mat 2, 195-pound Wrestleback Keegan Comer of Rock Ridge taking on Nathan Nash of Pierce in the third round of the consolation side of the bracket. And early on here in period 1, 2 wrestlers that are just locking up here, meeting face to face, looking for a collar lock now.
Over on mat 1, we are in the third period. Jace Allerton got an escape. It's 8-6. Jace Allerton leading Patrick Lucier. Period number 3, 70 seconds to go in this 220-pound Wrestleback. 106-pound consolation semi coming up next. Allerton trying to gain control and get the takedown, still at neutral. 1 minute to go in the third. And now Lucier with a jump and roll, but Allerton recognizes it and quickly hops on top for the takedown. 10-6. 10-6. Allerton on top of Lucier for Rush City Bram. 40 seconds to go in period number 3. Noah, quick, what's going on mat 2?
With 40 seconds to go on round number 1, here in mat number 2, it is still tied at 0 between Keegan Comer of Rock Ridge and Nathan Nash of Piers at the 195 Wrestleback. Get back to a good finish over on mat 1.
Yeah, Allerton ended up getting Lucier just on his back in the final 35 seconds, and Lucier gets stuck. Allerton with the fall in 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Jace Allerton advances for Rush City Bram. Next up on mat 1, the consolation semis at 106 pounds, Kevin Feld from Cloquet-Esco Carlton versus Stratton Nelson from Mora.
And round number 1 just ending here on mat number 2. Still tied at 0 between Comer and Nash. As we get round number 2 set, it is going to be Nash, and he's going to take the down position.
So on mat number 1, 106-pound consolation semifinal, 8th grader Kevin Feld from CEC, 23-12 on the season, taking on Stratton Nelson, 8th grader from Mora, 22-19. Nelson.
Over on mat 2.
Oh, and it looks like, yeah, they are Matt and Nelson. One of the kids turned around on mat 1 thing, and did the wrong kids go there? Nelson in the blue, Feld in the dark purple, just underway on mat 1 for the 106-pound consolation semifinal, as there's Nelson, and there is a quick cradle by Feld. Feld gets the cradle. It's 2 points for the takedown for Feld. He's got Nelson stuck. He's got the cradle locked, and that is a pin in 18 seconds in the consolation semis. Kevin Feld of Cloquet-Esco Carlton sticks Stratton Nelson, and he'll advance.
And on mat number 2 here, still tied at 0 in round number 2 between Nash and Comer. Good one here, and right on this round 2, it has been Comer of Rock Ridge has had all the leverage. Now looking to flip over Nash here, potential fall, but maintaining his ground well is Nash. At the hips, this is Comer trying to gain, looking for that left leg now staying down on him. 47 seconds to go in round number 2, and now looking for a reversal roll here. With 40 seconds to go, and this could be a fall, but Comer maintaining it here.
Over on mat 1, 113-pound consolation semifinal, Lincoln Star, freshman Malacca Faith Christian in the black singlet, 21-13, taking on Emerson Umbright, 8th grader, Rush City Bram in the blue, 22-22 on the year.
4-0 here on mat number 2, as Nathan Nash holds a 4-0 lead over Keegan Comer. 195 pounds in the wrestleback, and down is going to be Comer for Rock Ridge. Nash grabbing that right arm. There's a couple of takedowns in the early stages here in round number 2 as Nash putting leverage on him, still attacking that arm on the left side. 7 seconds to go. It's Comer looking to escape out of it here, try and get out of this round, and that is going to wrap up period number 2, 4-0. Nathan Nash for Piers on top of Keegan Comer of Rock Ridge. Back to you, Devin.
A takedown and 2 back points for Lincoln Star, Malacca Faith Christian. First minute gone here in period number 1. And Star has a 4-0 lead over Umbright for Cloquet-Esco Carlton. Next up on mat 1 will be 120-pound semi, Landon Loxo from Proctor Hermantown and Braxton Peets from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. Right now, Star with the cradle. He's got the leg hooks, trying to get the turn on Umbright. Umbright did a nice job flipping over and not allowing the back points. Still 4-0 in favor of Lincoln Star. Now he's going to go for the headlock, looking to try to drive backwards. Standing up is Emerson Umbright. Umbright trying to get that escape. Now he's back down, return to the mat. Back with the hook over onto the leg is Lincoln Star with the 4-0 lead. 15 seconds to go here in the first period. 113-pound consolation semi will finish this period out, as there's another cradle and another tilt. There is Lincoln Star. He's got the back points, but the whistle will save Emerson Umbright for the meantime, 3 points for the near fall. 7-0 Lincoln Star after 1.
With a minute to go here in period number 3, it is 4-0 still. Nash of Pierce on top of Keegan Comer of Rock Ridge, 195 in the Wrestleback. And seems that we had just had a pinfall here for Nathan Nash, who's able to advance through in the consolation. The Wrestleback as he gets a pin on Keegan Comer. Next up on mat 2, 285 Wrestleback Leonardo Latorno from Pine City taking on Jack Biker of Pierce.
Back over on mat 1, starting period number 2, a 7-0 lead for the freshman Lincoln Star from Lack of Faith Christian over Emerson Umbright, the 8th grader from Rush City Bram. Starting in standing position and looking for a shot again is Lincoln Star. He grabs it now, grabbing the leg and reaching through. There is Emerson Umbright, still at neutral. Both guys with control of the other's legs, looking for that advantage. Now Umbright trying to push the face down, trying to get his legs unlocked, and he tries to spin around, and a good job at Lincoln Star, reaching out, continuing to grab, keeping it at neutral. 50 seconds in to the first one. What's going on mat 2, Noah?
Well, it only took 15 seconds for Latorno of Pine City, but he gets the pin over Jack Biker in the 285 Wrestleback. Next up is going to be Gage Benz of Rock Ridge and Roman McKinney of Pine City at the 106 Consolation Semis.
Over on mat 1, an escape for Emerson Umbright. Lincoln Star with a 9-1 advantage in the Consolation Semis of 113. Over on mat 1, top left of your screen on yourliveevent.com. 35 seconds to go in the second period. Lincoln Star has been mainly in control, has gotten a couple of back points and a near fall, had a near fall right at the end of the first period. Umbright was able to avoid the pin thus far. Star with the 9-1 lead. A crash and a head snap for Star. Trying to get the underhook, then went for the overhook. They go off and right back on as time in wrestling continues. Final 10 seconds here in period number 2. 113 pounds, and there's an attempt by Umbright, but Star catches him, and the first in the period will come to an end. 9-1 Lincoln Star on top as they head to period 3.
On mat number 2 with 1:21 to go in period number 1, it is 2-0 Roman McKinney of Pine City over Gage Benz of Rock Ridge at the 106 Consolation Semifinals. And for McKinney, on top for now, looking to get the waist as they meet in the middle. It's still 2-0 here with the period wrapping up here.
Over on mat number 1, just starting period 3, Lincoln Star starts in top position, looking to maybe get a turn over Umbright. He's got a commanding lead, 9-1 early in the third.
Still 2-0 here with under a minute to go as McKinney, good leverage here, flipping around here, and still to end with the 48 seconds to go. Favoring that left arm as trying to get up this time is Benz, and Ben's doing a good job as he escapes for the 1 point and now close to the out of bounds marker, and they are going to be out of bounds, so we reset in the middle. They're going to meet at a neutral stance.
Over on mat number 1, a reversal for Emerson Umbright. Makes it 9-3, Lincoln Star still in front. And now headgear got twisted around on Star, and they'll have to have a stoppage. He's going to stay, of course, in the down position, 1:13 to go in this 113-pound consolation semi.
And just wrapping things up here with 15 seconds to go in period 2. It's 2-1 still. McKinney over Benz. McKinney trying to spin out of trouble, and now they go out of bounds with 4 seconds to go. The ref stoppage. Looks like just one more lockup here, and that is going to end period number 1, 2-1, as Roman McKinney leads over Gage Benz.
We'll wrap up this one on mat number 1. Lincoln Star leading 9-3. Star in the black, taking on Emerson Umbright in the blue from Rush City Bram. 9-3, Star in front. Umbright got a reversal, and now just kind of waiting for the official turn. There it is from Lincoln Star. He gets 2 points for the reversal. It's 11-3, Lincoln Star with 30 seconds to go. And now Star gets the cradle. Star got the cradle, and he has Umbright in an absolutely locked position. This one should be. There's the near fall, still looking, and now Umbright able to just turn it up. Star couldn't get him locked down. I thought for sure that was going to end up as a fall. It's going to be a near fall. It's 14-3. Umbright doesn't have enough time to get him down and locked in. as this one's going to end. It's going to be 14-4, a final 14-4. Lincoln Star with the win at the 113-pound consolation semis over Emerson Umbright.
On mat number 2, it is still 2-1. Rowan McKinney on top of Gage Benz, 106 weight in the consolation semifinals, 138.5 to go in round number 2. And again, it is McKinney applying pressure, going for that right arm as it's cinched in. They'll flip him around, cradle position here. This is a pinfall opportunity here for McKinney. This is close. We'll see if he's got it up. It seems that left shoulder might be what's saving Benz, but McKinney cinching it in and all able to get out of it is Benz. That's going to be a near fall, 3 points for Roman McKinney, who's up 7-1 with 1:07 to go in period number 2.
We go to mat number 1, 120-pound consolation semifinal. Landon Loxo in the black from Proctor Hermantown, a junior at 24-21. Braxton Peets, a sophomore in the black and green from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson at 25-12. 120-pound consolation semi on mat number 1.
Over on mat number 2, period 2, about ready to close out here. 37 seconds to go as Rowan McKinney really turning it on here for Pine City Hinckley Finlayson over Gage Benz of Rock Ridge. As we reset, as it's going to be 1 point for the escape for Gage Benz. So 9-2 the score, but a fantastic display here from Rowan McKinney, a near fall count in early stages of this period, and with 27 seconds to go, McKinney is looking to close things out here and with another period yet to play. As both wrestlers just meeting each other face to face, feeling each other out, now looking for a lock, as they both are going to be close to the out of bounds mark, but right there cinching on the head is Rowan McKinney.
Over on mat number 1, a shot taken by Landon Loxo. Had it for a moment, but then quick lost it. And here comes Braxton Peets trying to lock in and get the takedown over on mat number 1. There's the 2 points. 2 points for Braxton Peets. Peets 25-12, Loxo 24-21. Good matchup here in the consolation semis of 120, and a 2-0 lead for Braxton Peets. 40 seconds to go in the first period.
An update from mat 2, period 3, about ready to get underway here. 9-2, McKinney leads over Gage Benz. It's period 3 underway as McKinney looking to keep it rolling here in the final period.
They rolled off the mat area for mat number 1, so they'll reset 31 seconds to go in the opening period. Braxton Peets, Pine City Hinckley Finlayson, leading Landon Loxo, Proctor Hermantown. 120-pound consolation semifinal, 126 semifinal in the consolation bracket coming up next. 2-0 Peets with that top position, trying to maintain control, and a rolling off the mat again. And they'll come back to center again with 14 seconds to go in the first period. 2-0 Braxton Peets in front from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson.
Close double A takedown for Gage Benz here for Rock Ridge, but he was able to get, they are going to give him points for the takedown, so 9-4. So Ben's looking to make things interesting here, but as they reset in the middle here, 10-4 now after the escape point by Rowan McKinney of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. He leads in the 106 bout in the consolation semifinals.
First period ends. Braxton Peets, Pine City Hinckley Finlayson, leading 2-0. He won the toss. He deferred. Landon Loxo will pick the down position to start period number 2, and you're wrapping up on mat 2 there.
Yes, Ben's looking for the single leg on the right side, but able to hold his ground is McKinney. McKinney looking to get back up. 35 seconds ago, he's got a big lead here, 10-4, and that's going to be 2 points. Takedown here for Rowan McKinney. He's now up 12-4 with 25 seconds to go here, and it looks like he's just going to keep it rolling here, just maintain as he's got a hold of the left wrist, and now that we reset. 13 seconds ago, McKinney looking for a double leg takedown and able to do that. 2 points, so it's 14-5. An emphatic way to close it out for Rowan McKinney, who gets the win over Gage Benz of Rock Ridge at the 106 consolation semifinals.
And back underway on mat number 1. A minute and a half left here in period number 2. Braxton Peets, Pine City Hinckley Finlayson leading 2-0 over Landon Loxo from Proctor Hermantown. With top position, Braxton Peets trying to turn. He's got the leg lock all set. Now now we're going to get a potentially dangerous, as he had the wrist locked for Loxo and had it up over his neck and shoulder area. So they'll reset again into the down position. We'll go Loxo and Pete's in the top position, minute 4 to go. As what do you got started on mat 2 there, Noah?
On mat number 2, 113-pound consolation semifinals, Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge taking on Joey Seeley from Grand Rapids. Tied at 0 here as we are underway, as it seems that Seeley getting the leverage early. So he has the head cinched in, now going for that right leg, and now that's going to be a takedown reversal here for, Seeley for 2 points, 2-0.
Over on mat number 1, Landon Loxo and Braxton Peets were engaged in scrambling on the mat, and as Loxo went to make a reversal and move an injury, Braxton Peets has a brace on his left knee, and he was grasping it and clearly in pain in mat 2, as it looks like it was a quick one there, or mat 1, it looks like it was a quick one there on mat 2.
31 seconds, all it took for Joey Seeley to get the pinfall victory over Grayson Bennett of Rock Ridge. Joey Seeley, the sophomore, moving on to the consolation finals here at 113 pounds.
What do you got coming up next there on mat 2?
Now looking up at 120 pounds, Austin Linder of Malacca Faith Christian taking on Asher Brendan, sophomore from Grand Rapids, at 120 pounds consolation semifinals.
Well, with a couple of pins now, they've kind of caught up. Lance is back with us, and mat 2's heading into 120. We're on 120 on mat 1 as they attend to Braxton Peets of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson, and mat 1 was kind of ahead of a lot going in, but yeah, a couple of quick pins will change that pretty fast.
Yep, the winners of all these will go into the 3rd and 4th place matches here for the consolation championships.
Watching on yourliveevent.com, they continue to test out the left knee of Braxton Peets. He has the lead 2-0 over Landon Loxo. Trainer came over and checked him out, and it is going to be the injury time, and now they're going to wrap that knee even more for Braxton Peets for the Dragons with the 2-0 lead, as they're getting things set over there on mat number 2. Looks like they're just getting everything set in terms of the scoreboard there. So that was a change there on mat number 2 instead of Linder and Brendan, or was there a forfeit in there, Lance? I didn't quite see. Did you?
I did not either. So
I didn't quite see what was happening there. The discussion was the table, but refreshing the track wrestling.
So they're at 126 now on mat 2. We are back underway on mat 1, 120 pounds. Landon Loxo, Proctor Hermantown, and Braxton Peets, Pine City Hinckley Finlayson. Peets has the top position, and there's a potentially dangerous, as Peets was riding the back of Braxton Peets.
That last match, that was Asher Brennan that got moved out of here by stretcher from Grand Rapids, so he forfeited that match.
Oh, okay, that's right. Thank you, Lance.
Yep.
So at 120 on mat 1, Braxton Peets, 30 seconds to go in the second period. Peets leading Landon Loxo of Proctor Hermantown 2-0. Peets in the black and green, and they have a stalemate, so they're going to reset. So now underway over there on mat 2.
On mat number 2, so yes, at 126 is going to be Cooper Lucarelli, the 8th grader from Proctor Hermantown, taking on Liam Hennessy, freshman from Piers. And right away it's 2-0 Liam Hennessy, and now potential fall here for Hennessy. Left shoulder seems to be saving Lucarelli, but Hennessy looking to keep it cinched down. It's going to be some back points here as Hennessy looking to finish it off here. Still waiting a decision. It's close here as applying more pressure, weighing it down on the shoulders, but just keeping it up. Great effort by Lucarelli to keep it up, but not enough as Liam Hennessy. 28 ticks to go in period number 1 is going to get the fall victory over Cooper Lucarelli.
And over on mat number 2, they are heading into the third period tied. Landon Loxo tied with Braxton Peets. 2-2 in the 120-pound consolation semifinal. Pete's got a takedown in the first period. That has stayed until late in the second period where Loxo was able to get the 2. And now they stay at neutral so you can get this big takedown first, potentially here in period number 3.
And on mat number 2, this is Jackson Klein at 132 pounds for Aiken, wrestling Derek Stengel from Pierce. Stengel working in on getting on the inside here. Nice fireman's attempt. Klein sprawls back, keeps pressure away from the hips and blocks them.
And on mat number 1, 1:10 to go. Still in neutral. This is big for period number 3. It's the final period, 120-pound consolation semi with Loxo from Proctor Hermantown, Pete's from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, tied up at 2.
At number 2, no score here with a minute 22 to go here in the first period between Klein. Klein goes for the outside single, and he gets 2 over Derek Stengel from Pierce. Lets him up for 1, 2-1 Klein.
On the other mat, Landon Loxo ends up twisting around, gets a 2-point takedown. They're going to call him off the mat, but not before Loxo got the 2-point takedown. With no points heading into the third, Loxo now leads 4-2 with 37 seconds to go in the third period. Pete's will go down. Loxo, top position. There's the whistle. Loxo trailed 2-0 heading late into the second period, and now Loxo, he's got Pete's turned. He's got him on his back. Back points here as Loxo turning the tables on Pete's. It's going to be 2 back points. Loxo up 6-2, 20 seconds to go. Pete's needs a big turnaround. 17 seconds to go in the third period. Loxo with the lead, 6-2, 120-pound consolation. Final 10 seconds. Loxo trying to hold position. Pete's trying to somehow get a turnaround. Not much doing. Time is going to run out, and Landon Loxo will come back and get the win, 6-2 over Braxton Pete's.
Mat number 2, first period coming to an end here. Jackson Klein from Aiken leading 2-1 over Stengel from Pierce.
Up next on mat number 1 will be 126 pounds consolation semifinal. John Pilarski of Aiken and Cooper Shadeen out of Mora. Pilarski, sophomore, 22-16. Shadeen, a sophomore, 21-17. Back to you, Lance.
Mat number 2 getting underway here in the second period. Neutral position. And Klein going with the chin drop, trying to get that takedown. 2-1 Klein right now. Minute 44 to go here on mat number 2, period 2.
Over on mat number 1, just underway with Pilarski and Shadeen. Shadeen in the blue and Pilarski in the black. A lot of jab stepping here and there. Little head slap, head grab, looking for the snap. As there's no score in the first 25 seconds. Back to you, Lance.
Mat number 2, minute 14 to go here in the second period. Still 2-1 in favor of Jackson Klein from Aiken. Both of them in the neutral position here, trying to find the inside position. Klein, the only one with the takedown so far. He let up Stengel right away there in the first period again. Less than a minute to go here in the second, mat number 2.
Mat number 1, about the first minute gone in the first period. No score yet between Pilarski from Aiken and Shadeen from Mora. Shadeen got the crossover, trying to spin around and get those hips set on the backside, but a good job, great job by Pilarski. Got himself spun around and denied the takedown points. 50 seconds to go in period number 1. Let's go back to the final 30 seconds of period number 2.
Still 2-1 in favor of Jackson Klein. Trying to work on a little bit of inside position. Both these guys just going head to head. And there goes an outside shot for Klein here on mat number 2. Changes to a double and gets the 2 for the takedown. 4-1 Jackson Klein, 13 to go here in the second period.
And John Pilarski got a takedown and back points coming up. Let's finish up your mat and we'll go right back to ours here, Lance.
And as the second period comes to an end here on mat number 2, Jackson Klein leads 4-1. Going into the third period, it is going to be Klein's choice.
And now on the mat number 1, they're going to call 3 near fall points for John Pilarski. And then they're also going to call a clasp, a full Nelson, called on Pilarski, so they award a point to Cooper Shadeen. 12 seconds to go in the first period. 126-pound consolation semi. John Pilarski of Aiken leading 5-1 over Shadeen from Mora. Final 12 seconds here as Pilarski will be on the top. We'll take you through the first period here, and there's going to be a caution on a false start first on Pilarski.
Going into the third period, I was wrong. Stengel had the down position. Klein let him up for one. There's a nice shot attempt by Stengel. Klein defended it off, backed out. Minute 15 to go here in the third period. Jackson Klein leads 4-2 over Stengel from Piers.
Final few seconds, period number 1. And they will call that one as, boy, Cooper Shadeen just about got John Pilarski in a very tough spot, and Pilarski saved by the whistle. No points awarded after one. 126-pound consolation semi. John Pilarski of Aiken 5, Cooper Shadeen of Morrow 1. To Matt 2, final wrap up this third period here. Good one there, Lance.
45 to go here in the third period. Jackson Klein still leads 4-2, trying to find the inside position. Klein's getting warned for stalling here with 30 seconds to go now. Over under on each other. Trying to get hand control on the outside wrist. Pressuring in. Klein snaps. Stengel trying to get the inside, needs a shot here, and he goes for a shot. Defended off by Klein. Klein still working on the inside, dancing around. Trying to circle, 15 to go here. Stengel goes in on a shot, and off the mat they go. 11 seconds to go here in the third period. Jackson Klein leads 4-2. Klein has one warning against him for stalling. Got to circle this one out. Shot attempt by Stengel, trying to go behind is Klein. Short amount of time. Jackson Klein picks up the victory here, 4-2, and moves on here in the consolations.
Right back to Mat 1, starting period number 2. John Pilarski was able to get an early escape. He leads 6-1, and now Pilarski looking for the takedown against Shadeen. 6-1. There's the 2 points for the takedown. It's 8-1 in the consolation semis at 126. John Pilarski, and he's got Shadeen on his back. Shadeen from Mora. Pilarski from Aiken, and Pilarski trying to keep those heels dug in, trying to turn and get the shoulders stuck. And 38 seconds to go, spinning out of it is Shadeen. Still with a good tight headlock is Pilarski. Pilarski gets the fall.
Mat number 2 wrestling now, Nathan Trotter for Aiken. He is facing Cole Grams from Mora here at 138 pounds.
Another Aiken-Mora matchup, go figure. Consolation semi, Pilarski gets the win, 8-1 at 126. Up next, consolation semis, it's listed as Jake Neary from Rock Ridge. Now he forfeited his last one, and Frank Betters of Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. So we'll see. It looks like Neary is there. It looks like he will forfeit, and they'll move to the 138. Let's go back to Mat 2.
Trotter with the underhook on the left side, goes for a duck under. Does not happen. Grams backs out, and there goes a duck under. There's a go behind for 2. For Nathan Trotter throws in the Bulldog here on the left-hand side, trying to stretch out Grams here. The minute left here in the first period leads 2-0. Now goes the tilt for Trotter. Does not get any near fall. Had the back exposed there. Jumps in over on the left side and throws in that hook. Potentially dangerous. 54 seconds to go here in the first period. Nathan Trotter now leads 2-0 over Grams from Mora.
Frank Betters officially awarded the win at the 132-pound consolation semis with the injury to Jake Neary. So they'll go to 138. Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge versus Connor Keith of Grand Rapids. Kendall 33-13. He's a sophomore. Keith a freshman, 23-17. Keith in the black and orange, and Kendall in the black.
Trotter for Aiken, throw the hook on the right side. Now it goes with an armbar on the right, trying to get a fall. Gets the turn of Grams. 30 seconds to go here in the first period. Nathan Trotter trying to get the fall here for the Aiken Gobblers. There's the fall. That would be a minute 48-second fall. Sorry, minute 38-second fall for Nathan Trotter here from Aiken.
Just underway over on Mat 1. Again, Connor Keith, freshman from Grand Rapids, and Jackson Kendall, sophomore from Rock Ridge in the 138-pound consolation semis. Who's up next on Mat 2?
Mat number 2 at 145 pounds from Rush City will be Isaac Coolidge. He is facing Tanner Moreland from Grand Rapids.
Back on Mat 1, no score yet, 40 seconds into period number 1. for Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge and Connor Keith of Grand Rapids. Consolation semis as we hit the 5 o'clock mark today here on this one-day 7AA individual wrestling tournament here on yourliveevent.com. Devin Kruger, Lance Bauman, Noah Caruso, all happy to be here having a fun day of wrestling here in Rush City. Period number 1, 50 seconds left over on mat number 1 in the top left of your screen. Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge, Connor Keith of Grand Rapids just sitting at neutral, trying to get that advantage as they disengage.
No score here on mat number 2 with 30 seconds in the first period here. Coolidge from Rush City gets in on a double leg there on Tanner Moreland from Grand Rapids. Moreland defends it off, goes behind for 2. Moreland leads 2-0.
Still no score, final 30 seconds of the first period as there's a takedown as Connor Keith will get the first points. Actually, I think they got that one backwards there. I think that's Jackson Kendall. Jackson Kendall got the takedown. They may have to correct that as the first period is coming to wind down. It's 2-0. And it should be, thought that was Jackson Kendall on the takedown. Looks like they'll correct that. Jackson Kendall leading Connor Keith 2-0 after the first period. The choice will go to Connor Keith. And it looks like he's going to defer to the third period. And Jackson Kendall is going to pick down. They have 0-0 on the scoreboard. It should be 2-0 in favor of Jackson Kendall for Rock Ridge. Back to you, Lance.
Mat number 2, Moreland from Grand Rapids leads 2-1 here with 18 seconds to go here in the first period.
Take us through the rest of this first, Lance.
Moreland just gets a takedown here. Now leads 4-1 with 8 seconds here in the first period to go. Coolidge from Rush City down below, flattened out on his belly here. Moreland working hard on the armbar. That's it. After one, Moreland from Grand Rapids takes the lead, 4-1. His choice, he's going to defer. Moreland takes a down position.
They do put the 2 now up for Jackson Kendall. Over on mat number 1, Jackson Kendall going to take the down position to start period number 2. Connor Keith for Grand Rapids on the up position, and here we go, period number 2, 138-pound consolation semi on mat number 1 with Kendall leading 2-0, trying to get out for an escape. Almost got to his feet. Keith brings him right back down. A lot of pressure on the hips, trying to work his arms up to get the arms locked and get into that shoulder area to try to get a turn on Kendall. 2-0 Kendall, 30 seconds in to period number 2.
Minute 19 left here in the second period. Trying to shuck is Moreland. As at the beginning of the period, he got up and out for an escape, brought it to 5-1 now. Now he's working on the front cradle, trying to get the 2, and he does. 7-1 Moreland. Minute 5 left here in the second period. Tries to walk the head of Coolidge right up around the corner. Trying to get that tilt, trying to get that fall. There's Moreland. The front cradle fall for Grand Rapids.
Over on mat 1, just about a minute gone here in period number 2. Not much has happened, just a lot of scrambling. Now, Jackson Kendall able to get the escape. Now leads 3-0 over Connor Keith, 138-pound consolation semi on mat 1. Keith from Grand Rapids, Kendall from Rock Ridge. Kendall with a shot, trying for the double. Keith just trying to stretch out, got the legs real stiff, trying to avoid getting gripped, and now they'll stand up in neutral as Lance, who's up on mat 2.
Now at 152 pounds for Aiken, Hayden Workman, a senior, 16-13. He is facing John Mead from Pine City, also a senior at 30-7. Mead gets that quick takedown right away on Workman. Works in on the left-hand side, leads 2-0 with a minute 45 to go here in the first period.
Period 2 coming to a close on mat 1 in the top left. Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge working as Connor Keith. Still at neutral, the final few seconds ticking off on period at number 3. And that is going to be it for period number 2. Kendall will go into the third period hanging on to the 3-0 lead. Connor Keith has the choice, and he's going to pick neutral.
Here on mat number 2, John Mead from Pine City has Hayden Workman on his back, working in on that half. Minute 10 here to go in the first period. Workman trying to keep that left shoulder up. Mead's got that half in really deep there, right at the edge of the mat. Workman goes for the gusto. 59 seconds to go in the first period. Here on mat number 2.
On mat 1, Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge gets the takedown as I think we just got the fall there, didn't we, Lance?
Yep, Mead pins Hayden Workman in a minute, 10 seconds here in mat number 2.
On the mat 1, Jackson Kendall, the 5-0 lead on Connor Keith. Minute 20 to go in the third period, 138-pound consolation semifinal. Kendall continue to try to work, and they're going to call a stalemate there as we get set for the next match on mat 2.
Mat number 2 at 160 pounds now. This will be Caden Gorman from Rush City, a senior with a 25-19 record. He is facing Caleb Salstrom, a senior with a 21-10 record from Malacca Faith Christian. And they're still in water break. They're not coming out to mat number 2.
Jackson Kendall in that top position. Final minute of the third period. Kendall from Rock Ridge, a 5-0 lead over Connor Keith from Grand Rapids. Keith stretched out, trying to make his move. Kendall has done a nice job, again, just of countering and not allowing Keith a lot of movement underneath. Now Keith nearly gets loose, got to get that arm loose. Kendall really hanging on tight, and there's the escape. It's 5-1, and now Connor Keith has to go to work. 38 seconds to go. Jackson Kendall and Connor Keith, 138 pounds, final 30 seconds. Kendall just trying to defend, not circling around. Keith tries to engage. Keith going to need a 5-point move in 20 seconds. Kendall just trying to fend him off. Keith goes down. Kendall puts his head down with the block. A little bit of circling around as Kendall's been able to waste 20 seconds. Final 10 seconds. 138-pound consolation semi. Final 4 seconds. Keith takes the shot. Kendall denies, and that'll do it. Jackson Kendall with the win. 138-pound consolation semifinal, 5-1 over Connor Keith. Due up next on mat 1, 145 pounds, Brock Folkema of Mora and Derek Prisbilla from Piers coming up next on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, we are in a time delay. We have to wait 45 minutes from the wrestler's prior match before he can wrestle again, so they are just postponing this a little bit here to give the time on mat number 2.
So we go to mat 1, consolation semi at 145 pounds. Brock Folkema Jr. from Mora in the blue, 24-14. Derek Prisbilla of Piers, a senior in the white and black, just 6-10 coming into this match. 145-pound consolation semifinal. From Rush City, 7AA individual wrestling on yourliveevent.com. There's a shot and then off the mat, almost crashing into the wall as Prisbilla got Folkema backpedaling. Suppose there's no way to know how long that break will last, is there, Lance?
No, they just got to kind of drag it out here a little bit.
Noah Caruso is still here with us.
I am.
Just to make sure everybody knows.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Devin, I love being a spectator, so.
You're keeping track of the brackets.
Exactly. I'm refreshing. Everything's being updated as we speak.
Over on that mat 1, 40 seconds in, Prisbilla for Piers has Folkema locked up looking for the trip, and he gets it. 2 points for Derek Prisbilla for the Pioneers. 50 seconds into the opening period, 145-pound consolation semi. Now working on that armbar, trying to pull the hand in on Folkema to get him spun around. Prisbilla working on the hips. And now here comes Folkema with the reversal. Prisbilla's weight got shifted enough. Folkema able to turn it around. It's 2-2. 40 seconds ago in period number 1 of this 145-pound consolation semifinal. Now Prisbilla onto his feet, looking to escape, trying to get his leg disengaged so he can get the reversal. Prisbilla's got the ankle of Folkema. Now he's going to try to turn him in. Folkema holding on desperately to the leg of Prisbilla. 20 seconds ago in this opening period. 2-2. Almost waiting for the stalemate, but it's both guys still continuing to move, trying to make a move. Now they're going to get the 2. Prisbilla on the reversal with just 4 seconds to go in the first period. Prisbilla gets the reversal, He will lead 4-2, and Lance looks like they're ready for action on mat number 2 now.
Again, now on mat number 2. At 160, this is Caden Gorman from Rush City on the left-hand side there. He is facing Caleb Salstrom, Malacca Faith Christian, on the right.
Prisbilla will start down, leading 4-2. Prisbilla for Pierce, Folkema for Mora. Just underway, period number 2. At 145 pounds there, Prisbilla able to get the escape. He gets a point, he leads 5-2. Back to neutral and a quick arm grab and Russian for Prisbilla. Straighten things out, seeing if you can find a move.
On mat number 2, getting the quick takedown of Salstrom from Malacca Faith Christian, leads 2-0. Minute 37 to go here in the first period.
In mat 1, we are in period 2, 35 seconds in. Derek Prisbilla appears with the lead, 5-2 over Brock Folkema for Mora. 152 due up next on mat 1. With the consolation semis, Warren Heidela of CEC, Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge.
Salstrom on mat 2 going for a tilt. Keeps that bar in on the left-hand side, walking around the head of Gorman. Gorman rolls through here. Minute left to go here in the first period. Salstrom picks up the 2 near fall, 4-0, minute left.
Now a reversal, 2 points for Brock Folkema, and then another escape by Prisbilla. 40 seconds to go, 145 pounds in the consolation semis on mat 1. Derek Prisbilla leading Brock Folkema, Prisbilla from Piers leading 6-4. Final 30 seconds of the second period. Good one here with Prisbilla and Folkema. Folkema with a much better record, a lot more matches on his belt this year, but Prisbilla, a senior, doing a nice job here, leading 6-4. Prisbilla takes a shot, has the leg, 10 seconds, trying to get that advantage before the period comes to an end. Right now still neutral as Prisbilla, now Folkema trying to turn Prisbilla, and here are the final seconds, and they will award Folkema the 2-point takedown right as the second period ends. They will go to the third, tied at 6, and it's going to be the choice of Folkema. He's going to choose down to start period 3, tied up at 6.
Mat number 2, 13 seconds to go here in the first period. Salstrom from Malacca Faith Christian leads 4-0 over Caden Gorman from Rush City. Going into the second period. Mat number 2, it is Gorman's choice. He defers. Salstrom takes a down position on mat number 2.
Just started period 3 on mat number 1 with the consolation semi at 145 pounds. Derek Prisbilla for the Piers Pioneers has top position. Brock Folkema for Mora chose down, of course, in the third period, tied. Perhaps looking for that, those points via the escape or the reversal. Right now, Prisbilla just trying to ride something out and hoping that Folkema will make a mistake where he can turn him around. Now Folkema is going to get, is he going to get the loss of control? He will. 1-point escape. Folkema takes the lead 7-6 with a minute 16 to go.
Salstrom on mat number 2 leads now 5-0, minute 44 to go here in the second period.
Back for this 105 left, period number 3. Wrestlers engage, then disengage. Prisbilla looking to grab. Folkema has the lead 7-6, so Prisbilla, if he can get another takedown, he could take it in front, but as he takes his shot, you always got to be careful as Prisbilla takes a shot, unable to grasp the leg. 45 seconds to go into the third period. Folkema and Prisbilla looking for the head snap. Prisbilla takes the shot, misses. They unlock, and now they get set again. 30 seconds to go in the second period. 7-6, Folkema over Prisbilla in the 145-pound consolation semis.
Mat number 2, minute left to go here in the second period. Again, Salstrom now got a double underhook on Gorman, leading 5-0.
Here's 10 seconds to go. Prisbilla got the headlock. He cannot engage it. Instead, it's 2 points for Folkema. Brock Folkema, 8 seconds to go. And Folkema is going to come away with the win, 9-6 over Derek Prisbilla in the 145-pound consolation semis. Up next, Warren Heidela, Cloquet Esco Carlton, and Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge.
Back to the center of the mat, restart, 35 seconds to go here in the second period. Salstrom from Malacca just gets another takedown, now leads 7-0 over Gorman from Rush City.
We get set for the 152-pound match on mat number 1. Again, consolation semi, Warren Heidela, a junior for Cloquet Esco Carlton in the dark purple. He is 24-9. Connor Morcom, a sophomore for Rock Ridge at 12-7. Just underway as you're wrapping up period number 2, Lance.
Salstrom gonna go get some near fall again. Not. Gorman did a good job rolling all the way through it again at the end of the second period. Now Salstrom leads 7-0. Gorman's choice. Gorman goes neutral.
Over on mat number 1, still no score. 30 seconds in between Heidela and Morcom. Morcom in the all black, Heidela in the dark purple. Now 35 seconds in, going for the trip is Heidela, and Heidela gets the 2-point takedown here in the first period. Heidela looking for his 25th win of the year and to keep going here, and now he's got the cradle. Heidela has Morcom tied up with the cradle and rocking back and forth. Morcom now coming across. Nice job with the leg by Heidela. Now Morcom able to spin out of it. He's going to get back fall, and then Morcom's going to get the reversal. A near fall for Heidela, 2 points for the reversal. And with 50 seconds to go in the first period, Heidela leads 5-2.
Mat number 2, 7-0. Minute 20 to go here in the third period. Favor of Salstrom from Malacca Faith Christian.
Right back to mat 1, 37 seconds ago. Both of these wrestlers very close. Just one wrong move could put them on their back. Official watching closely as Heidela going to get the reversal. Heidela gets the reversal over Morcom. It's now 7-2. Warren Heidela for CEC leading Connor Morcom of Rock Ridge. And Heidela working with the headlock and the leg cradle, trying to get him spun over. Final 10 seconds of the first period. Heidela works back to behind, and the first period will come to an end with Warren Heidela of CEC leading 7-2.
Mat number 2, 45 seconds to go here in the third period. Salstrom from Malacca Faith Christian gets another takedown, now leads 9-0. Caden Gorman from Rush City in the down position now, trailing. Salstrom keeps on that deep waist, keeps everything tight, keeps Gorman flattened out. Throws in a bar on the left-hand side, 25 to go here in the third period. Salstrom from Malacca Faith Christian on mat number 2, leading 9-0.
Over on mat 1, we are 10 seconds into period number 2. It is 7-2. Warren Heidela leading Connor Morcom. Heidela from CEC, and we're going to get a stalemate here, and they'll reset. 160 next on mat 1 for the consolation semis. Zayden Zajac from Piers and Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids. Heidela in that down position. Morcom in the up position as Lance, update.
Caleb Salstrom from Malacca Faith Christian picks up a 9-0 major decision over Caden Gorman. Up next on mat number 2 at 170 pounds, this is going to be Tucker Haas from Mora. He is facing Clay Anderson from Malacca Faith Christian.
1:10 to go here on mat number 1, top left corner. Warren Heidela on the bottom, trying to spin out, trying to get that reversal over Connor Morcom. Morcom, nice job that time to hold form and not allow the spin. 50 seconds to go here in period number 2, 152 pounds, and just underway on mat 2.
Anderson from Malacca, Haas from Mora, 170.
These are the consolation semifinals here at Rush City High School. 30 seconds to go on mat 1. 7-2, Warren Heidela leading over Connor Morcom. And now Heidela I got him picked up, and he'll get the reversal as they come crashing down to the mat. 20 seconds to go. It's now 9-2. Heidela on top of Morcom with the final 10 seconds coming here in period number 2. 152-pound consolation semi, and they're just going to ride out the final couple seconds. 9-2 Heidela heading into the third. And it'll be Connor Morcom's choice. He's going to say, let's go neutral and stand.
Mat number 2, period number 1, minute to go here. No score at 170 between Tucker Haas and Clay Anderson here on mat number 2. Tied up ear to ear, working on hand control. Nice snap by Haas. Haas trying to get around the backside of Anderson. Does not happen. Anderson does a good job staying in control and staying in the face of Haas. Trots around back to the center of the mat. They're going to restart here a little bit. 40 seconds to go here in the first period. Still no score.
Over on mat 1, we're 20 seconds into period 3. It is 9-4, Heidela over Morcom. Heidela trying to disengage. Morcom right on top, and now Morcom kind of lets him go for a moment and then regains control. Put both hands on his back, almost like he was going to let him loose, and then went right back to it. Morcom got the takedown to start period 3, bringing it from 9-2 to 9-4. Now they're down to a minute. Now up and down as Heidela, and we're going to get the reversal for Warren Heidela again. Both went up, came up, and went back down to the mat. 11-4 Heidela, final minute of the third, and then also he's going to get 2 back points. 13-4 Heidela with 50 seconds to go in the third.
No score yet here on mat number 2. Going into the second period, it is Selstrom's choice. He takes a down position as Tucker Haas is riding from the right-hand side. Haas from Mora keeps the leg in, now getting over the top there, trying to go in on that college ride, keeping pressure in. Now going to go to split. Haas keeping that pressure down on Anderson. Keeps that leg hooked on the right-hand side. Back to a college ride. Gets back, keeps everything nice and tight. Minute 35 to go here in the second period. Anderson comes up to his feet. Mat returned by Haas. Haas trying to stay in on that near side. Working in. Anderson goes and faces. Chin drop by Haas off the mat they go. Minute 22 to go here in the second period. No score.
And the final few seconds of period number 3, it is going to be Warren Heidela. Last minute, pretty uneventful. Heidela just holding form. Not much that Connor Morcom could do, and Warren Heidela from Cloquet Esco Carleton advances to the consolation finals at 152. Next up at 160 pounds, Zayden Zajac, 7th grader from Piers, taking on Oliver Spahn, freshman from Grand Rapids. Zajac 26-11 on the year, Spahn 27-17.
Minute to go here in the second period, mat number 2. Anderson gets the first point of the match with an escape. Now leads 1-0.
Zajac in the white and black, and Spahn in the black and orange. Back to you, Lance.
Haas gets a takedown here right in the center of the mat. Now 2-1 Haas. Throws in that near side, 45 seconds to go in the second period. Haas gets a little bit sloppy. Anderson starts chasing him. Now Haas throws in that butcher. Getting over the top of Anderson is Haas. Keeps that leg hook going to a Saturday night special. 25 to go here in the second period. Mat number 2. Tucker Haas trying to get a fall. Anderson trying to keep the shoulder up. 15 to go in the second here on mat number 2. There's the fall. Tucker Haas from Mora.
Good Mora contingency here, it sounds like. On a mat number 1, as Zajac for Piers and Spahn for Grand Rapids scoreless. 50 seconds in to this one. These again are the consolation semifinals. First minute gone at 160 pounds and no score. Just a lot of hand wrestling, a lot of grabbing and missing for these two guys as they somebody tries to get the quick advantage and get the shot taken, just kind of searching for their shot. Who you got coming up on mat 2?
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 182 pounds from Grand Rapids. This is Jackson Thompson, a freshman. He is facing from Hibbing, Cooper Hendrickson, a junior.
Back on mat number 1, 35 seconds to go in the first period. Zajac and Spahn scoreless with 170 pounds due up next. Zajac tried for a shot, denied. Final 18 seconds. These guys just doing a lot of the dancing around the circles here in this first period. Final 10 seconds. And Engage trying for a snap with Spahn. Not much doing. A couple of youngsters here. 7th grader for Piers and a 9th grader for Grand Rapids, and the first period will end scoreless.
Mat number 2, Jackson Thompson at 182 pounds for Grand Rapids. He is facing Cooper Hendrickson from Hibbing. No score here with 1:12 to go in the first period.
Starting the second period, Zajac will have the top position. No score, so again, Spahn looking to get an early point in period 2 with either the escape or the reversal, and he stands up, but Zajac hanging on tight to the leg, tries to get the headlock put on, unable to, but now he brings it back to the mat. And it's going to stay no score 20 seconds into period number 2 as they're off the mat. Mat 2.
Not much happening here. Still no score. 30 seconds to go here in the first period on mat number 2. Hendrickson goes in on a shot on Thompson. Working on that double leg. Thompson just sprawling back. Trying to feed the hips here a little bit to try to turn the corner. 15 to go here in the first period. Mat number 2, no score.
No score yet. Mat number 1, 30 seconds into period number 2. Started the period with Jaden Zajac in that top position. Now he's trying to get Oliver Spahn turned. Got a quick count, but nothing more. As Spahn able to spin out of it, Zajac just about got some back points. Still no score. 1:05 to go here in period number 2 between Jaden Zajac from Piers and Oliver Spahn from Grand Rapids at 160 pounds in the consolation semis.
182, mat 2, period 2. Thompson's choice going into the second period. He takes a down position. Cooper Hendrickson rides on the left-hand side.
Talked about wrestling smart, Lance. I think you're certainly starting to see a lot more defensive wrestling, and nobody's really taking a lot for chances.
No, you gotta be smart. 1:45 to go here in the second period. Thompson scores first with that escape here on mat number 2.
Over on mat 1 at 160 pounds, consolation semis, still no score. They are down to 20 seconds in period 2. The second period has pretty much been Jaden Zajac staying on top and staying in control. We've seen Oliver Spahn get to his feet a couple of times, but unable to get any reversal or escape as they go to the final 10 seconds. And Zajac with the half on the near side now, almost slipped off. Now holding on, and they'll go to the third period, tied 0-0.
Mat number 2, 1:10 to go here in the second period. Thompson trying to sprawl back, get around and get another takedown. Works into that near side cradle. Still no control here as he's dropped down to that single leg on Hendrickson. Right at the edge of the mat, 50 to go here in the second period. Thompson leads 1-0. Off the mat they go. They're going to restart in neutral.
Quick officials time for a quick check of Oliver Spahn on mat 1. He's going to start on top. Jaden Zajac is in the down position. No score heading into the third period on mat 1, and then a caution before the start.
Mat number 2, 30 seconds to go here in the second period. Still only 1-0 in favor of Jackson Thompson from Grand Rapids over Cooper Hendrickson.
And Zajac gets the escape to start period 3. 1-0 Zajac for Piers. 160-pound consolation semi over Oliver Spahn for Grand Rapids.
Low single here on mat number 2 by Hendrickson. Trying to go through and trying to get that takedown. And it does not happen. Still going into the third period now, Jackson Thompson still leads 1-0. Hendrickson's choice, he takes a down position going into third period, mat number 2.
Two great ones here going down to the wire. Jaden Zajac for the Piers Pioneers leading 1-0 over Oliver Spahn of the Grand Rapids Thunderhawks. Zajac just a 7th grader and Spahn a freshman. Zajac 26-11, Spahn 27-17, 1-0 Zajac as Zajac takes a shot here with 1:05 to go. He's got the single, trying to spin around, and there's a 2 point. Zajac picks up a big takedown. 1 minute to go in the third period, leading 3-0.
Mat number 2, we are just cleaning up a little bit of blood out here. Still, Thompson leads 1-0. Hendrickson, when they reset, he's going to take the down position starting in the third period here.
Right back to mat number 1. Final 40 seconds here as Jaden Zajac trying to ride this thing out. Oliver Spahn continues to scramble, trying to spin around. Zajac has the wrist locked, trying to see if Spahn will make the mistake where he can turn him over, but also just playing it smart. Not stalling, he's continues to drive, continues to spin. 20 seconds to go in the third period. Zajac with a 3-0 lead over Spahn. Zajac grabbing the right ankle. Doing maybe a little bit of scoreboard watching. I think he popped his head up to look at the time. Down to the final 10 seconds. Zajac, as there's Spahn trying to ride to the corner. He's not going to get him flipped over, and Jaden Zajac appears, gets the victory, 3-0 over Oliver Spahn for Grand Rapids in the 160-pound consolation semifinal.
Mat number 2, again, going into the third period here. Now Hendrickson from Hibbing takes a down position, trailing 0-1 to Thompson, who is in the top position on the left-hand side.
Now going on mat 1, 170-pound consolation semi, Jesse Eklund, junior from Rush City Bram, 27-10 in the blue. Caleb Cook, sophomore for Piers, 24-9 in the black and white. You're in the third period. Let's take it to Lance on mat 2.
Mat number 2, Henderson gets an escape there with a minute 40 to go here in the third period, all tied up at 1. Thompson, Hendrickson going at it here at 182 pounds. Jackson from Grand Rapids, Hendrickson from Hibbing. Minute 25 to go in the third. No takedowns yet in this match.
Quick takedown for Jesse Eklund for Rush City Bram on mat 1. He has a 2-0 lead early over Caleb Cook for Piers.
Hendrickson in on a deep shot. Thompson coming over the top here on mat number 2, trying to go for the stalemate, and there it is. Minute 7 to go here in the third period, tied up at 1 on mat number 2.
Caleb Cook, Piers, Jesse Eklund to Rush City Bram on mat number 1. Eklund with the 2-0 lead. Won't take too much of this. You got the final minute of period 3. Let's keep it on mat 2.
Both these guys trying to get the inside position, doing a little bit of head checking. 50 to go. Winner of this goes to the third place match. Loser goes to the fifth place match. Snap attempt, shot now by Hendrickson, drops down to that single. Thompson comes over the top, capping the ankle of Hendrickson. Hendrickson not getting any more penetration here, drops down to that single. Working on that stalemate, 25 seconds to go here in the third period, tied up at 1. There's a stalemate. They're going to restart here.
Caleb, sorry, I was just going to throw the score out there real quick. I want you to finish that one. That's a great one. Right now, 25 seconds to go in the first period. Eklund leading 2-1 over Cook on mat 1.
Short amount of time left. Henderson goes back in on a single, changes to that double, trying to get Thompson down. Thompson sprawls back, feeding the hips. 10 to go here in the third period, tied up at 1. Hendrickson cannot get those legs or hips tied in on Thompson. Thompson trying to circle and come around. Short amount of time here left here in the third period. And Thompson does not get the takedown. We're going to go into the fourth period here in overtime.
On mat 1, they just wrapped up the first period at 170 pounds for the consolation semis, 2-1. Jesse Eklund got the takedown. He's from Rush City Bram. Caleb Cook from Piers got an escape. They'll go 2-1, and it's going to be Cook taking the down position to start period number 2. Let's wrap up the overtime on mat 2.
In overtime, this is Jackson Thompson from Grand Rapids facing Cooper Hendrickson to Hibbing. Again, overtime here at 182. Underhook, overhook. 45 to go here in OT. First shot, Hendrickson goes in, goes to that single. Trying to get in deep on Thompson. Thompson feeding the hips, coming over the top. Goes for a hip throw. There, that should be the 2 for Thompson. Thompson came over, got that little hip toss, got the takedown. Here's a 3-1 overtime victory for Jackson Thompson at 182 for Grand Rapids.
Great matchup there at 182.
Next up here on mat number 2 at 195 pounds, we are going to be looking for the sophomore Weston Danielson from Grand Rapids. He will be facing Brock Peterson from Mora. That is next up here on mat number 2.
Over on mat number 1, it is 3-2. Caleb Cook able to get the 2 points, and now here's the escape as after Cook got the takedown. Eklund the escape. 1 minute to go, second period. 3-3. Jesse Eklund, Rush City Bram in the blue. Caleb Cook, white and black for the Piers Pioneers. 50 seconds to go, period 2, a consolation semifinal at 170 pounds. There on mat 1. on the top left, just underway, mat 2.
Weston Danielson went for a throw. It did not happen. Brock Peterson capitalized on it, now leads 2-0.
We'll finish these final 30 seconds here, period number 2. Another great one here, as we expect, as we're getting into the deeper rounds here in the Section 7 AA Individual Wrestling Tournament on yourliveevent.com. 3-3, Eklund in the blue, Cook in the white and black.
Peterson,
15 seconds, go ahead.
Peterson gets a reversal here in the first period. He's got Danielson flat on his back. Danielson trying to keep them shoulders up. Reverse half, there's the fall. Brock Peterson pins Weston Danielson in 44 seconds. Mat number 2.
And on mat number 1, we are going to go to the third period tied. The choice is Eklund's. He's going to choose the down position. 3-3, Eklund for Rush City Bram, Cook for Piers. As they go to period 3 on mat 1, quickly standing on his feet, and Eklund gets the escape. He takes the 4-3 lead early in the third period.
Now mat number 2, wrestling at 220. This is Wyatt Dingman from Piers. He is facing Dylan Adams from Mora.
Period 3 here on mat number 1, 20 seconds in. Jesse Eklund, junior from Rush City Bram, leading Caleb Cook, sophomore from Piers. There's Cook taking a shot. Had the single for a moment and then lost it. And now Eklund with the headlock, trying to sweep over and get the hips across. Cannot, they disengage. 182 next, Jared Yates from Mora, Jack Nord from Malacca Faith Christian.
No score here on mat number 2 yet. Minute 35 to go here in the first period between Dylan Adams from Mora and Wyatt Dingman from Piers. Adams going in on that front headlock, goes for the throw, trying to get around for the 2, and he's going to plow in Dingman. Dingman's in trouble. Dylan got that front headlock on.
Final minute over on mat number 1, 170 pounds. Jesse Eklund, as there's a fall quickly over on mat 2.
Dylan Adams picks up a fall over Wyatt Dingman on mat number 2 at 220. Moves on to the consolation finals.
Back to mat 1, final 40 seconds of this one. Jesse Eklund, Rush City Bram with a 4-3 lead. Caleb Cook for Piers, try the shot. Eklund defended. They get locked in. Trying for the head snap was Caleb Cook. Cook really trying to get aggressive here. A lot of ducking down. Now they're going to get a stalling warning on Jesse Eklund. And now here's a Cook. Tried for the shot. Eklund turned him down. Eklund got him on his back. 2 points and the pin for Jesse Eklund of Rush City Bram, as Caleb Cook tried for the shot just after a stalling warning. It's almost like Eklund lulled him into it. He tried the shot. Eklund put him down on his back, got the pin in 5 minutes and 50 seconds for Rush City Bram.
Mat number 2, John Becker from Proctor Hermantown is facing Mora's Ben Everson. Ben Everson takes him down with the body lock right the center of the mat here. Has got him on his back. Minute 35 to go here in the first period. Becker trying to keep that right shoulder up. Ben Everson just sucking it in, getting a little bit tighter and tighter with every breath that he gets. There's the fall for Ben Everson from Mora on mat number 2.
Quick fall over there as we go to mat number 1. They're going to have a 182-pound consolation semifinal. Jack Nord, senior from Malacca Faith Christian, 23-7 in the black with a little bit of red. And then Jared Yates, sophomore from Mora, 23-20. Both these guys, 23 wins on the year. Nord, senior, Yates, sophomore. Just underway in the consolation semis of 182 over on mat 1. First 20 seconds gone, no score.
We're going to go ahead and take a break here on mat number 2 until we get to the...
Over on mat 1. They're going to get a few matches going for mat number 3 and then get ready for the medal rounds, as we're getting down there, Lance.
Yeah. Only a couple hours to go here as we get into the finals.
Only a couple hours, right?
Only a couple more hours. They got, again, winners of these, everybody goes to the third and fourth place match. Losers move on to the fifth place match.
With the takedown, Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian, he'll get the takedown a minute into the first period. Makes it 2-0. Jack Nord for Malacca Faith Christian over Jared Yates for Mora. Now Yates will get the escape. And it'll be 2-1. for that grab of the arm and straightening things out. 33 seconds. There's a shot and a nice single, and then flipping all the way over, but getting the takedown again, Jack Nord. Nord gets the 2 points. 25 seconds ago in the first period. Looking for the crossface. Yates keeping the head down, now trying to get back into his base. 15 seconds ago in the first period. Now Nord trying to reach down underneath and get that arm twisted. Down to the final 5 seconds of the first period. 182-pound consolation semi, and first period will come to an end. Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian leading Jared Yates of Mora 4-1.
On deck, mat number 1 is going to be Dalton Bankston from Rush City. He'll be facing Nathan Nash. In the hole will be Joe Berg facing Jace Allerton, all on mat number 1.
Noah, I think we'll have you help out with those last 3 over on mat 1, if you would, please.
Absolutely. My time to shine, right, Devin?
Well, it's just that you haven't talked in a while.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm eager for this opportunity. I'm ready to go.
All right, it's all you, Noah, on mat number 1.
Absolutely. Jack Nord gets the point on the escape and then quickly turns it around with a takedown. Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian up 7-1 on Jared Yates from Mora. 1:35 to go here in period number 2. Nord in control, at least on the scoreboard. Trying to get the tilt. Working from behind, Jared Yates sliding, trying to break something loose. This is where I know, again, Lance talking about just, the things you learn from wrestling, and a little bit I learned is this is where somebody can really spend a lot of energy just trying to get themselves out of a tough spot.
Well, exactly. All that pressure and just that momentum that cannot happen, but just the overall strain of trying to get your stuff going. It's kind of daunting, but there's no other healthy sport that can get you in shape like wrestling.
Now they're going to go off of the mat. Well, you got to be. There's no doubt about. I don't argue that at all. You got to be in one heck of a shape to do this, and it's grueling. We talked about that early in the day with all the wrestling. Some of these kids end up with how many matches in one day?
Oh, for sure.
On the escape, Jared Yates picks up a point 35 seconds ago in the second period. Nord from Malacca Faith Christian in the black and red. Yates in the black with a little bit of blue, still at neutral, as there's the trip by Nord, and he'll pick up the 20 seconds to go in the third period. It's 9-2, Jack Nord over Jared Yates, 182 pounds here on mat 1. There's 3 more matches here on mat 1 before a break and getting into the medal rounds here today. Final few seconds of period number 2, and it's going to be Nord taking a 9-2 lead into the third period. Crowd's been buzzing all day here. As mats 2 and 3 dormant right now with a few matches to go to get caught up here on match number 1. We start the third period with Jack Nord in the up position and Jared Yates for more, trying to work his way out. Both of these guys 23 wins on the season. Nord a senior and Yates a sophomore. Yates working on getting a scramble out. And now as he gets the escape, it's now 9-3, and they'll come off the mat. They'll send it back to the middle. Both standing 9-3 in favor of Nord. Quick underhook from Yates. With Nord just trying to control that left arm and not allow Yates to grab on. 1:15 to go here in the third period. 9-3. Jack Nord in front. Now Yates gets the headlock for a moment, tries for that single shot and missed. Now they'll go off. And back to neutral again, a minute gone. Here in period number 3. 182-pound consolation semifinal. Now we're going to get a stalling warning on Jack Nord. With a minute to go, now Nord going to take the shot, got it in deep, turns around, gets the 2-point takedown. 11-3 in favor of Jack Nord. Jared Yates in a trouble spot here, 40 seconds to go in the third period. Again, up next, 195 pounds, Nathan Nash from Piers and Dalton Bengston from Rush City Bram. 30 seconds here as Jack Nord tries to again ride it out. Has had one stalling warning, but then quickly padded his lead with a takedown. Now Yates trying to reach back and grab the left leg. He's got it and twisting right back. Final 10 seconds here. Looks like Jack Nord, he will move into the consolation finals, the third, fourth match. With the final seconds ticking off, 11-3 will be the final. Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian with the win over Jared Yates of Mora. $195, $220, and $285 still to go for the consolation semis on mat 1. And we'll let Noah take it.
Absolutely. Just updating the brackets here. We are looking at our next matchup here at 195. Dalton Bengston, sophomore from Rush City Bram, taking on Nathan Nash, sophomore from Pierce. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here of the tournament. A lot of fun here tonight. We thank you for joining us on yourliveevent.com. It is going to be Bengston in the blue singlet, and in the black is going to be Nash. And here we go. In round number 1, Nash and Bengston just locking up, collar tackles here. And now here we go. You got to, as we mentioned, this is kind of the stage in wrestling where you just kind of feel each other out. A lot of defensive wrestling, kind of seeing how what they're going to do and being able to react to get some points however you can get them. But I tell you what, Lance, with here in the consolation when some of these guys are, kind of wearing down, you have to imagine it's a little bit of strategy to kind of wear out your opponent, whether it's, playing defensive wrestling, I'd imagine.
Oh, for sure. You got to just keep a lot of pressure in. Again, here, Prisbilla, sorry, that is Nash, from Piers, gets a takedown here.
It's 2-0, Nash on top. Nash 14-12 on the season, entering this bout at the 195. Consolation semis. The winner of this one will take on Peterson of Mora in the third place match. Nash still on top of Bengston here. Bengston trying to flip it around and able to get a reversal for 2 points. Fantastic reversal by Bengston. Now he's on top. Now 2-2 the score. 39 seconds to go in period number 1. Trying to lock into that right arm. Cinch it down, looking for a cradle maybe, but Nash keeping his ground. Both wrestlers trying to use their weight here as Bengston trying to flip him around. It almost is able to, and now, and that's going to be a great, a near full shoulder roll here by Nash. Now 4-2.
Picked up the near fall there. Almost he had a Granby almost locked up there, but
and he is going to get 2 points in the scenes for the near fall. So at the end of one period of play, it is 6-2. Nash for Piers on top, taking on Dalton Bengston, the sophomore from Rush City Bram. Now to start period number 2, Nash is going to take the down position. He leads 6-2. Winner on to the third placed wrestling match here at 195. It's a false start, I believe.
Nash is set, Bengston on the left-hand side.
Now here we go. Period 2 underway, 6-2. Nash in the black singlet, in the blue singlet is Bengston. Bengston on top right now, trying to lock in that right arm. Cinching down. As both wrestlers just feel each other out, but it is Bengston. Leverage right now going for that right leg. Gonna sweep it over, but keeping his ground is Nash. And, Lance, I'll ask, in a situation like this for Bengston, for Rush City Bram, is that now you find yourself down and you have to imagine what's going to be the strategy you would think heading into this period.
Well, just about any match, you just got to go ahead and just get it pinned. Right now, Bankston did throw that cradle in. Nash breaks the hands free, but he's got to get some near fall and try to get back into this match, trailing 2-6.
He's got a hold of the left arm of Nash. Engstrom. Now Nash potentially going to be able to break away, but not able to. And now this could be interesting for Bangstrom.
Bangstrom had that bar in on the left-hand side. Now Nash trying to roll through and come out the back door.
Nash able to break out of this here, and he is going to be, it's like a near fall here now. Nash looking to cinch it down now. Nash looking for the pin and does just that. What a sequence.
Picked up that reversal and again did a good job.
Oh, absolutely, Nathan. And it just was smooth like butter, it seemed. He was just able to get out of trouble and be able to get the pinfall in the second round here. So it is Nathan Nash moving on to the third place match here at the 195. Next up, it is going to be at 220. Joe Berg, junior from Grand Rapids, taking on Jace Allerton, the sophomore from Rush City Bram.
Wrestling on mat number 2 here. It's going to be heavyweights. It's going to be heavyweights. Leonardo Litorno from Pine City, a junior of 8'8". He is facing Alex Hendrickson, a junior from Hibbing. Mat number 2.
Now here we go, period number 1 for the 220 weight. Joe Berg in the black and orange singlet, and then for Allerton in the blue. Here at 220. Both wrestlers trying to use their strength early on here as feeling each other out. Locking arms now for Allerton, looking to get a hold of those arms. 1:23 to go in period number 1. Both wrestlers still feeling each other out as it looks like the start, or excuse me, with 1:25 to go on mat number 2. Lance, what do you got?
Mat number 2 are waiting for the table to get the clock fixed. There it is set.
All
Mat
right.
number 2 wrestling at heavyweight. Alex Henderson from Hibbing facing Leonardo Letourneau from Pine City.
And with 1 minute to go on mat number 1, still tied at 0. Not a lot of action going on as Joe Berg and Jace Allerton looking for a spot in the Consolation Championship, just feeling each other out, just really testing their strength right now with the lock of arms. But Lance, what do you got over on mat number 2?
Comes around behind for 2 for the takedown. Heavyweight wrestling here, minute 35 to go here in the first period. Henderson now leads 2-0.
With 35 seconds to go on mat number 1. And this is going to be Berg looking for the takedown, and he does just that. That is going to be Berg with the takedown up 2-0 over Allerton. Now locking it up. Crossface here, 2-0 with 21 to go. So we'll wrap it up here on mat number 1, then shift it back to mat number 2. He's now going for that left leg. Berg trying to take advantage. Up 2-0. Putting all of his weight down. Allerton trying to make something happen here as 3, 2, and 1. A takedown by Berg in that first period has him up 2-0 after 1. Back to Lance on mat number 2.
Henderson turns Letourneau right there at the edge of the mat. There's a fall. Alex Henderson from Hibbing picks up a fall. Moves on to the third place match here. Leonardo Tourneau is going to go for the 5th place match.
Well, look at that! Look at that timing I gave you, Lance. So here we go with period number 2. On mat number 1, 2-0. Joe Berg of Grand Rapids on top of Jace Allerton of Rush City Bram. As you can feel the anticipation as we're about to get ready to go into consolation finals and finals. One more match to deal with here on mat number 1. Berg locking it up with Allerton. Again, Berg in the black and orange singlet, Allerton in the blue. Now looking for the takedown. Berg looking to take down Allerton and is going to get the 2 for the takedown as he is on his back. So 4-0. Berg leads with 1:15 to go in period number 2. Berg trying to attack but has that right wrist locked. But now back on top is Berg. 1:05 1:04 to go, 4-0. Berg of Grand Rapids, the junior, came into today with a 25-21 record. Looking to close it out here, and now looking for the fall opportunity here, as he was able to complete the cradle. Now looking to get the fall, but just not quite able to. It's Allerton, but it's going to be 3 points for a near fall for Berg, 7-0. Now it is going to allow Allerton to get back up for 1 point. 35 to go in period number 2. Berg, Allerton in the middle. Locking arms here. It seems that Berg with the wrist locked here, and now beating up with the collar lock. Now trying to reverse, going for the takedown attempt, and that is going to be a takedown for Berg. 9-1 with 10 to go here in period number 2. Joe Berg now looking for another cradle here. This could be another potential fall opportunity for Berg. Referee taking a look at it, but that is going to be the end of period number 2. 9-1. Joe Berg on top of Jace Allerton. Joe Berg, the junior from Grand Rapids, here at the 220 consolation semifinals. And here we go with round number 3, or period number 3 rather.
On deck will be notification of the female state entrance here coming up here on mat number 2. Notification of the state entrance for Section 7AA in the female bracket.
With 1:38 to go here in period number 3. Berg looking to close things out. Trying to go for the double leg, but Allerton able to react quick to it. Berg trying to swing around, trying to attempt to take down here, and Al's got the back as both wrestlers close to the out of bounds mark, and that is going to be out of bounds, so we reset in the middle. There we go again and there's Berg taking him down 2 points, so 11-1. As Berg with another takedown now, a fall opportunity here, but trying to reverse out of it is Allerton, but Berg right back on top. Cinching him over, arching up his Allerton, trying to keep that right shoulder up and able to turn back around, but it's going to be 2 points for a near fall, 13-1. Berg on top as he is dominating here in the later stages. With 50 seconds to go here in period 3. Berg now back on top, close to that out of bounds mark on that far side. 13-1 with 36 seconds to go here in period number 3. Now at the out of bounds mark, and we are going to reset back in. 29 ticks to go, 13-1 here at the 220 consolation semifinals. Joe Berg, the junior from Grand Rapids, looking to close it out here. Expect him just to lay his weight on top of Allerton, and that seems what he's going to do for the last 23 seconds here, at least try to. Just wants to preserve his energy for the consolation finals here. And now, almost with the fireman's carry was Allerton, but staying on top here, this is going to be Berg. With 7 seconds to go, as looking around, now still back on top. And with 3 seconds to go, that's going to be it. Joe Berg is going to move on to the consolation championship here for 3rd place as he defeats Jace Allerton by a score of 13-1. Joe Berg of Grand Rapids moving on to the consolation championship. As now they are going, as Lance mentioned, they are going to recognize the girls wrestlers that will be going on to this state tournament.
And they're doing a couple of things, yes. And we'll get those. As far as we are aware, what we've been told is the 3rd and 4th place matches will be on mat 1. Championship matches will be on mat 2. 5th place matches will be on mat 3. They're talking about the ladies that are heading to the state tournament. I don't know if we have that full list. We do know, of course, at least of one.
I think there's 5.
Looks like 5. Let's see if we can get the PA announcements here. Perhaps they're trying to decide who goes first.
That is Maddie Strohmeyer from Aiken. Second place finisher last year at the state tournament. Nora Hoagland from Mora placed fourth at state last year. Those 5 girls plus one more representing Section 7 AA in the women's division down at the state tournament next Saturday at the XL.
And they are going to get things all set for the placing rounds. Let's take a quick break. We will be back. This is the Section 7 AA individual wrestling tournament from Rush City on YourLiveEvent.com.
Director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
My favorite teacher is Mr. Dustin Richters. Favorite teacher is Mr. Miller.
Mr. Googe is my favorite teacher.
Definitely Miss Grader.
Definitely Miss Grader in class biology.
Mr. May.
Right now is psychology. Mr. Smith's my favorite teacher.
Mr. May's science class.
Any art class.
Mr. May in my ornithology class.
We always practice good sportsmanship and respect. Go Gobblers. Go All-Stars.
As a local business, Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating is proud to be serving the Aitkin community and a surrounding area. Services from Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating include gravel products, site development, demolition, and septic systems. Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating, owned and operated by Larry and Kelly Liljenquist. When you need gravel products, site development work, demolition, or septic systems, contact Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating.
He does that every year.
We welcome you back to Rush City as they are now doing the announcements for the placing rounds. For third place at 106 pounds from Cloquet Esco Carlton will be 8th grader Kevin Feld. He is going to be taking on, where is the MD? I'm looking for, oh, there we go. He is going to be taking on, from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, Roman McKinney, a sophomore. That's third place at 106. Lance, you want to do the championship ones? Or should I keep taking them? I'll keep taking them. The championship match for 106 will be number 1 seed Kyle Stengel, a sophomore from Piers. And, oh, sure enough, there it goes. And Tucker Gould, a sophomore from Rush City, Bram. At 113 pounds, the consolation final for third place will be Lincoln Starr from Malacca Faith Christian. He'll be going up against Joey Seeley, sophomore from Grand Rapids. The championship for 113, top seed freshman Carter Young of Piers, and the number 3 seed from Cloquet Esco Carlton, Aiden Thiessen, an 8th grader. At 120 pounds, the consolation champion, or the consolation 3rd place, will be Landon Loxo, a junior from Proctor Hermantown. He'll be taking on, from Malacca Faith Christian, Austin Linder, a senior. In the championship at 120 pounds, from Mora, top-seeded junior Mason Nelson, and number 2 seed senior Nolan Campbell from Rock Ridge. Looking at 126 pounds, your consolation 3rd place will be John Pilarski, the senior from Aiken, taking on Liam Hennessy, a freshman from Piers. The championship at 126 will be top-seeded Alex Lehman, junior from Grand Rapids, and number 2 seed Dutch Hedblum, the sophomore from Rock Ridge. At 132 pounds, the 3rd place match from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, Frank Betters. He is a sophomore. He'll be taking on Jackson Klein, a junior from Aiken. The championship match at 132, top seed Nathan Nelson, a junior from Mora, and he'll be taking on number 2 seed Justin Joby, the junior from Grand Rapids. At 138 pounds, the 3rd place matchup will be Jackson Kendall, the sophomore from Rock Ridge, versus Nathan Trotter, junior from Aiken. The championship, top-seeded Chase Becker, junior from Piers, and he'll be taking on Landon Umbright, the senior, number 2 seed from Rush City Bram. At 145 pounds, the consolation final will be Brock Folkema, junior from Mora, and he'll be taking on, from Grand Rapids, Tanner Moreland, a sophomore. The 145-pound section championship, Kenny Erickson, top seed, junior from Aiken, and he'll be taking on the number 2 seed, senior Jack Schoenborn from Malacca Faith Christian. At 152 pounds, in the 3rd place matchup, will be Warren Heidela, a junior from Cloquet Esco Carlton. He'll be taking on John Mead, the senior from Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson. The 152-pound championship top seed senior Avery Nelson out of Mora. He'll take on number 2 seed, another senior, Jacob LeBlanc from Piers. To 160 pounds, the 3rd place matchup will be Jaden Zajac, the 7th grader from Piers. He'll be taking on, from Malacca Faith Christian, he'll be taking on Caleb Sahlstrom, a senior. And then for the championship, you have senior Connor Gamal of Mora taking on senior Bryson Larrabee from Hibbing. At 170 pounds, your 3rd place matchup will be Jesse Eklund, junior from Rush City Bram. He'll be taking on Tucker Haas, a senior from Mora. The championship matchup will be top seed Damian Tapio, junior from Rock Ridge, taking on number 2 seed Jack Grell, senior from Aiken. At 182 pounds, 3rd place matchup will be Jack Nord, the senior from Malacca Faith Christian, and he'll be taking on Jackson Thompson, the freshman from Grand Rapids. The championship at 182, top seed sophomore Jacob Williams from Aiken, taking on number 2 seed junior Zach McPhee from Proctor Hermantown. At 195 pounds, consolation champion, or consolation 3rd place, Nathan Nash, sophomore out of Piers. He'll be taking on Brock Peterson, the junior from Mora. Your championship match at 195 pounds, top seed Jack Hansen, a junior from Malacca Faith Christian. He'll be taking on the number 3 seed Thomas Hagan, the senior from Hibbing. At 220 pounds, your consolation 3rd place matchup. Well, got to get it refreshed here. Well, I had it, and then it went away. Let me try to pull that up again.
Are you at 220, Devin?
I am at 220.
All right. Well, at the 220, have you said the third place yet?
No, I was just about to.
All right.
Thanks,
well,
Noah.
I'll take over for a little bit here. Joe Berg, it is going to be junior from Grand Rapids, Joe Berg, going up against Dylan Adams, the senior from Mora, in the third place match. And then in the championship at 220 pounds, it is going to be Hibbing sophomore Ian Larrabee, the 1 seed heading into tonight. And he is going to be going against senior from Malacca Faith Christian, Kobe Zenz. And then moving on to the heavyweights, 285. Of course, looking at the third place matchups here, it is going to be junior Alex Henderson of Hibbing going up against Ben Everson, the junior from Mora, in the third place match. And in the championship at 285, Logan Ash, the senior from Malacca Faith Christian, going up against Clayton Danielson, sophomore from Grand Rapids. And that is your championship and consolation matches for tonight.
Lance, any one of them, or 2 or 3 of them in particular, you know this section better than anyone. Which ones do you think could be the outstanding matches here for the finals, if not all of them?
I would say I'm going to go ahead and defer to just about all of them. It's going to be phenomenal, again, finals here in Section 7AA. Headbloom, the Nelson kids from Mora. You're going to see Williams, Grell from Aiken, along with Kenny Erickson. They're all. I can't pick out a good match here. It's wrestling.
No, that's all right. We are going to, let's take a little break as we got ahead of the announcements from the PA announcer. When we come back, placement matches, Section 7AA, individual wrestling, third place, champions, state tournament berths are on the line, and they're all coming up next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends, and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Here in beautiful central Minnesota, we get to enjoy nature every day. At Mille Lacs Energy Cooperative, we understand because we live, work, and play here too. However, just because you're not in the big city doesn't mean you can't have access to great internet service. Let MLEC Fiber give you the fast and reliable internet you deserve. Check to see if MLEC Fiber is available where you live. Visit us online or call our office at 218-429-0433. When you need heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing work, call McGuire Mechanical. They provide quality and timely service for repairs and new construction with residential homes and commercial businesses. When you need the service of heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing, call McGuire Mechanical, 218-927-5400, serving Aitkin and Crow Wing counties and the surrounding areas. Rely on McGuire Mechanical.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
We are ISD1.
My favorite teacher is Mr. Dustin Richters. Favorite teacher is Mr. Miller.
Mr. Googe is my favorite teacher.
Definitely Miss Grader.
Definitely Miss Grader in class biology.
Mr. May.
Right now is psychology.
Mr. Smith's my favorite teacher.
Mr. May's science class.
Any art class.
Mr. May in my ornithology class.
We always practice good sportsmanship and respect. Go Gobblers. Go All-Stars.
As a local business, Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating is proud to be serving the Aitkin community and a surrounding area. Services from Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating include gravel products, site development, demolition, and septic systems. Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating, owned and operated by Larry and Kelly Liljenquist. When you need gravel products, site development work, demolition, or septic systems, contact Liljenquist Sewer and Excavating.
We are back here as they continue on with the announcements. And, Lance, you were talking about how this happens every year. Is it's not just the announcements, but it's kind of like the announcer has like a fun little tidbit of all of these wrestlers.
He does. There's all kinds of Barbie stall champions and dodgeball champions and everything else. This the Section 7A director here that's doing the announcements for these finals. He's a crack up for sure, but very, very top notch. And Section 7AA here down in Royalton is just a class act. We have a lot of fun with all these kids.
So when you take a look at some of these guys, and we mentioned some of these a lot of these guys in the finals, as expected, ranked in the top 10 by the guillotine, including Kyle Stengel appears at 106. Chris Jelly of Hibbing. I don't think he was here today though. I don't remember. I don't think I saw that name. Did we see that name?
I do not recall.
No, at least he was ranked at 120, and Jelly did not wrestle today for the individual sections. Mason Nelson of Mora ranked 9th at 132 pounds. Nathan Nelson of Mora ranked 6th. Justin Joby of Grand Rapids ranked 10th at 138. Landon Umbright of Rush City Bram, he was ranked 9th. That's another one as we go to 138. He is in the finals. Avery Nelson of Mora at 152, Connor Gamal of Mora at 160, Jack Grell and Damian Tapio, they're going to go at it at 170. Grell ranked 8th, Tapio ranked 10th. At 182, you got Williams and McPhee. McPhee actually higher rated in terms of the top 10 for the guillotine at 4, Jacob Williams at 6. Williams got the top seed for the section tournament. You have Jack Hansen from Malacca Faith Christian at 195, ranked 9th. At 220, we're going to see Larrabee ranked 6th, Zenz ranked 10th. Larrabee from Hibbing, Zenz from Malacca Faith Christian. Then, of course, at 285, Craig Ashton of Aiken, unfortunately injured just earlier this week. He was a senior. He was ranked 4th coming in. Probably had an excellent chance of going to state, but unfortunately he had a knee injury. Logan Ash gets the top seed. He's in the finals. I lead that into, if the guys that are expected do qualify for the state tournament, how do you think Lance Section 7 could fare?
I think as far as individuals, I think we'll probably get 4 to 5 medal winners down there at state. Outside of that, it's tough. You get down there in the 32-man bracket. Sometimes you get all the way back into that 16, and then you work your way up. And you very seldom get a true second match if you run all the way back through the consolations like you do get to do here. There is a handful of place winners here from last year. Again, I think there's 5 or 6 that could possibly make it to the medal rounds down there at the Big House.
I think, in a lot of sports, when you look at the landscape of the state of Minnesota, wrestling has 3 classes, and there's outstanding teams in all of them. But, every now and then you hear of, a certain class that stands above others when they get to the state tournament. From your experiences down at State, Lance, is there a Class A, AA, or AAA where you're down there and you're just like, holy cow, from top to bottom, this is crazy?
Well, I would, truthfully, a lot of us that are on in broadcasting and coaches would always like to see the top team from Class A take on the top team from Class 3A. There's just a neat head-to-head there from when you get the quality of wrestlers, whatever section it is. Once it gets to the top 4 or 5 teams, and then you start whittling it down, it would just be awesome to see Royalton take on Stillwater or something like that. Anyways, there's
just
Caledonia's
to give them a chance
fun.
And see what would happen.
Just to see how the throwdown would go, and I think that would be pretty fun to watch. But again, one full day of team wrestling down there all day Thursday gets to be a lot, but there's definitely good head-to-head matches that would be awesome there at different classes.
Well, and we've half joked, but we all knew coming in, when you do a one-day individual wrestling tournament, it's going to be a long day. We're sitting at 6:20. Wrestling actually got started right at 10 o'clock this morning. I thought with the 3 mats, and they actually ran 2 mats, much more than I thought they would today. I thought we'd have a lot more 3-mat wrestling, but they have to do such a good job of keeping it moving, and obviously there's injuries. I think, you look at the staff, you look at all the people that put this together, and that can't ever be lost on us of there's so much that goes into hosting this, and, it's been a really smooth and a fun day.
Well, it is, and good, and the help of track wrestling, too, keeps track of all the matches throughout the day and what mat they're wrestling on. but it also gives the wrestlers the time they are allowed and the time they need between matches. Again, running 3 mats is pretty great, but again, to keep that schedule regular and just moving forward, they do a good job running it on 2 mats for the most part of the day, with a handful of matches on the 3rd mat.
God, what did you do before track wrestling, Lance?
We scratched our heads a lot. It was all paper, and it did. It took a lot longer before.
Now they're going to be wrestling, again, they're going to be doing the 3rd place matches and the championship matches. As far as we know, they're going to be doing these at the same time. Lance, this is going to be really your time to shine. We're going to be really focused on the championship matches. Noah can help, and if they're doing some of those 5th place matches or whatever on match 3, we'll get those updates. But I mean, this is what it's all about now. I mean, this is crunch time for these kids.
It is crunch time. Again, they'll run all the 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th place matches here. Now they'll run, after they're done here, then they'll go back to 5th and 6th place matches and run those, and then that'll give them a little bit of time. If there is some true 2nd matches, then at the very end they'll run true 2nd matches at the end of the night.
Right, because even then they still have to of course, it's structured. It's 45 minutes minimum no matter what, so that's how the structure will go. So here we go, folks. This is the placement rounds for the Section 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. So we will start, at least for me, on mat 1. I'll keep track of these ones we have at 106 pounds. As we go all the way back to the beginning of the list here, Kevin Feld, 8th grader from CEC, and he's going to be taking on Roman McKinney, the sophomore from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. That'll be the first 3rd place matchup over on mat 1 on the top left of the screen. Looking at the center mat as we try to get things all squared back away on the mat assignments. In the middle mat, again, mat 2, top right of your screen here on yourliveevent.com, the 106 championship with Kyle Stengel from Piers, taking on Gould from Rush City Bram. In the middle, 2 officials will be on the mats for all these placement matches, and we thought the energy was picking up a little bit before. It's about to get a nice little shove into let's go mode. And we're all trying to update our brackets, and so Noah, with 2 mats in between, we'll help you. You can help keep track of some things and make sure I don't get lost. How about that?
You know, Devin, I will do my best. But I think we've done a good job today. But they did just update on track wrestling, so here we go. And then in case for the 5th place match, it is going to be Kevin Feld of CEC going up against Gage Benz at the 106. But first, we're going to get things started on mats 1 and 2.
Mat number 2 at 106 pounds, championship round. Kyle Stengel from Piers. He is facing Tucker Gould from Rush City.
And over on mat 1, here we go, Kevin Feld and Benz. Here we go as the 3rd place match underway with Roman McKinney, Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson in the black and green. And then in the purple is Kevin Feld. Let's go to our championship match.
Stengel getting in on the inside here, doing a good job as they circle around here with Gould from Rush City. Stengel from Piers. Championship match here at 106 pounds. Kyle Stengel, a sophomore, 33-8 from Piers. Tucker Gould, 33-11 sophomore from Rush City. Both these guys just trying to feel each other out. Minute 30 left to go here in the 1st period. Shot attempt by Gould. Stengel sprawling back, going around, hooking that ankle, trying to get the takedown. Gould pressuring in on a fireman's. Lets it go. Stengel faces. Minute 10 to go here in the 1st period. Gould trying to get in on that shot. Stengel gets over on the top, right at the edge of the match here. Out of bounds, minute left to go in the 1st period here, no score. 106 pounds, Stengel, Piers, Gould from Rush City Bram.
No score in the 3rd place match. You had a minute in between Kevin Feld of CEC, 24-12. Roman McKinney from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, 26-9.
Gould going in on a shot again here on Stengel on the mat number 2. Stengel blocking, going back. Gould again going in on that fireman's, trying to get Stengel down. Comes around off the mat. No points awarded. 36 seconds to go here in the 1st period. Still no score here on mat number 2. This is for the championship, Section 7AA at 106 pounds.
still no score from the third place match either.
Tying up ear to ear, Russian throw by Gould. Stengel backs out of it, 19 to go here in the first period. Stengel warned for stalling. Backing up a little bit. Tie up ear to ear. Another fireman's attempt by Gould. Stengel keeping that pressure in as he sprawls back at the end of the first period. End of the first period, no score here at 106.
Third place match for 106 with Kevin Feld of CEC, Ronan McKinney, Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson, also scoreless after one.
Championship match here on mat 2. A Gould's choice going into the second period, takes a down position. Stengel gets in tight on the right-hand side. Keeps that deep waist in, working in on the bar, keeping it on the left-hand side. He's got a leg hook, keeping everything real tight. Gould doing a good job trying to go on the sit-out. Granny stand-up by Gould. Stengel keeps that one hook on the leg. Another sit-out attempt by Gould, barred up by Stengel. Stengel works in on now with that bar as he rotates around. Minute 30 to go here in the second period. Still no score. Stengel getting a little bit out of position here as Gould now turning, trying to pressure in, seeing if he can make a fireman's work. Stengel hooks that ankle of Gould. Gould unable to kick his leg free. Minute 14 to go in the second period. Still no score here in the championship round on mat number 2, 106 pounds.
Roman McKinney, third place at 106, picking up some back points on Kevin Feld.
Stengel gets a near side cradle and puts Gould on his back with 58 to go here in the second period. Near side for Stengel. Now he's got Gould on his back, right in the center of the mat, 45 to go. Gould fights it off, gets back to his belly. Stengel still has that cradle locked up. Trying to find position, gonna get another little bit of pressure in. Loses the cradle. 30 to go here, picks up only two near fall. 2-0 Stengel.
McKinney with a 3-0 lead on a near fall over Kevin Feld over in the third place match.
On the near side again with the cradle is Stengel. 15 to go here in the second period. Stengel gets the fall over Tucker Gould. Kyle Stengel, the Section 7 AA champion at 106. Tucker Gould will be runner-up. Up next here on mat number 2 at 113 pounds, the championship is going to be Lincoln Starr, a freshman from Lack of Faith Christian. He is facing Joey Seeley from Grand Rapids.
Kevin Feld got an escape. End of the second period, 106-pound third place match. Roman McKinney, Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson leading Kevin Feld. And there's the 2 for McKinney right at the end of the second period. McKinney leads 5-1 heading into the third. Now Gould did defeat McKinney in the semis, so if McKinney does get that win, then Gould will have the second place finish.
Correct.
Learning.
And they will not wrestle 113 until the 106 is all done.
Okay, well now that I know that, I'll take it here from here. 106 third place match, 5-1 Roman McKinney, Pine City, Hinckley Finlayson on mat 1 on the top left, leading Kevin Feld from Cloquet, Esco Carlton here in the third. Feld 24-12, an 8th grader. McKinney, a sophomore, 26-9, entering the third place match. A late reversal in period 2 gave McKinney the 5-1 lead. McKinney with a shot. Feld fights off one, and now without anybody in control, they'll bring him back to the middle of the mat. Third place matchup at 106 here in our placing rounds. Feld trying with the overhook. McKinney trying to loosen things up and grab the wrists on the lower side. 1:10 to go here in period 3 for the third place match at 106 pounds. McKinney will push Feld off. Now they'll re-engage. McKinney with the overhook, trying to get perhaps a body lock. Now takes the shot, gets the leg of Feld. And now Feld wraps him around, has the cradle on McKinney. And Feld has the 2 points for the takedown, and now he's got the back points. Here's Kevin Feld for CEC. He's got McKinney on his back, and there's a pin for Kevin Feld for CEC, and that will give us a true second matchup between Kevin Feld and Trevor Gould. So right off the bat, we're going to have a true second.
That'll be one there. So check back in here at 106 pounds. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Like I said earlier, I had 113 pounds from Malacca Faith Christian. Lincoln Starr, he is facing Joey Seeley from Grand Rapids.
And over for the third place match, Carter Young from Piers, a freshman, 31-2, taking on Aiden Thiessen, 8th grader, 26-4 from CEC. We'll get our championship match here at mat 2.
Take it back, they have track wrestling wrong here for 113. I do not know who's wrestling. I know might be Carter Young.
Yeah, it's Carter Young and Aiden Thiessen on mat 2.
There we go.
Sorry, let's change that up. Carter Young and Aiden Thiessen on mat 2 for the championship. Lincoln Starr from Malacca Faith Christian and Joey Seeley of Grand Rapids will be wrestling for third.
Young gets a takedown right away there over Thiessen. 2-0, minute 30 to go here in the championship match here at mat number 2. Young stays tight with the ride. They go out of bounds. They're going to come back into the center of the mat. Minute 22 to go here in the first period. Carter Young leading Aiden Thiessen.
Yeah, Lincoln Starr, a third place match freshman from Malacca Faith Christian, 22-13. Joey Seeley, sophomore from Grand Rapids, 31-15. As Seeley gets the takedown, and he's got the cradle. Let's go back to our championship match.
Carter Young gives up a escape. So it's 2-1. 2-1 Young. Minute to go here.
Joey Seeley gets the fall in the third place match over Lincoln Starr. Joey Seeley, the number 2 seed with the fall, wins the third place match.
In the first place match here on mat number 2. Again, Carter Young leads 2-1. Goes in on another shot on Tyson. Tyson comes around on Young with 30 seconds to go. They are out of bounds here in round number 1. 35 to go here. In neutral. Set back up. Young goes in on a single leg shot on the outside. Changes into that double. Whizzer by Tyson. Jumps over the top of Young. Goes into the crotch lock there. Trying to keep everything tight. Hoping for that stalemate, but Young gets the 2-point takedown. 4-1.
If Young gets this win, there will be another true second.
Young throws in a half on the right-hand side. Short amount of time left here in the first period. Again, Carter Young from Piers leading 4-1. Aiden Tyson a little bit slow to get up.
.120, the third place match set up for mat number 1. Landon Loxo from Proctor Hermantown, Austin Linder from Malacca Faith Christian.
Tyson's choice going into the second period takes a down position. Sit out attempt, followed by Young. Inside switch now. Young crashing on the hips of Tyson, not letting him get out. Young working back up, trying to get some wrist control. Minute 35 to go here in the second period. Again, Carter Young leads Aiden Tyson 4-1. Another switch attempt by Tyson. Carter coming over the top there, trying to roll some wrists. Still keeping everything nice and tight. Minute 13 to go here in the second period. Again, Carter Young leads 4-1.
Impressive records for these youngsters here at 113. Young 31-2 and Thiessen 26-4 coming into this championship match.
Tyson from Cloquet. Young from Piers. Young throws in that armbar. Gonna go for a little bit of a tilt there, and he was sprawled back. Now he's got Tyson on his back. Gonna just tweak on it here. Got 42 seconds to go here in the second period. Tyson just trying to breathe. There's a fall, Carter Young. Carter Young picks up that fall in 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
And Thiessen did not face Oh, no, Thiessen did defeat Seeley in the semifinals, so that one is set. No true second for 113 pounds.
Moving on to 120 pounds here. For mat number 2 is going to be championship match Mason Nelson, a junior from Mora, facing Nolan Campbell from Rockridge here on mat number 2.
And on mat 1, again, it'll be Landon Loxo, a junior from Proctor Hermantown. He'll be in the black singlet. He was set to take on Austin Linder, but Linder will forfeit, so Loxo will claim third at 120.
Campbell in the black singlet here, Nelson in the blue singlet. As they scramble here, Campbell throws in a bar right away, gets a takedown. He's got a double arm bar, potentially dangerous, as Nelson's shoulders were just getting reefed on by Campbell from Rockridge. Nelson in the down position here on mat number 2. 120-pound championship match between Nolan Campbell and Mason Nelson here. Mason Nelson inside stand-up. Mat returned by Campbell.
And if I've got this right, if Nelson gets the win, there will be a true second between Loxo and Campbell. If Campbell gets the win, then 120's state entrants are set.
Campbell in control here, leading 2-0 over Nelson. Nelson trying to get out, trying to clear his hips, trying to face Campbell with a minute left, and he does. He picks up the escape. Nelson gets a point, escape. Now works in on the Russian on the right-hand side. Underhook by Campbell, drops down to the inside single. Goes for the trip, pressuring in, trying to come over the top. Gets the 2 for the takedown. Campbell now leads 4-1. Mason Nelson trying to belly out. 30 seconds to go here in the first period. Nolan Campbell leading 4-1. Campbell's got to work up and do something with that leg. Got to keep pressuring. A little bit of some short amount of time left here in the first period. After one period, Nolan Campbell leads 4-1. And they're going to flip the chip there. It is Mason Nelson's choice going into the second period. He defers. Nolan Campbell going to take the down position going in the second period here, leading 4-1.
Third place for 126. Up next on mat 1, John Pilarski from Aiken and Liam Hennessy from Piers.
Campbell up to his feet right away. Nelson trying to do a body lock mat return. Nice sit out switch for Campbell. Mason defended it off nicely with the mat return. Mason working on a 2-on-1 from the top side. Mason Nelson, junior from Mora, comes in today with a record of 34-8. Nolan Campbell, a senior for Rockridge, 25-6 on the season. Minute 25 to go here in the second period. Again, Nolan Campbell leads 4-1. Campbell, granny stand up, faces Nelson, trying to scramble right at the edge of the mat. Campbell gets a reversal, 6-1. 6-1, gonna try to reef on that half. Nelson pops his head back out, could be another reversal right at the edge of the mat. Nelson comes over the top, gets another, like I said, gets a reversal. So it is now 6-3. 6-3 with 50 seconds left to go here in the second period. Nolan Campbell from Rockridge leading. Nolan Campbell is in the down position. Mason Nelson's going to let him up for 1 here, go to neutral. Now it's going to be 3-7. 3-7 Campbell. Quick shot by Campbell. getting in, pressuring in on the inside. 44 to go here in the second period. Campbell leads 7-3. Mason Nelson tying up the head of Campbell, trying to keep everything tight. Goes for a throw. Not going to happen. He gustoed it, but did not get it. Campbell picks up the takedown. And he's got 2 near fall laying on the mat. Brings it scored now. Campbell leads 11-3. 17 to go here in the second period. Championship match here on mat number 2 at 120 pounds.
And the third place match, 120, was taken by Landon Loxo of Proctor Hermantown due to an injury with Austin Linder from Lack of Faith Christian.
Going into the third period, everybody, Nolan Campbell from Rockridge leads and Mason Nelson from Mora 11-3.
Again, if Campbell wins this matchup, there will be no true second for 120 pounds as Mason Nelson beat Loxo in the semifinals.
Mason Nelson gets set, center of the mat. Nolan Campbell gets on the left-hand side. Stand up and out for 1, Mason Nelson. 11-4, Campbell. Shot attempt by Nelson. Working on that 2-on-1. Trying to come around the outside. Pressuring in, minute 40 to go here in the third. Nelson goes for the throw. Campbell defends it off nicely, throws the whizzer in. Both these guys trying to pressure in. Nelson still has the whizzer, trying to come back in on the other side. There's the potentially dangerous is the shoulder starts to bend like it shouldn't. Minute 19 to go here in the third period. Nolan Campbell from Rockridge leads 11-4 here, neutral position.
I've noticed that they've switched it around. Oh, is that because they have to start with the matching bands, I take it?
Underhook throw by Nelson, attempt here. Campbell just fights it off, does a good job, backs back out of it. Minute 10 to go here in the third period. Over, under. Nelson with a chin whip, trying to get over the top of Campbell. Got Campbell on his back. Nelson going for the Saturday Night Special at 55 seconds to go here in the third period. Campbell fights it off. Gets back to his base, now coming out the back door. 45 to go here in the third period. Campbell trying to shake down Nelson.
What a championship match here.
Nelson picks up 3. Now it is, as they get back up, Campbell gets an escape, now leads 12-9, 26 seconds to go here in the third period.
And that could be huge, being now a 3-point difference.
Nelson coming back in, trying to get that underhook. Trying to go for another throw. It takes Campbell right down to his back. Campbell trips. Gets the takedown. 14 to go. 10 seconds to go.
Two seconds.
Campbell picks up the championship here at,
wow,
120 over Mason Nelson, 12-11. Coach Tom over there from Mora wanted Mason to cut him really quick and get up, but Nelson couldn't hear him. That was a good championship match here at 120. Champion goes to Nolan Campbell.
And no true second for us for 120 now. So right now, at least as of right now, the only true second will be at 106, as Campbell and Nelson will both advance to the state tournament. They go to 126, third place match. John Pilarski from Aiken, a sophomore, 23-16. Taking on Liam Hennessy, a freshman from Pierce, 23-11, to the championship match.
Mat number 2, it's going to be championship match. 126 pounds, Alex Lehman from Grand Rapids facing Dutch Hedbloom from Rockridge.
You had mentioned Hedbloom, and we were talking about all these matchups. 41-6, the sophomore from Rock Ridge, and Lehman 35-7, the junior from Grand Rapids. Pilarski and Hennessy Over on mat 1 for third. We'll keep with our championship matches here.
Lehman trying to get on that front headlock. Goes for the trip. Hedblum just keeping his legs underneath him pretty well. Lehman trying to do a arm drag, come around. Hedblum snaps out, goes behind, trying to get down the mat return.
Hennessy with an early 2-0 lead on Pilarski for third.
Hedblum's going to go ahead and get the takedown as he took control.
Hennessy,
Lehman down position.
Hennessy looking to get Pilarski turned on his back for that third place match.
In the center mat here again, Hedblum leads 2-0 over Alex Lehman from Grand Rapids. 42 seconds to go here in the first period on mat number 2.
And there is a pin in the third place match as Liam Hennessy, the freshman from Piers, gets the fall over John Pilarski from Aiken.
Here in the mat number 2, Alex Lehman gets up to his feet here, trailing 2-0 to Dutch Hedblum. Standing switch by Lehman for 2. 10 to go here in the first period, all knotted up here in the championship match here at 126 between Lehman from Grand Rapids, Hedblum from Rockridge.
They're going to whistle off the mat. Hennessy, the third place finisher, he lost to Hedblum in the semis. So a Lehman win in the championship would set the state tournament. A Hedblum win would create true second.
Hedblum goes for a sit out. That's it. After the first period, everybody's tied up here at 2. Hedblum's choice going into the second. He defers to Lehman. Lehman goes down. Again, Lehman, a junior from Grand Rapids. State entered last year. Also, Dutch Hedblum, state entered from last year. Hedblum, a sophomore, 41-6 senior, gets out for 1. So take that back. Lehman gets out for 1. Hedblum on that shot. Pressured back up and out. Minute 30 to go here in the second period. 3-2, Lehman from Grand Rapids leads. A little bit of inside pressure. Off the mat they go. Minute 13 to go here in the second period. Again, Lehman from Grand Rapids leads 3-2. On deck at 132 on this mat, it's going to be Nathan Nelson facing Justin Job.
On deck for third place at 132, Jackson Klein of Aiken and Frank Betters of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson.
Hedblum got an overhook on there. Lehman drops down to a double leg, trying to come around over the top of Hedblum. Hedblum is going to give up the 2. 5-2 Lehman. 35 seconds to go here in the second period. Lehman trying to roll some wrists, control Hedblum. Hedblum back up to his base. 2-on-1 now. Tilt for Lehman. Hedblum rolls through. 20 to go here in the second period. Alex Lehman from Grand Rapids leading Dutch Hedblum 5-2.
How risky can that roll through be?
Not too risky if you do it good. A lot of these guys now, they do a good job keeping everything nice and tight and rolling it through, and you just hope to get the exposure on the back for the near fall. After 2 periods at 126 pounds, Alex Lehman leads 5-2. Hedblum takes down position trailing.
And if Lehman holds on, these would be the 2 state entrants without a true second match at 126.
Lehman keeping a lot of pressure in on Hedblum. throws in a bar on the right-hand side. Lehman gets a hook in, keeps that right leg in tight. Hedblum trying to shake him down a little bit. Lehman getting a little bit high. Lehman to go into that power half and get over on the top side. Minute 20 to go here in the third period. There's a potentially dangerous thing to restart here in the center of the mat. Hedblum gets down. Alex Lehman leading 5-2. Caution. Caution on Lehman. Hedblum set out attempt, leaves that arm behind. Lehman traps it. Comes back over the top, throws in a half. Trying to stretch him out. Lehman got the legs locked in. Minute to go here in the third period, leading 5-2.
£126 championship match.
There's a stalemate. Hedblum's got to get moving. Got 45 seconds to go. Right up to his feet. Mat return. Lehman throws the leg in. He's going to try to flatten out the hips, break down the hips of Hedblum, and he does. 29 to go here in the match here in third period. Alex Lehman from Grand Rapids leads at 5-2. Hedblum not doing too much on the bottom. $10 to go. Another potentially dangerous as a chicken wing happens. 7 seconds to go here in period number 3. Championship match here at 126. Alex Lehman in the lead, 5-2. Lehman right at the end of the third period takes Hedblum down, throws him on his back, picks up 2 more near fall. Champion section 7 AA at 126 goes to Alex Lehman from Grand Rapids.
And Hedblum defeated Hennessy in the semis, so Hedblum will head to state as the second place finisher. No true second at 126.
Now up on mat 2 at 132 pounds. Championship match will be Nathan Nelson from Mora facing Justin Joe from Grand Rapids.
And the third place matchup, Frank Better is a sophomore, 23-20 from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson in the black and green in the top left on mat 1. Jackson Klein Jr., 19-11 from Aiken in the black singlet to our championship match at 132.
Job Grand Rapids, Nelson from Mora. Mora in the blue singlet, Job in the black singlet. Nelson drops down, Job back in on a double leg. Arm throw for Nelson right at the edge of the mat for 2. Does not get any near fall. Nelson leads 2-0 over Job. Job gets set, down position.
No score, 35 seconds into the third place match. Jackson Klein of Aiken and Frank Betters from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson.
Job right up to his feet. Mat returned by Nelson. Job trying to get back up to his base. Nelson doing a good job rolling wrists. Keeps everything tight, throws in a crossface.
Betters leading Klein 2-0 in the third place match, first period.
Nelson working in on a head lever on the left-hand side, pressuring in on Job. Pumps it a little bit, loses it. 55 seconds to go here in the first period. College ride by Nelson. He lets Job out for 1. 2-1 Nelson. 2:40 to go here in the first period. Nelson jumps in an outside single, changes to a double, trying to come back in. Job works into the body lock. There's a roll. A little bit of a scramble, potentially dangerous. No points awarded. There's going to be a technical, actually, as her head got scissored. Job scissored the head of Nelson, gives Nelson a point, 3-1.
End of the first period, Frank Betters leading Jackson Klein. Betters from PCHF, Klein from Aiken. 2-0 Betters after the first period in the third place match.
Whizzer throw attempt by Nelson. Underhook by Job. Break free, short amount of time left here in the first period. That's it. After the first period comes to an end, Mason Nelson from Mora leads 3-1 over Justin Job from Grand Rapids. Mason's choice, he defers to Job going into the second.
132 pounds, third place match. Frank Betters, second period, 30 seconds in, still leading Jackson Klein of Aiken 2-0 in for third.
Job took the down position. Nelson's going to let him up for one, so it is now 3-2 in favor of Mason Nelson. Nelson dropped down to a low single, comes back up, now gets a double underhooks, goes for the throw, gets a duck under anyways. 5-2 Mason Nelson over Job.
Jackson Klein gets a takedown, now tied with Betters 2-2 in the third place match.
Job gets out for one. 5-3 Nelson. Minute 35 to go here in the second period on mat number 2. 2-on-1 Russian by Nelson. Nelson working around the left side. Goes in again for another Russian throw. Whizzer throw, I should say. Now back up over the top, getting in heavy on Job. Job backs up. He tries to throw. Not going to happen.
Still 2-2 in the third place match. Last 30 seconds of period 2 between Klein from Aiken and Betters from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson.
Still neutral here, 5-3 in favor of Mason Nelson from Mora here on the championship match. Justin Job from Grand Rapids.
132-pound class here. Final seconds of the second period. Klein getting a point perhaps from stalling from Betters, and it's 3-2 Klein heading into the third.
Nelson in on a shot here on Job. Job just working over the top side. A little bit of scrambling going on right here at the center of the mat. Nelson comes up to a single, loses his hips. Job crowds right in. Back up to their feet. Nelson elevates the single, goes to the trip, loses control. 30 to go here in the second period. Tied up by ear. Ten seconds to go in the second period. Mason Nelson from Mora leads Justin Job from Grand Rapids 5-3 here on mat number 2. That's it. Going into the third period, Mason Nelson's going to take the down position.
In the third place match, 35 seconds into the third period, and Jackson Klein we're going to get a stalling warning on Klein. Klein leading Frank Betters of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson 3-2 in the third period.
Mason Nelson goes for a sit out, comes back in around, looking into a shoulder roll Granby attempt, and he gets it. Job is doing a good job keeping everything tight. No points awarded, no reversal. Now the reversal by Nelson gets Job on his back. Mason Nelson getting heavy on that head. Job bellies out. Mason Nelson now leads 7-3 over Justin Job from Grand Rapids. There goes a beautiful bar by Nelson. Job fights it off. Score now is 10-3. 10-3 Mason Nelson over Justin Job here.
Still 3-2 Jackson Klein in the third period for third place. 45 seconds to go.
Minute 11 go here in the third period. Justin Job down position. Mason Nelson leading 10-3 over Job.
Jackson Klein just called for stalling, so now it's 3-3 with Klein and Frank Betters for third place. Mat 1.
Mason Nelson going to let Job up for one. 10-4, minute 11 to go here in the third period.
25 seconds to go in the third place match, tied at 3.
Nelson goes around for 2 here in the championship match.
Jackson Klein got Frank Betters on his back in the final 10 seconds of the third period, gets the back points, and Jackson Klein takes third for Aiken with a 5-3 victory.
Nelson throws in a half on the left-hand side, 30 to go here in the third period, 12-4.
Championship match of 132.
Job trots back to the center here, trailing 12-4. Nelson gets on the right-hand side. Two seconds to go here in the third period. Your champion at 132 will be Nathan Nelson from Mora.
And
he defeats Justin Job at 12-4.
And Jackson Klein did not wrestle either of these guys, so there will be a true second for 132. It'll be Jackson Klein of Aiken and Justin Job of Grand Rapids. On to 138 pounds. Third place matchup on mat 1. Nathan Trotter, junior of Aiken, 29-13. Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge, a sophomore at 34-13, lands our championship.
At 138 pounds here from Piers, Chase Becker. He is facing Landon Umbright from Rush City Brown.
So Kendall and Trotter just underway. And the third place match for 138 pounds on mat 1, our championship match.
Umbright in the black singlet. Becker in the red and black white singlet. This is 138 pounds between Becker and Umbright. Umbright comes in on a single. Sprawling back. Going into a Kelly. Is Umbright. Blocking the hips, doing a good job is Becker. Another fireman attempt by Umbright.
Nathan Trotter gets 2 points. He's up 2-0 over Jackson Kendall in the third place matchup.
No points yet here in the first period championship match. No, mat number 2. Umbright drops down to an outside single. Becker comes right over the top, caps those ankles, keeps everything tight. Umbright comes back up to feet, elevating that single. Becker body lock. Good little scramble going on here.
45 seconds, first period. Third place match, Trotter of Aiken leading Kendall of Rock Ridge 2-0 on mat 1.
29 seconds to go here in the first period. No score in the championship match on mat number 2 between Becker and Umbright.
Seconds to go in the first period for third place. Still 2-0 Trotter from Aiken.
Body lock by Becker. Short amount of time here in the first period. Both these guys doing a good job with upper body strength. Going into second period, it is Becker's choice. Becker from Pierce. And And they're going to do a little bit of blood time here, it looks like.
We go to the third place match. 10 seconds to go in the first period. Nathan Trotter from Aiken leading Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge 2-0 at 138 pounds. Just wrapping up period number 1 for the third place matchup. With Nathan Trotter from Aiken leading 2-0 for the third place matchup, 138 pounds. Here's Section 7AA individual tournament here on yourliveevent.com.
On mat number 2, championship match here at 138 pounds. This is Chase Becker from Piers facing Landon Umbright from Rush City going into the second period. Becker in the down position. Still no score here on mat number 2. Becker trying to get an escape, trying to clear those hips. Umbright comes right over the top there. There's a potentially dangerous with a knee.
Trotter, who lost to Umbright in the semis, he is leading 3-0 on Kendall 25 seconds into the second period.
Becker gets reset here in the down position on mat number 2. Umbright rides on the left-hand side. They're going to restart mat number 2.
Mat number 1, Trotter picks up another takedown. It's going to be 5-0. He's going to let Kendall stand for 1. 5-1 Trotter for the third place match at 138.
Becker scores first here on mat number 2 with an escape. 1-0 Becker from Pierce. A little bit of hand fighting going on here. Minute 10 to go here in the second period. Mat number 2.
Minute gone in period 2, 5-1 Trotter for third place.
Championship match here. Umbright comes in on a fireman's, changes back to a Kelly. Becker gets the 2 for the takedown, comes over and throws Umbright in the cradle, trying to get him turned. Umbright muscles it out. .42 seconds to go here in the second period. Becker trying to get that cradle turned. He loses it. 30 seconds to go here in the second period. Mat number 2. Chase Becker from Piers leads 3-0.
30 seconds to go in the third place match. Period 2, Trotter with another takedown. He's now up 7-1 over Kendall. Trotter from Aiken, Kendall from Rock Ridge to the championship.
Short amount of time left here in the second period. Mat number 2. Umbright's choice going into the third period. He takes a down position. Becker leads 3-1. 3-1 over Umbright.
Heading into the third period, Jackson Kendall of Rockridge gets a reversal. It's 7-3. Nathan Trotter of Aiken leading Jackson Kendall of Rockridge heading into period 3 for third.
Benson gets Umbright in that cradle here on mat number 2. Umbright's shoulder is up off the mat there, blocked by Benson. Or Becker, I'm sorry. Becker gets over on the top side and locks that cradle up again. Umbright trying to break it free. Becker still has her locked up. They're out off the mat. Still 1 point. Now they're off the mat. 1 point of contact still on the mat there. They're going to give the near fall to Becker. Becker now leads with 1:04 going into the third period here, 6-1. 1:04 left in the match.
Third place update, 1:25 to go in the third. Nathan Trotter of Aiken leading Jackson Kendall of Rock Ridge, still 7-3.
Becker in the top position, mat number 2. leading 6-1 over Umbright. Umbright gets out for one. 6-2 Becker. Umbright comes in getting heavy on the head on Becker.
And a stalling warning going to be called on Nathan Trotter in the third place match. Still 7-3, Trotter just under a minute to go.
Chase Becker still leading 6-2 here in the championship match here with 30 seconds to go here left in the third period. Umbright drops in on a little single, gets around for two, 6-4 Becker. Not much going on underneath for Becker. Becker kind of stalled out the last of that third period there, but picks up the victory 6-4 over Umbright from Rush City.
Chase Becker appears the champion at 138. Third place match, they're going to get a reversal here. Jackson Kendall, 25 seconds to go in third place. He's going to let Trotter up for one. It's 8-5. Nathan Trotter for Aiken. 15 seconds to go in the third place matchup. Taking a shot is Kendall, and they're going to be off the mat. 13 seconds to go. Nathan Trotter of Aiken leading Jackson Kendall of Rockridge 8-5. Third place match, third period. Kendall takes his shot. Trotter drops down to block it. 7 seconds to go. And Kendall tries again. Trotter cradles the leg. They roll over, and that'll do it. Third place to Nathan Trotter of Aiken, 8-5 over Jackson Kendall from Rock Ridge. And with Becker winning, there will not be a true second as Umbright beat Trotter. Trotter will finish third. Umbright and Becker will be the state entrants at 138. Let's go to 145.
At
Lance.
145 from Aiken, Kenny Erickson Jr., 32-6, comes into this championship match. He's going to be facing Jack Schoenborn from Lack of Faith Christian, a senior.
The third place match at 145, Brock Folkema Jr. from Mora, 25-14. And Tanner Moreland, a sophomore from Grand Rapids, 30-11. Here we go, 145.
On mat number 2, this is Erickson in the black singlet, Schoenborn in the red.
On match 1, Folkema in the blue, Moreland in the black.
Mat checked by Erickson here on mat number 2. Erickson and Schoenborn wrestled not too long ago. Erickson was victorious over Schoenborn earlier this year. Erickson getting in heavy on the inside. Minute 25 here in the first period to go, no score. Championship match, mat number 2, low single by Erickson. Underhook on Schoenborn. Kenny scrambles in. Minute 8 left here in the first period, still no score on mat number 2.
First points in the third place matchup, Tanner Moreland. 2 points for the takedown in the third place match, 145 over Brock Folkema from Mora.
Both these guys kind of dancing around here. Minute to go here in the first period, mat number 2. Kenny mat check. Schoenborn mat check. 45 to go here in the first period. No score yet here at 145. Championship match here on mat number 2. Throw by attempt by Schoenborn. Another throw by for Schoenborn as he comes around. Erickson trying to get around the standing switch. Coming around, keeping it up. There's a good scramble going on here. They're going to say all the action's off the mat. No points awarded. 15 seconds to go here in the first period.
7 seconds to go in the first period on the third place match. Moreland for Grand Rapids, a 3-0 lead over Folkema for Mora as the first period ends for third.
10 to go in the first here on mat number 2. And they're going to go ahead and flip the chip. goes to red. Kenny Erickson takes a down position here going into the second period.
Moreland in the down position to start period number 2. And he escapes 2. It's 3-0 Moreland over Folkema. Grand Rapids.
Erickson up and out for 1 here on mat number 2. Erickson coming back in, getting heavy on the head with Schoenborn. Now gets that double underhook. Trying to jack it up. Schoenborn just backing off the mat. A little bit of pressure and back in. There's a warning, stalling.
Third place match, Tanner Moreland up 3-0 over Brock Folkema of Moreland from Rapids, and Folkema from Mora, 3-0 Moreland at 1:45, 1:18 to go in the second period.
Schoenborn down in a low single. Kenny coming over the top. Schoenborn trying to go into a fireman's, now scrambling a little bit, trying to get up over the top side. Kenny scrambling. Still no points awarded. Kenny's got that cradle locked up there. Still got the cradle locked up. Now Erickson going to the chin whip, and he takes Schoenborn down to his back. 49 seconds left here in the second period. Saturday night special by Kenny Erickson, trying to pick up the fall here. Schoenborn coming back out the back door. Peels back off, picks up 3 near fall for Erickson. Off the mat. 6-0. 6-0 Kenny Erickson.
In the third place match, 21 seconds to go in the second period, Tanner Moreland of Grand Rapids now up 5-2 on Brock Folkema from Mora.
Schoenborn gets 1 for an escape, so it's 6-1 here, 32 seconds to go here in the second period.
With an escape, end of the second period for third place here, 145-pound class here. Third place, Tanner Moreland of Grand Rapids leading Brock Folkema of Mora 6-2.
Championship round, Schoenborn gets a fireman takedown for 2 at the end of the second period. Going into the third period, Kenny Erickson now leads here on mat number 2, 6-3 over Jack Schoenborn. Jack's choice going into the third period, he's going to take the down position.
6-2, Tanner Moreland for Grand Rapids leading at Brock Folkema of Mora. Again, 6-2, third place match at 1:45.
Caution on Kenny. Jack gets set. Up to his feet right away is Schoenborn. Mat return by Kenny Erickson, keeps that right arm tight. Schoenborn comes back up to his feet. Off the mat they go.
Now Brock Folkema down 6-4, and now he's got Tanner Moreland in the cradle, trailing the whole match. Brock Folkema has turned the tables in the third place match. He's got Moreland, and Moreland not moving a whole lot, just trying to keep the shoulder up for third place. 1 minute to go in the third.
Shoulder roll attempt by Schoenborn, comes up to his feet, followed by Kenny Erickson from Aiken. Now he throws in a bulldog, comes back up over the top. Kenny working on keeping control of the arm. Throws in a bar.
After a near fall by Folkema, then a reversal for Moreland. Moreland leading 8-7 with 25 seconds to go in the third.
Schoenborn trying to go for a Granby, but Erickson's got it locked up. Minute to go here in the third period. Schoenborn trying to set up that Granby roll, and he does. Erickson's going to give up a reversal. Minute to go. Schoenborn now got a body lock tilt in on Kenny Erickson, getting some near fall. Erickson back up to his base. Now, Coach Schoenberg now leads 7-6 over Kenny Erickson. 39 seconds to go here in the third period. Kenny Erickson down position.
Moreland ended up beating Folkoma 8-7 in a great third place match. Tanner Moreland, the third place finisher from Grand Rapids at 145.
A little bit of blood time here on mat number 2. Championship match between Kenny Erickson and Jack Schoenborn from Malacca Faith Christian.
And,
Jack Schoenborn leads 7-6 over Kenny Erickson from Macon.
And Schoenborn beat Moreland in the semis, so a Schoenborn win would make a true second match for 145. As Brock Volkema had a tremendous comeback attempt, but a late reversal for Tanner Moreland gave him the 8-7 victory for third.
Erickson set, Jack on the left. Caution on top.
Championship.
Kenny goes for that sit out switch, kind of come over for 2. .25 seconds to go here in the period. Erickson gets a reversal. And they're going to have a little discussion there on the table.
£145 championship. As expected, championship rounds as good as they get here, Section 7 AA with Erickson and Schoenborn.
A little bit contentious here, but Erickson does pick up a reversal. Now they're checking to see. There's still a near fall. 5 seconds to go here in the third period. Erickson now leads 8-7. Erickson on the top. Schoenberg trying to go for a shoulder roll right away. Kenny's going to go ahead and keep pressure in. Kenny Erickson picks up an 8-7 victory here over Jack Schoenberg for the championship here at 145.
And Schoenborn defeated Moreland in the semis, so there will not be a true second place for 145. Kenny Erickson and Jack Schoenborn heading to the state tournament at 145. On to 152. Third place match at 152. From Cloquet-Esco Carlton, junior Warren Heidela, 25-9. And John Mead, a senior from Pine City Hinckley Finlayson at 31-7.
And on mat number 2, championship match here at 152, Avery Nelson, a senior of 32-5 from Mora. He faces Jacob LeBlanc from Piers. Nelson in on a quick high crotch single on LeBlanc. LeBlanc feeding his hips and getting back on a nice sprawl back. Nelson picks up the 2 for the takedown.
Underway third place matchup, Heidela from CEC, Mead from PCHF. No score, 25 seconds in. £152 classes here. Still no score in the third place match, 40 seconds in.
On mat number 2, Avery Nelson leads 2-0 over LeBlanc. Nelson thrown in that power half. LeBlanc trying to shake Nelson down a little bit. Avery Nelson, a senior from Mora, in control here. 32-5 is a senior facing Jacob LeBlanc from Piers. They also a senior, 25-12 on the season.
No score in the third place match yet, 40 seconds left in period 1. Warren Heidela of CEC, John Mead, Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson.
.50 to go here in the first period. Avery Nelson still in control, leading 2-0 over LeBlanc from Piers. Nelson getting a little bit high. Still staying under the arms of LeBlanc. 30 seconds to go here in the first period.
So far, only 2 true second matches set for tonight. No score in the final 10 seconds of the third place match between Heidela and Mead. And now head to the second period scoreless.
Short amount of time left here in the first period. LeBlanc trying to come out underneath the back door of Nelson. Nelson still staying in control. And that's it. After first period, Avery Nelson from Mora leads 2-0 over LeBlanc from Piers.
Starting neutral in period number 2 between Heidela and Mead. No score in the third place matchup.
Nelson's choice going into the second period. He defers to LeBlanc. LeBlanc takes the down position from Piers. LeBlanc gets set. Nelson on the left-hand side. Collar ride. Nelson trying to get underneath the legs of, or LeBlanc trying to get underneath the legs of Nelson, but Nelson throws in those hooks. Jumps in over the top, working on 2-on-1. Nelson trying to flatten out LeBlanc here in the center of the mat. Mat number 2. Rolling wrist, bar on the left by Nelson.
Almost a minute gone in the third place match. Still no score between Heidela from CEC and Mead from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson.
Over here on mat number 2, Nelson still leads 2-0 over LeBlanc. There is a stalemate. They're going to restart right here in the center of the mat. Minute 6 to go here in the second period. LeBlanc set, Nelson on the left. Shoulder roll by LeBlanc, followed nicely by Nelson. Nelson drops down to LeBlanc. LeBlanc feeds the hips, but Nelson drops to that single, changes to a double. Starting to lose a little bit of control. He stays in control off the edge of the mat. 45 to go here in the second period. LeBlanc still in the down position. Nelson leading 2-0, riding on the left.
20 seconds to go in period 2 on mat 1 for third place here at 152 pounds. Still no score between John Mead from PCHF and Warren Heidela of CEC.
Power half now by Nelson as he reefs on that head of LeBlanc, trying to get some near fall. No points awarded. 20 to go here in the second period. Mason Nelson from Mora leads here in the championship match 2-0.
We're in the third period, just started the third period. Still no score in third place match between Warren Heidela of CEC and John Mead of Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson.
Shoulder roll by LeBlanc, followed nicely by Nelson. That is it after the second period. Mason Nelson still leads 2-0 over LeBlanc from Piers. Nelson takes the down position. Championship match here at 152. Nelson gets set. LeBlanc rides on the right-hand side, caps the hips of Avery Nelson, now feeds over the top. Nelson coming back in, gets a reversal for 2. Nelson now leads 4-0.
Finally some scoring on period 3, an escape from Heidela. He had the choice, he got the escape, but then John Mead the takedown. 2-1 Mead from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson with 1:12 to go in the third for the third place match.
Nelson still keeping a lot of pressure on LeBlanc here. Minute 29 to go here in the third period. Mat number 2, championship match, 152. Nelson leads 4-0.
Another escape for Heidela. They're tied at 2, minute left in the third.
LeBlanc just cannot get underneath the hips of Avery Nelson. Avery does a good job staying in control, staying behind the shoulders. Throws in a power half now, working in, flattens out LeBlanc there. There's another stalemate. Minute left here exactly in the third period. Again, Avery Nelson still leads 4-0.
30 seconds to go, period 3 of the third place match. Meade and Heidela tied at 2 on mat 1.
Shoulder roll by LeBlanc again, followed everything tight by Nelson. Keeps everything tight.
Now John Meade gets another takedown late in the third period with 11 seconds to go. John Meade leading 4-2 over Warren Heidela.
LeBlanc gets a shoulder roll, gets a reversal for 2. Now it is 4-2. Nelson, 35 seconds to go here in the third period. Nelson up and out for 1. 5-2 Nelson. Nelson drops down to that low single. 15 to go here in the third period.
John Meade, Pine City Hinckley Finlayson gets the win in third place match 4-2 over Warren Heidela of CEC.
Avery Nelson leads here 5-2 coming to the end of the third period. Nelson picks up another quick takedown as LeBlanc tried to get in on some throws and get underhooks. 7-2 victory championship match here for Avery Nelson.
And LeBlanc beat Meade in the semifinals, so there will be no true second at 152. Nelson and LeBlanc, your state entrance for 7AA at 152. On to 160, the third place match. On mat 1, 7th grader Jaden Zajac from Piers, 27-11, taking on Caleb Saltstrom from Malacca Faith Christian, a senior at 22-10. Of course, Zajac in the white, black, and red singlet, and Saltstrom in the black from Malacca Faith Christian. Our championship at 160.
And mat number 2 at 160, Connor Gamal from Mora facing Bryson Larrabee from Hibbing here on mat number 2. Gamal in on that duck under single, elevates the leg of Larrabee here in mat number 2. Trip by Gamal. Gamal gets the 2 for the takedown. Connor Gamal is senior, 38-4 from Mora. Bryson Larrabee is senior, 33-5 from Hibbing. Gamal in the lighter, almost white blue singlet here, in control right now. And in the darker singlet from Hibbing is Bryson Larrabee. Larrabee gets set in the center of the mat. Gamal is going to let him up for 1 as they start in neutral. Minute 15 to go here in the first period. 2-1 Gamal from Mora.
No score yet. A minute, just about a minute into period number 1 for the third place matchup between Zajac from Piers and Saltstrom from Malacca Faith Christian.
Gamal gets another takedown here. 55 seconds to go here in the first period. Gamal leads now 4-1. Gamal working in, throwing in that power half. 40 seconds to go here in the first period. Mat number 2. Gamal leads 4-1.
On mat 1, Saltstrom gets the takedown for Malacca Faith Christian. He leads Zajac 2-0, 40 seconds to go in the first period on mat 1. 160-pound class here, 7AA wrestling tournament.
Larrabee trying to get a reversal here. Gamal losing control. Gamal shaking down Larrabee, still in control. Larrabee still in the down position. Gamal gets on the left-hand side. 8 seconds to go here in the first period. That's it. After period number 1, Connor Gamal from Mora leads 4-1 over Larrabee from Hibbing.
Final 15 seconds of the third place match at 160. Caleb Saltstrom, Malacca Faith Christian, hanging on to a 2-0 lead over Jaden Zajac from Piers, and it'll be 2-0 Sahlstrom heading into the second.
Gamal takes a down position going into the second period, leads 4-1. Shoulder roll attempt again by Gamal. Trying to shake down Larrabee, and he does. Gets a reversal, throws in a cradle. Larrabee trying to belly out of it. Gamal has got the leg trapped. Working on that near side is Gamal from Mora, leading 6-1 here on mat number 2.
Early second period, still 2-0. Caleb Sahlstrom, Malacca Faith Christian over Jaden Zajac from Piers on mat number 1.
There's a stalemate there. Minute 10 left here in the second period. Bryson Larrabee in the down position. Gamal's going to let him up for 1. So it is 6-2 Gamal here in the championship match here. Section 7 AA at 160. Gamal ties up, working on that inside. Larrabee does a good job controlling the hand of Gamal. Gamal trips. Bryson Larrabee's got the double overhook, got the arms of Gamal trapped right at the edge of the mat, trying to wait for the pressure to come in. .33 seconds left here in the second period, neutral position. Connor Gamal from Mora drops down to a low single on Larrabee from Hibbing. Gamal leads 6-2.
We're still at 2-0. Caleb Sahlstrom, minute 15 gone in the second period. Sahlstrom 2-0 over Zajac from Piers in the third place match here, 160-pound class.
Short amount of time. There's a stalemate there as they were in on each other's shots. 8 seconds to go here, second period. 6-2 Gamal.
30 seconds to go in the third place match in the second period. Sahlstrom still 2-0 over Zajac.
Going into the third period, Larrabee's choice. Larrabee takes a down position. Connor Gamal leads here on the championship match here, period 3. Mat number 2, 6-2. Gamal works over the top, trying to throw a hook in. Larrabee tried to elevate the foot of Gamal, trying to get down below. Power half by Gamal. Reefs in on that power half, still at a 90. Bryson fighting off that power half.
Period 2 coming to an end at third place matchup, and it's still 2-0 Caleb Sahlstrom over Jaden Zajac. Zajac from Piers, Sahlstrom from Malacca Faith Christian. 2-0 Sahlstrom heading into the third.
Minute 15 left here in the third period. Championship match, mat number 2, Connor Gamal, 6-2 over Larrabee right now. Gamal on top is it. Larrabee gets a reversal here right at the edge of the mat. He's got some near fall coming from Gamal. That should tie it up. 6-6 with a minute 1 left here in the third period. Connor Gamal in the down position.
Zajac gets in his, Sahlstrom got an escape starting period 3. He leads Zajac now 3-0, 25 seconds gone in the third for third place.
Gamal out for escape, gets a point. 50 seconds here in the third period. Gamal leads 7-6 over Larrabee from Hibbing. Larrabee got the underhook, dropping down, trailing by a point. Gamal over under on each other. See where this goes. Telegraphing the airtime. And they're going to back out. Shot attempt by Larrabee. 15 seconds left here on mat number 2. 7-6 Gamal. There's a stalemate. They're going to restart here. 11 seconds to go.
Sahlstrom up 5-0 now on Zajac for third. Let's finish that championship.
Larrabee goes in on the shot, trailing by a point. Gamal just keeps sprawling back. There's a stalling for Gamal. Warning. Larrabee loses 7-6 to Connor Gamal.
Gamal from Mora, the 160-pound champion. That'll send Larrabee down, and final 10 seconds here. If Sahlstrom hangs on for this win, there will not be a true second as Larrabee beat Sahlstrom in the semifinals. Sahlstrom will hang on 5-0. Caleb Sahlstrom, the third place finisher. That means Connor Gamal of Mora and Bryson Larrabee of Hibbing will advance the state at 160. No true second for 160.
On mat number 2, coming up now, rematch from early in the season. Damian Tapio, a junior from Rock Ridge, 43-5, facing a senior Jack Grell, 28-6. Earlier this year in the dual meet, Jack Grell beat Damian Tapio 4-3 in overtime.
For third place at 170, we're going to have Jesse Eklund from Rush City Bram, a junior, 28-10 in the lighter blue. Tucker Haas, senior, Mora, 34-9 in the darker blue.
Jack Grell from Aiken in the black singlet with some red stripes on the legs on the right-hand side. Damian Tapio from Rockridge in the black and green singlet on the left side. This is the championship match here on mat number 2 between Tapio and Grell at 170.
Again, Haas for Mora in the slightly darker blue singlet for third place up on mat 1. No score, 35 seconds in.
Grell head tapping, trying to keep distance. Changing directions. Here on mat number 2. Grell from Aiken, Tapio from Rockridge. Grell baiting that leg. Tapio drops down to a single. Grell comes over the top, pressured in. Gonna wait for the stalemate. Minute 4 here in the first period to go. Still no score on mat number 2.
40 seconds to go in the first period on mat 1 for third. No score yet between Tucker Haas of Mora and Jesse Eklund of Rush City Bram.
50 to go here in the first period. Grell mat check. Tapio trying to tie up. Inside bind by Jack Grell. Hand control by Tapio. There's an eye poke by Tapio on Grell on accident. 28 seconds to go here in the first period. Still no score. Championship match, mat number 2 at 170 between Damian Tapio from Rockridge faces Jack Grell from Aiken.
No score after the first period. Third place match. Tucker Haas from Mora, Jesse Eklund, Rush City Bram. Haas got the choice for period 2, and he selects the down position. They're on mat number 1.
And they're going to restart here. 28 to go here in the first period, mat number 2. Grell drops down to an outside single, trying to elevate that leg at Tapio. Tapio gets it back, throws her down. Tapio in on a double now on Grell. Grell comes over the top.
Takedown by Haas for Mora in the third place match. He's up 2-0 on Eklund. .113 to go, period 2, 172-pound class. As Haas gets Eklund on his back and gets the pin. Haas from Mora, a fall for third place at 170. Haas lost a Cook by Piers So he has not faced either of these, so there will be a true second at 170 with Tucker Haas of Mora.
They're going to give Grell an escape. Truthfully, it probably should have been no points awarded there, but they're going to give Damien the takedown. Loss of control by Damien gives it an escape for Grell, so it is 2-1. Grell gets a choice. He takes a down position going into the second period, trailing 1-2 over Damien Tapio. Grell hip heist, followed by Tapio. Grell coming back up to his base. Tapio keeping everything nice and tight. Minute 30 to go here in the second period. Tapio leads 2-1 over Grell from Aiken. Grell up to his feet. Mat returned by Tapio. Grell back up to his feet. Trying to clear his hips. Nope, out for one, ties it up at 2. Minute 5 to go here in the second period. Grell likes to bait that leg attack for Tapio. 50 to go here in the second period, tied up at 2. 170-pound championship match between Damien Tapio and Jack Grell of Aiken.
Both in the top 10 in the final rankings from the guillotine. Grell at 8 and Tapio at 10.
Only reason I think is because Grell topped Tapio earlier in the season 4-3. Grell gets back in. 25 to go here in the second period. Still tied up at 2. Tapio tries a shot. Tapio's going to probably take the down position going into the third period.
Now with Haas not facing either of these guys, is it an automatic true second, or can you take the loss by association, by like Haas lost to Cook, who lost to Tapio?
Correct. That'd be it. Grell goes in on that college ride. Collar tie, keeping everything tight. Tapio's kind of slow to move his hips. Grell's got to keep everything tight. Tapio with the only takedown of the match. 2 escapes for Grell. Brings it 2-2. Minute 35 to go here in the third period. Jack Grell keeping pressure on Tapio. Working in on the right-hand side. Trying to roll some wrists. Just a lot of pressure by Jack Grell on the top side. There's going to be a stalling warning on Grell as he's not moving fast enough on the top side. Nothing going on the downside though. Tapio just not moving his hips. Jack says, screw it. We're going to go ahead and let him up for 1. Tapio comes in. 50 seconds to go here in the third period. Tapio in on the shot now on Grell. Grell throws in the whizzer. Off the mat. 44 seconds to go here in the third period. Jack Grell trails 2-3 to Damien Tapio. Tapio has the only takedown so far today on the match. Grell overhook. 30 to go here in the third period. Tapio gets in on a single again. Over body lock for Grell.
$20 seconds.
There's a stalemate. 19 to go here in the third period. Damien Tapio leads 3-2 over Jack Grell. Grell comes in attacking right away. Tapio backing up. Tapio should backing up here. Short amount of time left here in the third period. Grell trying to get on the inside. Tapio pulls out a 3-2 victory. Grell a little bit frustrated here. Damian Tapio, the champion at 170, beats Jack Grell 3-2 from Aiken. Next up here, championship match at 182. It's going to be Jacob Williams, a sophomore from Aiken. He is facing Zach McPhee, a junior from Proctor Hermantown.
And Jack Grell will wrestle Tucker Haas for Mora for a true second at 170. Tapio beat Cook, who beat Haas, so he hasn't done anything on the lower half. So there'll be a true second for 170. They just announced it.
They did announce
They
that?
did
Okay.
announce it.
Okay.
I made sure before I said it, Lance.
All right, good job.
All right, we go to 182. Mat number 1, third place, Jack Nord, senior, Malacca Faith Christian, 24-7 in the black and red. Jackson Thompson, a freshman, 29-15 for Grand Rapids in the black and orange. Mat 1.
Over here on mat number 2, Jacob Williams got his hand tied in there with Zach McPhee. McPhee had an armbar in there, Russian. Work on that 2-on-1. Restart here. McPhee goes in on a double right away on Williams. Williams getting heavy on the head of McPhee. Minute 10 left here in the first period.
Jack Nord with an early takedown, leading 2-0 over Thompson. Nord from Malacca, Thompson from Grand Rapids.
Championship match, mat number 2 at 182. Jacob Williams from Aiken, Zach McPhee from Proctor Hermantown, I'm sorry.
After an escape from Thompson, 2-1, Nord over Thompson, 30 seconds to go. Now Nord up 4-1 in the first for third place.
McPhee drops down to a double, changes to a single, whizzer by Williams. Williams trying to lock it up here, 15 to go here in the first period. Single by McPhee. No score here at the end of the first period. Mat number 2.
4-1, Jack Nord from Malacca Faith Christian leading Jackson Thompson from Grand Rapids. 182-pound third place match. Nord will go down to period 2, leading 4-1.
Williams on mat number 2 takes a down position. McKee gets on the right-hand side, and Williams up and out for 1.
Reversal for Nord in the third place match gives him a 6-1 lead over Thompson.
A little bit of dancing around here, minute 30 to go here in the second period. Williams gets out for that escape, leads 1-0 here on mat number 2. McPhee drops down to a single there on mat number 2 on Williams. Williams throws a whizzer in, working on his balance. Faces. Minute to go here in the second period. Jacob Williams from Aiken leads 1-0 over McPhee from Proctor Hermantown.
50 seconds ago in period number 2 of the third place match, Jack Nord, Malacca Faith Christian with a 6-1 lead over Jackson Thompson of Grand Rapids.
.45 to go here on mat number 2 and period number 2. Both these wrestlers working in on the inside bind, trying to keep on the inside. Break free, come back to the center here a little bit. 30 to go here on mat number 2. Duck under, go behind for 2 for McPhee. 2-1 McPhee. 22 seconds left here in the second period. McPhee jumps over the other side. Williams trying to clear his hips. He's going to get out for 1. Ties it up at 2. Going into the third period. McPhee's choice. McPhee takes a down position on mat number 2. Optional start by Williams.
6-1. Jack Nord of Malacca Faith Christian leading Jackson Thompson Grand Rapids heading into the third period for the third place match.
Williams up and out for 1, or McPhee out for 1. Williams lets him up. 3-2 McPhee over Williams here at 182 championship match here on mat number 2. Russian by McPhee, throws an underhook on left side. Williams fights it off. Minute 30 to go here in the third period. 3-2 McPhee.
Another takedown for Nord for Malacca Faith Christian, leading 8-1 now over Jackson Thompson of Grand Rapids in the third place match. 1:20 to go.
Minute 13 here. Williams in on that single. Pressure and trying to turn around that corner. There's a stalemate. Minute 4 to go here in the third period. Neutral position. Zach McPhee from Proctor Hermantown leads 3-2 over Jacob Williams from Aiken.
One minute to go in the third place match. Nord from Malacca Faith Christian leading 8-1 over Thompson from Grand Rapids on mat 1.
45 seconds here in the third period to go. Williams trying to get in with that crash. There goes a throw by, drop down single by Williams. McPhee sprawls back, clearing the leg, goes around for 2. Williams back up to his feet, goes for the roll, changes down into the Granby, loses the arm. McPhee's just going to sit back, watch the clock run out.
Same thing in the third place match. Jack Nord just riding time and letting the clock run down with the 8-1 lead.
Zach McPhee championship here at Section 7-2A at 182. 5-2 victory over Jacob Williams.
And Nord got the win. Nord lost to Williams, so Williams will go to state. There will not be a true second for 182. Jacob Williams, congratulations, a state trip for Aiken. And Zach McPhee, congratulations, the section championship at 182. Let's go to 195.
Yeah, 195 championship match at 195 again. Jack Hansen, a junior from Malacca Faith Christian, facing Thomas Hagen from Hibbing.
Third place, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hibbing in the white singlet, Malacca in the black.
On mat 1, Nathan Nash, sophomore, 15-12 from Piers in the black, white, and red, taking on Brock Peterson, junior, 26-10 from Mora in the dark blue.
On mat number 2, Jack Hansen, like I said, from Malacca Faith Christian, a junior at 25-6, comes in here tonight with the black singlet on. And in the white singlet, Thomas Hagen, a senior, 27-10 from Hibbing.
Early takedown for Peterson for Mora. He's up 2-0 on Nash on Piers.
Still no score here, 45 seconds into the first period here on mat number 2. Working in. collar tie here. Tying up. Shot attempt there. Gets the 2 is Jack Hansen.
1 minute off the clock in period number 1. For the third place match, Brock Peterson Amora up 2-0 on Nathan Nash on Piers.
Hansen now on the left-hand side. Hagen trying to get up to his feet. Trying to turn, can escape. Drops his hips down and out for 1. 2-1. Hansen over Hagen on mat number 2. 25 seconds to go here in the first period.
Hansen was ranked 9th at the guillotine. It's 2-1 as Nash got an escape for Piers. Peterson quickly gets the shot and the takedown. 4-1. Peterson for Mora on top and towards the end of the first period.
Hansen goes in on a shot there on that double leg and gets the 2 for the takedown right at the end of the first period. Oh, he's going to wave it off, wave that takedown off.
Final 5 seconds of the first period in the third place match. Brock Peterson of Mora leading 4-1 over Nathan Nash of Piers in the third place match for 195.
195-pound match here, championship match here on mat number 2. Hansen leads 2-1 over Hagen. Back in the neutral position here. Hansen's choice.
Early escape in period 2 for Nash. It's now Peterson up 4-2.
Minute 30 left here in the second period. Still 2-1 Hansen over Hagen. Hagen going in that double underhook, trying to pull Hansen back on the mat. Hansen. Hagen goes for a shot. Minute 5 left here in the second period here on mat number 2. 2-1 Hansen over Hagen right now here at 195.
Brock Peterson picks up a second period fall to take down Nathan Nash of Piers. Brock Peterson of Mora gets the third place match win at 195.
Hansen ties up ear to ear here, goes for that snap down on Hagen. Hansen back in on the double leg. Hagen sprawling back, keeping the pressure on the head of Hansen. Off the mat they go. Warning stalling for Hansen for stepping out of the ring. 33 seconds to go here in the second period. Hansen from Malacca leads 2-1 over Hagen from Hibbing.
And Hansen 25-6, Hagen 27-10.
Hansen giving up an underhook. Hagen throws in that underhook on the right-hand side. Hansen drops into that outside single, changing into a double. Elevates Hagen, gonna walk him back to the center of the mat, lay him down for 2.
So that's what they mean by bring him back safely.
Sometimes with the postage stamp. There we go, 4-1 now going into the third period. Hansen from Malacca leads Hagen from Hibbing. Hagen's choice, he takes the down position with 2 minutes to go left in the match. Hansen's gonna let him up for 1. It will be 4-2 in neutral here at the beginning of the third period. Hansen getting heavy on the head of Hagen. Hagen inside bind, pushes away Hansen.
Hagen did defeat Peterson in the semis, so a Hansen win would give us the 2-state entrance for this weight class.
Hansen poked Hagen in the eye here. Gonna have to wink it off here a little bit. On deck here will be 220 championship match. Should be, it looks like it's gonna be Ian Larrabee from Hibbing and Colby Zenz from Malacca. That's on deck mat number 2 here.
Hagen beat Peterson of Mora 6-5 in that semifinal matchup. So now you have Peterson cheering on Hagen to try to get that true second match.
Minute 44 here in the third period to go. 4-2 Hansen over Hagen. Throw by, go behind by Hansen. Body lock, mat return for 2. Hagen throws a whizzer in. Gets out for 1. 6-3 Hansen. Minute 15 to go here in the third. Minute left here in the third period. Hansen leads 6-3. Hagen getting a little bit of gas. Starting to reach a little bit for his shots. 53 seconds left here in the third period. Hansen inside bind. Goes in for that shot, changes into a double. Trying to pressure in. Comes over around the back for 2. 8-3 Hansen from Malacca leads Hagen from Hibbing here. 25 seconds to go here in the third period. Hagen trying to clear his hips, coming around the backside. Ten seconds to go here in the match. Hagen trying to move around, Hansen just trying to stay in control. At 195, champion at Section 7 AA is going to be Jack Hansen from Malacca. Runner-up will be Thomas Hagen from Hibbing.
That's right, no true second for that one. We go to 220 pounds on mat 1. Third place match, Joe Berg, Jr., 26 and 21 from Grand Rapids, taking on Dylan Adams, Senior, 32 and 13 from Mora. Adams in the blue and Berg in the black. Your third place for 220, our championship tilt.
On mat number 2, championship match, here is 220 pounds in Larrabee from Hibbing, a sophomore, 33 and 5 victor record, but facing Colby Zenz, a senior from Malacca Faith Christian with a record of 27 and 5. Zenz in the black singlet, Larrabee in the blue, mat number 2.
Early takedown for Dylan Adams, up 2-0 in the third place match.
Two-point takedown for Zenz. Larrabee up and out for 1. Should be 2-1 on the scoreboard there. I don't see that happening here on mat number 2. There they got it. Zenz leads 2-1 over Larrabee. There goes a headlock attempt for Zenz. Do a shout out to Superintendent Dan Stifter. Thank you for listening here on yourliveevent.com. Sure appreciate you listening and all the other fans there of wrestling here throughout the section. Nice shot attempt there. High crotch single for Zenz. Chin whip for Larrabee. Off the mat they go. 2-1 here in the first period. 42 seconds to go.
2-2, Dylan Adams and Joe Berg for the third place match at 220 on mat 1. As Berg was able to get a reversal, 2-2.
Zenz working in on that Russian on the left-hand side here on mat number 2 with 25 seconds to go here in the first period. Pressuring in, leading 2-1 over Larrabee from Hibbing. tie up year to year. Short amount of time left here in the first period. Again, championship match here on mat number 2, Section 7 Double A. This is Ian Larrabee from Hibbing, Colby Zenz from Lack of Faith Christian. Zenz leads 2-1. Larrabee's choice, he defers to Zenz. Zenz goes neutral here in the second period.
At the end of the first period, right at the end of it, another reversal. Dylan Adams of Mora leading Joe Berg of Grand Rapids 4-2. And blood time over on mat 1.
Zenz goes for a snap down on Larrabee. Larrabee goes down to a low outside single. Ankle pick for 2. Larrabee takes the lead here, 3-2. A minute 30 to go here in the second period.
Larrabee, the 1 seed coming in, Zenz, the 2 seed, both only with 5 losses coming into this one.
Zenz gets set. Zenz try to get up and out there. Larrabee, nice mat return, keep everything tight, right off the edge of the mat, stays behind the shoulders of Zenz.
After the blood time is up, we're ready to go back into period number 2. Joe Berg has the choice for Grand Rapids. He's going to take down Berg in the black, Dylan Adams of Mora in the blue. He has a 4-2 lead as they start period 2 in the third place match on mat 1.
Zenz trying to get up and out for 1. Zenz still in the down position. Minute 7 to go here in the second period here on mat number 2. Larrabee from Hibbing leads Zenz 3-2.
Dylan Adams has Joe Berg on his back in the third place match, looking for the fall.
.55 to go here in the second period. Mat number 2, Larrabee working over the top side of Zenz from Malacca. Zenz comes up to his feet off the edge of the mat. Out of bounds. 41 seconds to go here in the second period. Ian Larrabee from Hibbing leads 3-2 on mat number 2.
Dylan Adams of Mora, the senior, gets the pin over Joe Berg, the junior from Grand Rapids. A fall in 2:46 for third place at 2:20.
Inside switch for Zenz, followed nicely by Larrabee here on mat number 2. Another shoulder roll attempt. Larrabee does a good job, hooks that leg in the backside, keeps everything tight. Now jumps to the other side. Zenz trying to get something going from the downside here. 15 to go here in the second period. Larrabee trying to go back for a chin drop. Going to try to get Zenz, get some near fall. Short amount of time left here in the second period. Zenz on his back. There's the fall. Ian Larrabee gets a fall at 3 minutes and 58 seconds over Colby Zenz from Malacca.
And Zenz defeated Adams, so there will be no true second. Larrabee and Zenz will be your two representatives for 2:20. We're not looking at a whole lot of true second matches here, Lance.
No, that's all right on the broadcasting side, but unfortunate on the wrestling side.
Right. Larrabee gets the section title, and here we go to the heavyweights, your third place matchup. Mat number 1 will be Alex Henderson, a junior for Hibbing at 10-17. Ben Everson, a junior from Mora, 22-9. Lance, our championship.
And the championship match here on mat number 2, senior from Malacca Faith Christian, Logan Ash with a record of 27-3. He is facing sophomore Clayton Danielson from Grand Rapids. Rapids in the black and orange and gray singlet. Ash in the all black singlet. Ash getting in heavy on the head of Danielson. Inside bind by Danielson. will snap down. Ash goes on an outside single of Danielson. Danielson trying to do a chin whip, but does not get it. Ash gets a 2-point takedown over Danielson.
30 seconds into the first period. Third place, no score yet between Henderson, and now there's 2 points as Everson from Mora gets a takedown.
Ash now keeping the pressure on Danielson here with 45 seconds to go here in the first period. Danielson giving up some near fall.
Everson getting some near fall points as well. And there's the pin, the fall in 1:03 for third place. Ben Everson of Mora.
Logan Ash picks up 2 near fall, now leads Danielson 4-0 with 34 seconds to go here in the first period. Championship match here on mat number 2 at Section 7AA, the heavyweights.
Everson lost to Danielson in the semifinals to determine if there's a true second.
Shoulder rolling out for 1 is Danielson. 4-1 Ash.
They're going to go right into 5th and 6th place matches, so obviously we'll stay here with your championship, Lance, and then we'll get into some other 5th and 6th place matches, and we only right now only a couple of true seconds. We'll see how this one turns out.
Ash goes on an outside pick there for 2 on Danielson, now leads 6-1 at the end of the first period. Danielson's choice of Grand Rapids. He's going to take the down position. Down position going into the second period. Danielson gets set. Logan Ash from Malacca, senior, number 1 seed. Gets on the left-hand side.
On mat 1, 106-pound 5th place match. Gage Benz, 8th grader from Rock Ridge. Stratton Nelson, 8th grader from Mora. Rock Ridge in the black, Mora in the blue, but we'll, of course, stay with your championship match on 285.
Logan Ash still in control here. 1:45 to go here in the second period, leading 6-1 over Clayton Danielson. From Grand Rapids, 2-on-1 by Ash. Danielson trying to get an outside stand-up. Up to the granny stand-up. Clearing his hips and out for 1. 6-2 Ash over Danielson.
And we do have an update at on mat number 3, the 5th place match of 120 pounds. It's going to be Braxton Peets of Pine City Hinckley Finlayson taking on Asher Brendan of Grand Rapids.
Underhook on the right-hand side by Ash. Minute left to go here in the second period. Danielson tries to get under underhook, double underhook. Ash a little bit taller than Danielson. Danielson just trying to bait him into it. Ash is staying in on the inside. There goes a kneecap single for Ash. Tackles down, Danielson faces. Now getting ready to go around behind for 2. Danielson keeping pressure on, facing Ash and up and out.
And then just a quick update from mat number 3. Of course, Asher Brendan for Grand Rapids, who was taken out via stretcher today. So it's going to be Connor Keith of Grand Rapids and Cole Grams of Mora going up at it, 138 pounds in 5th place.
Stratton Nelson of Mora got the fall for 5th place at 106. Up next, Cooper Shadeen, sophomore of Mora, versus Cooper Lucarelli of Proctor Hermantown at 126. Lance, our championship.
At the end of the second period here, Logan Ash still leads 6-2 over Clayton Danielson. Ash takes a down position. Ash takes a down position. Now Clayton Danielson's going to let him up for 1. So now it is 7-2 Ash over Danielson going into the third period.
Fifth place match for 126 on mat 1. 5th place match for 138 on mat 3.
Ash gets a quick takedown for 2. Makes it 9-2 Ash over Danielson. Sitting over on the other table there, senior heavyweight for Aiken, Craig Ashton. Craig Ashton lost once to Danielson early in the season, pinned him a second time at the second match, and then beat Ash here earlier in the season as Aiken took on Malacca. But unfortunately, an accident. He is out for the season as a senior, so hats off to Craig Ashton again. Number 4 seed. Could have been wrestling here, but any wrestler out there, an athlete, again, take care of yourselves and
right.
just remember your next move could be your last move. Let's put it that way. So just make the best of everything you got here in the championship round here. Mat number 2, 45 seconds to go. Ash leads 9-3 over Clayton Danielson.
Yeah, wrap up that championship match there, Lance, and we'll get our updates from our other mats here.
Over under here by Danielson. Ash just trying to walk out the last 30 seconds here, leading 9-3 over Danielson. Ash trying to get it back on the inside. Danielson trying to get down underneath there. 25 to go here in the match. Ash is just going to go ahead and try to keep head position. Danielson just a little bit smaller than Ash. Again, this is a heavyweight championship match here. Section 7 AA here on mat number 2. I believe Ash was a state entrant last year as a junior also, and will be the champion here at Section 7 AA at heavyweight.
With Ash's win, there will be no true second. Ash and Danielson will represent 285 for Section 7 AA. Congratulations to them. On mat 1, we've got a 5th place match at 126. Cooper Shadeen in the blue for Mora. 15 seconds to go in the first period, leading 2-0 over Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown in the black. Noah?
On mat 3, we just got a fall. It is going to be Connor Key finishing 5th place at 138 pounds in Section 7 AA for Grand Rapids.
And let's go to mat 2, where it's the 5th place match for 113. Lance Emerson Umbright from Rush City Bram and Grayson Bennett from Rock Ridge. All 5th place matches going now. 3 mats of action. Mat 1 on the top left of your screen. Mat 2, of course, on the top right. Mat 3 on the bottom right. On mat 1, starting the second period in the up position, Cooper Shadeen has a 2-0 lead over Cooper Lucarelli from Proctor Hermantown.
And coming up here on mat number 3, Oliver Span of Grand Rapids taking on Caden Gorman of Rush City Bram in a 5th place match for 160 pounds.
On mat number 2 at 113 here. This is Emerson Umbright, like Devin said, from Rush City, facing Grayson Bennett from Rock Ridge. Umbright gets a takedown. Umbright leads 2-0.
Cooper Shadeen at the 126-pound 5th place match. Still holding a 2-0 lead. Mostly just a lot of ride time and a lot of holding position on top in period 2 for 5th place on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Grayson Bennett in the down position. Emerson Umbright leads 2-0 here at 113, 5th place match.
Early stages here in mat 3, 160 pounds, 5th place match. Caden Gorman on top 2-0 early on over Oliver Span of Grand Rapids. Okay, we'll go for the takedown there.
And I've got my tally right here, Lance. We will only have 3 true second matches for tonight.
Oh, that's pretty good. You can count all those on one hand, right, Devin?
That's right, I can. I have, thankfully, I mean, don't want to make fun of anybody that doesn't have all 5 fingers.
Well, that could happen. Most carpenters don't, so that's pretty good.
Down to the final 15 seconds of period 2, 5th place match for 126 over on mat 1. Cooper Shadeen basically just staying in control, not a lot of movement. Cooper Lucarelli trying to break loose, and Cooper Shadeen just simply didn't let him throughout the second period. They will go into the third at 2-0 with Shadeen on top from Mora. He'll have the choice heading into period 3.
On mat number 2, as we go into the second period, Bennett gets the choice. He defers. He deferred to Umbright. Umbright takes a neutral position, leading 2-0.
On mat number 3, 4-1 in favor of Caden Gorman of Rush City over Oliver Span of Grand Rapids. 160-pound 5th place match.
in the third period. Just starting, Shadeen gets the reversal. That'll double his lead. Now it's 4-0 with Shadeen leading Lucarelli for the 5th place match at 126. Right now they're doing the announcement for the 2nd place matches. Looks like they're just kind of mix them in with the 5th place matches if the mat assignment here is all correct. We'll keep a close eye on those. Lance will make sure we have the call for those true seconds, as obviously a state berth will be on the line there.
On mat number 2, Bennett in on a shot on Umbright. Trying to change into that double. Umbright just feeding the hips and getting back for that sprawl. Off the edge of the mat they go.
Cooper Shadeen gets a near fall, now up 7-0 as they reach the final minute of the 3rd period in the 5th place match for 126.
Period number 2 underway on match number 3 with the 160-pound weight class for 5th place. And Caden Gorman still on top, 4-1 overall over span of Grand Rapids.
On mat number 2, Umbright in on an outside single, getting hips fed by Bennett. Bennett comes over the top, gets around for 2. It is tied up at 2 on mat number 2 in period number 2 with 35 seconds to go.
I almost thought you were going to say 32 for a second.
Close. Nice little scramble there. Nice reversal by Umbright. Now it leads 4-2 with 29 to go in the 2nd period. Working in on that near side cradle. And they've still got a couple points of contact inside the circle.
Final 20 seconds here, period 3 of the 126-pound match. Let's finish this one up. Cooper Shadeen, more back points. Cooper Lucarelli not able to really get much of anything going here in this 5th place match at 126. Shadeen in control. 7 seconds ago, 3 more back points. It'll be 10-0. Cooper Shadeen of Mora, 5th place finisher at 126 on mat 1.
On mat number 2, a short amount of time left here in the 2nd period. Umbright leads 4-2.
48 ticks to go in period number 2 on mat number 3. Caden Gorman, the senior, still holding on to a 6-2 lead overall over span. Caden Gorman, a senior from Rush City Bram. As he's going to be on top here as attacking from the left side. 48 seconds to go.
Next up on mat number 1, top left corner of your screen, 145, 5th place match. Derek Prisbilla, a senior, at 6-11 for Piers in the white-black. Isaac Coolidge, junior, Rush City Bram, 35-13 in the blue, just underway on mat 1.
On mat number 2, period number 3, minute 44 to go here. Umbright leads 4-2 over Bennett from Rockridge. Umbright rolls the wrist, throws in a bar on the left-hand side, trying to come around, keeping pressure in on Bennett. And he's got Bennett almost tossed on his back. He's got to sit through with that bar.
And little time left on mat number 3 as period number 2 will come to an end. 8-3 the score. Caden Gorman of Rush City Bram on top over Oliver Span of Grand Rapids, 160 pounds, 5th place match.
Umbright picks up some near fall, now leads 7-2 here on mat number 2. Minute left to go on period number 3.
40 seconds in, period 1, 145-pound 5th place match. No score between Derek Prisbilla of Piers and Isaac Coolidge of Rush City Bram.
Mat number 2 again, Umbright still in control over Bennett from Rockridge, 7-2 here. Bennett gets up to his feet, trying to keep pressure on, getting around the outside with hand control, 30 to go here in the 3rd period. Bennett clears his hips. Umbright drops down to that double. There goes a headlock by Bennett. Umbright just fighting it off, muscling out of that headlock with a short amount of time left here in the 3rd period. Umbright drops down to that single. Bennett coming over the top. Now Umbright got Bennett on his back here. Going to pick up a couple more near fall at the end of the 3rd period. Umbright from Rush City picks up the 5th place win, 10-2.
That was at 113 pounds. Back over on mat 1 and almost flying right into the table right towards the end of the first period, Isaac Coolidge, Rush City Bram, leading Derek Prisbilla appears 2-1 as they are just at the end of period number 1. Noah?
On mat number 3, a bit of a delay here as we were trying to figure out the right score here. It is now 9-5. Caden Gorman, senior from Rush City Bram, leading over Oliver Span of Grand Rapids. This is the 160-pound fifth place match.
Mat number 2, Derek Stengel picks up a forfeit victory over Jake Neary from Rockridge. Now wrestling at 152, mat number 2. Connor Morcom from Rockridge facing Hayden Workman, a senior from Aiken.
Back to mat 1, just underway in period 2, and Derek Prisbilla gets the turn and gets the pin. 5th place to Derek Prisbilla on Isaac Coolidge of Rush City Bram. The fall in 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Derek Prisbilla, your 5th place finisher from Piers at 1:45.
On mat number 3, under a minute to go, 11-8. We got a good one here in the late stages as Caden Gorman of Rush City over Oliver Span of Grand Rapids. As of right now, 160-pound weight class, 5th place match. As trying to go for that takedown is Gorman, and he's going to be able to do it, adding a couple of key takedown points, and he's up 14-8 with 20 ticks to go in period number 3.
Hayden Workman here on mat number 2. Got a little bit of knee tweak here going on. Minute 30 to go here in the first period here at 152. Connor Morcom from Rock Ridge, Hayden Workman from Macon, mat number 2.
And just going to wrap things up here on mat number 3 is Caden Gorman, the senior. Big congratulations to the senior from Rush City Bram as he is your 5th place finisher, defeating Oliver Span of Grand Rapids 14-8 in the 160-pound class. Your 5th place finisher, Caden Gorman.
Workman gets a throw here over Morcom right at the edge of the mat, and there's the fall for Hayden Workman from Aiken. 5th place finish for Hayden Workman as a senior. He gets a fall in 1 minute 4 seconds over Connor Morcom from Rockridge.
Let's go to mat number 1, where it's the 5th place match at 170 pounds. Caleb Cook in the white and black, sophomore from Piers, 24-10. He's taking on Clay Anderson, a senior in the all-black singlet from the Lack of Faith Christian. Anderson at 23-8. Right now, Anderson leading 2-1. 1:15 to go. 1:15 to go in the first period, 2-1.
Over on mat number 3, we have the 5th place match for the 195-pound weight class. Dalton Bankston, the sophomore from Rush City Bram, taking on Weston Danielson, sophomore from Grand Rapids. So another Rush City Bram Grand Rapids matchup here in the 5th place match.
Cook and Anderson on mat 1. Anderson, Malacca Faith Christian leading 2-1 over Cook from Piers 45 seconds ago in the first period. What do we have there on mat 2, Lance?
At 182 pounds, this will be Jared Yates from Mora facing Cooper Hendrickson from Hibby.
That's the 5th place match, 182.
Yep. Mora in the black singlet. Hibbing in the blue.
A stalling warning given to Clay Anderson. And then Anderson ends up getting the reversal. He leads Caleb Cook 4-1. Final 20 seconds of the first period. We'll keep it for just the rest of this one as Caleb Cook trying to squeak out the backside, and holding position is Anderson. Leaning in. He's got the half Nelson. Now Cook able to get to his feet, and the period will run out. It'll be 4-1 Anderson after 1. 5th place matchup at 170 on mat number 1.
Henderson on mat number 2 gets a takedown, now leads 2-0.
39 seconds to go in period number 1 on mat number 3. It is Dalton Bangstrom of Rush City on top 2-0 over Weston Danielson, 195-pound weight class, 5th place match.
Back to mat 1, just starting the second period as Caleb Cook had the choice. He took down, he gets the escape. It's 4-2. Clay Anderson, Malacca Faith Christian leading Caleb Cook of Piers. 5th place match at 170.
Mat number 2, Hendrickson from Hibbing leads 2-0 here over Jared Yates from Mora.
And now on mat number 3, quick, potentially a fall opportunity here, but time just runs out on the first period as Dalton Bankston almost had the fall, but instead he goes into the second period up 5-0 over Grand Rapids' own Weston Danielson at the 195-pound weight class 5th place match.
Yates from Mora gets an escape here, now 2-1. Henderson on mat number 2.
Still 4-2. Clay Anderson, Malacca Faith Christian leading Caleb Cook appears. Final minute of period number 2 in the 170-pound 5th place match.
Short amount of time left here in the first period. Again, Hendrickson from Hibbing leads 2-1 over Yates from Mora.
Final 45 seconds of the second period on mat number 1 with Anderson hanging on to the lead. Gets that double shot. Able to break free is Caleb Cook right on the edge of the mat, trying to break the hands. Still with a single with the grab of the left leg, and now Anderson has to let it go. 4-2. Anderson leading as we get to the final 20 seconds of period number 2 in the 170-pound class. Go ahead.
On mat number 2, Hendrickson took the down position, came up to his feet. Mat returned by Yates here.
And over on mat 3, 5-0. Bankston leads over Weston Danielson, Grand Rapids, with 1:03 to go in period number 2. It seems right now that Danielson might have a bit of the leverage here, he has his leg wrapped up, and now it's Bankston back on top here, 7-0.
Hendrickson out for 1 here on mat number 2, now leads 3-1 over Yates from Mora.
On mat 1, Clay Anderson hanging on to that 4-2 lead over Caleb Cook from Piers. They just started the third period, and Anderson had the choice, chose down, trying to maybe pick up a crucial point. Looking on the escapes, doing a sit, trying to do a sit out, and now he gets up to his feet. Cook able to get him on the mat return, and now a clasp called. As wrestling continues, a clasp is called, as now looking here's Anderson trying to get the reversal, trying to get his head loose for the 2, gonna grab the leg of Cook, gonna bring him down. 1:15 to go in the third.
Hendrickson on mat 2 had a low single there, got it for 2, so now leads 5-1 here on mat number 2 with 33 seconds to go in the second period.
10 seconds to go here on mat number 3. Bankston up 7-0 over Danielson, as he will go into the final period up looking pretty good in this one. This is the 195-pound weight class 5th place match.
Caleb Cook picked up a point on the clasp call against Clay Anderson, but then Anderson got 2 for the reversal. It should be 6-3. Final minute of the third period for 5th place at 170.
Mat number 2, Yates in the down position. Hendrickson on the top position, leading 5-1 here with 15 to go here in the second.
Period number 3 underway on mat number 3. 195-pound weight class 5th place match. Bankston up 7-0 now, as he has to leverage right away over Weston Danielson of Grand Rapids. 2 sophomores going at it. So he's now grabbing a hold of that left arm and still maintaining leverage, while Danielson trying to get up, maybe get an escape point here. But for right now, 7-0, Bankston leads.
Let's head to mat 1 at 20 seconds to go. 170-pound match. Scoreboard reads 5-3. Anderson at top of Malacca Faith Christian. I don't believe that's the right score from what was put up, as they are both standing. Final 10 seconds. There's a shot by Caleb Cook on the backside, and they're going to whistle him off the mat with only 2 seconds to go. There was a point for Cook on a clasp that would have made it 4-3, and then a reversal for Anderson that would have made it 6-3. I believe it's 6-4, and it doesn't matter. There's the last couple seconds. Either way, Clay Anderson will pick up the victory for 5th place at 170 on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Cooper Hendrickson still leads 5-2 over Jared Yates here on mat number 2. 182-pound 5th place match.
Bringing it home on mat number 3. 43 seconds to go in period number 3. Still 7-0. Milton Bankston, the sophomore for Rush City Bram, maintaining leverage as he has the 7-0 lead here in the 5th place match of the 195-pound weight class. As he's probably just going to keep it cool here, keep his weight on him, and just hold on to this lead with under 20 ticks to go.
Getting ready on mat 1, the 5th place for 220. Jace Allerton, sophomore, Rush City Bram, 16-30. Wyatt Dingman, a junior, appears 13-20, just underway. Lance, I know that mat 3, you're just wrapping up, Noah.
Yes, and we is officially final, And congratulations to Dalton Mengson, the sophomore for Rush City Bram, as he wins 7-0 over Grand Rapids. Weston Danielson, the sophomore, as he finishes 5th place at the 195-pound weight class here in Section 7AA.
A quick match, 31-second fall at 2:20 for 5th place. Wyatt Dingman, a 5th place finish via fall over Jace Allerton for Rush City Bram. Lance, let's wrap up yours, and then we have true second matches coming on mat 1.
Mat number 2 here, Yates gets out for an escape. Now it's 9-5. Hendrickson leads from Hibbing. Short amount of time left here in the third period. Hendrickson drops down to a single, gets 2 for the takedown. 11-4 final. 11-4 final for Hendrickson.
Yep, Lance, I'm going to shift you to mat 1. A true second match, 106 pounds. Tucker Gould, sophomore, Rush City Bram, 33-12. Versus Kevin Feld, 8th grader, 25-12 from CEC for true second and a spot at state.
I got a true second up here.
Is that a true second as well?
No, well, that's what my screen says, but.
Oh, nope, I've got that as a 5th place match. 285 5th place match on mat 2. I'll take the, or Noah, take the look on that one if you would, please. Mat 2, 5th place.
On mat number 2, 5th place, it's going to be at 182 pounds. Jared Yates, the sophomore for Mora, and Cooper Hendrickson, the junior for Hibbing.
Gould and Feld on mat number 1 here. Gould gets a takedown for 2. Gould working in on the left-hand side. Feld trying to keep his base and get moving from the downside. Feld on that set out, left the arm behind. Gould keeps a hold of it here on mat number 1. Throws in that deep waist, working in on the 2-on-1. Feld trying to stay off his base, goes for a knee slide, sit out. Followed nicely by Gould. It comes over the backside is Feld.
It is the 285 5th place match on mat 2. Leonardo Latorno, junior from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson versus John Becker, senior, Proctor Hermantown, but we'll stay with the true second.
Crossface Butcher going for the fall is Gould over Feld. Feld is trying to keep that shoulder up there. 40 seconds to go here in the first period on mat number 1. Gould just trying to settle back. He's got some time. Feld doing everything he can to keep them shoulders up, but that Butcher in tight now goes back into a reverse half. Now he throws in the half. Feld just keeps fighting off his back here on mat number 1. Reverse half now. 18 seconds to go here in the first period. There's the fall. Gould picks up a fall. True second match. He will be going to the state tournament at the Big House next weekend.
And just an update on mat number 2 here. We do have an injury stoppage right now. Here's to be John Becker of Proctor Hermantown. His coaches tend to him, so we will get back.
And that
to
was
mat
a
number
fall
1.
just before that injury. There was a fall recorded, so the 285 5th place match goes to Leonardo Latorno from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson. We have another true second. Only 3 true second matches. Tucker Gould, Rush City Bram takes it at 106. Up next, 170 pounds on mat 1, Lance.
And this will be Tucker Haas facing, I believe, Jack Grell from Aiken. Haas defeated Grell earlier in the sections last week.
They're asking if they are maybe under a time delay. 170-pound true second, Jack Grell from Aiken, Tucker Haas from Mora. And then they need a trainer to help out John Becker from Proctor Hermantown on mat 2. And then scheduled for mat 2, Jackson Klein of Aiken and Justin Job of Grand Rapids for the true second at 132. The final couple matches tonight.
Jack Grell getting ready there on mat number 1.
Well, I know you had mentioned with track wrestling that you can have a lot more accurate time when it comes to, that 45-minute wait period. And after the pin by Leonardo Latorno from Pine City, Hinckley, Finlayson, John Becker injured for Proctor Hermantown. It looks like we are ready to go, Lance. The 170-pound true second match. Jack Grell of Aiken, 28-7. He's a senior. Tucker Haas from Mora, a senior, 35-9, which means This one should be great.
This is going to be another hot one here. Again, Haas defeated Grell here by a close decision here last week during team sections, as Mora topped Aiken 37-30 to get into the finals. Mora again, the Section 7AA team representative. Snap down by Haas right away. Grell always likes to bait that left leg.
I think I heard him announce that the 132 true second match, because of the injury right now, is that they will put that on mat 1 here. We'll finish out on mat 1 with these last 2 true seconds.
Front 3/4 by Grell. He pushes Haas out of bounds. Haas comes back in on that 2-on-1 rush, and heavy on the head is Grell. Grell goes for a little bit of a shuck. Minute 20 to go here in the first period. Two-on-one by Haas. Working on that rush and trying to turn the corner. Grell gets it back. Minute to go here in the first period. Still no score here at 170 true second.
Winner of this one joins the champion Damian Tapio to the state tournament next week.
Haas getting heavy on the head with Jack Grell. Tied up ear to ear, 35 to go here in the first period. Still no score. Haas drops down to a single, maybe a double. Back to the outside single. Whizzer by Grell as he throws a leg in. Comes back in, gets his leg down. Grell pressuring in on Haas. Nice balance by Grell. They're going to give Haas 2 right out of bounds.
With only 7 seconds left to go in the first period.
Grell's got to get set. Trailing 2-0 to Haas. Haas rides on the right-hand side. Keeps pressure in. Grell shoulder roll. Trying to get up and out for one. Gets tossed to his back by Haas.
And the period comes to an end. They're going to say no points for Haas, and that ends up big for Grell.
Going into the second period, it will be Haas's choice. Haas defers to Grell. Haas leads 2-0 over Jack Grell here. Grell tries to defer back. That's not how it works. It's going to be Grell's choice. He's going to have to take the down position.
He didn't realize that choice had already been made.
Yep. Grell gets set. Haas on the right-hand side from Mora. Jack Grell from Aiken. Jack trying to work in. Haas trying to just get in deep pressure on that college ride. Throws in a hook. Shoulder roll by Grell. Comes around. Backside for 2. Reversal for Jack Grell. Haas comes right up. Drops to a single as Grell. Haas picks up an escape. 3-2 Haas.
30 seconds gone, period 2.
Grell gets 2 takedown, leads at 4-3 now. Losing control by Haas. Shoulder whip toss for Haas.
Haas got a point, 4-4.
Yeah, he got that escape. Now it is tied up. Minute left here in the second period. Tied up at 4. Grell drops down to a double leg. Going to go ahead and get 2 for the takedown. 55 to go here in the second. Grell on top. Got to keep pressure in on Haas. Haas got to do something from underneath. Grell's got to do something on top.
Yeah, I think I hear both sets of fans calling for a stalling warning.
They got to get moving here. 30 seconds to go here in the second period. Grell leads 6-4. Grell going to go ahead and keep everything tight. Haas does a good job getting up to his hips, up to his base.
20 seconds.
Haas trying to clear his hips, getting up, inside stand-up.
Warning for Grell on the stall and then the escape.
6'5" Grell going into the third period. Haas' choice going into the third period. He takes a down position. Grell's got to wrestle smart here. Haas pretty quick on the inside stand-ups. And he's up and up to his feet. Mat returned by Grell. A little off the edge there. Minute 44 to go here in the third period. Jack Grell leads 6-5 over Tucker Haas from Mora. Tucker Haas in the down position. Gets set. Jack Grell rides on the left. Inside switch for Haas. Grell follows.
30 seconds gone in the period.
Grell just riding it out here. Minute 25 to go. Haas tries to crowd the hips, trying to come over, trying to get below Grell. Grell follows, stays behind. Haas inside stand up. Grell keeping pressure in on Haas.
Mora calling for the stall, and there it is. A stall on Grell, tying it at 6 with 1 minute to go.
6-6. Grell's going to let him up, let him have one escape. 7-6, minute left to go. Game on, minute left. 170, true second.
They're going to come to the scores table, so Lance, your thoughts on, obviously, if you've got that down position you're at, you could be at an advantage for the escape or the reverse. Do you like this move by Grell? Let him up and try for 2?
Oh yeah, for sure. Just go for the 2. You just got to win by 1. Either way, he's got time to get something set up. He's got 55 seconds to go here in the third period. Tucker Haas staying on the inside position. 45 to go. Both these guys are senior. Last match of the season for one of them, or their career. Snap down by Haas. 35 to go here in the last period. 170.
7-6 Haas.
Grell trying to go for that body lock throw. Haas keeps pressure in, takes Grell down to his back. Inside cradle for Haas. Grell fights it off, comes back up, 15 seconds to go. Haas in the lead now.
6 seconds.
Grell pressuring in on the left side. Tucker Haas beats Jack Grell 9-6.
Knew that would be an excellent match. Haas just able to get that win, and now 1 more to go, and another matchup between Aiken and Grand Rapids. Jackson Klein of Aiken, a junior, 20-11. Justin Job, Grand Rapids, junior, 36-6. Final match of the night, true second at 132 pounds.
Jackson Klein from Aiken, Justin Job from Grand Rapids. Klein is red with the red shoes. Job with the white shoes. And green.
Following this match, we'll congratulate all of the state participants and then wrap up the broadcast here, yourliveevent.com. 20 seconds in.
Klein, arm drag attempt for a single. Job tosses Klein, comes back around behind for 2. Klein's got to go ahead and try to get something going from underneath here. Job working up over the top, keeping pressure in on Klein.
Now a minute 10 left here in the first period.
Job throws in a bar on Klein. Klein's trying to fight off the shoulders. Job got Klein on his back here. 40 seconds to go here in the first period.
132-pound true second class, true second match.
Klein up and out for one. 5-1 here, Job. Job drops in that outside single, goes and raises it. 25 seconds to go here in the first period here. 2-second match here, mat number 1.
Klein avoids the pin, keeps it alive.
Job comes in on a shot, changes to a double. Klein trying to stay down below. Mat returned by Job. Gets Klein on his back. Job trying to fight, trying to get the fall over Klein. 5 seconds to go here in the first period. Jackson Klein fights off, gets back to his belly. Klein gets to live to the second period. 10-1 Job over Klein, 10-1.
Did you recall did these two face off in that team section or in the other matchup this regular season? Do you recall, Lance?
I don't think so. I think Job wrestled up and wrestled at 45 against Kenny Erickson as a dual meet.
Second period just underway, 11-1. Job from Grand Rapids on top of Klein from Aiken in this final match of the night, 132-pound true second.
Underhook on the right-hand side by Job. Klein trying to keep the pressure down. Double underhook. There goes a headlock throw by Klein. Job peels it off, gets the 2 for the takedown. 13-1 Job. Cross face by Job.
One minute gone by here in period number 2 with Job in control. Klein is going to need a big turnaround.
Job goes into the butcher right here on Klein. Klein's trying to keep his hips tight and coming around. He's going to give up some near fall. Now going into the Saturday night special is Job on Klein. Klein trying to keep that right shoulder up. 30 seconds to go here in the second period. And he gets bellied out.
And that's going to be a tech fall as Justin Job will win the true second match over Jackson Klein for the Aiken Gobblers. That concludes the wrestling action here from the Section 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll congratulate all the state entrants and wrap up the broadcast from Rush City High School here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Here in beautiful central Minnesota, we get to enjoy nature every day. At Mille Lacs Energy Cooperative, we understand because we live, work, and play here too. However, just because you're not in the big city doesn't mean you can't have access to great internet service. Let MLEC Fiber give you the fast and reliable internet you deserve. Check to see if MLEC Fiber is available where you live. Visit us online or call our office at 218-429-0433. When you need heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing work, call McGuire Mechanical. They provide quality and timely service for repairs and new construction with residential homes and commercial businesses. When you need the service of heating, cooling, refrigeration, or plumbing, call McGuire Mechanical, 218-927-5400. serving Aitkin and Crow Wing counties and the surrounding areas. Rely on McGuire Mechanical.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
We are
Welcome back here at yourliveevent.com, Section 7AA individual championships here. We're going to go through and list off all the first and second place winners, the state entrants for Section 7AA. Starting off, Devin Kruger, Matt, at 106.
Yeah, at 106, your champion Kyle Stengel, the sophomore from Piers, winning the true second match from Rush City Bram, sophomore Tucker Gould. At 113, your champion, freshman Carter Young from Piers, joining him at state, winning second place from eighth grader Aiden Thiessen from Cloquet Esco Carlton. At 120 pounds, the section champion Nolan Campbell, the senior from Rock Ridge, heading to state for the second place finisher junior Mason Nelson of Mora. At 126 pounds, the champion Alex Lehman, the junior from Grand Rapids, heading to state Dutch Hedblum, the sophomore from Rock Ridge, taking second. Your state entrants at 132 pounds, champion junior Nathan Nelson from Mora, and Justin Job, the junior from Grand Rapids. At 138, your section champion Chase Becker, the junior from Piers, also heading to state senior Landon Umbright from Rush City Bram. At 145 pounds, your section champion, Kenny Erickson of Aiken, the junior. He'll head to state along with Jack Schoenborn, the senior from Malacca Faith Christian. At 152 pounds, the section champion, Avery Nelson, the senior from Mora, and also heading to state, senior Jacob LeBlanc from Piers. At 160 pounds, your section champ going to state, Connor Gamal, the senior from Mora, heading as the runner-up, senior Bryson Larrabee from Hibbing. At 170 pounds, going to the state tournament, Damian Tapio, the junior from Rock Ridge. He'll be joined by Tucker Haas, the senior from Mora, as runner-up. At 182 pounds, the section champion, Zach McPhee, the junior from Proctor Hermantown, and Jacob Williams, the sophomore from Aiken, heading to state as runner-up. At 195, your section 7AA champion, Jack Hansen, junior from Malacca Faith Christian, also heading to state as the runner-up, senior Thomas Hagen from Hibbing. At 220, the section champion, Ian Larrabee, sophomore from Hibbing, and in second place, heading to state, Colby Zen, senior from Malacca Faith Christian. And at 285, your section champion, Logan Ash, senior from Malacca Faith Christian, and also heading to state from Grand Rapids, sophomore Clayton Danielson. Those are your state entrants from today's Section 7AA Individual Wrestling Tournament.
Thank you so much, Devin Kruger. Noah Caruso also on the call here today at yourliveevent.com. We appreciate everybody here that supports all the Section 7AA wrestling. And again, thank you to all those great sponsors that you've seen on yourliveevent.com here through this full broadcast of Section 7AA. I'm Lance Bauman here, the voice for the Aiken Gobblers. So excited to have all these great guys here on yourliveevent.com. Again, proud of all the wrestlers here today. And again, hats off to all the seniors. If they don't make it down to state, congratulations on your season and your career in Section 7AA here. And again, congratulations to all the state place winners as they move forward here for the next week.
You know, real quick, Lee Rude, Activities Director, rock star here at Rush City, in my opinion. They did a phenomenal job. Lee continued to check with us throughout the day to make sure that we were all set. This was a ton of fun. Thank you, Lance, for teaching us some more wrestling terminology. Had a lot of fun, and for those wrestling fans in Section 7AA, we're hoping that this is just the start of what we can bring you for your wrestling tournament for this year and the future. Really covering the entire region of Section 7 AA Wrestling.
Yeah,
This was fun.
For sure. And if you are fans of any of those hometowns that are in Section 7 AA, make sure you reach out to RJ Broadcasting and Devin Kruger here and see what we can do to get you on the air and on TV here at yourliveevent.com.
So let's see, we were on about, pretty much right at 10 o'clock start. Only 11 hours of wrestling in the books.
Yeah, 2 potty breaks and 3 sodas later, and we're ready to go.
That's right. Hey, thank you for joining us, everybody. Thanks again for all the sponsors. Lance, awesome job. Noah, awesome job. A ton of fun. And until next time, we hope you enjoyed the show here on yourliveevent.com.
Have a good night, everybody, and keep smiling.